Chapter 1. Give me yours, and I shall have mine. In the primordial expanse, beneath Mount Bujo, within the Grand Hall of Pangu, a vast pool of blood swirled with intertwining blood energy and malevolent aura, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. Wu Tian sat cross-legged in the void, continuously absorbing the potent energies of the blood pool. Suddenly, countless malevolent energies retreated, cascading back into the pool. His indistinct silhouette gradually revealed itself, showcasing an extraordinarily handsome visage, with deep and piercing eyes, complemented by a physique sculpted as if from bronze, exuding a robust masculinity. Huh, he exhaled. At last, I have refined a drop of ancestral witch blood. A look of elation adorned Wu Tian's face. He observed that, unlike the other witch clans, he emanated a repressed malevolence, his aura not one of ferocity or volatility typical of the witch race. Yet he was undeniably a true witch, the 13th Ancestral Witch. Wu Tian, originally a denizen of the future, had been toiling through life when, by sheer happenstance, he collided with immense fortune, finding himself thrust into the primordial realm. It is well known that dump trucks are the deities that govern traversals through realms. When Wu Tian awoke once more, he had just emerged from the colossal blood cocoon within Pangus Hall, surrounded by the 12 ancestral witches, each gazing at him with curiosity and expectation. Concurrently, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Soon, Wu Tian grasped his circumstances. He had become the little brother of the 12 ancestral witches, a being that had not existed in the grand scheme, the 13th Ancestral Witch. Which race? The 13th Ancestral Witch? A flicker of panic surged within Wu Tian. In the future calamity of the witches and demons, the ancestral witches would all meet their demise, leading to mutual destruction between the witch and demon races, and the witch clan would ultimately fade from the stage of the primordial world. Now that he had become the 13th Ancestral Witch, did this not imply a similar fate awaited him as well? System. Brother Tongzi. Wu Tian hastily called out in his mind. It mattered not if he became an ancestral, which as long as Brother Tongzi offered assistance. Receiving a few vials of Pangus essence from the beginner's gift pack would enable him to soar, evoking a sense of grandiosity. However, Wu Tian could not afford to dwell on it. After several internal calls and a thorough examination of his body, he could only reluctantly concede. He had no system. Is this to be achieved through my own efforts? After a moment of despondence, Wu Tian resigned himself to reality, attempting to self-soothe. Of lacking a system. What the witch race? This was indeed the authentic lineage of Pangu. In the grand scheme, the ancestral witches merely knew to shout and fight, blindly charging into any situation without a hint of strategy, leading to their own annihilation. But now things were different. With Wu Tian, who possessed profound knowledge of the heavenly principles, if he could offer guidance to the ancestral witches at pivotal moments, would it not alter the fate of the witch clan? Wu Tian understood that the war between witches and demons was entirely driven by the heavenly principles. In fact, at the onset of the first battle, when the strengths of both races were imbalanced, Hongjun directly intervened to delay the conflict, ensuring equilibrium before both sides could suffer losses. But if, during the final battle between witches and demons, I could persuade the ancestral witches to retreat to the Underworld, relinquishing the primordial realm to Dijun and the others, would the heavenly saints allow Dijun to unify the primordial realm, or would they be compelled to intervene? A sudden thought sparked in Wu Tian's mind, illuminating his eyes. If he could force the heavenly saints into conflict with the demon race, it would surely be a spectacle to behold. Of course, persuading the ancestral witches would not be an easy task. Each one was fiercely stubborn, as obstinate as the stones atop Mount Bujo. But that mattered little if all else failed. He could simply accompany the ancestral Witch Hutu to the Underworld. Could he not? Though I lack a system, I do have the ancestral Witch Hutu. In the future, the embodiment of the 6 realms and mistress of the Underworld, is she not more delightful than any system? With this thought, Wu Tian felt invigorated. He increasingly perceived the value of his identity as long as he could endure and cultivate steadily. He could at least find leisure in the Underworld. Not to mention, it would be a minimum achievement to become the Emperor of Fengdu. When the time of the Fengshan calamity arrived, should an opportunity present itself, returning from the Underworld would not be beyond possibility. Just as Wu Tian was immersing himself in reflections of his future, his expressions shifted, catching the attention of the ancestral witches, and a rugged voice suddenly boomed. This old 13 seems to have a problem. Wu Tian's reverie was abruptly interrupted. Startled, he opened his eyes to gaze at the ancestral witch who spoke. Before he could ponder further, the witch, radiating an aura of explosive energy, remarked, "Why do you look so foolish?" Wu Tian was left speechless. How could he appear foolish? He had just been born, needing to absorb information about his bloodline and contemplate his past and present. Thus, he hastily rose to his feet. Wu Tian greets you, esteemed brothers. Greetings to Sister Xianming and Sister Hutu. Casting a quick glance at the 10 hulking figures, Wu Tian's gaze swiftly settled on Xianming and Hutu, his eyes sparkling with recognition. He had indeed seen his fair share of beauty, having been immersed in the daily spectacle of various primal, sacred bodies on Douyin. Yet, how could the women he had encountered in his past life possibly compare to the 2 ancestral witches before him? These were primal goddesses, whose power only heightened their perfection. Wu Tian offered no grandiloquent praise. The highest compliment echoed in his mind. Worth it. Just for the ancestral witches, Xianming and Hutu, my arrival in the witch clan is justified. Before he could steal another glance, Xianming shot him a fierce glare, her gaze sharp as ice, prompting Wu Tian to quickly avert his eyes. At that moment, the ancestral witch Zhurong let out a long sigh of relief, as if releasing the tension in his heart, and laughed heartily. He fears Sister Xianming. Haha, seems like he's not so foolish after all. Wu Tian was rendered speechless. Was this truly the standard for discernment? Who wouldn't feel a jolt of surprise under Xuanming's frigid gaze? Even a fool would retreat in the face of such intensity. At this juncture, the eldest among the ancestral witches, the ancestral witch Dijiao, stepped forward, scrutinizing Wu Tian's form, and then inquired, Wu Tian, what is your law? Where is your true form as an ancestral witch? The ancestral witches naturally wielded the power of laws. This was an inherent advantage of being descendants of Pangu. For instance, Dijiao commanded the law of space, while Zhu Jiuyin commanded the law of time. For practitioners within the primordial realm, achieving such mastery was a lifelong pursuit. Yet, for the ancestral witches, it was instinctual, akin to breathing. As the 13th ancestral witch born after Hutu, Wu Tian was expected to command a law as well, possessing his own true form as an ancestral witch. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed there was a slight issue with his being. Perhaps it was due to the remnants of his future soul, or perhaps it was because, in the grand scheme, the 13th ancestral witch had never truly existed. Though Wu Tian's body was exceptionally powerful, brimming with vitality, it was utterly devoid of any law. Upon realizing the situation, the ancestral witches exchanged glances, and Dijiao and Zhu Jiuyin extended their divine senses, probing deep into Wu Tian's being for a meticulous examination. After a brief moment, the ancestral witches resigned themselves to the reality. Following a moment of contemplation, Dijiao adopted a tone of certainty tinged with regret, stating, I understand now. Wu Tian was born later, lacking foundational essence, resulting in his inability to innately command the power of laws. Wu Tian's brow furrowed in response. How could it be deemed defective? If you all give me yours, would I not possess them? As long as each ancestral, which bestowed upon him a few drops of their essence blood, would he not then encompass 12 laws? An idea sparked in his mind. If the ancestral witches were flawed, perhaps he was the one who was normal. With a swift shift of his gaze, Wu Tian smiled and replied, Elder brother, you are mistaken. Though I may not innately command a law and possess a robust physique, perhaps this is precisely what Father Pangu intended enable me to bear your laws. Wu Tian's eyes gleamed with brilliance. It is well known that when the Hu Lu brothers unite, they can transform into the potent Hu Lu Shao Jin Gang. If he could refine the essence blood of all the ancestral witches, would he not become a miniature Pangu? Chapter 2. The ancestral witches are quite kind. Wu Tian promptly closed his eyes and seated himself within the blood pool of the Pangu Hall, as his own blood vitality began to circulate spontaneously. Little sister, what is this? The ancestral, which Di Jiang expressed a hint of surprise. However, the gaze of the ancestral, which Ho Tu remained fixed upon Wu Tian, she sensed an unusual aura emanating from her younger brother, which sparked a sense of curiosity within her heart. She decided to conduct a direct experiment. Upon hearing Di Jiang's inquiry, she chuckled softly and replied, It is merely a drop of essence blood, and even if it fails, what of it? After all, we are kin. But if it truly unfolds as Wu Tian has described, it was only then that Ho Tu turned her head. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. After hearing Ho Tu's words, Di Jiang's expression shifted, and a sense of expectation blossomed within him, causing him to murmur. Indeed, if it truly manifests as he claims, wouldn't the witch clan then have an ancestral, which Wu Tian who wields the mastery over the 12 laws, thereby becoming the true inheritor of the Pangu Father God? The ancestral witches were descendants of Pangu, yet each only mastered a single law of power. Furthermore, due to the taint of malevolent energy that had stained Pangu's essence blood at the dawn of creation, they were unable to forge their primordial spirits, rendering them incomplete. The ancestral witches utilized the 12 heavenly divine evil array to merge their respective law powers, enabling them to summon the true form of Pangu, which represented their most potent attack. If Wu Tian could indeed embody the 12 laws of power as he claimed, would he not be capable of cultivating the true form of Pangu himself? Instantly, the ancestral witches gathered around him, their eyes fixated on Wu Tian, eager to assist in his refining process. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Tian was ensconced in the transformative power of Hotus essence blood, immersed in the changes occurring within his own vitality. Suddenly, memories began to surface from his bloodline, leaving Wu Tian astonished. 9 transformations of primordial power? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he ceased to be overly astonished. Having become the 13th ancestral witch of the Witch clan, inheriting the methods of the great deity Pangu within his bloodline was hardly surprising. Was it? Resolutely, he dismissed all distractions and swiftly began to channel the 9 transformations of primordial power, drawing upon his own vitality. Whoosh! The bloodlight surrounding Wu Tian grew ever more intense. The essence blood from the ancestral witch Ho-Tu, previously tumultuous, began to calm. Although Hotus' malevolent energy was slightly weaker, she was still an ancestral witch. As the 9 transformations of primordial power activated, the chaotic energy within swiftly transformed, flowing harmoniously through Wu Tian's body as it gradually integrated into his physical form. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Wu Tian tirelessly operated the technique, persistently refining Hotus' essence blood, and the ancestral witches appeared thoroughly engrossed, their focus unwavering. In no time, the vitality and malevolent energy within the essence blood were refined by the 9 transformations of primordial power, continuously merging into Wu Tian's corporeal being, rendering him increasingly formidable, with each sinew shimmering with divine radiance. The power of the laws was also distilled, and a peculiar sensation emerged within Wu Tian's heart, complex yet instinctive, as if being inscribed into his very being. Under the cleansing of the Ho-Tu law, a faint imprint emerged upon Wu Tian's soul, embodying the innate law of the ancestral, which Ho-Tu's day. Wu Tian's soul became ever more resplendent. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by. As Wu Tian's aura gradually settled, he finally completed the refinement of this drop of ancestral witch essence blood, reluctantly ceasing his cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, Wu Tian was nearly startled. "Why is everyone staring at me like that?" he inquired, somewhat bemused. At that moment, the gazes of the 12 ancestral witches were filled with fervor, even the previously glaring Xianming ancestral, which looked on with astonishment, leaving Wu Tian feeling exceedingly uncomfortable, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. At this juncture, the Zhu Rong ancestral, which incredulously exclaimed, "Could it be that you truly possess such capability?" It must be noted that the power of the laws among the ancestral witches often clashed. For instance, the spatial ancestral, which Di Jiang could not refine the essence blood of the time ancestral, which Zhu Juyin. At most, he could extract the malevolent and vital energies, but the comprehension of law powers was utterly unattainable. Yet they witnessed Wu Tian effortlessly refining the essence blood of the ancestral, which Ho-Tu, his aura displaying subtle transformations reminiscent of Ho-Tu herself. It was evident he had genuinely harnessed the Ho-Tu law. Before Zhu Rong could articulate a second sentence, Di Jiang swiftly interrupted, pushing Zhu Rong aside, and with eyes aglow, addressed Wu Tian. "How do you feel now?" Wu Tian took a moment to assess. "I feel quite well. Of course, it would be even better if I could have a few more drops of essence blood." After refining this single drop of essence blood, Wu Tian felt immensely invigorated, his energy levels soaring to unprecedented heights. Yet paradoxically, a yearning arose within him. It felt as if his very flesh and blood had grown famished. A revelation unfurled within his mind, as the methods of utilizing the Ho-Tu law surfaced, suggesting that he had indeed grasped some rudimentary aspects of the Ho-Tu law. The ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. Then, laughter erupted in unison. Di Jiang was equally ecstatic, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly splendid!" Observing this, Ho-Tu pondered briefly, raising her hand to summon another drop of essence blood for Wu Tian to refine. But she was halted by Di Jiang. Di Jiang exchanged glances with Zhu Jiuyin. Then, he directly addressed the Jin ancestral witch. "Rusho, provide Wu Tian with a drop of your essence blood, and let him refine it for further experimentation." Di Jiang did not request Ho-Tu's assistance. Having already confirmed Wu Tian's ability to refine Ho Tu's essence blood and harness the power of her law, he was now eager to ascertain whether he could absorb other laws as well, or if, like the other ancestral witches, he was confined to mastering a single law of power. Wu Tian originally possessed no mastery over any laws. Could he truly transcend such limitations? A tempest of excitement surged within Di Jiang, prompting him to intervene and specifically request the Rushou Ancestral Witch to provide her essence blood. Rushou was the Western Gold Ancestral Witch, inherently possessing mastery over the gold law. Since Wu Tian had already refined Ho Tu's essence blood, it seemed most fitting for him to subsequently refine the essence blood of the Gold Ancestral Witch. Without uttering a word, Rushou silently nodded, forcing forth a drop of her essence blood. Presenting it before Wu Tian, this drop shimmered like golden essence, exuding an extraordinarily sharp aura. Before it even reached his grasp, Wu Tian felt as though he were being pierced by its energy, compelling his own vital essence to surge forth, instinctively resisting the sharpness emanating from the essence blood. He stood there momentarily, gazing at the eager ancestral witches, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, he had merely spoken in jest. To Wu Tian, the mastery of law powers was exceedingly precious, representing the most critical aspect of each ancestral witch. It was almost akin to the primordial seals of creation held by the Sanqing. If he were to traverse into the realm of the Sanqing as their junior, would he be able to procure the seals of creation from them? Perhaps Tian would oblige, but it was uncertain whether Taijun or Yuanshi would do the same. Yet the ancestral witches believed him. Ho Tu had already bestowed Wu Tian with a drop of essence blood, and now Rushou was prepared to grant him a second drop. In an instant, Wu Tian's heart was stirred by a thought. The ancestral shamans are rather amiable. Chapter 3. There are 13 ancestral shamans. Do not be dazed. Hurry up. The ancestral shamans are becoming somewhat anxious. Wu Tian nodded, ultimately saying nothing. He then directly absorbed the blood essence of the golden ancestor witch into his body, fervently operating the 9 turns origin technique to commence its refinement. Time passed, though its duration remained unknown. Upon awakening once more, Wu Tian opened his eyes to behold the ancestral spirits, each one radiating with uncontainable joy, their excitement palpable. Zhu Rong and the other ancestral deities surrounded him, wailing and howling in a frenzy, their roars echoing in a cacophony that left Wu Tian's head ringing. Have I become the beacon of hope for the entire village? The very embodiment of the ancestral spirit's aspirations? Wu Tian found himself lost in thought when Di Jiang burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, excellent, truly splendid." The legacy of the father god Pangu continues. As he approached Wu Tian, he eagerly patted him on the shoulder, nearly causing Wu Tian, who had just risen, to stumble back down. Di Jiang then turned and stood shoulder to shoulder with Wu Tian, addressing the others with a commanding voice. "Everyone, cease your actions. Each of you must contribute a drop of your essence blood to Wu Tian, allowing him to exert all his efforts in refining it." The ancestral witches had no objections to this proposal. Within the Panga Hall, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable aura of ferocity, as the energies of various laws clashed against one another. Soon, 10 drops of ancestral witch essence blood, each shimmering with distinct divine light, materialized before Wu Tian. Ho Tu and Rushou had already contributed theirs, so their participation was no longer necessary. Wu Tian gazed upon the 10 drops of ancestral witch blood before him, a flicker of emotion stirring within his heart. He then directed his gaze towards the ancestral witches, reflecting once more, the witch clan indeed possesses its own merits. Though the ancestral witches are fierce and uncouth, they harbor no ulterior motives. They do not even contemplate whether their own laws, being refined by Wu Tian, might bring them any harm. Wu Tian barely had the opportunity to engage in further persuasion before directly obtaining the essence of the 12 ancestral witches' blood. After a moment of contemplation, he expressed his sentiments. Wu Tian bowed solemnly to the ancestral shamans and spoke with a resonant voice. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my elder brothers and sisters." Before he could finish his words, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Di Jiang struck him, causing Wu Tian to stagger slightly. With a hint of discontent, Di Jiang remarked, "It's merely a drop of essence blood. Is such courtesy truly necessary?" Wu Tian inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. The sharp sting in his shoulder was overwhelming. That blow from Di Jiang had sent his blood surging. He looked at Di Jiang in disbelief, realizing that in the witch clan, even politeness had become a transgression. The ancestral witches certainly had their shortcomings. They lacked any sense of restraint. Observing Wu Tian grimacing in pain, the ancestral witches erupted into laughter. The ancestral witch Zhu Rong boomed with mirth, saying, "My dear brother, you should quickly refine this essence of blood. Once you have absorbed it all, it shall be the time for our 13 ancestral witches to dominate the vast wilderness." The ancestral witches nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, this world created by the Father God is meant for us to govern." Even Di Jiang wholeheartedly concurred. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within his heart. Had the Ancestral Witches just come into existence and already harbored ambitions to dominate the primordial world? Were they even aware of the current circumstances outside? Suddenly inspired, he spoke with a smile. Brothers, I have a thought I wish to share, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Jiang and the others turned their gazes toward him. Wu Tian hastily elucidated, my current strength is still inadequate. Refining these 10 drops of essence blood will likely require a considerable amount of time. As my esteemed brothers and sisters traverse the world, it would be more prudent to invoke the name of the 12 Ancestor Witches. There are 13 Ancestor Witches in total, so the matter is not overly concerning. He noted the perplexed gazes of the Ancestor Witches. Wu Tian continued to elaborate, imagine, if in the primordial world, everyone universally acknowledged the 12 Ancestor Witches, and suddenly the 13th Ancestor Witch, emerged unexpectedly into existence. Wouldn't that be intriguing? Would it not present them with a delightful surprise? In the prevailing circumstances, the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch, moved by the sorrow of the souls wandering between heaven and earth, transformed herself into the 6 paths of reincarnation and established the Underworld. Consequently, one of the 12 Ancestor Witches was lost, rendering the 12 capital heavenly god and fiend array incomplete. Ultimately, this resulted in a stalemate with the demon clan. Yet, what if, at this juncture, another Ancestor Witch from the Witch clan were to manifest, enabling the 12 capital heavenly god and fiend array to unleash its true potential? The most crucial aspect is, Wu Tian believes it is indeed better to take a cautious approach. He plans to diligently cultivate within the Witch clan, refining the essence of the Ancestral Witches. With foresight and wisdom, he aims to seize the opportunities that lie within the primordial realm. Once his strength has reached formidable heights, he aspires to traverse the vastness of the primordial world, to witness the breathtaking landscapes he has yet to behold, and to encounter the legendary innate goddesses. Moreover, he wishes to alter the fated demise of the Ancestral Witches. Is this not a splendid ambition? To dominate the primordial realm? Wu Tian cast another glance at the Ancestral Witches and mused, with your tempestuous tempers and minds as unyielding as the Mount Buzhou, do you possess the means to govern? Can you outsmart the heavenly principles? Can you outmaneuver Hongjun and the sages of heaven? The Ancestral Witches remained oblivious to Wu Tian's true thoughts. Yet as they pondered his words, their expressions grew increasingly vivid, soon exchanging peculiar glances. Was it delight? I suspect it was more akin to shock. Their expressions seemed to convey, who would have thought that this thick-browed, wide-eyed fellow could be so insidious? You, my friend, possess a trace of wickedness. Nevertheless, the Ancestral Witches also harbored a sense of anticipation, eager to witness the reactions of others in due course. Jiang, decisive as ever, proclaimed, very well. We shall heed your counsel. Indeed, you require time to refine this ancestral blood. I surmise that as we progress further, the clash of laws will demand even more time. Once you have assimilated all 12 laws and achieved your full potential, that will be the moment for you, the 13th Ancestral Witch, to make your name known. Jiang's gaze towards Wu Tian brimmed with satisfaction. This younger brother possesses quite the intellect. Among the Ancestral Witches, his cleverness nearly rivaled his own. In the ensuing days, the Ancestral Witches commenced their activities at the foot of Mount Buzhou, venturing forth to hunt fierce beasts and absorb the malevolent energies of the world to augment their strength, while Wu Tian devoted himself wholeheartedly to the refinement of the ancestral blood. At this juncture, we find ourselves in the era of Long On. The pivotal figures of this realm are the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, while Hongjun and Luoho stand in opposition, each vying for the very essence of fate, seeking to ascend further with its aid. In the interludes of cultivation, Wu Tian also ventured out with the ancestral shamans. It was utterly terrifying. A mere 12 individuals managed to conjure the formidable sounds of 1,000 troops engaged in battle, as if they were recklessly throwing their lives away. The primordial world is undeniably perilous. No, I must return to continue refining the essence of blood, inscribing the laws of the ancestral shamans. I shall not emerge until I have completely refined all 12 drops of this essence. Wu Tian swiftly returned to continue refining the primordial blood of the Ancestral Witch. Even during his moments of cultivation, he remained near the foot of the unyielding mountain after leaving the Panga Hall, deliberately avoiding the fiercely contested regions of the 3 clans. The oppressive aura of Pangu still loomed heavily upon the unyielding mountain, alleviating any concerns of being caught in the turmoil of battle within the Panga Hall. As Wu Tian reminisced about his experiences since arriving in the primordial world and becoming an ancestral shaman, a smile involuntarily graced his face, and he found himself increasingly content with his present circumstances. Engaging in the refinement of the ancestral shaman's essence within the Panga Hall not only enhanced his own strength, but also afforded him the opportunity to converse with the ancestral shaman of Earth, fostering their relationship through casual dialogue. Was this not delightful? At that moment, a sudden voice echoed, Wu Tian, come and spar with me. I wish to see whether you have regressed of late. Wu Tian could not help but shiver. Turning his head, he beheld 2 stunning figures standing side by side. One, an ethereal beauty resembling an icy mountain, was the Xianming Ancestor Witch, while beside her, the Hotu Ancestor Witch wore a warm and inviting smile. It was the Xianming Ancestor Witch who had called out. Was it truly necessary? Had they not just practiced moments ago? Wu Tian's face instantly broke into a wry smile. It is unclear whether it was due to the way he had once looked at the Xianming Ancestor Witch that had left an indelible impression on her. But seizing the opportunity during his moments of respite, she felt compelled to put him through rigorous training. However, for Wu Tian, this was far from training. It was nothing short of a travesty. After several battles, he found himself. Wu Tian also confirmed one thing. This woman's heart is colder than her mysterious laws. Chapter 4. Has the primordial spirit been cultivated? Upon seeing Wu Tian's in action, the Xianming Ancestral Witch immediately furrowed her brow. The air within the Panga Hall seemed to be laden with frost, and the Xianming Ancestral Witch expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Enough of the nonsense. If you do not come over, I shall go to you." Wu Tian cast a pleading glance towards the ancestral shaman of the earth. Yet Huta responded only with a radiant smile, showing no intention of offering assistance. Wu Tian sighed deeply, pondering, what else can be done? I must brace myself and face this head-on. Among the 12 ancestor witches, Xianming ranked among the most formidable, possessing a temperament that was both stern and volatile. Confronting Wu Tian at this moment was, for him, a task of utter simplicity. Moreover, his reasoning was unwaveringly righteous. How can the growth of the witch clan be devoid of battle? Do you not relish the thrill of combat against fierce beasts? Worry not, for I shall personally return to the Panga Hall to assist you. The clash was intensely fierce. It continued until Wu Tian was utterly exhausted, nearing his breaking point. At which Xianming finally ceased, leaving the Panga Hall enveloped in a profound silence. Wu Tian finally settled back down, acutely aware of the excruciating pain that coursed through his entire being. His muscles and bones bore not only the marks of sheer brute force, but also the insidious corrosion of the mysterious laws of the dark. Yet, as the dark had suggested, after enduring such immense pressure upon his corporeal form, the vitality within Wu Tian surged with renewed vigor, and the flow of his 9 revolutions primordial art accelerated dramatically. A dense aura of blood and malevolence erupted from the blood pool, fervently devoured by Wu Tian's body. After a while, Wu Tian has finally made a complete recovery, appearing rejuvenated, with a physical strength that surpasses his previous prowess. His mastery over the several refined laws has deepened significantly. Observing this, Xianming wore a stern expression and slightly raised his head, questioning, "How is it? Did I not mention that one must practice more?" Wu Tian did not dispute this. It seems that the physique of the Wu clan possesses a unique feedback mechanism. Under relentless torment, as long as one does not perish, they tend to grow even more rapidly. However, he is not one to seek self-inflicted suffering. Gradual cultivation would suffice. Why endure such old grievances? Wu Tian nodded with a smile, yet inwardly he muttered to himself, resolutely deciding that once he completely refined the 12 drops of ancestral witch blood and integrated all the powers of the laws into himself, he would certainly seek out the Xianming Ancestral Witch for a bout of training. The humiliation of today shall be avenged, if I do not overpower you. Can I still call myself a man? The Xianming Ancestral Witch, with a flicker of his eyes, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you pondering?" Wu Tian promptly denied it. "No, I didn't think of anything." Observing the expressions of the two, the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch couldn't help but find it amusing. Shaking her head slightly, she said with a hint of annoyance, "You too." Then turning to Wu Tian, she added, "Don't blame Sister Xianming. She is only looking out for your best interests. While refining one's essence and blood is undoubtedly crucial, it is equally important to cultivate a fighting awareness." Wu Tian could only smile and nod. "I understand," he exclaimed, then turned to Xianming and said, "Sister Xianming, I naturally comprehend your intentions. But if you could exercise a gentler touch, it would be even better." Xianming cast him a disdainful glance, clearly unwilling to acquiesce to his request. Wu Tian wished to express something further, but was suddenly interrupted by the melodic voice of Hutu, who cheerfully proclaimed, "Wu Tian, I have successfully manifested my primordial spirit." Wu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Had he truly cultivated a primordial spirit? The shock coursing through him was unparalleled. Even more profound than the revelation from Hutu that she had borne a child. Could it be true? Wu Tian could not help but inquire once more. This matter was indeed instigated by him. Although Wu Tian seldom engages in battles alongside the ancestors, he has not remained entirely idle. He aspires to cultivate an image of a sagacious strategist within the shamanic clan. With this persona established, he can devise strategies while the ancestors exert their strength. It is seldom heard that a military advisor must participate in the fray. In this manner, Wu Tian can devote himself to his cultivation. And during pivotal moments in the future, his words may command the attention of the ancestors, subtly altering the fate of the shamanic tribe. Hence, Wu Tian often offers small suggestions. When he observed the ancestral witch's indifference towards slaying ferocious beasts and the merits derived from absorbing the malevolent energies of the world, he boldly proposed, why not bestow all these merits upon Sister Hutu? With the protection of such merits, perhaps Sister Hutu could cultivate her primordial spirit. It is worth noting that within the vast wilderness, all living beings possess a soul. Through continuous cultivation and the pursuit of the Tao, one's soul can ascend. From soul to divine soul, and then to true spirit. Once the divine soul is inscribed with the laws, the true spirit becomes eternal. Even if one faces physical death in the dissolution of their path, As long as the true spirit escapes, rebirth is possible, and it may even reappear in the world. However, the ancestral witches are different. They inherently wield the power of laws. Their physical forms are immensely robust, and their own malevolent energy is profoundly thick, which clashes with the innate purity required to cultivate a primordial spirit. Therefore, they cannot cultivate a primordial spirit, and their divine souls remain closely bound to their physical forms. This presents a significant drawback. If their physical forms are slain, their true spirits cannot escape, leaving the ancestral witches with no opportunity for reincarnation. They dissolve into the primordial world alongside their bodies. Yet, should they successfully cultivate a primordial spirit, the scenario changes entirely. With the protection of the primordial spirit, the true spirit could escape. They could even forsake their physical forms entirely and cultivate through the primordial spirit alone. In the grand scheme of things, Hotu is the only ancestral witch capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. However, due to the limitations of the ancestral witch's physical form, after embodying the 6 paths of reincarnation, she became known as the Lady of Equanimity, leading to the notion that equanimity is no longer a witch. But if Hotu were to cultivate her primordial spirit in advance and elevate it to a higher realm, would that alter the outcome? Would the Lady of Equanimity still exist? Alongside a genuine ancestral witch Hotu, Wu Tian remained oblivious to the unfolding events, yet he was intrigued to experiment. Upon hearing Wu Tian's proposal, Di Jiang pondered momentarily before granting his consent, instructing all ancestral witches to surrender their accrued merits to Ho Tuesday. What if this young man was indeed correct? Such was the thought of the ancestral witch Di Jiang. However, the others harbored little hope, and even Wu Tian himself doubted the outcome. Believing that Ho Tu would only have the opportunity to impart her teachings after addressing the assembly at Zishao Palace, he merely sought to lay the groundwork in advance, preparing for the ancestral witch Ho Tuesday. To their astonishment, the endeavor bore fruit. Suddenly, a brilliant golden aura of merit, imbued with profound hues, surged forth from Ho Tu, suppressing her malevolent energies. Enveloped in this luminous glory, a 3-inch-tall primordial spirit materialized above her head, vividly resembling Ho Tu herself, seated gracefully amidst the golden light. Witnessing this spectacle was truly remarkable. Wu Tian finally became utterly convinced, and an overwhelming sense of joy blossomed within his heart. Now that Ho Tu had advanced to the cultivation of the primordial spirit ahead of schedule, regardless of how things might change in the future. One thing Wu Tian was absolutely certain of: Ho Tu's support had grown even more formidable. Wu Tian felt a stirring in his heart and hurriedly inquired, "Have you notified our elder brothers?" Ho Tu chuckled softly and nodded. At that moment, several boisterous voices echoed through the Panga Hall, creating a thunderous sensation for Wu Tian. "Sister Ho Tu, have you truly cultivated your primordial spirit?" In the next instant, a flurry of figures rushed in. The ancestral witches gathered once more, their keen gazes fixed upon the primordial spirit hovering above Ho Tu's head, their eyes brimming with joy. After a moment of observation, Di Jiang revealed a confident smile, exuding an air of complete control, and said with a light chuckle, "I understand now. Among our ancestral witches, apart from Wu Tian, Ho Tu is the last to emerge, and her malevolent aura is the lightest. With so much merit supporting her, it counteracts the malevolent energy, enabling her to cultivate her primordial spirit." Wu Tian nodded slightly. He had come to understand that if he delayed in proposing his suggestions, waiting for the strength of the Earth Mother to grow, her physical form to become more formidable, and the malevolent energy within her to intensify, it would become increasingly challenging to act. As he pondered these thoughts, a sudden clap resounded as Di Jiang's hand struck Wu Tian's shoulder once more, scattering all of Wu Tian's reflections into disarray. "Wu Tian, this time it was thanks to you," Di Jiang exclaimed, his gaze fervent. "You've got some talent, kid." Chapter 5. I have another idea. After Di Jiang's exclamation, the other ancestral witches began to shower praises upon Wu Tian. Zhu Rong, in particular, squeezed to the front, peering at Wu Tian with eager eyes, and inquired, "Wu Tian, do you think I am capable?" Zhu Rong blinked, expressing his desire for progress. "I too wish to cultivate my primordial spirit." Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to speak candidly or to adopt a more subtle approach. The Earth Mother ancestor which was capable in her own right, for even without Wu Tian's counsel, she was the sole entity among the ancestor witches capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. Wu Tian's intervention merely expedited this process, coinciding with the Earth Mother ancestor witch's recent emergence into the world, a time before she had begun to frantically refine the malevolent energies of the cosmos. Of course, as the 13th ancestor witch who appeared after the Earth Mother, Wu Tian was confident in his ability to cultivate a primordial spirit as well. Unlike the other ancestor witches, all the malevolent energies that entered his body were transformed through the ancestral techniques passed down through his bloodline and the refinement of the 9 transformations of primordial energy, becoming the most fundamental power, seamlessly merging with his physical form. It was precisely for this reason that Wu Tian appears remarkably distinct from the other ancestral witches, lacking the overwhelming aura of malevolence that surrounds them. Could it be that the 9 transformations primordial technique I have cultivated diverges from that of the other ancestral witches? Wu Tiansheng was enveloped in perplexity. However, After seeking confirmation from the ancestral shaman Hutu, he discovered that the essence remained unchanged, leading him to conclude that he was somewhat unique. At present, he had yet to cultivate his primordial spirit, diligently practicing the 9 turns Yuan Gong and continuously refining the bloodline of the ancestral shaman. Wu believed that perhaps once he had completely refined the blood, achieving a robust and perfected physical form, his primordial spirit would naturally arise. Just as Wu was contemplating his thoughts and preparing to speak, a hand emerged from the crowd, yanking Zhu Rong back. The ancestral shaman Gong Gong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Do not create further chaos. Do you think you are like the Huda maiden, aspiring to cultivate a primordial spirit?" Zhu Rong was instantly enraged and immediately began to quarrel with Gong Gong. "Get out of my way." Di Jiang, filled with fury, thundered as he struck both of them with a palm, activating the spatial laws and expelling them from the Panga Hall. Observing the other ancestral shamans enjoying the spectacle with bemused expressions, he glared at them and sent them away as well. Consequently, only 5 individuals remained in the hall: Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Xian Ming, Hutu, and the encircled Wu Tian. As Hutu cultivated her primordial spirit, Di Jiang increasingly felt that this young man was extraordinary. Within the entire Wu clan, his intellect is perhaps second only to mine. Di Jiang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Since the Hutu maiden has cultivated her primordial spirit, what of you?" Wu Tian's malevolent aura is even lighter than that of the Earth Mother, to the extent that he does not require the protection of virtue. Wu Tian expressed his thoughts with a smile, saying, "Once I refine all this essence of blood, I will possess the complete 12 laws, achieving personal perfection and allowing my primordial spirit to emerge." Upon hearing this, Di Jiang nodded in agreement. He then inquired about Wu Tian's cultivation progress, to which Wu Tian recounted every detail, revealing that he had already refined 5 drops of Ancestral Witch's essence. Following the sequence of the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint, Di Jiang, satisfied with the response, nodded approvingly. Glancing at Zhu Jiuyin and the others, he added with a smile, "The laws of my second brother and I are rather unique. Should you encounter any issues during your refinement, do not hesitate to seek our guidance. We shall assist you in resolving your doubts." After sharing these words, Di Jiang continued with a grin. "There are only 13 of us ancestral witches. I intend to activate the blood pool to nurture more of our kin. What do you think?" After venturing out for a while, the ancestral witches had witnessed the immense might of the 3 clans, with their countless members naturally aspiring to emulate them. Moreover, since they all emerged from the blood pool of the Panga Hall, they wished to replicate this method to cultivate more of their kind. Now, with Wu Tian's stature elevated in their eyes, especially following the event of the Hutu ancestral which giving birth to a primordial spirit, they were eager to consult him for his insights. There was no obligation to heed his advice, but it would be prudent to consider it, at the very least. Wu Tian nodded upon hearing this. Such reasoning was indeed plausible. Historically, the ancestral shamans had adopted this approach. The physical shortcomings of the shaman clan not only hindered the cultivation of the primordial spirit, but also posed challenges to reproduction. What alternatives existed if not to incubate within the blood pool? This was troubling. Could it be that I too am bound by such a fate? Wu Tian inwardly gasped in astonishment. His countenance instantly altered, unable to resist the urge to cast a furtive glance at Xianming and Hutu, only to be met with a fierce glare from the ancestral with Xianming compelling him to avert his gaze. There was no recourse. He could not validate anything at present and could only await a future opportunity to revisit the matter. Wu Tian suppressed his thoughts and addressed Di Jiang, stating, "I believe this is feasible. However, the blood pool is not infinite. It will eventually be depleted. Therefore, when my brothers hunt the ferocious beasts outside, it would be prudent to bring back their corpses and immerse them in the blood pool. Furthermore, even as our clan grows in number, there is no need for us to engage in conflict with the 3 clans at this moment. We can gradually develop here at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Currently, we are amidst the great catastrophe of Long On, and the 3 clans are the protagonists of this calamity. Even if the ancestral witches were to emerge, they would not stand a chance against the 3 clans. Instead, they would only entangle themselves in karmic repercussions. It would be wiser to slay the ferocious beasts, absorb the malevolent energies of the world, and accumulate some merit. Once the 3 clans have fallen, it will be more than sufficient for the witch clan to flourish. Build high walls, amass grain, and delay the proclamation of kingship. This is a truth known to all future generations." Upon the conclusion of Wu Tian's discourse, both Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin nodded slightly. Xianming and Hutu remained silent, their gazes fixed intently upon Wu Tian. Observing Wu Tian's confident and eloquent demeanor, the 2 could not help but nod in approval, seemingly quite satisfied. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged a glance, and after a moment of silence, Di Jiang suddenly inquired, "Whom do you believe will emerge victorious among the 3 clans and ultimately dominate the Hongwang?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Tian shook his head emphatically. None of the 3 clans could ever dominate the vast wilderness. In the end, they would all meet a dismal fate. The ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Hongjun. Di Jiang suddenly raised his head, a look of astonishment in his eyes, and could not help but murmur, "Hongjun." Wu Tian nodded once more. His deliberate remarks before Di Jiang, coupled with his unwavering confidence, were intended to leave a profound impression on Di Jiang and his companions. In the future, as these assertions were validated one by one, Di Jiang and the others would be completely won over by Wu Tian, acknowledging his astute insights into the grand dynamics of the primordial world. Consequently, Wu Tian would possess greater influence within the Witch clan. At crucial moments, it was imperative that the ancestral witches heed his words. Thus, Wu Tian continued with a smile. Brother, simply observe. The unfolding events will undoubtedly transpire in this manner. The strife among the three clans is instigated by Luo Hu from the shadows. The true conflict lies between Luo Hu and Hong Jun. But he is certainly no match for Hong Jun. Di Jiang nodded slightly. Though he said nothing, he committed Wu Tian's words to memory, preparing to gradually verify them in the days to come. Wu Tian's misstep is of little consequence. However, if the events truly unfold in such a manner, the implications would be extraordinary. Di Jiang, contemplating this, cast a peculiar glance towards Wu Tian, observing that Di Jiang and the others had grasped the situation. Wu Tian exhaled in relief, his expression easing. There was no rush. In due course, the formidable prowess of our 13th ancestor which would be revealed. Subsequently, Wu Tian's smile shifted, appearing somewhat sly in the eyes of the ancestral witches. He continued to address Di Jiang and the others, saying, I have another idea. In addition to slaying the ferocious beasts and gradually developing our strength, we can also position ourselves behind the three clans. While they engage in battle ahead, we shall clear the battlefield from the rear. Chapter 6. Purifying the Primordial World, a witch's responsibility. The others were left speechless after hearing this. After a brief contemplation, the ancestral witch Xianming furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, Are you suggesting that we clean up the battlefield for the three clans and collect their dead? To the ancestral witches, the notion of scavenging like vultures was rather demeaning, and naturally, they were somewhat reluctant. Wu Tian gazed at the group, retorting, What is wrong with collecting the corpses? The remains of the three clans are indeed valuable. Their essence can be poured into the blood pool to enhance its power, and their flesh can serve as sustenance for future generations or be refined into divine weapons. Moreover, the battlefield is surely rife with malevolent energy. If we could eliminate that, the heavens would undoubtedly bestow great merit upon us. The ancestral shamans were about to voice their thoughts, but were silenced by Wu Tian's remarks. With a resolute expression, he declared, We are the blood descendants of Pangu. It is our duty to safeguard this realm bestowed upon us by our progenitor. The battlefield of the three clans is fraught with peril. Must we not take action? To preserve the world is a responsibility of the shamans. Even Hong Jun would have no objections to this. At this, the assembly fell silent. Di Jiang pondered briefly before addressing Wu Tian. Very well. I shall heed your counsel once more. He then rose alongside Zhu Jiuyin to prepare for the task ahead, informing the other ancestral shamans and coordinating the activation of the blood pool to commence the nurturing of the Witch clan. Xianming and Ho Tu remained behind. Ho Tu's gaze flickered as her thoughts lingered on Wu Tian's predictions. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally inquired, Do you truly believe the three clans will meet such an end? The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans are currently at the zenith of their power. And even the proudest ancestral shamans, who fear neither heaven nor earth, must now tread carefully. Yet, Wu Tian, you assert such a conclusion. Wu Tian chuckled softly and said, Sister Hutu, feel free to observe. The three clans will not only meet a dismal end, but they will also voluntarily withdraw from the primordial chaos. By that time, you shall understand. The ancestral witch Hutu appeared deep in thought. At that moment, Wu Tian's gaze shifted, and he smiled again, saying, Sister Hutu, if I am correct, could you and your companion assist me with a small favor? Wu Tian's gaze swept back and forth between the Xianming ancestor witch and the Hutu ancestor witch, ultimately resting upon Hutu. The Hutu ancestor witch smiled and said, Speak, what is it that you desire? Even if your words are not entirely correct, I shall express my gratitude for your assistance in cultivating my primordial spirit. Wu Tian hurriedly replied, Sister Hutu, you flatter me. The primary reason you have been able to cultivate your primordial spirit is due to the merits bestowed upon you by my elder brothers. It is this abundant merit that has enabled you to ward off the encroachment of malevolent energies. Hutu remained non-committal. However, it was evident that she regarded Wu Tian's role as pivotal. Without him, who else could have conceived of such a notion? Wu Tian continued to smile, saying, I wish to request my sister's assistance, contingent upon the accuracy of my conjecture. If my predictions hold true, when the ancestor dragon departs from the primordial chaos, should you have the opportunity, I would be grateful if you could procure some of the ancestor dragon's essence for me. The two were momentarily taken aback by his words, then exchanged glances. Ultimately, the ancestor witch of the earth smiled and nodded, saying, Very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly obtain it for you. Wu Tian was suddenly filled with joy. When Emperor Jiang spoke of nurturing their kin in the blood pool, he became acutely aware of a pressing concern. He too was a progenitor of the Witch clan, and there appeared to be a deficiency in their lineage. He pondered whether he shared this flaw. Having never married in his past life, he certainly could not allow his lineage to dwindle in this one. He aspired to forge connections with several primordial goddesses. He could not squander this splendid opportunity that had presented itself in the vast wilderness. Preparation was essential. Moreover, the ancestral dragon, a manifestation of Panga's essence, was immensely powerful in addition to being remarkably prolific, essentially a veritable sewing machine. However, one aspect that Wu Tian found somewhat disagreeable was the apparent indiscrimination of the ancestral dragon in selection, as it was said that among the 9 offspring of the dragon, Pu Lao's mother was, astonishingly, a toad. Even the toads of the wilderness were hardly commendable. Wu Tian pondered whether refining the blood essence of the ancestral dragon could potentially remedy the shortcomings of the ancestral witch's corporeal form and avert any ensuing complications. He had even prepared an explanation. If Xianming and Hutu, the ancestral witches, were to inquire further, he would assert his intention to explore the ancestral dragon's blood to determine its potential in addressing the reproductive challenges of the witch clan. However, to his surprise, neither of them posed any questions. They simply acquiesced to his proposal. Subsequently, they rose to bid farewell to Wu Tian. Xianming, the ancestral witch, calmly remarked, "Focus on your cultivation here. I shall return to seek you out." With that, the two departed from the Panga Hall. Wu Tian let out a bitter chuckle, shaking his head slightly before seating himself beside the blood pool, resuming his cultivation. At this point, he had refined 5 drops of ancestral witch blood, belonging to Hutu, Rushu, Gonggong, Zhurong, and Jumong. Although each drop contained a minimal amount of the power of laws, once Wu Tian refined and fused them together, they elicited a remarkable reaction. The 5 powers of laws, in their interplay of generation and restraint, thrived in an endless cycle. They continuously transformed the energy within Wu Tian's body into the power of laws, deepening the imprints of these laws upon his divine soul. Which one should he refine next? Wu Tian pondered deeply within himself. Ultimately, he resolved, the essence of the Xianming. By refining the Xianming essence, he would gain a profound understanding of the laws governing the Xianming ancestor witch, thereby mitigating his own suffering in the forthcoming battles. The passage of time in his cultivation was swift. The ancestor witches, heeding Wu Tian's counsel, acted like diligent cleaners, appearing wherever the 3 clans clashed. As soon as the battles concluded, they rushed forth to collect the fallen, cleanse the battlefield, and absorb the lingering malevolence. This entire process was executed seamlessly. The once chaotic battlegrounds, after the ancestor witches' ministrations, were purged of their malice, transforming into a thriving habitat for the primordial beings to live and reproduce. Naturally, this also resulted in the descent of merits. As was customary, the ancestor witches dedicated their gains to Hutu. This situation incited both ire and astonishment among the 3 clans. What were these beings up to? From whence did they emerge? Seizing the bodies of our kin and yet accruing merits? Upon learning of the ancestor witches' origins, the likes of Ancestor Dragon could only chuckle wryly. Descendants of Pangu, cultivating themselves from the malevolence of the cosmos, were practically born to be the primordial cleaners. Never mind it, these beings were not weak. Their ability to dispel malevolence was recognized by the heavens. With formidable foes present, it was prudent not to contest with them. They advised their kin to be vigilant and avoid leaving corpses upon the battlefield. Even Hanjun took notice of the witch clan. With the heavenly Tao yet to fully manifest, Hanjun had not attained the status of a sage, rendering him incapable of calculating the ensuing causality. Strangely, he sensed something amiss. Chapter 7. You were right again, fortunately. The ancestor witches were not foolish. Though their tempers were fierce, they recognized that this was not the time for reckless actions, as they were already viewed unfavorably by the 3 clans, leading to minor frictions. However, a true war had yet to ignite. The ancestor witches had more pressing matters at hand to expedite the development of their kin, as countless corpses were cast into the blood pool. The potency of the pool was significantly replenished. Under the ancestor witches' urging, a continuous stream of witch clan members emerged from the blood pool. At this critical juncture, Wu Tian certainly would not miss this moment. However, as he observed his kin emerging from the blood pool, he was overtaken by a peculiar sensation. How surreal it seemed. Among the early shamanic clan, there were several notable figures that Wu Tian recognized, such as Qi Yu, Xing Tian, Kuafu, and Hui. These were the formidable forces of the shamanic lineage, powerful shamans indeed. Only these great shamans were privy to Wu Tian's true identity. Aware that the figure perpetually cultivating by the blood pool was none other than their 13th ancestor shaman, Wu Tian suggested, "We should categorize our kin according to their respective laws, allowing each to pursue their own cultivation. This will undoubtedly benefit their growth. What are your thoughts?" As the shamanic clan flourished, the ancestors sought out Wu Tian. Di Jiang, with a smile, remarked, "We have deliberated, and it is clear that you possess the capacity to embody the laws of us all. Hence, among these kin, you need not be confined to any specific lot. Feel free to select as you wish." Wu Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. "Forget it. I shall do without it. Even if I were to refine all 12 laws, it would merely serve as a prelude, requiring a protracted period for accumulation. What amusement can be found in being surrounded by a throng of witch clans? These fellows create a ruckus daily, bursting with energy." He had no desire to exhaust his mind on such matters. How could anything compare to clinging tightly to Sister Hutu's leg? It is undoubtedly Sister who is more alluring. With this thought in mind, Wu Tian turned his gaze towards the Earth Mother and exclaimed, "Sister Hutu, shall we form a partnership?" The ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback, but then erupted into excited howls. Having roamed the world for an extended period, Their experiences had broadened their understanding. Although the ancestral witches held no interest in matters of romantic entanglement, they were not entirely oblivious. The ancestral dragon was an exemplary case. Suddenly, the ancestral witch Zhurong glanced back and forth between the two, her heart racing as she thought, No wonder Sister Hood previously offered her essence without hesitation. Little brother Wu Tian always supports her, allowing us to bestow all our merits upon her. It seems they have taken a liking to each other. She slapped her forehead. A look of regret etched across her face. Turning to Emperor Jiang, she remarked, Elder brother, we ought to facilitate the union between little brother Wu Tian and Sister Hood. Perhaps it could lead to the flourishing of our witch clan. Wu Tianxin remarked, Do you think I am the ancestral dragon? With only our own efforts. How long will it take to produce a sufficient number of kin? Moreover, the witch clan's reproductive capabilities are severely lacking, making it utterly impossible. Before he could continue, he suddenly witnessed the emergence of the ancestral witch Zhurong. With a resounding crash, she collided with the wall of the Pango Hall, gradually sliding down. Huta displayed a countenance of both shame and fury, revealing her own brutal side. As if that were not enough, how could the ancestral witch Xianin also take action? Observing the two as their gazes swept across the assembly, even Dijiang struggled to suppress a laugh, finding it inappropriate to say anything further. Wu Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. While it was one thing to confront Zhurong, after all, his robust constitution made him resilient to such encounters. Would they also turn their ire towards him? Fortunately, Ho-Tu swiftly regained her warm demeanor, nodding at Wu Tian with a smile, and remarked, Excellent. From now on, we shall jointly preside over the Ho-Tu tribe. As the Wu clan has yet to officially establish itself, Wu Tian harbored this concern in his heart but chose not to voice it. Firstly, the members of the witch clan were still insufficient in number. Secondly, the war among the three clans had yet to conclude. To publicly declare the witch clan's stance at this juncture would be rather conspicuous, potentially provoking hostility from the other two clans. He resolved to broach this matter with Emperor Jiang only after the inaugural sermon at the Zixiao Palace, opting instead for a period of quiet development in the meantime. Thus, the following time unfolded. As Wu Tian gradually refined each drop of his essence, the duration of the process lengthened. Fortunately, in the realm of cultivation, time is but an illusion. He remained deeply engrossed in his practice, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. By the moment he had successfully refined 10 drops of essence, only the blood of the two primordial ancestors, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiaoyin, remained. These two were the ancestors of space and time, respectively. And among the 12 primordial ancestors, they possessed the most formidable strength. Their laws were equally the most challenging. At this juncture, Wu Tian was awakened from his prolonged cultivation by the ancestral witches. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the ancestral witch Di Jiang exclaimed with immense delight, Wu Tian, you were correct. The three clans have issued a solemn vow to the heavens and earth, voluntarily withdrawing from the primordial realm. Wu Tian was taken aback. So soon? At that moment, Ho-Tu stepped forward with a smile, revealing her open palm, where 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood shimmered. With a grin, she declared, Here is the ancestral dragon blood you desired. There was also a hint of astonishment in Ho-Tu's eyes. However, reflecting on the process of obtaining the ancestral dragon blood, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and shot Wu Tian a reproachful glance. After all, the ancestral dragon had solemnly vowed in profound sorrow, while she and Xian Ming had merely lurked on the sidelines, waiting for the ancestral dragon to relinquish its corporeal form to extract the precious blood. Much like vultures awaiting the carcass, Wu Tian quickly accepted the essence of the ancestral dragon, expressing his gratitude to the ancestral witch Hutu with a cheerful smile. At that moment, Emperor Jiang, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Wu Tian, how did you discern it? When Wu Tian spoke, the three clans were still at the zenith of their power. At that time, Di Jiang was rather skeptical, yet today, it has proven to be true. Wu Tian also smiled, for he was confident in his understanding of the prevailing trends, which emboldened him to make such a declaration. Though he could not articulate the reasoning behind it, he nodded slightly and remarked, Naturally, it is derived from logical deduction. Observing that the ancestral shamans still appeared skeptical, Wu Tian jested, Brothers, do you not think it possible that my lack of innate mastery over the laws is due to my command of the law of wisdom? Perhaps the very essence of my power has been devoted to intellect? Thus, I ought to be regarded as the ancestor of wisdom. At that moment, a whisper emanated from the ancestor. Is it true? Does the law of wisdom truly exist? Di Jiang, momentarily speechless, turned and smacked the ancestor who had spoken, exclaiming with irritation, He is spouting nonsense. What ancestor of wisdom? Surely, I, the elder brother, possess the greatest wisdom among the Wu clan. If there were to be an ancestor of wisdom, it should rightfully be me. However, shortly thereafter, as Wu Tian was on the verge of refining Di Jiang's ancestral blood and comprehending the spatial laws contained within, he was abruptly interrupted by Di Jiang and others. When he awoke from his meditation, Di Jiang remarked with a hint of melancholy, Wu Tian, you have once again spoken the truth. Hong Jun has triumphed. Wu Tian immediately burst into laughter. So now you believe it? Di Jiang nodded vigorously. It might be acceptable for him to be right once in a while. But if he were to consistently hit the mark without any significant event, it could only indicate one thing. Tian indeed possesses a clear understanding of the prevailing circumstances, and he harbors profound wisdom within his heart. After a moment of silence, Jiang candidly declared, I believe it. I now find myself questioning whether you might truly be the ancestral sage of wisdom. Chapter 8. No payment. No consideration. The notion of the ancestral sage of wisdom is undoubtedly a whimsical exaggeration. However, witnessing the ancestral beings initially swayed by his influence brought Tian immense satisfaction, as it signified that his words would be taken with greater seriousness in the future. Yet, one must not grow complacent, for the mere acknowledgement from the ancestral beings does not guarantee compliance. In moments of fervor, these beings often disregard rationality. One need only recall how Gong Gong recklessly collided with Mount Buzhou. The nature of these ancestral beings cannot be comprehended through conventional reasoning. Though Jiang appears calm and composed at present, one can never predict when he might also be swept away by passion. Tian could only strive to influence them. Jiang let out a gentle sigh, wearing an expression of melancholy that left Tian somewhat bewildered. What was amiss? He cast a questioning glance towards Ho Tuesday. In an instant, Ho Tu broke into laughter, directly addressing the crowd. What else could it be? Our elder brother has always considered himself the wisest and most astute of our Wu clan, and now you have overshadowed him. Jiang, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, shot a glare at Ho Tuesday. He treated her with a degree of tolerance. Had it been Zhu Rong or any other brother, he would have swiftly delivered a slap. As for Xian Ming and Ho Tu, a mere glare sufficed. Then, he eagerly grasped Tian and inquired with great anticipation, hurry and tell us. What else have you yet to disclose? Tian pondered for a moment. At this juncture, in this indecisive period, it seemed there was little opportunity to intervene. Could Hongjun's teachings be considered an opportunity? Should he preemptively deliver his own discourse before Hongjun? However, what could the ancestral witches impart? The cultivation technique of the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong? Or perhaps their comprehension of the power of the loss? The 9 transformations of Yuan Gong would undoubtedly be unfeasible. This technique was bequeathed to them by Pangu, and the ancestral witches would surely be reluctant to share it with others. Moreover, the threshold for mastering such a technique is exceedingly high. It is not something just any being can learn. As for their insights into the loss, it is likely that articulating such understanding would prove challenging for them as well. For the ancestral witches, manipulating the laws is as instinctive as breathing or the rhythm of the heart. Explaining the causal relationships behind it would be rather burdensome. Ultimately, Tian could only utter, with Hongjun's victory and the fortuitous blessing of destiny, he will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Once he achieves success, he will surely deliver a discourse, which could indeed be a significant opportunity. Jiang appeared contemplative. However, Zhurong, the ancestral witch, protested vehemently. What sort of opportunity is this? We ancestral witches possess our own methods of cultivation, refining our physical forms while deepening our mastery of the laws. There will come a day when we too shall attain enlightenment. Why must we listen to his teachings? Would that not merely create unnecessary karmic ties? The other ancestral witches nodded vigorously, all appearing to agree wholeheartedly. Lu Tianqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhurong was now brimming with confidence, convinced that he would surely attain the Tao, yet he remained unaware that mastering a singular law was exceedingly arduous, almost impossible. In the vast expanse of the primordial universe, countless laws existed. The more fundamental the law, the more potent it became. To attain the Tao, whether through a singular law or an intricate intertwining of multiple laws, one must carve out their own path. However, the degree of difficulty is incomparable. Take Zhurong, the ancestral shaman, for instance. If he aspired to command the entire fire law of the primordial realm after attaining the Tao, how monumental would that challenge be? Would Hongjun and the heavenly Tao permit it? A sudden thought surged within Tian. Could it be that the heavenly Tao orchestrated the demise of the ancestral witches, leading them to perish and their powers to return to the cosmos? If you have mastered all the laws, how can the heavenly Tao achieve perfection? How can the sages govern the primordial realm? As these contemplations filled his mind, Tian gazed towards Ho Tu, who appeared to be in deep thought. He felt a sense of relief, for she was indeed the only one capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. As for the Xian Ming ancestral witch, she seemed to be more profoundly influenced by Tian and did not openly express dissent, but instead regarded him with curiosity, as if awaiting his persuasion. Alas, there was no choice but to employ a logic and manner of discourse that the ancestral witches could comprehend to convince them. During the grand gathering at the Zixio Palace, when the teachings were imparted, only the Xian Ming and Ho Tu ancestral witches attended, while the others displayed utter disdain. Tian spoke softly. While Hongjun undoubtedly possesses his own subjective intentions when expounding the Tao, it is more likely that he is compelled by the heavenly principles. He is, in a sense, obligated to impart his teachings and guide the cultivation of the primordial beings. He then turned to the vociferous Zhurong, smiling as he inquired, Brother Zhurong, under these circumstances, would you feel indebted to him for attending his discourse? Zhurong, the ancestral shaman, widened his eyes in response. Of course not. Why should I? This world was established by our Father God. What is it to listen to him speak a few words? Tian immediately spread his hands. Isn't this sufficient? If you do not feel indebted to any karmic consequences, then all is well. Although unspoken, It bears a striking resemblance to the notion in later times that one cannot be deemed to have engaged in solicitation without monetary exchange. Of course, the path of karma is far from simple. Nevertheless, Wu Tian's assertion suffices to persuade the ancestral shamans. Such a grand occasion is certainly worth witnessing. Despite his unwavering dedication to cultivation and his tendency to shun all but the most pressing matters, he harbors a profound curiosity about the teachings at Zixiao Palace. I am eager to ascertain whether the seats within Zixiao Palace truly signify the fortuitous alignments of sages, representing the essence of primordial purple energy. Wu Tian pondered within his heart. Upon hearing his words, the ancestral shamans were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there seemed to be some truth in his assertion. Observing the ancestral shamans on the verge of being swayed, Wu Tian, however, had little inclination to continue debating with them. Instead, with a cheerful demeanor, he seized Di Jiang and exclaimed, "Brother Di Jiang, I was just on the verge of grasping your spatial laws when you interrupted me. You must compensate me for that. You are not permitted to leave until you thoroughly demonstrate it for me." Since they were to venture to the Zixiao Palace to seek wisdom, it was imperative to find a way to completely refine all the ancestral shaman's essence beforehand, thereby ensuring a successful journey. Thus, it was crucial to enlist Di Jiang's assistance, as well as that of Zhu Jiuyin. Di Jiang, after a brief moment of contemplation, finally smiled at Wu Tian and said, "Very well. As brothers, we are naturally agreeable." Noticing the glimmer in Wu Tian's eyes as he cast a glance towards Zhu Jiuyin, Di Jiang turned to him and added, "You shall stay as well. Let us assist him together. Once Wu Tian comprehends both the spatial and temporal laws, he will have mastered the 12 laws in their entirety. I am eager to witness the transformations that will unfold once all 12 laws are embraced." Wu Tian has, from the beginning until now, refined a total of 10 drops of Ancestral Witch's blood. However, the power of the laws contained within these drops is merely minimal, leaving only an imprint upon the soul, each one lacking completeness. It is precisely for this reason. The power of the laws under Wu Tian's control is abundant, yet each is not sufficiently formidable. In truth, his strength still lags significantly behind that of the Ancestral Witches, which is why they harbor little trepidation, ravenously devouring the malevolent energies of the world to continually augment their own power. However, the changes within Wu Tian have not gone unnoticed by Di Jiang and the others. Regardless of how much bloodthirsty energy he consumes, Wu Tian's demeanor remains strikingly distinct, devoid of the Ancestral Witch's savage and fierce essence, as if he were entirely impervious to the corruption of malevolent forces. Perhaps this is the true manifestation of the divine blood of the Father God, Di Jiang mused privately. He was also eager to witness the transformations Wu Tian would undergo once he fully embraced the 12 laws. Chapter 9. The self-generation of the primordial spirit and the cosmic measure of Homing. The time until Hong Jun's preaching remains uncertain, and thus Wu Tian grows increasingly anxious. What if Hong Jun begins his teachings before he has completely refined all the divine blood? Consequently, the once leisurely and carefree Wu Tian seizes the opportunity to enlist Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, urging them to assist in the refinement of the Ancestral Witch's divine blood, to perceive and comprehend the power of the laws within, with scarcely a moment for rest. The pace of refinement accelerates dramatically with their aid, leaving both of them somewhat perplexed. What has happened to Wu Tian? Why has he suddenly become so anxious? Could it be that he has recognized the disparity in strength with his brothers, prompting him to strive earnestly to catch up? Di Jiang pondered to himself, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, as a primordial ancestor, one must possess a heart that yearns for competition and excellence, challenging the heavens, the earth, and even the very air, unwilling to submit to anyone. That is the essence of a primordial ancestor. Even Di Jiang himself, having been previously swayed by Wu Tian's cleverness, felt a resurgence of thoughts. I am the elder brother. My wisdom is not necessarily inferior to that of my younger brother, Wu Tian. Previously, in their eyes, Wu Tian excelled in every regard. Yet he did not quite embody the essence of a primordial ancestor, as his demeanor was overly gentle. The two were instantly invigorated, increasingly dedicated to offering their assistance. After immersing themselves in their cultivation, the benefits became apparent. Not only did their strength continuously improve, and the primordial ancestor's essence rapidly refined, but also, the Xinming primordial ancestor could not seize the opportunity to strike Wu Tian while he rested. Time continued to pass, but the duration remained unknown. Wu Tian first refined the essence of the blood of Di Jiang, imprinting the laws of space upon his soul. Following this, he turned to the essence of the blood of Zhu Jiuyin. The comprehension of the laws of time proved to be even more arduous than that of space. Fortunately, with Zhu Jiuyin continuously demonstrating his divine powers, Wu Tian was afforded the opportunity to delve deeply into understanding, complemented by Wu Tian's own unique experiences. After expending considerable time, he finally succeeded in completely refining it, and his soul bore an additional profoundly mysterious imprint. In that instant, as the 12 laws of power converged, an unprecedented surge erupted within Wu Tian's body, as if triggered by some unseen force. Boom! Wu Tian's blood surged with an overwhelming intensity, tumultuous and chaotic. His aura was so disordered that it disturbed the primordial energy within the Pango Hall, causing the essence of the blood pool to ripple violently. The other ancestral witches quickly sensed the anomaly within the Pango Hall and hastened towards Wu Tian's location. Before their figures even settled, the Earth Mother Ancestral Witch anxiously inquired, "Brother, what has happened to Wu Tian?" As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Wu Tian, who was with his eyes tightly shut, a pained expression etched across his face, and his body emanating patches of various colored mysterious light, as if the laws themselves were in conflict. "The laws are clashing," Zhu Jiuyin remarked gravely. However, the Earth Mother Ancestral Witch grew increasingly anxious, recalling that he had previously refined other laws with apparent ease, though the Xianming Ancestral Witch remained silent. His furrowed brow and unwavering gaze upon Wu Tian betrayed his own inner turmoil. At that moment, the Dijiang Ancestral Witch burst into the scene. After assessing Wu Tian, he immediately addressed Zhu Jiuyin, saying, "Let us act together. We must first suppress this conflict." Zhu Jiuyin nodded in agreement. In an instant, both revealed their true ancestral forms, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence that surged outward in all directions. They then unleashed their powers, infused with unfathomable profundity, directed towards Wu Tian. With a flash, the mysterious light flickered. Wu Tian's aura ceased its tumult. At this moment, Di Jiang spoke. "Wu Tian possesses formidable physical strength, far surpassing the power of the laws contained within the blood essence you provided. However, once our laws are refined by him, the conflict will intensify abruptly. His physical prowess alone cannot suppress this, hence the current predicament. Understanding the issue is the first step. We can either amplify Wu Tian's corporeal strength now, or enable him to resolve the conflict among the laws." Di Jiang, in his primordial form, hovered in the air, contemplating. Though Ho Tu felt anxious, she refrained from interfering at that moment. After a brief pause, Di Jiang, the ancestral shaman, chuckled softly and said, "Ha, I have long been prepared. The 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. Let us impart this formation to him. Allowing him to harness the power of the laws within his body, will that not suffice?" The 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation is an ancient array passed down through the lineage of the ancestral shamans, immensely powerful, capable of gathering the strength of the 12 ancestral shamans and summoning the true essence of Pangu. As the 13th ancestor of the witches, Wu Tian possessed no inherent power of the laws, hence he had not inherited this formation. However, long before, even when Wu Tian claimed he could embody all 12 laws of the ancestor witches, Di Jiang had contemplated this formation. Today, it was indeed put to use. Upon hearing Di Jiang's command, the ancestor witches wasted no time. They each unleashed a stream of profound light directed towards Wu Tian's forehead, which swiftly penetrated into the depths of his consciousness. In an instant, a torrent of information surged towards Wu Tian. Di Jiang, with a smile, urged Wu Tian, "My second brother and I shall suppress the turmoil within your body. Quickly grasp this formation, for through it, you shall unify and master the 12 laws." Wu Tian tightly shut his eyes, imperceptibly nodding his head. He then hurriedly set about comprehending the grand formation of the 12 capital heavenly gods. Before long, as the aura surrounding Wu Tian shifted, the ancestral shamans collectively exhaled in relief. Di Jiang, in particular, lifted his head slightly, casting a smile towards the others, as if to convey, "What do you think? No matter how wise Wu Tian may be, he still relies on me, does he not?" Both Hudu and Xianming cast him a reproachful glance, and upon locking eyes, they instantly comprehended each other's thoughts. "If you were already aware of the efficacy of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array, why did you not impart this knowledge to Wu Tian sooner? Had you done so, we would not be facing this perilous scenario at present." Di Jiang found himself in an awkward predicament. It was not that he had not considered it, nor was it a matter of reluctance, but rather a fleeting lapse of memory. After a brief interval, the aura of division upon Wu Tian's body gradually dissipated, no longer exhibiting a stark contrast of profound light. The 12 laws slowly sank into his flesh, while the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong surged with fervor, weaving an incomprehensibly intricate formation. The forces of the 12 laws were gently drawn by this power, beginning to merge, with the imprints of the laws upon his soul gradually intensifying, creating a sensation of overlapping. This rendered Wu Tian's soul increasingly resplendent. In that moment, a peculiar feeling surged within Wu Tian's heart. The laws were perfecting, his physical form was strengthening. The primordial spirit was being birthed, as if he were on the verge of cultivating his primordial spirit naturally through the enhancement of his physique. Just then, the Pango Hall trembled abruptly. From the vast and profound depths of space, a beam of purple light shot forth, akin to a heavy purple rainbow, descending upon Wu Tian's head. "The primordial measuring ruler!" exclaimed the ancestor of the Jiangs, Di Jiang. In the original tumultuous era, the primordial measuring ruler had seldom manifested, remaining concealed within the Pango Hall of the Wu clan. Unknown to the world, few were aware of its existence. However, there was a treasure closely related to the primordial measuring ruler, well known among the people of the wilderness, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. Both treasures were innate treasures of merit. Yet, while the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda emphasized defense, being the foremost innate defensive treasure acquired by Tai Ching, the primordial measuring ruler focused on offense, recognized as the premier innate offensive treasure. One was for attack, the other for defense, each with its own emphasis, both possessing the characteristic of killing without entanglement and karma. As the primordial measuring ruler descended and penetrated Wu Tian's body, an overwhelming brilliance of merit emanated, instantly illuminating Wu Tian's newly awakened primordial spirit. Wu Tian was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that such a treasure would exist within the Pangu Hall, irresistibly drawn out by his own aura. Yet, he had no time to ponder this further. Just moments ago, the ancestral witches had imparted the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation to him. Wu Tian, adhering to this formation, utilized the 12 principles as the 12 ancestral witches, operating the grand array within his being to temporarily dissolve the conflicts between the laws. However, it ultimately lacked a central core, an entity capable of subduing the grand array. When the ancestral witches established the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation, they relied upon the Pangu Hall for suppression. The Pangu Hall, being the essence transformed from the heart of the great god Pangu, was naturally qualified for this task. Yet, the Pangu Hall was a shared possession of the ancestral witches. Wu Tian found himself unable to assimilate the power into his own being. At that moment, as the primordial measuring ruler descended, its might erupted within his primordial spirit, directly usurping the position of the Pangu Hall within the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, instantly subduing the array. In the next heartbeat, the 12 laws of power were activated. The 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, which had been on the brink of stagnation, roared back to life, with the primordial measuring ruler serving as the core of the formation, perpetually in motion. The 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation also bore Wu Tian's strength, continuously surging towards the primordial measuring ruler. The innate prohibitions within were gradually refined. The more the primordial measuring ruler was refined, the more intense the radiance of merit emanated, revealing an increasingly formidable power that strengthened the suppression of the formation. Under the stimulation of this force, the formation operated with even greater swiftness. A delicate balance was established between the two, continuously transforming towards the extreme. Simultaneously, outside Wu Tian's corporeal form, as the formation incessantly operated and the laws of power revolved, his aura began to shift. Perhaps due to the insufficiency of the laws of power contained within a single drop of ancestral witch's blood, Wu Tian could not reveal his true ancestral witch form through these laws. However, behind him, ethereal phenomena emerged. In the first manifestation, there appeared 6 legs and 4 wings. Formless and chaotic, it resembled a vast yellow pouch, yet burned with a crimson hue like Dan fire. This was the true form of the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang. In the second manifestation, a human head atop a dragon's body, resplendent in crimson, with 2 eyes glittering with the essence of the laws of time. This was the true form of the ancestral witch Xu Jiaoyin. As the formation continued its operation, the third and fourth manifestations appeared, swirling around Wu Tian's body, resembling a murky, ominous rainbow thick with malevolence. Once all the ancestral witch forms emerged, a sudden flash of gray light erupted. Boom! The immensely heavy Pangu Hall trembled. Although named a hall, it encompassed the realms of heaven and earth, vast beyond measure, filled with boundless bloodthirsty energy. With this tremor, a colossal surge of bloodthirsty aura swept forth. Above Wu Tian's head, it transformed into a tangible, gargantuan funnel, incessantly pouring this bloodthirsty aura. In the adjacent boundless blood pool, tumultuous waves surged forth due to this upheaval, countless strands of crimson swirling like ribbons, stretching towards Wu Tian's body. The ancestral witches gazed intently at this spectacle. Even the most boisterous among them, the ancestral witch Zhu Rong, stood with mouth agape, expression frozen, as if rendered speechless. After a considerable time, under the infusion of immense power, 12 ethereal shadows surrounding Wu Tian suddenly converged towards the center, colliding with a resounding crash. The transformation was immediate. The ancestral witches collectively took a step back, their faces reflecting profound astonishment mingled with overwhelming joy. Logically, one would expect that the overlapping of the 12 specters would yield a denser and clearer manifestation. Yet, after the collision, it transformed into a nearly imperceptible shadow. However, the essence remained undeniably real. The true form of the Father God, Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch, could no longer suppress a cry of amazement. As the sound faded, the shadow dissipated in an instant, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a phoenix. In the next moment, Emperor Jiang swung his hand, sending Zhu Rong flying. His furious gaze fixated upon him, seemingly questioning. Do you think you know so much? Why such a loud outcry? Look at the mess you've made. You frightened Wu Tian. The other ancestral witches, who had also intended to exclaim, found themselves stifling their cries, swallowing their astonishment, and forcing down the exhilaration within their hearts. Emperor Jiang issued a warning to the ancestral witches, urging them not to disturb Wu Tian's cultivation. He then turned his attention back to Wu Tian, realizing that the previously faint shadow had vanished. Nevertheless, he was unwaveringly certain it was indeed the aura of Pangu's true form. In that fleeting moment, he felt an involuntary urge to prostrate himself, a compelling desire to venerate the Father God. Wu Tian had truly cultivated the essence of the Father God. Emperor Jiang's emotions surged, and he found himself murmuring incessantly. They should have been prepared for this moment, after all. They had infused Wu Tian with 12 drops of ancestral witch blood, laden with expectation. Yet, when the day finally arrived, the impact was immense. This was the true form of Pangu. It required the combined might of the 12 ancestral witches, united in the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, to summon the essence of Pangu, which could only exist for a fleeting moment. Yet Wu Tian, through his own efforts, had managed to cultivate the aura of Pangu's true form. Although the shadow had been faint, Emperor Jiang understood that the concepts of existence and strength were distinct. The scene they had just witnessed indicated that Wu Tian was indeed on the path to something great. All that remained was to continue his cultivation and strengthen himself. For one day, he would surely attain it. As the shadow vanished, the bloodthirsty aura within the Hall of Pangu dissipated swiftly, restoring tranquility. Despite having absorbed such malevolent energy, Wu Tian's body bore no trace of the Ancestral Witch's fierce aura. Instead, his flesh radiated a subdued brilliance, each muscle well-defined and harmonious, resembling the divine craftsmanship of the cosmos. Xianming and Ho Tu exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with intrigue, not merely at the transformation of the flesh. Wu Tian's soul underwent a profound transformation. The laws inscribed upon it were entirely integrated, morphing into a shadowy silhouette, vaguely reminiscent of a human form. As this gray shadow became etched into his soul, Wu Tian's essence instantly radiated with brilliance, infused with an indomitable truth. Chapter 11. A surge in power. A challenge to Xianming. Moreover, the suddenly emerging primordial cosmic measuring ruler, under the impetus of the internal array, was swiftly refined by Wu Tian. His imprint was embedded within the treasure. Among the 49 innate prohibitions, taking advantage of the recent opportunity, he successfully refined 24 in one go, having only refined 12 previously. Yet, with the apparition of the Pangu true form, the process accelerated remarkably, swiftly overcoming the next 12 innate prohibitions. Wu Tian felt a twinge of regret. Alas, if only the essence of this Pangu true form were a touch stronger, it could effortlessly refine the Hongming measuring ruler. Yet, there is little to be done. Among the 12 drops of Ancestral Witch's blood, the inherent power of the laws is, after all, quite limited. The fact that it could merge within Wu Tian and transform into the Pangu true form is already a remarkable feat. After a while, Wu Tian consolidated his own power, then ceased his cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and his gaze sparkled with brilliance, piercing through the ominous mist within the Pangu hall like a bolt of lightning. Wu Tian descended gently from the sky, landing softly on the ground. The ancestral witches were filled with immense joy and immediately surrounded him. Dijiang hurriedly approached and inquired, Wu Tian, have you truly cultivated the Pangu true form? Despite witnessing the miraculous event with their own eyes, they still needed Wu Tian's verbal confirmation to alleviate the heavy burden in their hearts. Wu Tian chuckled lightly. Indeed, or perhaps not. The expressions on the faces of the ancestral shamans shifted from delight to a momentary bewilderment upon hearing Wu Tian's words. Zhurong, the ancestral shaman, wore a pained expression and said, Oh dear, my younger brother Wu Tian, please clarify your words. Just moments ago, my elder brother nearly struck me down in his fury for interrupting your cultivation. If I have erred in any way, I fear I shall meet my demise. Wu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a brief pause for contemplation, he began to explain to Emperor Jiang and the others. Naturally, he had not truly cultivated the authentic Pangu true body. Such a formidable existence could only be summoned through the combined efforts of the 12 ancestors of Wu, who would need to set up a grand formation together. How could Wu Tian possibly refine it with merely 12 drops of essence blood? If that were the case, the Pangu true body would be far too undervalued. However, I have indeed grasped the true essence of the Pangu true body, which has been engraved into my soul, transforming into a unique divine ability. Although Wu Tian's physical strength is formidable, it pales in comparison to the true form of Pangu. However, with the acquisition of this divine ability, he can ignite his own essence and, for a fleeting moment, manifest the true form of Pangu, akin to the ancestral witches revealing their primal forms. The ancestral witches reach their zenith of power when they unveil their true forms, harmonizing perfectly with the laws of the universe. Initially, Wu Tian lacked the innate laws associated with the ancestral witch form, but now he truly possesses it, the authentic embodiment of Pangu. Naturally, the duration of summoning the Pangu form and the extent of its unleashed power are contingent upon Wu Tian's own strength. The more robust his power, the greater the force he can wield. When his physical form is insufficiently robust, forcing the activation of this ability may deplete his vital essence and energy. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Wu Tian indeed possesses a formidable trump card. After hearing Wu Tian's explanation, the ancestral shamans laid to rest their lingering concerns, replaced entirely by a sense of astonishment. I knew you would succeed. Wu Tian, you are truly the rightful heir of the primordial deity Pangu. The ancestral shaman Di Jiang then erupted into hearty laughter. Wu Tian beamed as he gazed at the crowd, cupping his hands in greeting and saying, I am immensely grateful to all of you for bestowing upon me the ancestral witch's essence and imparting the grand 12 heavenly gods' great formation. Without your generosity, how could I have achieved my current stature? Di Jiang, the ancestral witch, waved dismissively. What is a single drop of essence? The crux lies within yourself. Were it not for your innate talent, even 100 drops would prove futile. Curiously, he inquired, "By the way, what is your current level of strength?" A confident smile suddenly graced Wu Tian's face. After enduring this rigorous training, he had birthed his primordial spirit, refined the primordial cosmic measuring ruler, and integrated the powers of 12 distinct laws, thereby acquiring the divine abilities of Pangu's true form. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, almost to the point of explosion. He longed to engage in an epic battle for countless rounds, eager to unleash his pent-up energy. Upon hearing Di Zhang's inquiry, Wu Tian's heart stirred. Such remarkable progress in an instant. Surely, he cannot still be no match for Xianming, can he? As a proud man, how could Wu Tian tolerate the Xianming ancestor which repeatedly overpowering him? With an opportunity at hand, he naturally sought to reclaim his position as the master. He immediately addressed Emperor Jiang, exclaiming, "Haha, the strength is evident, dear brother." Then, casting a provocative glance at the Xianming ancestor witch, he cheerfully inquired, "Sister Xianming, would you care to spar with your younger brother once more?" Instantly, the Xianming ancestor witch raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, a faint smile graced her typically cold visage as she replied to Wu Tian, "It seems you have indeed made significant progress this time. You dare to challenge me directly." As her words fell, her form flickered suddenly. With a resounding crash, she collided with Wu Tian, sending him soaring into the air. While an intense chill pervaded the Pangu Hall, the Xianming ancestor which transformed into countless overlapping figures, swirling around Wu Tian like a wisp of smoke. The cacophony of strikes melded into a continuous rumble, reverberating through the void. Witnessing this scene, the ancestor witches paused momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. The Zhurong ancestor witch exclaimed with glee, while Xianming smiled. Poor Wu Tian is in for it now, as he endured the relentless onslaught. Wu Tian was momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array within his body instinctively activated, summoning all its power to fend off the assault. By the time he regained his composure, Wu Tian could not help but curse inwardly. What a lack of martial ethics. He felt utterly speechless. He had only just issued a challenge when she charged at him without giving him a moment to prepare. Yet, Wu Tian understood that the ancestors of the Witch clan had no concept of martial virtue. Winning was all that truly mattered. Thus, he merely grumbled in his mind before dismissing the thought, allowing his mind to race as he contemplated a way to break the deadlock. It would be akin to before enduring a beating from the Xianming ancestor witch. At least then, there were not many witnesses. However, the situation was different now. He had provoked her, intending to leverage his newfound strength to subdue the Xianming ancestor witch and thoroughly diminish her imposing presence. Moreover, all the ancients were watching. Wu Tian yearned to regain his former glory. Fortunately, the primordial ancestor, Xianming, did not strike with lethal intent. Although the assault was severe, it was tempered by an intent to gauge Wu Tian's strength. After enduring a flurry of attacks, Wu Tian finally found an opportunity to retaliate. In the next moment, without hesitation, Wu Tian invoked his true form of Pangu, instantly unleashing his newly acquired divine powers. Chapter 12. Unveiled. With this gentle exclamation, suddenly, a gray light flickered around Wu Tian, signifying a shift in his aura. The previously fleeting essence of Pangu's true form re-emerged within the Pangu Hall, resonating in all directions. The once elusive figure of the primordial ancestor Xianming found itself overwhelmed by this formidable presence, its form materializing once more in the void, hastily retreating. Surprise adorned its cool visage, while a glimmer of delight lingered in its eyes. At that moment, Wu Tian's body exhibited no overt changes. Yet it appeared as if enveloped in a gossamer veil, each inch of his flesh radiating a subtle, resplendent glow. Boom. Wu Tian unleashed a powerful punch towards the primordial ancestor Wu. This seemingly simple, yet brutally forceful strike was imbued with an intricate rhythm that shattered the layers of icy blades before the ancestor, piercing through countless laws of the primordial realm. The ancestor hastily crossed his arms over his chest. Bang! In an instant, he was struck with immense force. The primordial ancestor desperately summoned his strength, yet under the overwhelming presence of Pangu's true form, the laws of the primordial realm seemed to be restrained, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential. Left with no options, the ancestor braced himself against the onslaught. But the sheer magnitude of the power inflicted excruciating pain upon his arms, causing numerous bone spurs to shatter. He staggered back, retreating a considerable distance, finally dissipating the force. Though he could not escape the tumult of his own blood energy, leaving his laws in disarray. The ancestor looked up in astonishment. After the strike, Wu Tian did not pursue. Instead, he stood confidently in the void with his hands clasped behind him, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the ancestor. Sister Xianming, do you now comprehend my might? Wu Tian spoke lightly, his demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze under a clear sky. At this moment, the gray aura surrounding him had vanished, and the essence of Pangu's true form dissipated, as if the preceding spectacle were merely an illusion. The ancestral witches were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and a sense of inevitability. After all, having cultivated such divine abilities as Pangu's true form, was it not reasonable to subdue the Xianming ancestor and manifest the scene before them? At this juncture, Wu Tian chuckled softly and addressed Xianming, Sister Xianming. I understand that your previous training sessions were for my benefit. Thus, today I shall deliver merely one punch, as a concession to your dignity. With that, he slightly raised his head to regard Xianming. She seemed momentarily stunned, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized Wu Tian's figure, confusion evident in her gaze. In the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Ha! Xianming let out a cold laugh, and simultaneously, the light laughter of Huda echoed in the air. In a sudden surge of alarm, Wu Tian exclaimed inwardly, "It's over. I have been seen through." Indeed, after a light scoff, the Xianming ancestor witch spoke to Wu Tian with a bemused expression. "There's no need to spare my feelings. Haven't you always sought to suppress me? Today, with your formidable strength on the rise, I shall grant you this opportunity." Initially, Xianming was astonished by Wu Tian's formidable powers, but a quick glance revealed the faint flush on Wu Tian's face and the slight disarray in his aura. In an instant, Xianming comprehended the truth. The true form of Pangu was immensely taxing. Although Wu Tian's strength has significantly increased, she can only sustain it for a brief moment. She even feels that the previous strike was already the limit of Wu Tian's capabilities. A mix of amusement and frustration swells within her. Nevertheless, this fellow dares to put on such a facade, attempting to bluff her. "Come again," Xianming exclaimed lightly. As the words left her lips, she charged directly towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian's expression shifted in an instant. The calm demeanor that adorned his face could no longer be maintained. With a loud cry, he fled into the distance, exclaiming, "Wait. Allow me to explain." As the ancestor which Xianming has surmised, the expenditure of Pangu's true form is indeed considerable, although it is not limited to a single use. Persistently forcing its activation, Wu Tian sensed that it would jeopardize his very foundation. Just that fleeting moment of invocation was enough. Wu Tian felt his blood surging with fervor, prompting him to unleash a single, powerful punch. Wu Tian promptly came to a halt. Engaging in a contest with Xianming was unnecessary and could potentially harm his own foundation and essence. He immediately sought to outsmart Xianming with a clever ruse. However, Xianming was not deceived in the slightest. Upon discovering Wu Tian's little trick, a mixture of embarrassment and anger washed over him, prompting him to disregard Wu Tian's explanations entirely. He even retaliated with increased ferocity. Instantly, the Panga Hall echoed with the sounds of Wu Tian's physical form colliding with Xianming's fists, accompanied by continuous cries of pain. The ancestor witches exchanged glances, and those with keen insight, such as Di Jiang, Zhu Jiaoyin, and Ho Tu, saw through Wu Tian's ploy just as easily as Xianming did. Witnessing the two engaged in a fray, they erupted into hearty laughter. To them, such a skirmish appeared merely as playful banter among comrades, and they all took on the demeanor of spectators. Zhurong chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "So that's it. Your true Panga form lacks endurance." Upon hearing these words, Wu Tian felt a profound silence within. What did it mean to lack endurance? This was a phrase that no man could bear to hear. He was immediately inclined to expend further effort, eager to demonstrate his capabilities. However, Wu Tian restrained himself. He then bellowed at Xianming, "Xianming, should you persist in your actions, I shall not hold back any longer." As he spoke, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler materialized in his grasp, radiating an infinite golden light imbued with a subtle hue of purple. Appearing extraordinarily mystical, though it was a treasured weapon of attack, it bore no trace of malevolence. This was the primordial first merit attack spiritual treasure, possessing formidable power. Should I unleash its full potential and inadvertently harm you, you would have no one to blame but yourself. Wu Tian hurriedly spoke, while Xianming let out a cold snort. Despite recognizing the extraordinary nature of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, he exhibited no signs of retreat or fear. Fortunately, at that moment, Di Jiang intervened. "Enough. Let us cease hostilities." Although Xianming possessed a rather aloof demeanor, he heeded the words of his elder brother, promptly withdrawing from the confrontation, thus bringing their battle to an end. As they descended, Xianming regained his usual icy composure, casting a scornful glance at Wu Tian, who appeared battered and bruised. Wu Tian swiftly channeled his blood energy, healing all external injuries. The ancestral witches looked on with amused expressions. At that moment, the insufferable Zhu Rong remarked, "Brother Wu Tian, we were once troubled by your inherently indifferent nature and your aversion to conflict, spending all your time in the Panga Hall for cultivation, which hardly seemed fitting for a member of the witch clan. Yet, who would have imagined you possessed such courage to challenge Xianming? Truly admirable." As he spoke, he raised his thumb in approval, a gesture he had learned from Wu Tian himself, now aptly applied in Wu Tian's honor. Wu Tian cast a glance at the ancestral witch with amusement. He had thought that his powers had significantly increased and that he could bring Xianming to his knees. However, he found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating from Xianming, leaving Wu Tian feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, it seemed that the ancestral witches were utterly indifferent to his predicament. As ancestral witches, it was only natural for them to continuously challenge formidable opponents. If one only dared to confront the weak, what kind of ancestral witch would that be? Wu Tian's challenge against Xianming only deepened their admiration for him. Chapter 13. The Improved 12 Capital Heavenly God-Slaying Formation. This is indeed our ancestral shaman. One must possess the courage to fight and strive. Di Jiang and the others gazed at Wu Tian with a sense of gratification, and even Xianming, the ancestral shaman, displayed a hint of appreciation in his typically cold demeanor. It is noteworthy that prior to this, it was always Xianming taking the initiative. This was the first time Wu Tian had taken the lead. Observing the gaze of the ancestral shamans, Wu Tian felt a surge of determination. Casting aside the previous embarrassment as he once again directed a provocative gaze at the Xianming ancestor, which, provoking a cold snort from her. The crowd erupted in laughter, filling the Pango Hall with a lively atmosphere. At that moment, Di Jiao spoke loudly. Haha, there is no rush. Once your Pango true form reaches its full potential, defeating your sister Xianming will be but a trivial feat. Even your second brother and I may not be beyond your reach. Di Jiao held Wu Tian in high regard. With the emergence of the Pango true form, he had come to regard Wu Tian as the genuine heir of the Pango deity, or rather, the embodiment of Pango's bloodline in its most flawless state. He even pondered, if we had not been tainted by malevolent energy, would we not have been akin to Wu Tian? With an incredibly formidable physique and a self-generated primordial spirit, combined with the innate mastery of the laws of power, even the formation of the 12 capitals' heavenly god-slaying array would pose no threat of backlash. Thus, might not the wilderness become the domain of the Witch clan? Alas, fortunately, we now have Wu Tian among us. Di Jiao silently lamented. After witnessing the battle between Wu Tian and Xianming, he and Zhu Juyin exchanged whispers and deliberated seriously. They promptly resolved to ensure Wu Tian's steady growth until he could effortlessly wield the Pango true form, thereby establishing the Witch clan's most formidable trump card. Immediately, Di Jiao addressed Wu Tian. Wu Tian, the consumption of the Pango true form is immense. Our brothers and sisters have set up the 12 capitals' heavenly god-slaying array to summon it for a brief moment. Although you are protected by Father Pango and possess this divine ability, you must not use it recklessly. Wu Tian nodded eagerly. Thank you for your concern, brother. I understand that had it not been for this situation, I would not have merely unleashed a single punch and then withdrawn. He is certainly more composed than the ancestral shamans, and thus would never recklessly employ the true form of Pango. However, what surprised Wu Tian was that Di Jiang appeared even more concerned about this matter than he had anticipated. Gazing at him with a grave expression and articulating each word carefully, were it not for the crisis of life and death, I would hope you refrain from using, or even revealing to others, this extraordinary ability of yours. Wu Tian blinked his eyes in surprise. Ah, brother, do you mean? Di Jiang, slightly irritated, gave him a light thump on the shoulder and replied with a chuckle. Did you not previously mention that the 12 ancestors of sorcery are concealed in the shadows, ready to surprise our enemies? We are not fools. We naturally comprehend your intent. If that is the case, let us carry it out thoroughly, concealing even the true form of Pango. In Wu Tian's eyes, a brilliant light suddenly ignited as he gazed directly at Di Jiang. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the other ancestral witches were equally captivated by Di Jiang's words, displaying an expression of profound agreement. Wu Tian was naturally delighted. In fact, he had contemplated this long ago. And to his astonishment, before he could voice his thoughts, the ancestor Wu Di Jiang had brought it up directly. The ancestor Wus were indeed straightforward and unrefined in their actions, yet Wu Tian observed that under his influence, there had been a significant transformation. The notion that Di Jiang could entertain such an idea was entirely beyond his expectations. His heart brimmed with joy. If the ancestor Wus could continue to engage their intellect and strategize, would there still be a future where the war between the Wus and the Liches resulted in mutual destruction? If the time came for me to suggest withdrawing to the Underworld, biding my time to return, would the ancestor Wus acquiesce? In Wu Tian's heart, a glimmer of hope suddenly emerged. He promptly bestowed a compliment, exclaiming, Indeed, my elder brother possesses great wisdom. Instantly, Di Jiang's face radiated with delight, his chin involuntarily lifting slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement towards Wu Tian. Of course, do you think I, as your elder brother, am merely a decoration? Although Di Jiang had come to appreciate Wu Tian's sagacity, he still regarded himself as no less capable, merely influenced by a fiery temperament that occasionally led him to act impulsively. At times, he allowed his passions to overwhelm him, often neglecting to ponder matters deeply. It is not that I lack intellect. Rather, I simply prefer to refrain from overthinking in many instances. This sentiment was both reasonable and characteristic of the Witch clan's nature. Wu Tian smiled once more. At this moment, Di Jiang turned his gaze towards the other ancestral shamans, his expression grave as he cautioned them. You all heard my words just now, correct? The events that transpired today must remain locked within your hearts. Henceforth, any discussions regarding Wu Tian must not be uttered carelessly in public. He then directed a particularly pointed look at Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong, taken aback, appeared speechless. What do you expect of me? While I may be impulsive, I am not a fool. Di Jiang then let out a soft huff, momentarily placing his trust in Zhu Rong's assurances. He subsequently addressed Wu Tian, saying, Wu Tian, do not be anxious. Although the true form of Pango can only be invoked for a fleeting moment, with your continuous self-improvement, there will come a day when you can summon it at will. Wu Tian nodded vigorously without hesitation. Rest assured, what my elder brother has said is indeed very insightful. and I shall certainly adhere to it diligently. He then subtly flattered Emperor Jiang. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Tian addressed Emperor Jiang once more. Brother, when you previously imparted the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons formation to me, it served to reconcile the conflicts between the laws. During my recent cultivation, I have gained some profound insights. Suddenly, a new idea has arisen from this session of practice. Wu Tian possessed a profound understanding of the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, fully aware of both its formidable power and inherent flaws. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Observing that Emperor Jiang was unusually receptive, he seized the moment to propose an enhancement to the formation. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang was taken aback. Oh, this young man actually has a new suggestion? Reflecting on Wu Tian's previous proposal, which had resulted in the bestowal of all merits upon Hutu, allowing her to give rise to the primordial spirit, Emperor Jiang felt a surge of anticipation. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Jiuyin, he promptly declared, "Feel free to speak your mind." Wu Tian briefly organized his thoughts, then turned to face the crowd with a gentle smile, stating, "I have comprehended the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. Its most formidable power lies in its ability to harmonize the forces of the 12 ancestral witches, summoning the true form of Pangu. However, the drawback is that once the array is activated, the laws intertwine and clash with one another, alongside the overwhelming malevolent energy, which poses a backlash against my brothers. Thus, this array cannot be sustained for long. Previously, I encountered a similar situation. Yet, I was fortunate enough to attract the primordial measure of heaven from the Hall of Pangu, which then descended into my primordial spirit to suppress the backlash. Moreover, with the aid of the array's power, I swiftly refined the primordial measure of heaven." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang expressed his curiosity, asking, "Is it not possible for us to suppress the array with the Hall of Pangu? Is there truly a treasure in the Honghuang that surpasses the Hall of Pangu?" Chapter 14. The Wu Clan's Moral Coercion Array. Wu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Pangu Hall, undoubtedly, posed no issues. As the treasured embodiment of the heart of the great deity Pangu, it would later transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation hall of the goddess Pingxin. And the power of the Pangu Hall is beyond question. However, Wu Tian had something entirely different in mind. Thus, with a smile, Wu Tian spoke. "Is it conceivable to augment the 12 capital heavenly gods' grand formation with an additional entity capable of bearing the backlash, such as Mount Buzhou?" Within the original momentum, when Gonggong furiously collided with Mount Buzhou, it resulted in the shattering of the mountain and his own demise, thereby imposing a tremendous burden of karmic retribution upon the Witch clan. Wu Tian naturally did not wish for this event to transpire. He too belonged to the Witch clan. And moreover, he was an ancestral witch. Even if he managed to evade the calamity of the witch and the demon by fleeing into the underworld, he would still bear the heaviest burden of this karmic consequence. How could he possibly come to terms with such a fate? Yet, while minor circumstances may be altered, the grand scheme of fate remains immutable. Wu Tian was uncertain whether the collapse of Mount Buzhou was a manifestation of the celestial will. Thus, he deemed it prudent to prepare in advance to evade the potential consequences of such an event. If the downfall of Mount Buzhou was indeed inevitable, Wu Tian could not permit it to occur at the hands of the Witch clan. What if this consequence were to be borne by another? The 12 capital heavenly gods and demonic array bound Mount Buzhou, akin to the earthly book array of the primordial earth immortal, Jin Yuanzi. Reaching this grand formation would shake Mount Buzhou itself. Would anyone dare to recklessly strike against the ancestor witches thereafter? Wu Tian secretly pondered to himself and immediately shared his thoughts with the ancestral witches. The likes of Di Jiang were rendered speechless. Was this truly appropriate? Mount Buzhou, having transformed from the spine of the primordial deity Pangu, was not something they could use as a shield. How could they justify such an action against their paternal god? After hearing Wu Tian's proposal, Di Jiang felt a flicker of intrigue, yet he grappled with its inappropriateness. The ancestral witches, too, found themselves entangled in a web of conflicting emotions, their faces betraying a peculiar expression. On one hand, they recognized the merit in Wu Tian's suggestion. On the other, they questioned whether it might desecrate the revered Pangu. Observing their reactions, Wu Tian let out a helpless sigh. "Oh, come on. This Pangu Hall is merely a transformation of Pangu's heart. I have yet to hear any of you voice your concerns." At that moment, Zhu Jiuyin spoke up. "Wu Tian, Mount Buzhou is the very pillar of the primordial universe. Its significance is immense, should any unforeseen events occur. The world created by our Father God will undoubtedly tremble, and we cannot afford to be careless. In the hearts of the ancestor witches, this realm was established by the Father God Pangu, and as his bloodline descendants, they bear the responsibility to safeguard it." Thus, Zhu Jiuyin expressed such sentiments. Moreover, Mount Buzhou stands firm in its place, immovable. This presents considerable inconvenience for the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian nodded slightly. Indeed, one cannot always bring the unyielding mountain with them, can they? The ancestral shamans cannot be summoned at will. In the countless battles that lie ahead, it is impossible to always draw the opponent near the unyielding mountain and wait for the ancestral shamans to be prepared before engaging in combat. A thought flickered through his mind. Wu Tian swiftly conceived a compromise. With a smile, he remarked, What you say, my esteemed brother, is indeed true. However, it is not my intention to have you anchor the 12 capital heavenly gods array at Mount Buzhou. Rather, I suggest we maintain the Pangu Hall as the primary stronghold, only connecting to Mount Buzhou in times of dire peril. Wu Tian lifted his head, his gaze piercing and resolute. He calmly addressed the ancestral shamans one by one, stating, "If one day the Witch clan faces the imminent threat of extinction, then what does it matter if Mount Buzhou collapses? Is a primordial world without the Witch clan still a world worth preserving?" At once, Zhu Jiuyin fell silent, stunned by Wu Tian's words. Indeed. If this realm could no longer accommodate the Witch clan, where would they go? At that moment, Zhu Rong, the ancestral shaman, suddenly spoke up. How can that be? We are the descendants of Pangu. This world, crafted by our father, is ours to govern. How could it possibly exclude us? The other ancestral shamans were momentarily taken aback, and soon they clamored in agreement, donning expressions of deep conviction. Seeing their proud demeanor, Wu Tian couldn't help but smile wryly, internally lamenting. I knew the ancestral shamans were exceedingly proud. How could they accept my perspective? Fortunately, not all the ancestral shamans were averse to contemplation. Those like Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, who possessed deeper thoughts, furrowed their brows in silent reflection, evidently moved by Wu Tian's remarks. Di Jiang, while believing that such a day was improbable, pondered the possibility. After all, Wu Tian had been correct in every instance thus far. If such a day were to come to pass, how would they, the ancestral shamans, position themselves? Eventually, Di Jiang slowly raised his head, his gaze intense as it met Wu Tian's. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Henceforth, we shall contemplate how to connect the 12 heavenly gods' great formation with Mount Buzhou, employing it as an additional trump card for our Witch clan, seldom to be utilized. Wu Tian was immediately filled with joy. He was uncertain of Di Jiang's thoughts. Yet the fact that he could agree to his proposal brought him immense happiness. His objective had been achieved, and he quickly nodded, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Di Jiang, saying, "Thank you, brother, for your trust." Wu Tian had never contemplated the direct transformation of the ancestral shaman. In this world, two endeavors are the most arduous. One is to extract money from another's pocket and convert it into one's own. The other is to instill one's own ideas into the minds of others. The latter is far more challenging than the former. Therefore, he pondered more on how to subtly influence the ancestral shamans through small matters, and even if that proved impossible, he must be well prepared in advance. This time, Di Jiang had agreed to undertake this task. Wu Tian need not worry that Emperor Zhang's words are mere rhetoric. The ancestral shamans are quite reliable in this regard. Consequently, the shaman clan has established its own moral coercion array. With the Earth Book in his possession, Jin Yuanzi remains unchallenged within the Earth Book's boundary, allowing him to roam freely in the primordial chaos. Might the shaman clan be on the brink of a turning point? Even if not, when the time comes for the ultimate battle between the shamans and the demons, the ancestral shamans can redirect the consequences of the broken causality of Mount Buzhou. By then, regardless of whether the opposing force is the demon clan or the sages, they shall inevitably face the consequences of their actions. After articulating this matter, Emperor Zhang took his leave with the ancestral shamans, cheerfully stating, "You should focus on solidifying your own cultivation. Do not fret over this matter. It is entrusted to us. I shall discuss with your brothers how to adjust the array." With that, he departed with the ancestral shamans. However, Xianming and Hutu did not follow. They remained in place. Once everyone had left, Hutu, filled with concern, inquired, "Wu Tian, you seem rather pessimistic about the future of the shaman clan?" Hutu, being the sole ancestral shaman to have birthed a primordial spirit among the 12, possesses a keen intellect and a deeper understanding of the heavenly secrets and fate. She has already sensed something from Wu Tian's actions, whether it pertains to her own cultivation of the primordial spirit or the alterations made today to the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array. It appears to be a preparation for the future. Chapter 15. A candid conversation with Hutu. Upon hearing Hutu's words, Xianming also cast a surprised glance. Under the scrutiny of the two innate goddesses, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming pressure, and his mind began to spiral. Should I reveal a hint of the truth? After a moment of contemplation, he weighed his options. Ultimately, Wu Tian resolved to engage in a candid conversation with the ancestral witches, Hutu and Xianming, subtly revealing glimpses of the impending celestial dynamics. It was a moment for mutual transparency. Primarily, it was with Hutu that he sought to connect, for she was the one he had chosen to rely upon. The more Hutu endorsed him, the smoother Wu Tian's various schemes would unfold, amplifying the benefits he could reap during the forthcoming calamity of the witches and demons, allowing for greater transformations. Thus, Wu Tian spoke, "Sister Hutu, what are your thoughts on the future development of our witch clan?" Hutu immediately furrowed her brow, then playfully tapped Wu Tian's arm with a hint of annoyance. Smiling as she replied, "I should be the one asking you. Why have you turned the tables on me? Speak up, and don't evade the question." As she spoke, she glanced towards Xianming, embracing her arm, her smile radiating even more brightly. She continued with a chuckle, "If you keep being evasive, I shall ask Sister Xianming to give you a proper lesson." Xianming shot her a bemused look, as if to say, "Why don't you take action yourself? You're the one worried about Wu Tian's practical experience, yet you always insist that I intervene, allowing you to remain the good one." The two soon erupted into playful banter, creating a scene that was truly delightful to behold. Wu Tianmu gazed intently. And only after being urged again by Hoda did he finally speak once more. The calamity of the dragon and Han has passed, following the great battle. The malevolent aura in the world has thickened, and our witch clan's cultivation is precisely to temper the body with this very aura. Thus, it is destined to be a period of great prosperity for our clan. Xianming and Hota both adopted a serious demeanor, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. However, Wu Tian then shifted his tone and continued, "But can the witch clan maintain its strength indefinitely?" After posing this rhetorical question, Wu Tian did not wait for the two to respond. He decisively shook his head and sighed softly, stating, "As the saying goes, prosperity inevitably leads to decline. Is there any existence that remains perpetually flourishing? The three clans of Long On were born out of necessity to eradicate the ferocious beasts of the heavens, rising from weakness to unprecedented strength. Yet, did they not ultimately meet a dismal end?" Xianming frowned. "It is different for us. We are the descendants of Pangu. This primordial world was created by our father god. Our flourishing is only natural." Xuanming's thoughts nearly echoed those of the entire Wu clan, which was precisely why Wu Tian had refrained from initiating such discussions with Di Jiang and the others. Were it not for Ho Tu's inquiry, he might not have spoken at all. However, now that he had begun, he intended to be thorough, regardless of whether he could convince Xianming or Ho Tu. He at least aimed to leave a profound impression on them. With a smile, Wu Tian retorted, "What is so different? In this primordial world, most entities are transformations of the body of Father God Pangu. We are born of his essence, while other beings have their own origins. Take the ancestral dragon, for instance, which was formed from Pangu's essence. Did it not also meet a tragic end? After the creation of the primordial realm, calamities have arisen periodically. First came the calamity of creation, followed by the great calamity of Long Han. Each calamity gives rise to a protagonist, and likewise, a protagonist must eventually depart. Why should our Wu clan be any different?" Xianming, the ancestral shaman, wished to counter, but was restrained by Ho Tu, who tugged at his arm. Ultimately, he could only huff in frustration, keeping his dissatisfaction bottled up inside. Ho Tu, however, wore a serious expression, evidently contemplating Wu Tian's words. After a moment of frowning thought, she sighed gently and said, "Alas, it is commendable that you have considered the Wu clan's future for so long. But I am curious, why have you not mentioned this matter to your elder brothers?" Wu Tian, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "I truly wish to. However, our clan is still in its infancy, and to proclaim the inevitable decline of the Wu tribe at this nascent stage would surely be unacceptable to my brothers." He then gestured towards Xianming, adding, "She appears even more agitated than Xianming." This comparison instantly provoked a fiery response from Xianming, who, in a surge of emotion, charged towards Wu Tian. Fortunately, Ho Tu intervened, grasping Xianming firmly, her expression reflecting a mixture of bemusement and understanding. "Indeed, your brothers are on the brink of monumental endeavors. Such assertions would undoubtedly displease them," Ho Tu remarked, yet her gaze held a certain depth, betraying the contemplation of Wu Tian's words, which stirred a subtle unrest within her. Moments later, with a cheerful demeanor, Ho Tu continued, "Let this matter rest between us. Do not share it with the others. While we have learned from past missteps, as long as we siblings unite in purpose, we may yet shatter the constraints that bind us and ensure the enduring prosperity of the Wu tribe." Wu Tian comprehended the significance of the Earth Mother and immediately nodded with a smile. Noticing this, the Earth Mother turned to Xianming and whispered a few words. Though Xianming, the ancestral shaman, appeared conflicted, he soon nodded in agreement. The trio chose to gloss over the matter, and the Earth Mother swiftly shifted the conversation, expressing concern for Wu Tian's cultivation. With a cheerful demeanor, she inquired, "Do you still require the blood of the ancestral shaman?" She seemed poised to offer Wu Tian more of her essence, prompting him to hastily wave his hands in refusal. No. Just a drop of your blood to serve as a catalyst is sufficient. It would be inappropriate to rely on your essence for my cultivation. The blood of the ancestral shamans encapsulates the power of the laws they govern. The more they relinquish, the more their own strength is compromised. If it were otherwise, the shamans would have long since used their own blood in abundance to cultivate powerful shamans. However, this is not the case, as the blood of the ancestral shamans is exceedingly precious to the entire shaman clan, and very few great shamans have obtained it. Conversely, Wu Tian himself has already fused 12 powers of the laws, creating a catalyst inscribed upon his divine soul. By continually absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, he can refine the power of the laws and grow stronger. While the blood of the ancestral shamans or other treasures rich in essence and law can undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation, they are not essential. After Wu Tian smiled and politely declined, he swiftly changed the subject. However, if my esteemed sisters could assist in locating various precious materials infused with the essence of the laws, or innate spiritual roots, I would be profoundly grateful. The Witch clan holds little regard for such treasures. Even for innate artifacts, like the previously mentioned Haoming measuring ruler, the ancestors merely express surprise before moving on, not even inquiring further. This request is not excessive. Upon hearing this, Huda chuckled. "All right, I will keep an eye out." Not only will my sister Xianming and I pay close attention, but I will also speak to my brothers about it. Chapter 16. Refining the Ancestral Dragon's Blood to Strengthen the Kidneys. After Xianming and Huda departed, Wu Tian let out a soft sigh. Glancing wistfully towards the direction of the Pango Hall for a moment before resuming his seated meditation, after spending such a lengthy period within the confines of the Pango Hall, he finally felt a significant enhancement in his abilities. Initially, he had yearned to venture outside and experience the wonders and mysteries of the Hong Wong world. However, he ultimately chose to maintain his composure and patience. There was no need to rush, for soon there would be the teachings of Hongjun. At that time, he would naturally encounter many figures from the Hong Wong realm. He then settled down beside the blood pool, continuing his cultivation, until Wu Tian refined his primordial spirit. He did not dwell on his own level of cultivation. The hierarchy of the Witch clan was remarkably straightforward. Ancestor Witch, Great Witch, and Lesser Witch, so simplistic in its brutality. As the 13th Ancestor Witch, Wu Tian was weaker than his fellow Ancestor Witches. Yet his physical prowess was at least on par with that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, he was harmonizing the powers of 12 different laws. Having advanced the 9 transformations primordial technique to the 6th transformation, with his physical form growing stronger, his primordial spirit began to emerge. Wu Tian pondered within his heart, based on the cultivation of my primordial spirit, do I now belong to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal? Even though Hongjun had yet to commence his teachings and had not thoroughly outlined the cultivation levels of Hong Wong, Wu Tian was acutely aware that a great Luo Golden Immortal possesses a complete integration of the 5 energies within their chest, with 3 flowers flourishing atop their head. The completeness of the 5 energies refers to the innate 5 elemental energies within the 5 organs, symbolizing the practitioner's mastery over the 5 elemental laws inscribed upon their spirit. In the future, when Hongjun establishes the Xianmin and imparts the path of immortality, most cultivators would follow this path, basing their practices on the innate 5 elements. Thus, the notion of immortals being akin to the 5 elemental thieves emerges, suggesting a transcendence beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. Yet, there are certain discrepancies. Wu Tian possesses 12 distinct powers of the laws. Thus, for Wu Tian, the notion of achieving the perfection of the 5 energies or the 3 flowers atop the head is utterly irrelevant. Moreover, upon the amalgamation of his 12 powers, a chaotic mark is inscribed upon his divine soul, clearly indicating that he has not attained a state of completeness. Even, Wu Tian feels that perfection is far from being achieved. It is precisely for this reason, though Wu Tian's physical form possesses the strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal, his primordial spirit's cultivation and mastery over the laws only reach the realm of a Tai Golden Immortal. If that is the case, does the path of immortal cultivation merely require the refinement and inscription of the innate 5 elements laws? Once these laws are perfected, one can ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Yet, for my primordial spirit, the journey to Ascension demands the mastery of 12 laws. Wouldn't this render my path significantly more arduous than that of others? Of course, if one ultimately achieves perfection, the cultivation level remains that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. And Wu Tian would undoubtedly wield power far surpassing that of his peers, especially with the added strength of his physical form. This is rather fortuitous. Were it not for this, what right would I have to aspire to a breakthrough through strength? Surely, I cannot merely follow Hongjun along the path of the 3 corpses? After pondering this for a while, Wu Tian ceased to ponder further. For the imminent discourse by Hongjun would surely illuminate his lingering uncertainties. He promptly stabilized his own magical energy. Suddenly, 3 streaks of crimson light flashed by. The ancestral dragon's precious blood, radiating with a resplendent glow, descended before him. Within this immensely dense essence, the laws of wood and water swirled, akin to a diminutive true dragon soaring through the sanguine hue. As Hongjun commenced his teachings, the primordial realm would irrevocably transition into the epic of the witch and the demon. Countless formidable beings would emerge, proliferating like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. With a multitude of conflicts arising in relentless waves, Wu Tian sought to swiftly enhance his prowess. The refinement of the ancestral dragon's essence was undoubtedly the most opportune choice. As 3 droplets of ancestral dragon blood seamlessly merged into his being, the potent energy within erupted instantaneously, causing a tumultuous surge of vitality that threatened to burst forth from Wu Tian's corporeal form. The 9 transformations of Yuan Gong commenced its rotation, harnessing the strength of Wu Tian's physique, and surged forth to intertwine with the explosive vitality, akin to a relentless torrent, incessantly segmenting and cleansing, infusing every fiber of his flesh and blood with the refined essence. The forces of the 3 droplets of blood, imbued with the power of their respective laws, amalgamated in the wake of the blood's eruption. The principles of water and would surge within Wu Tian, resembling 2 ferocious dragons rampaging through his body, seemingly intent on breaking free from his corporeal vessel and returning to the primordial expanse. Should an observer gaze upon Wu Tian in this moment, they would discern 2 distinct protrusions clashing violently upon his form, yet restrained by an overwhelmingly dense crimson aura. As the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong continued to operate, these 2 forces of law were ceaselessly washed over, gradually being refined, strand by strand, thread by thread, at an ever-accelerating pace. They were continuously assimilated by Wu Tian. At that instant, above Wu Tian's soul, where the mark representing the true form of Pangu resided, two fainter shadows materialized, vaguely resembling the ancestral shaman forms, akin to the essences of Gong and Jumong. Could it be that refining certain laws of power would evoke corresponding phantoms of ancestral shamans? Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian pondered to himself. Gong governs the principles of water, while Zhu Meng is the ancestral shaman of the eastern wood, perfectly corresponding with the innate water and wood principles found within the blood of the ancestral dragon. However, does this not imply that the balance of the principles would be disrupted once more? Wu Tian was suddenly beset by a flicker of concern. The conflict between laws posed the most formidable challenge for the ancestral shamans. Yet he had fortuitously navigated this dilemma through the 12 capital heavenly gods array and the primordial measuring ruler. However, with only 2 laws at his disposal, he found it impossible to activate the formation. Just as this anxiety took root, Wu Tian was astounded to witness the dual phantoms representing Gong and Jumong flickering into existence. Surrounding these 2 apparitions, the phantoms of other ancestral shamans materialized in succession, evidently a manifestation of the interconversion between laws. The cyclical nature of laws, their genesis and annihilation, was at play. Once the innate wood and water laws within the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood were entirely refined, 12 phantoms again emerged around the Pangu seal. Compared to the initial phantoms of Gong and Jumong, these were considerably dimmer, yet they intertwined harmoniously, exuding an enigmatic balance. As the Pangu seal shimmered, the 12 ancestral shaman phantoms vanished, leaving behind an expansive, grayish imprint that had grown significantly clearer, now suggesting a vague humanoid form. Wu Tian's heart stirred with a flicker of enlightenment. He had made further progress in his understanding of the laws. Previously, when he activated the divine powers of his Pangu true form, each punch he delivered felt as though it would consume his very essence. Yet now, he sensed that he could unleash at least 3 punches. Oh, Ancestor Dragon, your assistance seems rather inadequate. Wu Tian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He began to explore the changes within his physical form, and upon sensing the transformation of his kidneys, which subtly outshone the strength of the other 4 organs, he nodded in satisfaction. This was more like it. The kidneys generate vitality and govern procreation. Previously, Wu Tian harbored concerns that he might possess flaws akin to those of the ancestral witches, rendering him incapable of siring offspring. Thus, he had sought the assistance of Xianming and Hutu to procure the blood of the ancestral dragon. Now, with this change, he finally felt a sense of relief and even a desire to immediately validate his progress. However, upon contemplating this notion, he quickly shook his head. Never mind, he thought. It is better to focus on enhancing his strength first. Although he had made considerable strides, he was still far from matching the prowess of his 2 ancestral witch sisters, and he certainly did not wish to incur their wrath. In stark contrast to Wu Tian, the ancestral witches harbored no such reservations. They relentlessly absorbed the malevolent energies of the world to refine their bodies, consuming the blood of fierce beasts, thereby strengthening their physical forms while simultaneously enhancing their mastery over the laws of existence. According to Wu Tian's estimations, most of the ancestral witches had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. The 2 most formidable ancestral witches, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, were likely on the verge of transcending into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. At this juncture, Hong Jun had yet to impart his teachings, and the concepts of saints and quasi-saints were non-existent. Beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal lay the primordial golden immortal. The bloodlines of the ancestral witches inherently carried cultivation techniques and naturally bestowed upon them the mastery of a particular law. Prior to reaching the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal stage, they faced no significant obstacles. This also elucidated why Wu Tian had previously mentioned that the ancestral witches showed little interest in Hong Jun's teachings. The witch clan was indeed favored by destiny. The innate ability to command a law of power alone was sufficient to incite envy among others in the Hongwang realm. After refining the blood of the ancestral dragon and inscribing its laws upon his soul, even Wu Tian could not help but feel a pang of envy within his heart. Wu Tian must continually inscribe the laws. Given the current circumstances, it remains uncertain how many precious resources infused with the power of these laws will be consumed. However, the ancestral witches are quite different. They merely need to proceed step by step. Once their physical bodies are fortified, mastering the laws becomes as effortless as eating and drinking. Alas, this can be regarded as a trade-off. In the depths of his thoughts, Wu Tian pondered. During Wu Tian's cultivation, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin came together. Both ancestral witches displaying an expression of profound gravity, their brows furrowed in distress. After a considerable pause, Di Jiang finally spoke. Second brother, what are your thoughts on Wu Tian's words? Zhu Jiuyin understood that Di Jiang's inquiry was not about altering the 12 capitals' heavenly fiend formation, but rather regarding Wu Tian's ominous query, could there come a day when the wilderness can no longer accommodate the witch clan? This was not mere alarmism. Although the ancestral witches were imbued with a heavy aura of malice and were unaware of the celestial order as primordial deities, the 2 of them, being the mightiest of the space and time ancestral witches, were certainly not naive. Initially, they had not given it much thought, but upon Wu Tian's utterance, their minds were instantly stirred. They could not help but contemplate deeply, for Wu Tian had already demonstrated a far-reaching and accurate vision in the assessment of prevailing circumstances, surpassing even the Ancestral Witches in insight. During the zenith of the three clans, this revelation weighed heavily upon them. Wu Tian candidly declared that all three clans had suffered defeat, with Hongjun emerging as the ultimate victor. At that moment, the ancestors of the Witch clan, though not openly dismissive, harbored doubts. How could this be? The strength of the three clans was formidable, nearly sweeping through the primordial chaos. Surely at least one of them would prevail. How could they all meet such a dismal fate? Yet, as the conclusion unfolded, the ancestors could only gaze in astonishment as the three clans faced such a tragic end, in a bid to leave a legacy of fortune for their kin. The leaders of the three clans selflessly sacrificed themselves, vowing to protect the primordial realm. With a gentle sigh, Zhu Jiuyin remarked, I too find it hard to believe that our Witch clan, the true descendants of Pangu, who absorbed the malevolent energies of heaven and earth to stabilize the primordial chaos, could ever face such a day. However, Wu Tian, despite his lethargy, is the most astute among us, possessing an innate understanding of the heavenly order, perhaps due to his later arrival and lesser exposure to malevolence. He never speaks without reason. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Jiuyin continued, However, we need not worry. Wu Tian has always had ideas, since he has urged us to refine the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. We shall heed his counsel and proceed accordingly. After all, there is little to lose, and if his words ring true, our Witch clan will possess a formidable trump card. Typically reserved, Zhu Jiuyin appeared unusually loquacious in the company of only himself and Di Jiang. He raised his head, eyes shimmering with intensity, his demeanor becoming exceedingly earnest. Moreover, once we advance further in our cultivation, we can collaborate to manipulate the laws of space and time, venturing towards the edge of time itself to discern the future's transformations. Di Jiang furrowed his brow even tighter. If they were to peer into the river of time as Zhu Jiuyin suggested, they might not discern much. But there would undoubtedly be significant repercussions. Yet, Di Jiang did not object. After a moment's silence, he solemnly acquiesced. Very well. Zhu Jiuyin nodded slightly. Observing Di Jiang's serious countenance, he broke into a smile, his tone shifting to a lighter note. Brother, we need not be so troubled, regardless of our circumstances. We are the bloodline of the Father God Pangu, and as long as this world exists, a portion of fortune shall forever belong to us. In the primordial realm, power reigns supreme. As long as we cultivate our strength, what do we have to fear? Zhu Jiuyin's gaze shifted. Moreover, we have Wu Tian. Unlike our ancestors, he embodies the power of the 12 laws within himself and has issued us this warning. Perhaps he is the path that the Father God has prepared for our Witch clan. Di Jiang blinked, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, the Father God shall surely protect us. Following their exchange, the anxieties of the two ancestors swiftly dissipated, and they effortlessly moved past the matter, turning their thoughts to the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. The nature of the Witch clan is such, they arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Before they could even formulate a plan, a resounding voice echoed through the heavens. Under the aegis of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun's words reached the ears of every practitioner in the primordial chaos. I am Hongjun, and I have become a saint. 3,000 years hence, I shall expound the Tao in the purple cloud palace. All who are fated may come. Upon hearing this voice, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin sprang to their feet. Gazing toward the heavens beyond the primordial realm, their hearts tinged with a faint sense of awareness. Evidently, they had discerned the location of the purple cloud palace. Di Jiang's expression grew serious as he said, Indeed, Hongjun is set to impart the Tao. Wu Tian's words have proven true. Exchanging glances, both recalled their prior conversation, their eyes reflecting gravity, yet neither mentioned it again. Moments later, Zhu Jiuyin spoke. Let us go. Gather the ancestors and seek out Wu Tian. In truth, there was no need for the two to send messages. The other ancestors had also heard Hongjun's voice, witnessing Wu Tian's predictions come to fruition. The ancestors were astounded and promptly made their way back to the Pangu Hall. Chapter 18. Preparations before departure. Hongjun's voice resonated throughout the primordial chaos, but it did not reach the Pangu Hall. This artifact, formed from the heart of Pangu, possessed the power to obscure heavenly secrets, preventing even the aura of the heavenly Tao from penetrating its confines. Thus, when Wu Tian awoke from his meditation and beheld the gathered ancestors, his eyes brightened upon hearing Di Jiang mention Hongjun's sermon. Has it already begun? Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged knowing looks before nodding slightly. Indeed, you were right once more. A mysterious glimmer danced in Di Jiang's eyes as he regarded Wu Tian with increasing depth, silently vowing to place greater emphasis on the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. Wu Tian paid no heed to Di Jiang's gaze. In fact, for him, if it could provoke even a slight change in Di Jiang, it would be deemed a fortunate occurrence. Upon confirming this matter, Wu Tian quickly rose to his feet, exclaiming, What are we waiting for? Let us set off without delay. Wu Tian appeared exceedingly anxious. How could he not be? If he set off leisurely to search for the location of the Zixiao Palace amidst the chaos, how could he possibly seize the opportunity before others? Although he had no desire for the primordial purple energy, nor did he aspire to become a saint of the heavenly Tao, It did not imply that he was disinterested in claiming the seat that represented the chance for a sage, even if he had no need for it himself. He could exchange it with others. At the very least, he could disrupt Hongjun's plans and witness the ensuing amusement. It is said that a seat represents a strand of primordial purple energy if the Witch clan were to seize it. Would Hongjun truly bestow the primordial purple energy upon the Ancestral Witch? The thought invigorated Wu Tian's anticipation. However, the Ancestral Witches were different. They had previously been persuaded by Wu Tian and showed no intention of abstaining from the venture, yet they could not comprehend Wu Tian's urgency. Instead, they regarded him with puzzled expressions. Ancestor Gonggong, in particular, curiously remarked, "We still have 3,000 years. Shall we set off now?" The others looked at Wu Tian with intrigue, including Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jioyin, their eyes shimmering with curiosity, while Ho Tu appeared contemplative. With a sigh, Wu Tian found himself understanding the thoughts of the Ancestral Witches. However, he was at a loss as to how to articulate his reasoning to them. A sudden idea struck him, and he turned his gaze towards Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. If he could persuade the eldest and the second, the opinions of the other Ancestral Witches would become inconsequential. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Tian spoke, as I have previously mentioned. Hongjun's teachings are dictated not only by his own will but also by the demands of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, this lecture must present a significant opportunity. With so many participants, it is certainly a matter of first come, first served. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang frowned and pondered deeply. He was indifferent to the workings of the heavenly Tao and held no particular expectations for the so-called opportunities, as the Witch clan had no need for magical treasures. Their only reverence was for the father god Pangu. Nonetheless, Wu Tian possessed an uncanny ability. Everything he spoke seemed to come to fruition, leaving Di Jiang no choice but to consider the matter with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Zhu Jioyin interjected with a smile, saying, "Do not rush. We should make arrangements with our kin. After all, we will be away for 3,000 years, and the lecture at Zixiao Palace may take an indeterminate amount of time." Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then he quickly nodded and smiled, saying, "It is indeed my impatience." Zhu Jioyin, seemingly perceiving Wu Tian's thoughts, once again smiled and remarked, "Elder brother masters the laws of space, while I command the laws of time. If we join forces solely for the purpose of traversing distances, there are likely very few in the entirety of the primordial world who could rival us. We shall undoubtedly reach the Zixiao Palace first." Wu Tianxin pondered for a moment. And indeed, it made sense. The anxious expression on his face immediately dissipated. At that moment, Emperor Jiang smiled and spoke. "Then let it be. Quickly summon the great witches and issue your commands, and then hasten beyond the primordial realm into the chaos to seek the Purple Sky Palace." After saying this, he glanced at the crowd, his eyes conveying a silent message. Seeing that both the eldest and second leaders had expressed this, the other Ancestral Witches ceased their objections, nodding slightly in agreement, and promptly relayed the summons to their respective great witches. Before long, the great witches hastened towards the Pangu Hall. Wu Tian was quite familiar with these great witches, having witnessed their emergence firsthand. Previously, he had been refining the Ancestral Witch's blood by the blood pool. The great witches were also aware of Wu Tian's identity. However, they had been instructed by Di Jiang and the other Ancestral Witches to keep Wu Tian's identity a secret from the outside world. When the great witches arrived, they all bowed in unison and exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the esteemed Ancestral Witches." Di Jiang waved his hand, signaling them to rise, and then explained their intention to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings, urging the great witches to take good care of their kin. Upon hearing this, the leader, Qiyu, declared, "The Ancestral Witches need not worry. We vow to protect our kin with our lives." The other great witches nodded in agreement, their expressions resolute, as if they were ready to declare that any harm to the witch tribe would have to pass over their fallen bodies first. Di Jiang was greatly impressed by the great witch's display of loyalty and clapped Qiyu's shoulder heartily, laughing as he proclaimed, "Excellent. Truly worthy sons of the witch tribe." Wu Tian initially wished to express certain sentiments, such as the dichotomy of preserving land at the cost of losing people, or vice versa, yet he ultimately refrained from doing so. Given the nature of the witch clan, they would likely be unreceptive to such notions. Furthermore, when Hongjun commenced his teachings, virtually all the formidable beings of the primordial world would gather at the Purple Cloud Palace to listen, alleviating any concerns regarding potential dangers posed by the great witches. In the end, Wu Tian smiled and remarked, "After our departure, the Pangu Hall shall remain here. Should you encounter an adversary you cannot overcome, retreat to the Pangu Hall and await our return. Together, we shall seek retribution." The great witches found this proposition acceptable. They each bowed respectfully to Wu Tian and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Ancestor Wu Tian." Upon the conclusion of this matter, the great witches dispersed. Wu Tian once again summoned Jiofeng and Hou, leaving them alone. Usually, he shared a close bond with Xian Ming and Ho Tu, and he co-managed the Ho Tu tribe with Ho Tu herself. In contrast, Jiofeng and Hou each practiced the laws of Xian Ming and Ho Tu, respectively. Thus, whenever Wu Tian had matters to address, he would instruct the two, "While you are active at the foot of Mount Busho, please be vigilant for a 7-colored gourd vine. Should you discover it, ensure its protection, and inform me upon my return." Tian suddenly recalled the matter of the primordial gourd vine. This extraordinary spiritual root had manifested during a sermon, and before its gourds had fully ripened. It was divided among the onlookers, with even the vine itself becoming a tool for Niwa to create humanity. Naturally, he wished to procure it in advance. However, Tian could not clearly remember after which sermon the primordial gourd vine had first appeared, nor could he ascertain whether it had emerged in the present moment. Thus, he could only instruct the two individuals to remain vigilant. If they could locate it, that would be splendid. If not, he planned to wander around Mount Buzhou after the sermon at Xixia Palace to search diligently. Should his efforts still prove fruitless, there would be little recourse. As the primordial realm is governed by fate and the timing of events, Tian could only keep a watchful eye on the three purities and others, hoping for at least a share of the fortune for those who bear witness. Upon hearing this, Jiufeng and Hui both responded solemnly, clasping their hands and affirming, "We shall faithfully obey the command of the great ancestor. We will certainly search diligently." Tian smiled and nodded. Observing that both individuals were quite earnest and appeared determined to achieve their objective, he amusingly elucidated, "This matter primarily hinges on fate. If it cannot be found, there is no need to force it. You should not blame yourselves. I have other methods." As they set forth towards the realm of chaos, Jiufeng and Hui exchanged knowing glances, feeling an immense sense of relief. They had been somewhat anxious about how to report to Tian, the ancestral shaman, should they fail to locate the desired item. Fortunately, Tian's words alleviated their concerns. They shared a glance. Indeed, Tian, the ancestral shaman, was remarkably easy to interact with. Among all the great shamans, Tian was considered an anomaly, often preferring to seclude himself in the Panga Hall for cultivation, always maintaining a cordial demeanor during their encounters. Unlike the other ancestral shamans, who could be tempestuous, even Hutu, the most serene among the 12 ancestors, exhibited a volatile side. Yet, Tian had never displayed anger towards them. A sudden realization struck them. This seemed to be the first occasion where Tian had entrusted them with a task. With newfound determination, they resolved to find the colorful gourd vine for Tian. As Jiufeng and Hui departed, Hutu, intrigued, inquired, "Tian, is this primordial gourd vine truly of great significance?" Tian nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "This is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. Each gourd above possesses its own unique marvels, but the most significant aspect is that this gourd vine pertains to a grand opportunity." Naturally, he was referring to the opportunity for creation. Tian was certainly eager to involve himself in such matters, and the innate gourd vine was the foundation upon which he would stake his claim to this chance. Upon hearing these words, Ho too appeared contemplative. Having grown accustomed to Tian's revelations, she did not dwell on why he possessed such extensive knowledge. Each of the ancestral witches had their own talents. Perhaps Tian's forte lay in his perception of the celestial trends and various opportunities. Soon after, Ho too chuckled, "If they are unable to find it, once the teaching concludes, I shall assist you in the search." At that moment, Xianming also cast her gaze over, her silence doing little to obscure the clear implication in her eyes. This matter was equally hers to partake in. Tian was deeply moved. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards the two ancestral witches, saying, "Thank you, sisters." After this exchange, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches made some arrangements within the Panga Hall. Once all matters were concluded, they approached Tian. With a smile, Emperor Jiang remarked, "Let us proceed. We shall also attend the teachings in the Xixia Palace." In an instant, the laws of space were set into motion, enveloping the numerous ancestral witches and propelling them swiftly out of the Panga Hall. The next moment, it was as if the very fabric of space had transformed. Tian suddenly realized that he had emerged from the Panga Hall and ascended into the void, soaring towards the most ferocious part of the Nine Heavens Gale. Di Jiang spoke no falsehoods. His mastery of spatial laws facilitated an astonishingly swift journey. The scenery transformed rapidly before his eyes, akin to the folding of space, propelling him to the heights of the Nine Heavens in mere blinks of an eye. At that moment, Zhu Jiaoyin also took action. The combined force of their laws enveloped the isolated space surrounding Di Jiang, emanating a gentle radiance that repelled the violent gale of the Nine Heavens, which crashed back and forth in the void, entirely thwarted by this layer of brilliance. Di Jiang then chuckled lightly and remarked, "Hong Jun claimed that those with fate could come to listen to the Tao. I believe it requires strength instead. This gale is exceedingly formidable. Only those above the golden immortal rank could hope to traverse it. Yet, he chooses not to speak plainly, luring these overconfident individuals into risking their lives." After speaking, Di Jiang could not help but let out a soft scoff. In a moment of peculiar curiosity, Tian observed a figure being buffeted by the fierce winds of the Nine Heavens, their forms seemingly eroded, helplessly plummeting toward the primordial land. He could not help but shake his head. Di Jiang's words were blunt yet resonated with the profound truth of the wilderness. The fortune and treasures of the world rightfully belong to those with virtue. But is it not ultimately about whose fist is mightier? Some may proclaim that the wilderness is not merely a realm of conflict and bloodshed, but rather one of human relationships and social intricacies. However, it is only after one possesses the ability to engage in combat that others are willing to partake in such social dealings. Thankfully, there are the 12 ancestral witches. With these bold and valiant beings leading the charge in battle, Tian can comfortably navigate the complexities of human interactions from the rear. Contemplating this, Wu Tian gazed towards the ancestral shamans. Upon noticing Wu Tian's expression, Di Jiang felt a twinge of curiosity. However, he did not dwell on it for long. With a hearty smile, he remarked, Wu Tian, this is the perfect moment for you to comprehend the power of the laws. As your second brother and I are currently demonstrating them, why hesitate? Wu Tian is unlike the other ancestral witches. While the others possess their own inherent laws, even in the face of the laws of space and time, they remain incapable of comprehension due to the inherent conflicts of these laws. Yet, Wu Tian is able to transcend these limitations. He has already cultivated his primordial spirit and bears the power of the 12 laws. In response to the unreserved actions of Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin, Wu Tian expressed his gratitude and then ceased to ponder further. He settled into a meditative posture amidst the void, encircled by the ancestral witches. Gradually, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, his primordial spirit soared forth from the crown of his head. The perceptive power of his spirit began to extend outward, probing the laws wielded by Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. Soon, an abundance of profound insights blossomed within his heart. The laws of space and time began to imprint upon him, just as before. Within Wu Tian's soul, the ethereal silhouettes of Emperor Jiang and the primordial shaman Zhu Jioyin materialized, flickering momentarily before the other 10 laws began to expand. At this juncture, Ho Tu's gaze shifted, and a gentle smile graced her face. Since we find ourselves with time to spare, why not lend our strength to assist Wu Tian? As her words echoed, before any of the other primordial shamans could respond, a profound and resplendent earthen light emanated from Ho Tu's beings, radiating the essence of the Ho Tu law and enveloping the barriers surrounding everyone. In an instant, Xian Ming, without uttering a word, also unleashed the Xian Ming law. A primordial shaman then boisterously proclaimed, Haha, let us hasten our efforts, lest this fellow believes that only his 2 elder sisters care for him, while we, his brothers, are miserly. In that fleeting moment, an array of law powers surged forth, intertwining with the forces of space and time. The original azure radiance was swiftly transformed into chaotic hues, as the combined might of Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jioyin bore witness to the unfolding scene. With no guiding 12 capitals divine array at their disposal, the convergence of such potent laws intensified the ensuing conflict, imposing immense pressure upon both Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. It was at this critical juncture that the tension escalated. A fleeting glimmer of golden light illuminated Wu Tian's primordial spirit as the Hameng Liang Tian emerged, gracefully hovering above his head and rotating with an aura of supreme merit. This presence swiftly quelled the discord of numerous laws. It is worth noting that the ancestral witches did not exert their full strength. Their intention was merely to allow Wu Tian to perceive the essence of his own laws. As this transformation unfolded, the engravings of 12 laws within Wu Tian's soul surged rapidly, while the ethereal manifestations of the 12 ancestral witches surrounding his spirit grew increasingly luminous. The ancestral witches soon transcended the chaotic membrane, emerging from the primordial realm and dissolving into the boundless chaos. Chapter 20. Hongjun. Where did it all go awry? In the chaos, no paths existed. There was neither time nor space, nor any myriad of profound laws. The radiant sphere surrounding the ancestral witches resembled a miniature world, shattering countless streams of chaotic energy. Following an instinctive call, Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin navigated through the vast expanse of chaos. Time became an indeterminate concept until Di Jiang's voice suddenly resonated beside them. We have arrived. Wu Tian was suddenly awakened, emerging from his meditative state. After an indeterminate period of profound introspection, under the gentle influence of myriad principles, the engravings of the laws upon Wu Tian's soul saw a significant enhancement. Upon a brief contemplation, he realized that this period of advancement surpassed even the potency of the 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence he had refined. The engravings of the laws had reached at least 20%. After all, it was the combined efforts of the 12 ancestral witches. It was only during such expeditions that Wu Tian could seize such an opportunity. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, such a chance would be inconceivable. It was not that the ancestral witches were unwilling. Rather, they could scarcely contain their impatience. They calmed their own laws, allowing their primordial spirits to retreat into their spiritual realms, while the primordial measuring scale of the heavens also descended within their primordial spirits, suppressing Wu Tian's heavenly secrets and destiny. Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes. Is this the Purple Cloud Palace? He gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. In the boundless chaos, which was once filled with countless swirling chaotic currents, there now lay an immense expanse of pristine emptiness. It resembled a realm of its own. The Purple Cloud Palace stood solitary at its center. In its simplicity, it emanated a faint, resplendent glow, while boundless Tao rhythms flowed forth from within, shrouded in myriad extraordinary phenomena. Under the weight of such grandeur, the chaotic energies were rendered impotent, unable to encroach upon this sanctum. Wu Tian gazed around. Yet not a single soul was in sight, and the grand entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace remained firmly shut, indicating that no one had arrived as of yet. At that moment, Di Jiang, with a hint of smugness, remarked, What do you think? Did elder brother deceive you? Rest assured, we shall arrive well ahead of the others, ensuring your plans are not hindered. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to offer his support to Emperor Jiang, a sudden flash caught his attention. 3 figures emerged decisively from the chaos to the side, charging directly towards the Zishu Palace. Among these three figures, one appeared as an elderly man, another as a middle-aged individual, and the last was a strikingly handsome and talented young man. Wu Tian felt a stir within his heart. Could it be that these are the three pure ones, Tai Qing, Yuan Shi, and Tong Dian? Although he had never encountered the three pure ones before, he had previously interacted with them during the fierce battles against the ferocious beasts in the primordial chaos, alongside the likes of Emperor Jiang and others. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, "The three pure ones." While the three pure ones represent the true orthodoxy of Pangu, they stand in stark contrast to the ancestral witches, who are born from Pangu's essence and are tainted with a heavy aura of malevolence upon their emergence. The three pure ones, on the other hand, are manifestations of Pangu's original spirit, divided into three parts. Logically, there exists some kinship between them. However, in their prior encounters, the 12 ancestors of witches and the three pure ones had developed a mutual disdain. The three pure ones regarded the 12 ancestors as excessively crude, filled with a violent aura, and prone to rage and conflict. Conversely, the 12 ancestors looked down upon the three pure ones, questioning why they, who share the same Pango lineage, would dare to look down upon them. At this moment, upon witnessing the arrival of the three pure ones, Emperor Zhang's competitive spirit surged forth. He called out softly to Zhu Jiuyin, causing the spatial laws and temporal laws surrounding the ancestral witches to swell dramatically, accelerating their original speed. They intended to reach the Zishu Palace before the three pure ones. The three pure ones also caught sight of the ancestral witches and felt a spark of curiosity. How could these 12 proud and arrogant ancestral witches be inclined to attend Hongjuan's teachings? Simultaneously, their gazes flickered and fell upon Wu Tian, who was encircled by the ancestral witches, revealing a glimmer of intrigue in their eyes. Who is this person? Could he also be of the witch clan? Though the thick layers of spatial and temporal laws obscured their view of Wu Tian's true situation, they could discern that he was distinctly different from the ancestral witches. Despite the tumult of thought swirling in their minds, the speed of the three pure ones showed no sign of waning, their essences intertwined as if they were one, swiftly advancing toward the entrance of the Zishu Palace. Upon entering the dominion of the Zishu Palace, the surrounding chaotic energy was instantly purified. The three pure ones quickly detected the transformation of the environment amidst the chaos. Where previously nothing existed, any actions taken had resulted in depleting their own essence without any means of replenishment from the external world. Yet, they were perplexed to find that this place mirrored the primordial realm. It was as if the power of the primordial heavenly Tao extended here, carving out a small world within the chaos. With the replenishment of external vitality, the speed of the three pure ones surged once more. Whoosh! They approached the Zishu Palace with even greater swiftness. However, Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin experienced a different sensation upon entering the aura of the Zishu Palace. Their previously swift pace suddenly plummeted. The ancestral witches felt as though they were mired in a quagmire, and with each step closer to the Zishu Palace, their speed diminished further. What was happening? Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. He then gazed thoughtfully towards the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace. What was happening? The lecture had yet to commence, and yet Hongjun was already resorting to underhanded tactics? Wu Tian felt a surge of astonishment. He then watched in disbelief as the three pure ones vanished into the Palace of Purple Clouds. Moreover, two figures shot forth from the chaos, surpassing even the ancestral witches. One was a man and the other a woman. They were none other than the siblings Fushi and Yua, like the three pure ones. Upon entering the ethereal domain enveloped by the Palace of Purple Clouds, the oppressive weight of chaos instantly dissipated, allowing them to move even more swiftly. As these figures continued to disappear, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin furrowed their brows. Their faces contorted with fury as they coldly glared in the direction of the Palace of Purple Clouds, on the verge of an explosive outburst. How could they not realize that they were being targeted? Di Jiang could hardly contain his anger towards that old scoundrel Hongjun, though he cared little for the opportunities Wu Tian had mentioned. Having boasted in front of his younger brother only to be thwarted at the last moment left him deeply dissatisfied. Wu Tian quickly interjected, "Brother, do not be hasty. Let us first enter the Purple Cloud Palace. This place not only suppresses chaos but is also intimately connected with the heavenly Tao, whose power permeates this space. To put it strictly, this is the domain of Hongjun. Creating a disturbance here may not yield favorable outcomes." Wu Tian naturally sought to persuade the ancestral witches. Yet he did not leave empty-handed. He gleaned a crucial insight. The seating arrangement within the Zishu Palace was not merely a matter of chance, but rather a deliberate orchestration by Hongjun. If it were otherwise, why would Hongjun covertly intervene to obstruct the ancestral witches, preventing their premature entry? Had they been allowed to enter first, it would not merely be a matter of 6 seats, they could easily fill even a dozen. The notion that the mats represented a chance for sanctification would thus become utterly ludicrous. At that moment, deep within the Zishu Palace, Hongjun gazed contemplatively at the unfolding scene outside, his heart filled with astonishment. He found himself perplexed. How could the celestial mechanisms indicate otherwise when all 12 ancestral witches had arrived, and so early at that? After his own sanctification, the predictions he derived from the heavenly mechanisms had clearly shown only Xianming and Hutu as the attendees. What had gone awry? Hongjun, newly ascended to sainthood, had yet to attain the profound mastery that would characterize him as the Tao ancestor in the future. Consequently, when the ancestral witches appeared unexpectedly, he was engulfed in confusion, even beginning to doubt his own interpretations of the divine will. It was inconceivable. He had repeatedly divined the heavenly mechanisms with consistent results. In his helplessness, Hongjun had no choice but to intervene forcefully. He summoned the powers of the Tao to suppress the speed of the ancestral witches, thereby delaying their arrival at the Zixiao Palace, allowing the Sanqing, Fuxi, and Nuwa to enter ahead of them. He was acutely aware that this was not an ideal course of action. Given the temperament of the ancestral witches, should a disturbance arise, it could lead to dire consequences. The impending tribulation heralded great fortune for the witch race. He could not simply annihilate the ancestral witches. Yet, to stand idly by and watch them seize the first opportunity to enter the Zixiao Palace, occupying all the seats and thwarting his meticulously laid plans? Hongjun subtly shook his head in dismay. The Sanqing represented the true lineage of Pangu, having emerged from the tripartite essence of Pangu's primordial spirit, embodying the fortune of the Honghuang world. Regardless of the circumstances, Hongjun was determined to bring them under his wing. Only in this way could he harness their formidable fortune to elevate himself to greater heights. Nuwa too held immense potential, although not aligned with the Sanqing. She was destined for her own monumental opportunities, her fortune profound and enduring. Hongjun would certainly not relinquish her. After weighing his options, Hongjun acted decisively. He cast a cautious glance towards the ancestral witches, only to be increasingly astonished by the fact that, after a fleeting moment of anger, they managed to suppress their emotions. What was happening? When had the ancestral witches exhibited such forbearance? The restraint displayed by Emperor Jiang and the others was undoubtedly due to Wu Tian's counsel. Nevertheless, Emperor Jiang found it difficult to contain his anger. Instead of unleashing a tirade against Hongjun, he proclaimed with clarity, "Brothers, let us act." Instantly, the ancestral witches exuded an overwhelming aura, potent and fierce, far surpassing the restrained energies they had previously channeled for Wu Tian's comprehension. Earlier, they had deliberately moderated the discord among the laws, striving for a gentle and docile approach. Now, however, they unleashed their formidable might. Boom. The radiant spheres surrounding the ancestral witches flared brightly, colliding with the formidable energies emanating from the Zixiao Palace, causing the surrounding laws to spiral into chaos. The ancestral witches swiftly extricated themselves from their previous constraints, hurtling towards the Zixiao Palace with remarkable speed. Wu Tian let out a gentle sigh of relief. He had managed to persuade the ancestral witches to suppress their fury, preventing an outburst on Hongjun's territory. Had a conflict erupted, it was uncertain how Hongjun would respond. Who could predict whether he would use the ancestral witches as pawns in a display of power, executing a cautionary tale to intimidate others who came to seek wisdom? As for the positions within the Zixiao Palace, well, acquiring even two would suffice. At the very least, the moment a thought arose in his mind, he noticed figures swiftly passing by the ancestral witches. Walking side by side were Zhun Yuanzi and the venerable Hong Yun, while the lone figure exuding a rebellious air was Kunping. As Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yun passed by, they turned their heads to nod in acknowledgement toward the ancestral witches, their faces adorned with warm smiles. These two brothers were always amiable, with gentle temperaments and a friendly disposition. Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yun pondered within, strange. Upon entering this realm, there is a sense of returning to the primordial world, and my own magical powers flow more smoothly than before. Why do the ancestral witches appear so peculiar? Little did they know, the ancestral witches were constrained by the Zixiao Palace, while their own forms bore the distinct enhancements from Hongjun, rendering them somewhat unusual. As the three figures disappeared from view, Wu Tian stood in stunned silence, inwardly cursing. How shameless. They arrived after me with the ancestral witches, yet at the crucial moment, Hongjun resorts to such petty tricks. What had happened to the dignified demeanor expected of a Taoist ancestor? In Wu Tian's mind, even if Hongjun had ulterior motives, any intervention should have been subtle and unobtrusive, rather than so overt. Was this not a rather clumsy display? In truth, Hongjun was equally speechless. He had meticulously planned his steps. Who could have anticipated that the ancestral witches would arrive en masse and be the first to reach the Zixiao Palace? This unexpected turn of events had disrupted his arrangements. If he did not intervene to block the witch tribe now, the consequences of trying to rectify his original plans would likely lead to even greater complications. Thus, he had no time to worry about maintaining his composure. What was amiss with the ancestral witches? Was there some unforeseen change? Hongjun's gaze shifted, inevitably landing on the ancestral witches, his expression devoid of emotion. After a brief survey, his attention naturally fell upon Wu Tian. Yet, he discerned nothing unusual. Wu Tian inherently possesses a respectable identity, coupled with the profound artifact, the Haoming Liang Tian scale, which suppresses his own aura and conceals his fate. Even Hongjun would be unable to unknowingly discern anything. When the ancestral witches entered the Zixiao Palace, the three pure ones were already seated upon the foremost mats. Contrary to Wu Tian's expectations, there were 7 mats within the Zixiao Palace, with the first 3 naturally occupied by the 3 pure ones. Following them were Fuxi and Nuwa. The sibling duo understood that the mats at the front might harbor significant opportunities. However, Fushi, with his great wisdom, merely pondered briefly before relinquishing the thought of claiming one for himself. Instead, he chose to sit cross-legged behind Yuhua. If it were indeed a grand opportunity, countless individuals would vie for it. Outside were the 12 ancestral witches, and there would be numerous powerful beings to follow. The strength of the two siblings would likely suffice to secure only one position. I shall remain behind to protect you, Fushi quietly conveyed to Yuhua. Thus, they occupied but a single seat. Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kuanping entered, taking the 5th and 6th seats. Strangely, Zhen Yuanzi, like Fushi, chose to sit behind Hong Yun instead of occupying the 7th seat. Sister Hutu, you have attained your primordial spirit. You should take a seat. Wu Tian directly pushed Hotu forward. The ancestral shamans naturally had no objections, but Hotu paused for a moment, her eyes subtly glimmering with emotion as she glanced at Wu Tian. Her gaze seemed to convey a silent question. Do you not possess a primordial spirit as well? Why do you not take your seat? Hotu distinctly recalled that Wu Tian's earlier intention to arrive at the Zishu Palace ahead of others was driven by the desire to claim the foremost seat, which symbolized great fortune. In this light, did he not relinquish the opportunity for himself? Wu Tian merely smiled, gently pushing Huda down onto the 7th mat. Then turned to the ancestral witches and said, let us take our seats behind. With a subtle wave of his hand, a row of jade mats materialized on the ground. However, Di Jiang remained somewhat irate, feeling deeply dissatisfied. Had it not been for Hong Jun's meddling, given their early arrival, all 7 seats should rightfully belong to their witch tribe. How could they settle for just one? Before he could voice his grievances, Wu Tian discreetly communicated with the ancestral witches. Glancing at the retreating figures of Hong Yun and Kuanping, he cheerfully remarked, Dear brothers, do not fret. Soon, Hong Yun will cede his seat to us, and moreover, he will express his gratitude to our witch tribe, acknowledging a significant karmic debt. Do you believe this? Chapter 22. Making connections. The attention of the ancestral witches was instantly captivated, even causing them to momentarily set aside their frustrations. Isn't this a fortuitous opportunity? They mused. To yield such a significant chance and yet be compelled to express gratitude? The ancestral witches turned their gaze toward Hong Yun, their expressions filled with incredulity. As if to question, is Hong Yun truly a fool? Wu Tian, however, understood that Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi, although universally regarded as benevolent figures in the primordial realm, were certainly not fools. To speak solely of Zhen Yuanzi, the future ancestral deity of Earth immortals, he was one of the 2 entities among the 10 innate spiritual roots capable of transformation, the other being the formidable Yang Mei, who could rival Hong Jun. Furthermore, Zhen Yuanzi wielded the Earth Book, enabling him to create formidable moral binding formations such as the Earth Book barrier. To claim he lacked great wisdom would be utterly implausible. What reinforced Wu Tian's conviction was Zhen Yuanzi's choice to remain seated behind Hong Yun, eschewing the opportunity to seize the last available seat, much like Fushi protecting Enhua. It was evident that he recognized the significance of this mat and foresaw the potential for fierce disputes to arise. Perhaps Hong Yun's act of yielding his seat was not merely an expression of his amiable nature, but rather concealed deeper motives and unavoidable circumstances. Wu Tian silently murmured to himself. At that moment, a dozen pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. The direct gaze of the ancestral witches imposed an inexplicable pressure upon the two, causing Hong Yun's expression to stiffen slightly. Nevertheless, he maintained a faint smile, slowly turning his head to glance at the ancestral witches, offering them a light chuckle and a subtle nod. He quickly shifted his gaze back to Zhen Yuanzi, locking eyes and conveying a silent message. Brother Zhen Yuanzi, what are the ancestral witches planning? Their stares are rather unsettling. Surely, they do not intend to act against us? Zhen Yuanzi, equally perplexed, pondered. I have no idea. However, we are in the Purple Cloud Palace. The ancestral witches should not disregard Hong Jun's authority and act rashly. Should they? Besides, we have not provoked them. After much contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi could no longer contain his curiosity and turned his gaze toward the ancestral witches, resting it upon the most amiable among them, Wu Tian. With a slight focus, he cheerfully inquired, Esteemed friend, I find your face unfamiliar. May I ask your name? Wu Tian gestured towards Emperor Jiang and the others. He found himself somewhat speechless under their unabashed gaze. How could one regard another with such intensity? It was enough to frighten Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Observing this, Emperor Jiang let out a soft huff and retracted his somewhat fearsome stare, then lowered his head to exchange glances with Zhu Jiuyin, engaging in silent communication while also straining to listen to Wu Tian's conversation with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Then, Wu Tian's laughter resonated. Haha, it is entirely normal for friend Zhen Yuanzi not to have encountered me before. I seldom traverse the vastness of Hong Wang. I am Wu Tian of the Witch Clan. However, I have long heard of your esteemed names, echoing in my ears, and have yearned to meet you. The ancestral witches often speak of you as rare good-natured individuals in this land. Upon hearing Wu Tian's kind words, both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun felt a sense of relief, their smiles becoming increasingly genuine. Yet, the term good-natured struck them as oddly peculiar, almost akin to an insult. Nevertheless, seeing Wu Tian's earnest expression, they dismissed their misgivings. Zhen Yuanzi humbly shook his head. Friend, you are too kind. The ancestral witches exaggerate. My brother and I merely dislike conflict and seek leisure. How can we be considered good-natured? As they engaged in their quiet discourse, the three pure ones along with Fushi and Yuwa cast curious glances in their direction, their hearts filled with intrigue. They were well acquainted with the 12 ancestral witches, having either seen or heard of them. During the calamity of Long On, everyone had remained in seclusion. But the ancestral witches had boldly ventured onto the battlefield to seize corpses and clear the field, exuding an air of righteousness that astonished all in Hong Wang. Their reputation was widespread, yet Wu Tian seemed to have emerged out of thin air, having left no trace in Hong Wang until now. Observing the ancestral witch's demeanor towards Wu Tian, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. Upon hearing Wu Tian announce his name, their eyes flickered slightly. So his name is Wu Tian. Instantly, they imperceptibly nodded, most in their hearts thinking, Wu Tian is undoubtedly the most capable shaman beneath the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan. His presence at the Zixiao Palace to receive teachings is a rare opportunity, hence the ancestral shamans have chosen to keep him close. However, Hong Jun remains perplexed. At this moment, he has not yet revealed himself, yet the entire Zixiao Palace is under his dominion. The discourse between Wu Tian and Zhun Yuanzi naturally reaches his ears. Upon hearing Wu Tian's name, he mutters to himself, Wu Tian? A slight frown creases his brow. As the foremost sage of the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun harbors a strong aversion to this name. Of all names one could choose, why Wu Tian? It evokes a subtle sense of rivalry. And coupled with the Wu clan's conduct, he feels a growing discontent. He does not regard Wu Tian as an ordinary shaman, were it not for the fear of incurring the wrath of the ancestral shamans once again. Hong Jun would be tempted to summon the powers of the heavenly Tao to investigate and thoroughly scrutinize Wu Tian's background. Meanwhile, as the thoughts of the crowd swirl about, Wu Tian continued to engage in fervent discourse with Zhun Yuanzi. He harbored no ill intentions towards either of them. In fact, he found them quite intriguing. As previously mentioned, with the ancestral witches engaged in their battles up ahead, Wu Tian could navigate the intricacies of human relationships from behind. While Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yun were indeed individuals worthy of forging alliances with, Wu Tian's words were imbued with genuine kindness. Upon witnessing this, Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yun felt a mutual desire to forge a friendship. The two parties quickly found common ground, and their conversation grew increasingly fervent. After a while, even Hong Yun could not resist joining their discourse. Turning around, he cheerfully remarked, Taoist friend Wu Tian, once your lecture concludes, you must visit Wuzhuang Guan. The ginseng fruits cultivated by Brother Zhen Yuan are exquisitely delightful and certainly worth savoring. In response to Hong Yun's suggestion to use his ginseng fruits as a favor, Zhen Yuanzi merely cast a playful glance at him, then, with a warm smile, replied, If you do come, I shall surely welcome you with open arms. At this moment, Wu Tian continued to engage in conversation with Zhen Yuanzi, and their interaction became increasingly harmonious and fervent. Wu Tian laughed heartily, exclaiming, Haha. Then I shall take it to heart. I have long heard of ginseng fruit, and have been quite curious about it. As he engaged in conversation with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how the discussion had shifted from seating arrangements to ginseng fruit. At that moment, a faint sound broke the air. The conversation among Wu Tian and the others was abruptly interrupted. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun's smiles froze on their faces, while Wu Tian furrowed his brows. Before he could react, Di Jiang and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, with their 24 eyes, turned their collective gaze towards the center of the Sanqing, landing on the second among them, Yuanshi Tianzuan. Each of them wore an expression of hostility. Chapter 23, A Subtle Confrontation with Yuanshi. What is your intention? Di Jiang showed no restraint towards Yuanshi Tianzuan. Without waiting for Wu Tian to speak, he directly confronted Yuanshi. Di Jiang's voice made Zhen Yuanzi's heart race, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. He had just thought that the rumors in Hong Wang were exaggerated. How could the Wu clan be so hard to deal with? Yet, in an instant, he was proven wrong. However, he had no grounds to speak up, as Yuanshi Tianzuan's cold snort was not only aimed at Wu Tian but also at him and Hong Yun. He did not wish to provoke the Sanqing. Surely, he couldn't deny the ancestors their voice? Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, then harmoniously turned their attention to the Sanqing. They noted that Ta Qing, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tong Dian all bore grim expressions, particularly Yuanshi Tianzuan, who was the most affected. Nevertheless, he did not back down. At this moment, many individuals had begun to enter the Zixiao Palace, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were astonished, their gazes filled with intrigue. In such a context, could he remain silent? After a brief pause, Yuanshi Tianzuan coldly declared, What do I mean? I wish to inquire what you mean by making such a ruckus in the Zixiao Palace, while seeking to listen to the Tao. Is this how one ought to behave? Among the Sanqing, Yuanshi Tianzuan held decorum in the highest regard. His character was evident even now, as he believed that everyone present had come to listen to the Tao and should maintain silence within the Zixiao Palace. Such noise was utterly unbecoming. Upon hearing his words, the ancestors became incensed. The most hot-tempered among them, Zhu Rong, leapt to his feet, angrily exclaiming, What business is it of yours? Is this Zixiao Palace yours? Zhu Rong's crude and straightforward remarks caused Yuanshi Tianzuan's face to turn a shade of pale. He immediately prepared to confront Zhu Rong. At that moment, Ta Qing frowned slightly and gently called out, second brother, halting Yuan Shi. Ta Qing's gaze, deep and profound, turned towards the ancestors, ultimately resting on Yuan Shi Tianzuan as he continued. This place is, after all, a sacred venue for the sages. Although he did not finish his sentence. The implication was clear. He urged Yuan Shi Tianzuan not to escalate matters with the ancestors. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes flickered, and with a soft huff, he ceased to regard the ancestors. Though Ta Qing had intervened to shield Yuan Shi Tianzuan, his stance was unmistakable. He naturally sided with his brother, subtly suggesting that Yuan Shi Tianzuan should not pursue the matter further, implying the fault lay with the ancestors. Witnessing this, Wu Tian felt a surge of discontent. This Xixio palace was not the domain of Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Hangjun had not issued any explicit restrictions. Why should he assume the role of a disciplinary officer? Others wielded authority with mere feathers, while Yuan Shi Tianzuan lacked even that. However, he chose not to voice these thoughts. Instead, he looked towards the Sanqing and smiled lightly. Hee, my friend Yuan Shi's anger is truly unwarranted. We gather here before the lecture to forge friendships and exchange insights, which is one of the very purposes of coming to the Xixio Palace. To accuse others and incite discord, as you have done, is rather unbecoming, is it not? Yuan Shi Tianzuan was rendered speechless. According to Wu Tian's reasoning, he indeed appeared to be the more discourteous one, suspected of instigating conflict within the Xixio Palace. Ta Qing's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Wu Tian. What is going on? When did the Wu clan become so eloquent and astute? Tong Tian, who had initially shared the sentiment of animosity, upon hearing Wu Tian's words, also reflected, it seems to be the case. They are making friends. Why must one display such a sour face? Perhaps he is not so lenient towards outsiders. His curiosity towards Wu Tian only grew, as the expressions of the Sanqing shifted. The previously furious Di Zhang's face broke into a grin, and he cheerfully patted Wu Tian on the shoulder. Wu Tian turned back with a wry smile, only to meet the appreciative gaze of Emperor Jiang as if silently conveying, well said, precisely what I wish to express. The Ancestral Witch, Zhu Rong, observed the primordial heavenly sovereign rendered speechless and, feeling a sense of triumph, raised an eyebrow in his direction before taking a seat. Humph. Our witch clan is indeed the epitome of reason. The ancestral witches were invigorated by Wu Tian's eloquence, wearing expressions of shared pride. Wu Tian nodded at them, his gaze signaling to calm the ancestral spirits. Once Zhu Rong had taken his seat once more, he turned his attention back to the three pure ones. The expression on Yuan Shi Tianzuan's face grew increasingly grim, his eyes flickering slightly as if contemplating how to counter the argument. Wu Tian smiled faintly. Immediately adopting a tone of gentle persuasion and earnest instruction, he said calmly, alas, for the sake of the Pangu Father God, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not let your identity as the authentic descendant of Pangu lead you to adopt an air of superiority and arrogance. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt an overwhelming surge of anger that nearly made him spit blood. How outrageous. In the aftermath of the Dragon Han catastrophe, who among the primordial chaos has been more audacious than your ancestral witches? And you still have the audacity to utter such words? The others present displayed peculiar expressions. However, at that moment, everyone possessed a modicum of discernment and would not foolishly expose themselves as targets for the witch clan and the three pure ones. At this juncture, Wu Tian continued with a smile, were it not for the magnanimity of Taoist Jin Yuan and Taoist Hong Yun, your attitude would surely lead to unending conflict. Jin Yuan Zi and Hong Yun were taken aback, their hearts trembling with a sudden realization. With a face full of helplessness, they turned their gaze toward Wu Tian, their eyes pleading for understanding. Friend Wu Tian Dao, cease your games. Alas, I had thought you to be an anomaly among the witch clan. But it appears I have misjudged you. You are no less formidable than the ancestral witches. Jin Yuanzi sighed inwardly. The two brothers sought to remain unentangled in karmic affairs, desiring freedom and tranquility, and had no inclination to confront the three pure ones or provoke the primordial supreme being. In terms of strength, they were outmatched by the three pure ones, and even in sheer numbers, they were at a disadvantage. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances filled with concern as they gazed at the three pure ones, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, clearly worried that the three pure ones might have their sights set on them. However, at that moment, the three pure ones' gaze was fixed solely on Wu Tian, their eyes deep and penetrating. Were it not for Tai Ching reaching out to pull the primordial supreme being back, it is likely that he would have leapt up in response. Under the scrutiny of the three, the atmosphere grew tense. Wu Tian maintained an air of effortless ease. What was there to fear? Did they truly dare to act within the confines of the Xixio Palace? The ancestor witches bore no such apprehensions. However, the Ta Ching would undoubtedly refrain from such actions. Noticing Di Zhang's intention to rise and shield him, Wu Tian smiled gently and shook his head, subsequently choosing to disregard the Sanqing entirely. Wu Tian has always adhered to the philosophy of steady development. However, when confronted by the primordial supreme being, he could not restrain himself and ended up delivering a sharp retort, which ultimately brought him a sense of relief and clarity. Indeed, after a subtle exchange among the three, they managed to suppress their discontent. After all, it was the primordial supreme being who initiated the provocation, and they had already lost the moral high ground. At this moment, sacrificing a bit of face seemed only justifiable. Meanwhile, Tai Ching discreetly conveyed soothing words. do not act impulsively. Let us not forget our purpose here. On this side, Wu Tian continued his discourse with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, but refrained from allowing everyone to overhear, opting instead for a transmission of thoughts through their spiritual consciousness. Wu Tian chuckled lightly and said, "Why must the two of you be so alarmed?" Zhen Yuanzi forced a smile, while Hong Yun appeared somewhat embarrassed. Wu Tian then continued with a smile, "I understand that both of you wish to remain unencumbered, avoiding excessive entanglements of cause and effect. Yet, do you not realize that one cannot simply evade the web of causality by mere desire?" He gestured towards Hong Yun's seat. Chapter 24. Hong Yun offers his seat upon reaching this point. Wu Tian paused slightly. The gazes of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were instantly drawn to him, their expressions imbued with a sense of gravity. "Taoist Wu Tian, do you imply that there is an issue with this position?" Hong Yun could not help but inquire. Wu Tian did not respond directly. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the rear, where numerous figures had already arrived at the Zixio Palace. The seats in the front had been occupied, leaving those at the back to either sit on the ground or, like the ancestral witches, to produce their own mats for seating. However, the mighty transcendents, confident in their status and power, cast their eyes toward the few individuals at the front, their eyes glimmering with intent, clearly plotting something in their minds. Wu Tian had never encountered these individuals before. However, upon observing their demeanor and presence, he immediately discerned their identities, silently pondering, could this be Dijuan and Tai? The two striking figures were clad in resplendent golden robes adorned with intricate white flame patterns, surrounded by a multitude of flames encircling a solar emblem. One of them exuded a somewhat imposing aura, undoubtedly Dijuan of the future. The other appeared even more domineering, with an ancient and grand small bell hanging at his waist, engraved with profoundly mysterious symbols. This was Tai, born alongside the primordial chaos bell. The two had emerged on the sun star, beneath the sacred Fusang tree, bathing in the true fire of the sun, destined to unite the myriad tribes of the wilderness and establish the demon clan, ultimately becoming the Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor, respectively. In this light, they could be considered the most formidable adversaries of the Witch clan. Thus, Wu Tian could not help but gaze at them a few extra moments. Sensing his scrutiny, both Dijuan and Tai turned to meet Wu Tian's gaze. A faint smile appeared on Dijuan's face as he inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, while Tai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Wu Tian nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards others. The overwhelming aura of blood and malice emanated from the figure of the old ancestor of the Underworld River, who was born from the depths of the Blood Sea. He was undeniably arrogant. His eyes, sharp and ever-moving, scrutinized the few seated on the mat, filled with a palpable desire. This individual, confident in the inexhaustible Blood Sea and the immortal Underworld River, acted with even greater audacity. Moreover, he possessed a keen intellect, being renowned as a bandit king in the primordial realm. Alongside him were the Eastern Lord and the Western Mother, birthed from the primordial Yin and Yang, as well as other formidable beings whom Wu Tian could not yet identify. The three pure ones were not to be trifled with, and the ancestral witches, numerous and powerful, were even more formidable. All eyes fell upon Yua, Hongyun, and Kunping, and sensing the covetous gazes, Fushi's expression darkened as he slowly turned to face the crowd, his resolve solidifying. No one would seize his sister's opportunity, not unless they stepped over his corpse. The determination etched on Fushi's face instantly caused many gazes to withdraw, focusing instead on Hongyun and Kunping. Hongyun was somewhat secure, as he had Zhen Yuanzi seated behind him. In stark contrast, Kunping sat alone. Since his entrance, he had remained silent, his head bowed, displaying a serious demeanor, refraining from involving himself in the matters between Wu Tian and the three pure ones, even avoiding glances in their direction. Consequently, Kunping faced the greatest pressure, appearing to tremble under its weight. At this moment, Wu Tian turned back to continue his mental exchange with Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, chuckling lightly. In this vast Zixio palace, with so many gathered to listen to the teachings, there are only 7 mats in the front row. Anyone with a modicum of sense can surely deduce that these mats must hold significant opportunities. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had anticipated the covetous gazes directed at them. Based on this understanding, despite initially having seats available, they, like Fushi and Yua, occupied only one. However, Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but smile ruefully, pondering that perhaps the reputation of himself and his brother as kind-hearted individuals had spread too widely in the primordial realm, rendering them less intimidating. Although he offered protection, the attention fixated on Hongyun was not significantly less than that on Kunping. Zhen Yuanzi even felt that had it not been for the caution instilled by Wu Tian's presence, others might have already approached to pressure them for the seat. With a sigh, both Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun acknowledged the implications of Wu Tian's words. Sitting upon the mat, Hongyun was already entangled in the web of causality. They exchanged glances, and Hongyun subtly suggested, should we not relinquish the seat to our friend Wu Tian? It would spare us from these entanglements. Until now, they understood that the seat represented great opportunity, but were unaware of how immense or crucial that opportunity truly was. Nor did they know of its connection to the primordial purple energy, which was the key to achieving sanctity. Because of this, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were reluctant to become overly entwined in this unknown fate, well aware of the adage that an innocent man bearing a precious gem often invites disaster. Oh, I merely wish to wander freely in the primordial realm with my brother Zhen Yuanzi, savoring ginseng fruits and discussing profound matters, nothing more. Hong Yun sighed inwardly, reflecting on this. And directly conveyed to Wu Tian through mental communication, "Friend Wu Tian, perhaps you should take this seat? Your clan is numerous and formidable, and the ancestral witches are infamous throughout the primordial realm. Surely, no one would dare covet it." As he spoke, he even made a gesture to rise and offer his seat. Wu Tian swiftly extended his hand, emitting a gentle force to intercept the unfolding events. He was astonished. As he had surmised, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, the two brothers, were indeed reluctant to invite trouble over an unknown opportunity. Thus, within the grand scheme, they yielded their positions to Jane and Zhuanti, not only forfeiting the chance to attain sainthood with the primordial purple energy, but also entangling Kunping in their decision, leaving him deeply resentful. It was Jane and Zhuanti who had pressured Kunping, while it was Yuanshi Tianzuan who had humiliated him. Yet, paradoxically, Kunping's greatest ire was directed at Hong Yun. Unable to contend with them, could he possibly challenge you, Hong Yun? Alas, my friend Hong Yun, do not be so hasty. This seat represents an opportunity, yet it consumes your very own fortune, blessings, and fate. The greater the opportunity, the more profound the consumption of these vital energies. Since you have already taken your seat, relinquishing it now would be unwise. Divine gifts not embraced may lead to misfortune. As the foremost cloud in the universe, it is said that Hong Yun bears the essence of Pangu's heart, signifying an extraordinary destiny. Otherwise, he would not have acquired this position in the first place. However, he has relinquished it for the first time. Subsequently, the final vestige of primordial purple energy returned to him, indicating that Hong Yun had, during this process, expended 2 opportunities to attain sainthood. Such consumption begs the question, if he does not perish, who shall? Though Hong Yun willingly offered his seat, Wu Tian was reluctant to accept, earnestly wishing for Hong Yun to solidify his resolve and firmly retain his position. In my view, you ought to learn from my Wu clan. Who dares to pressure you? Engage them fiercely. In the vast wilderness, there are few who could slay you 2 brothers without incurring a significant price. Wu Tian continued to speak. After listening, Hong Yun fell into a contemplative silence, while Zhen Yuanzi wore a pensive expression. Neither of them possessed a combative nature, and it indeed posed a challenge to entertain such resolute thoughts. After a considerable pause, both cast grateful glances at Wu Tian, expressing their appreciation for his guidance. Di Jiang observed the interaction among the 3. Although he could not hear their soul transmissions, he had witnessed Hong Yun's initial movement to rise and Wu Tian's intervention. He had comprehended the unfolding situation. His eyes widened in astonishment. Was Hong Yun truly willing to offer his seat to Wu Tian? And did he genuinely express such gratitude towards him? Yet, why did Wu Tian refuse? The perplexed Di Jiang subtly tugged at Wu Tian's arm and quietly inquired, "Wu Tian, why do you not accept?" Chapter 25. A spectacle awaits at this moment. Di Jiang was thoroughly impressed by Wu Tian. Hong Yun genuinely intended to relinquish his seat. His grateful gaze even bore a hint of remorse towards Wu Tian, strikingly similar to what Wu Tian had previously articulated. Unbeknownst to Di Jiang, the glimmer of guilt in Hong Yun's eyes stemmed from his belief that by ceding his seat to Wu Tian, the repercussions would be borne by the Witch clan. Thus, such an expression was born. Consequently, Di Jiang's confusion deepened. Everything had unfolded in accordance with Wu Tian's assertions. Why, when the moment arrived, did Wu Tian ultimately decline to accept Hong Yun's generous offer? Earlier, Wu Tian had been fervently urging the ancestors to set forth. And after encountering such an unexpected turn of events before the Zixiao Palace, Di Jiang perceived that Wu Tian's ambition was to secure a position within that very palace. He had previously been so eager for it, yet now he was pushing this opportunity away. "Oh, Wu Tian, what are you truly up to?" Facing the bewildered gaze of Di Jiang, Wu Tian chuckled softly and discreetly conveyed, "Elder brother, do not rush. Let us exercise a little more patience." As he had contemplated earlier, he genuinely hoped that Hong Yun could endure, bearing all the pressure, steadfastly refusing to yield. In doing so, the tides of the primordial world would naturally shift, potentially allowing for the emergence of another saint, Hong Yun. Any alteration in the grand design of the heavenly Tao would be beneficial for the Wu clan. Even if Hong Yun ultimately succumbed to the weight of the pressure and sought to relinquish his seat, Wu Tian could not accept it at this juncture. This seat symbolizes the primordial purple energy. Should Wu Tian directly claim it, after the 3rd sermon, would Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi not harbor feelings of resentment? Might they not perceive his actions as alarmist? Thus, he was indeed frightened into relinquishing the seat. Therefore, even if Wu Tian wishes to secure this position, it cannot be at this moment. Rather, it must be when Jiayin and Zhuanti arrive, and Hong Yun is confronted with immense pressure. At that point, taking the seat and withstanding the strain would ensure that, even when they later understand the significance of the position, neither would harbor any grievances should there be any resentment. It would solely be directed towards Jiayin and Zhuanti. Wu Tian can indeed step forward to assist them. However, if I were to seize this position, Would Hong Jun truly allocate the primordial purple energy according to the original grand scheme, based on the seating arrangement? A sense of doubt arose within Wu Tian. Previously, at the Zixia Palace, the ancestral witches had encountered a resistance from the powers of the palace, which had already illuminated Wu Tian to the reality that Hong Jun was not the grand figure of a Taoist ancestor, as one might envision. The arrangement of seats within the Zixia Palace was not merely a happenstance resulting from the evolution of heavenly mechanisms, but rather a clandestine scheme orchestrated by Hong Jun himself. If Wu Tian were to seize the seat of Hong Yun, it would once again disrupt Hong Jun's allocation of the primordial purple energy. Would Hong Jun remain indifferent to such a transgression? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Tian ultimately smiled with a sense of nonchalance, inwardly musing, no matter, after all, I had no intention of refining the primordial purple energy or severing my 3 corpses to achieve sainthood. Even if I were to remain without the primordial purple energy, what consequence would it bear? Conversely, the ability to validate certain matters would be my greatest gain. With that, Wu Tian ceased to dwell on his concerns. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Di Jiang, though still shrouded in doubt, refrained from further inquiries and instead nodded with unwavering trust. He subtly conveyed to Wu Tian, very well. I and your esteemed brothers and sisters place our faith in you. Pursue your thoughts without hesitation. We shall support you from behind. I am eager to see if anyone dares to oppose you. With that, he cast a piercing gaze towards the direction of the 3 purities, fixing his eyes on the figure of Yuan Shi Tianzun. The intensity of his gaze was akin to a tangible force, causing Yuan Shi Tianzun to frown immediately. Before he could speak, Tai Ching had already sent a message to his ear. The discourse is about to commence. Hold your temper and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Yuan Shi Tianzun had no choice but to endure, suppressing the fury that simmered within him. At that moment, the 3 purities remained remarkably united and discreet. They had taken form since the inception of the universe, yet during the tumult of the long-on calamity, they scarcely made an appearance, diligently cultivating in Kunlun Mountain. It was not until they later acquired the primordial purple energy and ultimately attained sainthood that they began to gradually engage in the vast wilderness. Hence, if one were to speak of steadiness, the 3 purities epitomized true stability. As time flowed on, figures surged forth from the chaos, entering the Zixia Palace. Yet the palace did not become congested. The interior space seemed to expand automatically, maintaining an air of spaciousness. Upon entering, all eyes instinctively gravitated towards the foremost row of 7 individuals. The increasing attention upon them only intensified the pressure, particularly for Kunping, who felt as if he bore thorns upon his back. At that moment, Tai suddenly placed his hand upon the chaos bell, quietly transmitting to Di Jun, brother. Shall we not make our move? There are but 7 seats in the first row of the Zixia Palace, and I have observed that these 7 seats exude a profound aura. Surely, they hold significant fortune. Wu Tian and the ancestral shamans brought their own mats. However, in comparison to the original 7 mats of the Zixia Palace, the difference was immediately evident. Tai was already somewhat anxious, remarking, the greater the number of people, the harder it will be to take action. Di Jun furrowed his brow slightly, surveying the crowd in the front row before quietly responding. It is not as simple as you think. The 3 pure ones and the ancestral shamans need not be mentioned. Fuxi and Nu are formidable adversaries as well. And even this Hong Yun will likely be protected by the shamans. At that moment, Wu Tian, Hong Yun, and the others remained silent. Yet, he had previously witnessed the camaraderie between the 3, which had emboldened him to confront the primordial lord, showing no fear of opposing the 3 pure ones. When it truly came to facing the 12 ancestral shamans, Di Jun felt a sense of uncertainty. Nevertheless, Tai's gaze fell upon Kunping, and he boldly declared, I did not mention them. This Kunping is solitary. Let us strike at him, forcing him to relinquish his seat. As long as we secure 1 seat for ourselves, that will suffice. In his eagerness, he took a step forward, but Kunping sensed the shift and immediately bristled, turning to face Di Jun and Tai. His eyes filled with caution. Di Jun, however, restrained him, saying, enough. The lecture is about to begin, and perhaps Hong Jun is watching us from the shadows. It would be unwise to stir up conflict at this moment. Missing out on the lecture would be a grave loss for a trifling matter. Among the twin golden crows on the Sunstar, Tai was domineering, while Di Jun exhibited greater strategic acumen and leadership qualities. Tai was inclined to heed his elder brother's counsel. Upon hearing Di Jun's words, Tai hesitated momentarily before ultimately stepping back. Just as he felt a surge of discontent, 2 figures suddenly soared into the Zixia Palace, the western figures of Jane and Junti. Upon entering the palace, they swiftly scanned the surroundings and exchanged glances before heading directly towards the front, making a beeline for Hong Yun and Kunping. Brother, this is bad. These 2 intend to make a move. Tai felt a twinge of urgency, regretting that he had been dissuaded by Di Jun from taking action earlier, effectively allowing Jane and Junti to seize the advantage. Di Jun's eyes narrowed, yet a faint smile graced his lips. Jane and Junti had arrived relatively late and had not witnessed the harmonious interaction between Wu Tian, Hong Yun, and Zhen Yuanzi. Nor were they aware of Wu Tian's bold confrontation with the primordial lord. Immediately, he communicated with Tai, chuckling softly, "Do not worry. A spectacle is about to unfold." Upon hearing this, Tai understood Di Jun's intent and fixed his gaze intently on Jian and Junti, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. At that moment, Wu Tian also sensed something amiss. He abruptly turned to face Jian and Junti, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing his features. Junti halted in his tracks, pondering, who is this person? Why does he regard us with such an expression? His mind raced with thoughts. But he swiftly suppressed them and steeled himself, approaching the backs of Hong Yun and Kunpeng with a woeful expression, portraying a visage of tragedy and desolation. Alas, my brother and I journeyed from the Western realm, traversing perilous chaos, only to arrive at Zixiao Palace so late, without a single seat to claim. Woe is us. Junti was truly skilled at lowering his dignity, managing to shed a few crystalline tears, much to Wu Tian's astonishment. Meanwhile, Jian stood beside him, also lamenting. His expression was already one of extreme sorrow, requiring no tears to convey his plight. He appeared utterly miserable. The others, upon hearing this, frowned at Jian and Junti. Their expressions tinged with disbelief, accompanied by a series of dismissive snorts. What if there are no seats? Does your suffering grant you the right to a place in the Zixiao Palace? On what grounds? Jian and Junti, as innate beings of the Western realm, had witnessed the devastation wrought by the battle between Hong Jun and Luo Ho during the Dragon Han catastrophe, which shattered the western heavens. The infamous Juxian sword array was crafted from the very essence of the western earth, drawn forth by Luo Ho to forge treasures. Consider this. If even the earth's essence could be extracted for treasure, the spiritual energy of the West must be exceedingly thin, rendering it desolate and barren. However, what relevance did this hold for those in the Zixiao Palace? These individuals certainly owed nothing to the two brothers. As Junti's lamentations echoed, disdainful gazes were cast toward the two. Yet, Junti remained steadfast in his resolve, his heart resilient. In other words, he had a remarkably thick skin. Unperturbed by the multitude of disapproving looks, he continued to recount the sorrows of the West, lamenting the misfortunes of their brotherhood. All while fixating intently on the backs of Hong Yun and Kunpeng, his gaze as tangible as a physical force, making them feel increasingly uneasy. Hong Yun could not suppress a sigh of resignation. Trouble is brewing. However, recalling Wu Tian's previous admonition, he gritted his teeth and resolved to ignore Junti's incessant prattling. Just then, Junti suddenly unleashed his power, an invisible force surging towards Hong Yun and Kunpeng, nearly toppling them from their mats. In an instant, both radiated brilliance, channeling their own energies to secure their positions. Hong Yun turned to glare at Junti, his expression darkening, while Kunpeng bowed his head, gritting his teeth, his face shadowed. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi also reacted, furrowing his brow alongside Hong Yun as they regarded Junti, only to find him wearing an expression of utmost supplication. As if he had not just attacked them. I beseech you, fellow Taoists, kindly grant my brother and me this seat. We shall be eternally grateful, and in the future, the beings of the Western realm will surely remember your kindness during this lecture. Junti spoke softly yet with unwavering determination in his gaze, as if he would not relent until his goal was achieved. Hong Yun could not help but inhale sharply. Is this Junti truly so shameless? Just a moment ago, he assaulted us, and now he acts as if nothing has transpired. Such individuals are exceedingly difficult to contend with. A flicker of concern ignited within Hong Yun. If we refuse resolutely, not only will Jin Yuan and I have to contend with them, but even safeguarding our seats will become precarious. Having them set their sights on us is hardly a favorable situation. Both Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi felt a wave of regret wash over them. It would have been far better to have stood firm earlier and offered the seat to Wu Tian, thus avoiding this predicament altogether. As they pondered, they involuntarily glanced towards Wu Tian, yet they hesitated to voice their thoughts. To suggest yielding the seat to Wu Tian would place him in a position to advocate for them. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian felt a stirring within his heart. The moment had arrived. At this juncture, although Junti was perplexed as to why Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi were casting their gazes upon Wu Tian, he remained unperturbed. He held no significant impression of Wu Tian. Thus, he concluded that the latter was certainly not a formidable individual. Junti, adept at seizing upon the vulnerable, would never dare to provoke the likes of the three pure ones, and even when faced with Fu Shi and Nu Wai, he chose to discreetly retreat, particularly given Fu Shi's resolute demeanor. As for the Earth Mother, she was far beyond his consideration. Consequently, his sights were set solely on Hong Yun and Kunpeng, although Hong Yun had Jin Yuanzi by his side. Junti was well aware of their dispositions and deemed it inconsequential. With a light chuckle, he remarked, should the two esteemed friends be willing to assist, my brother and I shall forever cherish your kindness, incurring a debt of gratitude toward you both. With that, he began to maneuver his way toward Hong Yun. Suddenly, Wu Tian extended his hand to halt their advance, calmly uttering, hold on. Have you consulted me before attempting to usurp the seat of my esteemed companion, Hong Yun? The gazes of Jian and Junti shifted, their eyes narrowing with palpable hostility directed at Wu Tian. Who are you to dare speak out and meddle in my affairs? They retorted. Although Wu Tian was seated among the ancestral deities, his demeanor bore no hint of menace, leading them to dismiss his identity as a member of the Witch clan. Consequently, they showed him no courtesy. Junti contemplated whether to take action against this unexpected intruder. considering it a means to intimidate Hong Yun and others, a lesson to reinforce their authority and compel compliance. Meanwhile, other powerful beings who had arrived earlier and recognized Wu Tian's identity began to display expressions of schadenfreude, observing the unfolding situation with keen interest as they turned their attention to Jin and Juanti. Wu Tian remained unfazed by the imposing presence of the two individuals. He casually remarked, "Fellow Taoist Hong Yun has long ceded his seat to me. If you wish to contest it, you must first seek my consent." Before he could finish his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by Juanti. With a disdainful snort, Juanti retorted, "What you say holds no weight. Who do you think you are?" The seven treasures mysterious tree in his hand had yet to manifest its power when he was struck by an overwhelming wave of malevolence, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. Di Jiang and his companions rose in unison. Di Jiang, undeterred by the fact that they were within the Purple Cloud's palace, wasted no time in launching a powerful punch at Juanti. Zhu Jiuyin immediately followed suit, and the other ancestral witches stirred with palpable anticipation. The atmosphere within the Purple Cloud's palace crackled with intense battle fervor, igniting a primal instinct within all present. After the two ancestral witches made their move, Di Jiang's furious voice echoed throughout the palace. "Who do you think you are? How dare you bully my witch clan? You seek death." Chapter 27. Juanti's surrender. A sudden gasp filled the Purple Cloud's palace. Everyone turned in astonishment towards the ancestral witches, unable to believe that Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin had indeed dared to strike. Their actions were unhesitating and utterly domineering, showing no regard for the sanctity of the Purple Cloud's palace. Following the unexpected assault, the magical energies surrounding Jiayin and Juanti became tumultuous, forcing them to retreat a few steps, their expressions a mixture of shock as they gazed at the ancestral witches. Juanti's heart surged with dread. How dare they strike at me? Even he had previously refrained from overt actions against Hong Yun and Kunping, opting instead for covert maneuvers, never anticipating such directness from the ancestral witches. His face reflected a blend of fury and hesitation. Jiayin and Juanti dared not retaliate. The ancestral witches were bold enough to create chaos in the Purple Cloud's palace, showing no concern for the upcoming discourse, but the two of them were entirely different. This was, after all, the sacred ground of the sages. How could this be a place for the witch clan's arrogance? Di Jiang stepped forward with determination, closing in on Jiayin and Juanti. A torrent of malevolent energy surged towards them, rendering their expressions even grimmer. At that moment, Wu Tian rose to his feet, restraining Di Jiang. With a smile, he addressed Jiayin and Juanti. Though his demeanor was lighthearted, his words sent a chill down their spines. "You both make valid points. This Purple Cloud's palace is a venue for discourse, not a battleground. Let us record today's karmic events. Once this teaching concludes, my witch clan shall travel to the Western realms to settle today's affairs with you. What say you?" Jiayin and Juanti's faces paled in response. Wu Tian's words caught the attention of others. They had initially observed that he bore little malevolence and maintained a perpetually cheerful demeanor. Unexpectedly, upon speaking, he revealed the domineering nature of the ancestral witches. Instantly, some began to murmur within themselves. Indeed, the witch clan is undeniably overbearing. Di Jun and Tai Yi, who had been eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, exchanged glances filled with amusement. Di Jun's expression seemed to convey, "What did I tell you? We should refrain from intervention, right?" His gaze then drifted towards the innermost depths of the Zixiao Palace, where Hong Jun had yet to make an appearance, leaving Di Jun perplexed. Could it be that Saint Hong Jun truly remains unconcerned? The ancestral witch's actions in the Zixiao Palace could be interpreted as a slight to him. Yet Hong Jun remained seated with remarkable composure. Within the depths of the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun observed the unfolding conflict with a watchful eye, his brow furrowing deeper. He was already quite displeased with the ancestral witches, whose actions had nearly thwarted his previous schemes, compelling him to intervene. And now, they were back again. What was the matter with the witch clan? Why did their actions consistently defy the heavenly order? Hong Jun found himself thoroughly bewildered. According to his original plan, it should have been Hong Yun yielding his seat to Jin and Juanti, with Kunpeng also being ousted from his position. Only then could he bestow the primordial purple energy upon the two, not out of an inherent favor towards Jin and Juanti, nor due to any predestined master-disciple bond, but rather because of significant karmic ties with the Western realm. The war between Tao and Demon had nearly shattered the West, leaving it impoverished in spiritual energy and vitality. To resolve this karmic entanglement, Hong Jun had two options, either to personally oversee the Western realm and mend its deficiencies, or to find someone to bear this burden. Jin and Juanti were the chosen candidates. He had already resolved that after delivering 3 teachings, he would merge with the Tao, and he could not allow his plans to be disrupted. However, Hong Jun was unable to take action against the ancestral witches. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "Alas! While being a saint is admirable, one is still bound by the constraints of the heavenly order." In the forthcoming calamity, during the height of the witch clan's prosperity, Hong Jun certainly could not disrupt this grand celestial momentum with his own hands. After much internal conflict, his resolve finally solidified. Meanwhile, after being threatened by Wu Tian, Jane and Xuanti, under the gaze of many within the Zixiao Palace, saw the color of Xuanti's face shift repeatedly. Ultimately, he settled his thoughts and bowed towards Wu Tian, saying, "Fellow Taoist, forgive my transgression. My brother and I have arrived late, and were unaware that fellow Taoist Han Yun had already yielded his seat to you, which led us to recklessly approach fellow Taoist Han Yun for discussion. We hope for your understanding." After speaking, Xuanti performed a respectful bow towards Wu Tian and the Ancestral Witches, exhibiting such a soft demeanor that it left the once formidable Ancestral Witches bewildered. Dijiang turned to Wu Tian, gazing at him with a curious expression. "Wu Tian, what is the situation with these two individuals? Have their minds been affected by us? Clearly, the Ancestral Witches have taken action against them. Yet they have astonishingly reversed their stance, submissively lowering themselves before the Ancestral Witches. Not only are the Ancestral Witches bewildered, but a wave of muted yet distinctly audible commotion has erupted among the onlookers in the Zixiao Palace. Everyone gazes in astonishment at Jian and Xuanti. Wu Tiankai threatened, are they really backing down? Under such scrutiny, Jian and Xuanti remained utterly unperturbed, much to Wu Tian's astonishment, as he pondered to himself. Truly as the legends foretold. He cast a subtle glance at Xuanti and nodded slightly, then gestured for the Ancestor Witches to take their seats. Being within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, Wu Tian chose not to further pursue Jian and Xuanti, momentarily setting aside the matter, all while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Yet within his heart, he harbored an even greater wariness towards the two. According to the natural progression of events, these two would eventually ascend to the status of heavenly Dao saints, a prospect that did not trouble Wu Tian. However, should these heavenly Dao saints disregard their dignity and eschew the constraints of the rules, it would indeed present a significant dilemma. After all, how can one prevent a thief if they are adept at evasion, especially if they are of saintly caliber? It was not merely Wu Tian who held such thoughts. Figures like Tian, Fuxi, and Dijuan also regarded Jian and Xuanti with a changed perspective, though they were unaware of the broader trends, nor the future ascension of Jian and Xuanti to sainthood. They nonetheless felt a sense of trepidation towards them. Dijuan, in a hushed tone, conveyed to his companions, "These two are capable of both yielding and advancing. They are destined for greatness and will undoubtedly carve out their own niche in the primordial realm." Tai, with his domineering nature, found himself somewhat disapproving of Xuanti's approach. Although he had unwavering faith in Dijuan, he could not help but retort, in the pursuit of the Tao, one must forge ahead without hesitation. With their character, do you believe that just a mere threat from Wu Tian could compel Xuanti to bow and apologize? Can such actions lead to any substantial achievement? Dijuan, observing his obstinate brother, shook his head in amusement. You fail to comprehend. Sometimes retreating is a form of progress, and showing weakness is merely a guise for strategic patience. If such words had been uttered by another, they would have held little weight. However, coming from the Witch clan, it was evident that they could indeed take action in the Western world, without a shadow of a doubt. Once the discourse concluded, it was an opportune moment for cultivation. Continuing to clash with the Ancestor Witches would not only pose a threat to their lives but also hinder their progress in cultivation. Moreover, if they could obstruct individuals in the Western realm, could they not do the same on the way to the Purple Cloud Palace? Would they still wish to attend the next lecture in peace? Upon reflection, while Xuanti's method may have appeared somewhat humiliating, it was, in fact, the most prudent and secure course of action. Yielding before the Ancestor Witches was not a disgrace. Chapter 28. Han Yun offers his seat again following their misfortune. Jane and Xuanti dared not to instigate further conflict and were disinclined to remain beside the Ancestor Witches. Instead, they retreated to sit behind the three pure ones, taking their seats behind Taiching and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Taiching's brow twitched slightly, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Once Jane and Xuanti had withdrawn, Zenyuanzi, Han Yun, and even Kunping let out a collective sigh of relief, their hearts considerably lighter. Han Yun promptly stood, exclaiming, "Dao friend Wu Tian, this mat is best suited for you to occupy." The very reason Wu Tian had intervened on his behalf was that he had already relinquished his seat to him. Thus, Han Yun felt it improper to remain seated any longer. Furthermore, after the recent events, both Zenyuanzi and Han Yun increasingly felt that the karmic weight of this mat was far too profound for them to wish to be entangled with. Therefore, as Han Yun spoke, Zenyuanzi also nodded in agreement. Wu Tian felt a stirring in his heart, yet he firmly declined. No need. After this battle, it is likely that no one will dare to trouble you again. You need only to sit comfortably. He was also curious. If Han Yun had not relinquished his seat and consequently diminished his own fortune, would the subsequent events of Han Yun's demise and reincarnation as Shenong have transpired? Furthermore, it was noteworthy that Kunping still remained seated. He had not lost his position, and thus harbored no resentment towards Han Yun. Would he still ambush Han Yun in the future? However, Han Yun's resolve was unwavering. No, my friend, if you use this as an excuse to defend me, then if I continue to occupy this seat, it would render your justification hollow, inevitably inviting scrutiny upon the Witch clan. Despite Wu Tian's attempts to dissuade him, Han Yun rose decisively. He took a seat beside Zheng Yuanzi, and his expression instantly transformed, becoming as relaxed as if he had cast off a heavy burden. Given that Hong Yun had already taken such a stance, what more could Wu Tian possibly say? Yet, he had no intention of taking that seat for himself. He harbored no interest in the ethereal aura of Hong Ming, nor did he desire to pursue the path of severing the three corpses. At this moment, Wu Tian embodies the principles of the 12 Ancestral Witches. Naturally, he is destined to follow the path of Pangu. Just like Pangu, he aims to validate his way through sheer strength. It is important to clarify that this validation through strength does not refer to the principles of power or the grand way, but rather, it signifies reaching the pinnacle of one's own capabilities and, with overwhelming might, affirming one's path with dignity. Furthermore, there is another point to consider. Wu Tian pondered that even if he were to take a seat under the previous interference orchestrated by Han Jun, he might not distribute the primordial purple energy as he once did. The primordial purple energy rests in Hong Jun's hands. Its distribution and the manner in which it is dispensed are ultimately determined by him. With this thought in mind, he reflected further. Wu Tian felt a stir in his heart. He turned directly and gazed at Di Jiang, chuckling softly as he spoke. Brother, why not you take a seat? Without a moment's hesitation, Di Jiang declined, waving his hand with a smile. Never mind, I lack a primordial spirit. Even if there were heavenly opportunities, what difference would it make? If it weren't for Wu Tian's insistence, they would have hardly bothered to visit the Purple Cloud Palace. Wu Tian nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards Xianming. Sister Xianming, it's best if you take the lead. Just as Xianming was about to decline, Emperor Jiang chuckled and remarked, haha, I knew it. You, my young friend, are certainly closer to Xianming and Sister Hutu. Whenever there's something good, you'll undoubtedly think of them. The first seat occupied by the Witch clan was granted to Hutu, and the second seat for Xianming was equally fitting. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Xuanming's fair, cool face as she shot Emperor Jiang an exasperated glance. Don't forget, I lack a primordial spirit as well. However, Wu Tian was unconcerned with such matters. He swiftly extended his hand, unleashing an invisible force that, while Xianming was speaking, pulled her over and firmly pressed her into the seat by resting his hands on her shoulders. Why ponder so much? Sister Xianming, just sit down comfortably and feel the warmth upon your shoulders. Xianming quickly channeled her magic to shake off Wu Tian's hands. Although they had fought countless times and shared countless moments of physical contact, this time felt utterly different. Wu Tian's hands felt scorching, an unusual sensation that heightened her awareness. After rebuffing Wu Tian, Xianming did not rise to resist, but instead glanced towards Hutu, only to meet her gaze that bore a hint of amusement. She promptly averted her eyes. If Sister Hutu can sit, why can't I? This seat was arranged by Wu Tian, after all. Having accompanied him through numerous training sessions and concerns about his combat skills, it is only fair that he returns the favor. With this thought, Xianming turned back and gently nodded at Wu Tian. The onlookers within the purple clouds of the palace watched the ancestral witches graciously yielding to one another, their eyes reddening with envy. The coveted seats seemed trivial to the Witch clan. Tsutue sighed softly, feeling somewhat speechless. If you do not cherish these seats, why then make such a grand effort to compete with me for them? What is the purpose? Hong Yun, who relinquished his seat, was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly for a while before sharing a wry smile with Zheng Yuanzi. Hong Yun too felt a pang of regret. Initially, he had some reluctance, even pondering whether Wu Tian had come specifically for this seat. At this moment, those thoughts vanished, replaced by a profound sense of guilt, as Xianming settled into her seat. The final three seats were thus arranged: Xianming, Kunpeng, and Hutu. Emperor Zhang's gaze, as tangible as substance, fell upon Kunpeng's back. Wu Tian, shall we? As he spoke, he gestured towards Kunpeng's silhouette, a faint aura of menace radiating from him, causing Kunpeng to tremble visibly. Wu Tian paused momentarily. Forget it. There is no need for this. At the same time, he found it somewhat amusing. In the grand scheme of things, Kunpeng was indeed a rather unfortunate figure, having finally secured a place only to have it snatched away by Jiayin and Junti. Ironically, he was outmatched by both of them. In his impotent fury, he could only vent his frustrations upon Hong Yun. This time, Wu Tian's intervention inadvertently brought some fortune to Kunpeng. Due to the previous disputes, naturally, no one else dared to strike at Kunpeng, for who could predict whether the ancestral witches would emerge once more? Upon hearing this, Dijiang nodded. His gaze no longer fixed upon Kunpeng's retreating figure and simultaneously reigned in his own aura. Instantly, Kunpeng felt the weight lift from his shoulders. A sigh of relief escaped him. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Wu Tian, a strange emotion stirring within him. After a long contemplation, the usually silent Kunpeng finally spoke, addressing Wu Tian in a low voice. Today, Kunpeng owes you a favor, my friend. This karmic connection shall certainly be repaid in the future. Wu Tian gazed at Kunpeng, and a smile instantly graced his face. Today, Kunpeng truly found himself in a predicament, and it was not merely due to the seat beneath him. In the grand scheme of things, when he was ousted from his position, the Primordial Lord had famously proclaimed, "Those who are feathered and born from eggs, adorned with scales and horns, dare to sit with us?" Thus, trampling on Kunpeng's dignity. However, the tides have shifted. and such humiliation was no longer his fate. Yet, Wu Tian chose not to elaborate, merely offering Kunping a gentle nod and smile. He then turned his gaze forward, patiently awaiting the arrival of Hongjun and the commencement of the teachings. Chapter 29. The arrival of Hongjun and the beginning of the discourse following this. Wu Tian remained tranquil. His perspective on the teachings at Zixiao Palace had undergone significant transformation, yet many aspects remained unchanged. He sought not to impose further. Wu Tian found himself pondering the current situation. With Jane and Juni failing to secure their positions, it was instead Xianming and Kunping who were granted seats. Remarkably, Kunping did not harbor resentment towards Hongyun. How will the unfolding dynamics play out? Will Hongjun truly bestow the primordial purple air upon Xianming and Kunping? Or will he adhere to the original course of events and grant it to Jiayin and Junti instead? Wu Tian's heart brimmed with anticipation. As time passed, the number of individuals arriving at the Zixiao Palace dwindled, becoming increasingly sparse. The 3,000-year deadline was drawing near. Suddenly, Wu Tian's heart raced with excitement. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the front, where he beheld a figure seated before him, displaying an expression of profound indifference, enveloped in an aura of boundless Taoist essence. Above his head floated a jade-colored disk. Streams of the power of laws radiated forth, resembling halos that extended into the void behind him. Hongjun. Wu Tian felt a surge of astonishment. The jade-colored disk was, without a doubt, the fabled creation jade plate. He had been utterly oblivious to Hongjun's arrival. As if Hongjun had always been seated there, and he had only just now become aware of it. At that moment, Hongjun's profound gaze met with Tian's. Their eyes locking in an intense exchange. Wu Tian was suddenly struck as if by a thunderbolt, feeling a jolt of profound realization. In an instant, his own magical power began to operate autonomously, while the primordial quantity, celestial ruler, erupted with a mysterious golden light within his soul. The marks upon his spirit also flickered subtly. The celestial machinations of Wu Tian were instantaneously subdued by the primordial measurement of the heavens. Disrupted by the true essence of Pangu within his soul, Hongjun's eyes flickered slightly, and with a sigh in his heart, he averted his gaze. What extraordinary fortune did Wu Tian possess to be shielded by such a treasure of virtue? Hongjun found himself at a loss for words. Though he wielded countless magical artifacts, not a single one bore the esteemed rank of a treasure of virtue. This was the legacy of Pangu, inherently linked to the authentic lineage of Pangu himself. It was akin to knowing that Taiji possessed the exquisite Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth, yet he had never entertained thoughts of coveting such a treasure of virtue. Due to the suppression of this treasure, in that fleeting glimpse of brilliance, Hongjun did not achieve his intended purpose and was compelled to relinquish his aspirations. Initially, he had contemplated seizing the moment while Wu Tian was unaware to probe into certain mysteries, but now he had no choice but to extinguish such thoughts. It would not do to be overly blatant. Upon becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun realized that although he could draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao, he was subjected to even greater constraints. In the past, he might have acted without restraint, probing into Wu Tian's secrets directly, even employing overwhelming force to subdue him. Now, however, he was bound to adhere to the rules of the heavenly Tao. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, he had become part of its very fabric. To act recklessly and violate these rules would indeed be folly. The pressure upon him dissipated in an instant. Wu Tian furrowed his brow, casting a penetrating gaze towards Hongjun. He was acutely aware that this was no mere accidental display of saintly pressure, but rather a deliberate probing by Hongjun. Yet what of it? At this moment, Hongjun had already averted his gaze, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Wu Tian could only murmur to himself, concealing all his displeasure within his heart. At that moment, others also noticed the arrival of Hongjun, causing a stir in the Purple Cloud Palace. Soon, the sounds of greetings filled the air. We pay our respects to Saint Hongjun. We are grateful for your teachings. Hongjun responded with a gentle acknowledgement. He seemed indifferent to the Ancestral Witch's attitudes, as if he had not noticed them at all. After casting a cursory glance at the 7 seats, he spoke in a calm tone. Let us take our places as such from now on. The crowd quickly complied. Hongjun then turned his gaze toward the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace and addressed the 2 attendants, saying, "The time has come. Children, close the door." The 2 exquisitely crafted attendants, 1 male and 1 female, rose in unison, bowed respectfully to Hongjun, and proceeded to push the grand doors of the Purple Cloud Palace closed. Wu Tian curiously observed. Previously, in his eagerness to secure a seat, he had forgotten to engage with the 2 young attendants, the legendary Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Despite their seemingly unremarkable appearances, how could those chosen as disciples of Hongjun be anything less than extraordinary? In time, Hao Yin would ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor, governing the celestial realm. And it was even due to his grievances that the calamity of the deification was set in motion. The disciples of the 3 teachings underestimated Hao Yin. Yet they overlooked the fact that he too was a listener of the Tao within the Purple Cloud's palace. It could be said that he was a contemporary of Tai Ching. What right did they have to look down upon him? With this thought, Wu Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of derision, but upon reflecting on his own status, he ultimately chuckled inwardly. After all, he was now a primordial witch. The more tumultuous the inner workings of the Xian men, the more advantageous it was for him. Soon, the grand doors of the Purple Cloud's palace closed, and the crowd's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they turned their gaze towards Hongjun, their thirst for knowledge seemingly about to overflow. Hongjun did not deliberately prolong the suspense. He began with a brief introduction, reiterating the purpose of his discourse in the Purple Cloud's palace. I am a saint of the heavenly Tao. It is my duty to enlighten the myriad beings of the wilderness and uphold the operation of the heavenly Tao. Hence I have commenced this teaching here for you. After these words, Hongjun's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The resonance of the Tao enveloped the entire Purple Cloud's palace, instantly giving rise to boundless extraordinary phenomena shimmering in the void. Wu Tian quickly gathered his thoughts. In the next moment, the ethereal sound of Tao resonated. My path is the path of the carefree immortal. After becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao, if one wishes to advance further, aside from personal cultivation and comprehension, the most crucial aspect lies in the competition and accumulation of fate and merit. The propagation of teachings serves as the most effective means to achieve this. Therefore, Hongjun naturally sought to utilize the opportunity of preaching at the Zixiao Palace to disseminate his immortal path, ideally reaching the entirety of the vast primordial world. The more individuals who practice the immortal way, the greater the augmentation he, as the sovereign of the immortal path, would receive. Each breakthrough by a practitioner in the immortal way contributes to the expansion of Hongjun's domain. It strengthens the power of the immortal path. To put it in simpler terms, it resembles a corporation in later times, where employees strive to create achievements and gain promotions within the company, ultimately enriching the chairman, unless one can start their own venture, which signifies the establishment of one's own path. Or, on that foundation, creating one's own path is akin to incubating a subsidiary within the company. Although one must relinquish a portion of shares, they still gain substantial autonomy. In the future, Taiqing achieved sainthood through the golden elixir path, Yuanshi through the symbol path, and Tian through the formation path, all exemplifying this principle. According to Hongjun, the realms within the primordial world are categorized as celestial immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, and above that lies the Hunyuan golden immortal and Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal. This framework of the immortal realm eventually became the customary delineation throughout the primordial world. A quasi-saint is defined as a Hunyuan golden immortal, while a saint is a Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal. However, it is essential to distinguish that while a saint must be a Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal, the reverse is not necessarily true. Only by attaining the Hunyuan Tao and entrusting one's primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao can one achieve the status of a saint, thus receiving the blessings of the heavenly Tao, becoming immortal and indestructible. Upon hearing this, those present in the Zixiao Palace nodded slightly. They finally grasped the concept of a saint, their eyes gleaming with eagerness to inquire, how does one attain sainthood? Chapter 30. The conclusion of the first lecture. In this lecture, Hongjun began with the realm of celestial immortal. As Hongjun elucidated the immortal path, the Zixiao Palace gradually became suffused with the imagery of golden lotuses erupting from the earth and celestial flowers cascading from above, as countless strands of spiritual energy converged, and laws flowed like ribbons. The audience was enraptured. Even Wu Tian, who had initially intended to follow the cultivation methods of the Witch clan, seeking the path of strength to validate his Tao, found himself captivated. The stones from other mountains can serve to polish jade. The sound of the Tao entered their ears, and countless insights blossomed within their hearts. As Hongjun expounded on the cultivation of the immortal path, Wu Tian validated his own practice in his mind. The nine turns primordial skill resonating with power. His physical body was filled with a profound yearning. Even his primordial spirit radiated brilliance. As the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler within his spirit gradually began to turn, emanating a golden light. Instantly, an immense devouring force emerged, drawing forth the vital energy and laws from the Zixiao Palace. A massive vortex formed above Wu Tian's head, resembling a funnel, with countless celestial flowers and golden lotuses pouring into it. At this moment, Wu Tian was not merely cultivating his primordial spirit, but was simultaneously advancing all three aspects, body, soul, and primordial spirit, under the boundless resonance of the Tao. The nine turns primordial skill indeed proved to be the most powerful method, flawlessly integrating all three. The spiritual energy was refined by Wu Tian's physical form. The profound power of the laws caused the markings upon his soul to flicker anew, swiftly inscribing fresh insights and deepening his understanding of the laws. With the enhancement from both his soul and body, his primordial spirit grew rapidly. Compared to the likes of the three pure ones, the commotion caused by Wu Tian's cultivation was relatively subdued, yet it nonetheless captured Hongjun's attention. His voice momentarily halted, and he cast a puzzled glance at Wu Tian. How is this possible? Is he not of the Witch clan? A profound perplexity arose within Hongjun, who increasingly felt that this Wu Tian bore an enigmatic quality, shrouded in layers of mist that even a heavenly Tao saint could scarcely decipher. The Witch clan practices cultivation through the heavy and turbulent malevolent energy, which should inherently repel the light and ethereal essence, the innate spiritual energy. Yet, how is it that Wu Tian cultivates so smoothly? Is he truly of the Witch clan? With a shift in thought, Hongjun continued his discourse, directing his gaze towards Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other ancestral witches, whose reactions were entirely as he anticipated. They fidgeted restlessly, as though pricked by thorns beneath them. Observing the expressions of the ancestral witches, had the doors of the Zixiao Palace not been sealed, it seemed they would have fled at once. Hongjun nodded slightly. This is indeed the true Witch clan. Then, he turned his attention to Xianming and Hutu, in whose eyes he perceived a deeper meaning. Hutu was acceptable, although she had birthed her primordial spirit early. Her actions did not deviate significantly from the overarching trends of the heavenly Tao. However, Xianming was different. Under Wu Tian's remarkable maneuvering, Xianming had obtained a seat in the Zixiao Palace. As Hongjun began his lecture, the map beneath him radiated a dense aura of Tao, quickly suppressing the heavy malevolent energy that enveloped him. Countless strands of innate spiritual energy surged into his being, no longer dissipating under the pressure of his formidable malevolent energy, but instead circulating according to the profound method, gradually coalescing the power of his soul. The embryonic form of this primordial spirit was on the verge of manifestation. Alas, it remains uncertain whether it is due to a shift in the heavenly Tao or if it was always destined to be this way. Hongjun sighed internally once more. He then slowly closed his eyes, continuing to elucidate his carefree, immortal path. Soon enough, millennia passed. When Hongjun concluded the teachings on the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he spoke in a calm tone. For those at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, upon achieving the perfection of their own laws and comprehending their own path, they may ascend to the quasi-saint realm. With that, the sound of the Tao abruptly ceased. The ethereal aura and laws that had enveloped the Zixiao Palace gradually dissipated. The audience appeared as if awakening from a dream, gradually coming to their senses from the insights of the great Tao, gazing up at Hongjun with a hint of bewilderment in their eyes. Is this truly the end? What of the quasi-saint? How does one break through to quasi-sainthood? Please, continue to enlighten us. Before they could voice their queries, Hongjun's voice resonated once more. A millennium has passed. This lecture has concluded. 3,000 years hence, I shall deliver the second lecture, at which time I will explicate how to attain quasi-sainthood. With these words, he surveyed the crowd once more. Then his figure gradually faded away. Though the audience felt a restless yearning akin to monkeys scratching their hearts, they could not pursue further inquiries, instead awaiting with anticipation as they bowed in gratitude for Hongjun's teachings. At this moment, two young acolytes rose, and the doors of the Zixiao Palace slowly opened. Finally, it has come to an end. Ancestor Zhu Rong could not help but rise, stretching lazily. The other attendees cast disapproving glances at the ancestral witches, harboring a sense of indignation. We were eager for Hongjun the Saint to elaborate further, yet you exhibit such an attitude? Were it not for the fear of provoking them, one might well wish to impart a lesson to the ancestral spirits. Zhu Rong's gaze shifted, and a hint of disdain flickered across his face. What do you gaze upon? Is there a problem? Those who arrive here are all innate divinities. They possess their own profound paths. Why should they heed this so-called carefree celestial way and forsake their fundamental essence? Wu Tian was calming his own powers when he suddenly turned to look at Zhu Rong after hearing his words, astonished light flickering in his eyes. Oh, to think that Zhu Rong could conceive such thoughts. Zhu Rong, typically known for his impatience, had often been the one most frequently chastised by Emperor Jiang due to his temperament. Although he was somewhat indiscreet in his speech, his remarks were not devoid of reason. It appeared that my understanding of my brothers was still insufficient. In the grand scheme of things, the ancestors were not devoid of intellect. Yet, under the constraints of fate, heavenly principles, and the calculations of the saints, even if they wished to struggle and resist, what could they truly accomplish? Even the renowned strategists like Di Jun and Fu Shi, celebrated for their vast wisdom, had also faced setbacks. At that moment, Zhu Rong suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad. The two from the west have escaped." Wu Tian's contemplation was abruptly interrupted as he turned to gaze at the place where Jin and Junti were cultivating. Indeed, the area was devoid of any figures. He then glanced towards the entrance of the Zixiao Palace, where he could only see two streaks of golden light shooting into the chaos, vanishing in the blink of an eye. My, how swiftly they fled. The others who had yet to depart, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but furrow their brows. Initially, they had harbored some displeasure towards Zhu Rong's audacious proclamations within the Zixiao Palace. Yet at this moment, they no longer dared to cast reproachful glances. Jane and Jundi had evaded them entirely. Who would dare provoke such figures? Chapter 31. Immense gains and enhanced power. However, to speak candidly, Wu Tian had never truly contemplated how to deal with them. After the sermon, he blocked both individuals, evoking a sense of lingering after school. But why should it be so? The figures of Jane and Junti also possessed great fortune. Even if the ancestral witches were to take action now, it would be impossible for them to slay their targets. It would be wiser to document everything, waiting for the moment when the karmic ties grew stronger. At that juncture, They could deliver a decisive blow. Even if they did not perish, it would be essential to strip them of their skins. At that moment, Emperor Jiang turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace and remarked with a scoff, "Want to escape? Can they truly flee? If we wish to teach them a lesson, we can simply chase them to the Western world. Can they truly avoid returning there?" He then raised an eyebrow at Wu Tian. "Shall we go? Shall we settle accounts with them now?" Emperor Jiang's voice resonated loudly, causing everyone present in the Purple Cloud Palace to change their expressions dramatically. Some, gripped by fear, lowered their heads and hurried towards the palace entrance, terrified of incurring the wrath of the ancestral witches. Such vindictiveness and reckless abandon were far beyond their capacity to confront. Wu Tian could only smile helplessly and say, "Forget it, let us record this for now and spare them for the moment. We shall settle the accounts later. For now, we must hasten back to see how our sons are faring after such a long absence." Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the ancestral shamans became somewhat anxious. Indeed, they must hasten back to investigate. Having embarked on their journey 3,000 years prior to impart their teachings, which have persisted for a millennium, they were filled with concern despite the numerous admonitions given before their departure. Consequently, they set aside any thoughts of trouble and hurriedly made their way out. Wu Tian felt a sense of urgency within him. Before his arrival, he had instructed Jiu Feng and Ho Yi to roam around Mount Buzhou in search of the elusive traces of the innate gourd vine. He pondered whether they had succeeded in their quest. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun hastily rose and approached Wu Tian, their faces adorned with warm smiles. "Dear friend Wu Tian," they began, "we are immensely grateful for the assistance you provided earlier. My brother and I are indebted to you. Zhen Yuan has little to offer, but we can present the ginseng fruit. Why not visit our Wu Zhuangguan, where we can engage in enlightening discussions and savor this delicacy together?" This time, the ancestral shaman had intervened on their behalf. The two felt a profound sense of indebtedness, yet they were uncertain how to repay it. Naturally, the ginseng fruit was the best offering they could muster. Thus, they promptly extended their invitation. Wu Tian harbored a keen interest in the ginseng fruit, which is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. It blooms once every 3 millennia, bears fruit after another 3 millennia, and reaches maturity after yet another 3 millennia, yielding merely 30 fruits per cycle. However, he did not give an immediate affirmative response. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Next time, for certain." Di Jiang and the others were already filled with an eagerness to return. Wu Tian felt similarly, especially considering the brief interval of merely 3,000 years between teachings. Not to mention the time required for traversing the primordial chaos. Wu Tian politely declined. After all, the ginseng fruit would not escape. Waiting until after the sermon to go would suffice. Zhen Yuanzi, having heard their previous conversation, smiled and remarked, "Very well. You dear friends are indeed different from my brother and me. You possess vast families and enterprises. This matter of cause and effect shall be remembered by us. We shall meet again during our next sermon. Whenever you find leisure, we shall gladly welcome you at Wuzhuang Temple." After saying this, he cupped his hands in salute to Wu Tian and then bid farewell to Di Jiang and the ancestral witches. Although the ancestral witches were known for their temperamental nature, they were not devoid of discernment. They graciously accepted the goodwill from Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, nodding with smiles. Once the two departed, Di Jiang chuckled softly and remarked, "These two are quite agreeable. Aside from being a tad soft in temperament, they possess no other faults." Wu Tian also smiled and nodded. As for the ancestral witches' disdain for the weakness displayed by the two, it is primarily because they have not yet been pushed to their limits. Once they are confronted with dire circumstances, it will become evident that they are not as feeble as perceived. In the grand scheme of things, Hong Yun directly self-destructed his divine soul, choosing to perish alongside Kunpeng and others, even shattering the primordial purple energy. Does this not signify a fierce temperament? Furthermore, there is Zhen Yuanzi's connection with the Earth's script barrier of the primordial land. Thus, it can only be said that the two remain quite naive, failing to grasp the fundamental operational logic of the primordial realm. Human emotions and worldly affairs are one aspect, but they are predicated upon possessing sufficient strength. Wu Tian turned his gaze towards the others. At that moment, Sanqing, Fuxi, and Yuhua also rose to their feet. Upon meeting Wu Tian's eyes, Yuanshi let out a slight huff and turned his face away, while Fuxi and Yuhua exchanged gentle smiles and nodded, their eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. After acknowledging Fuxi and Yuhua with a nod, Wu Tian declared, "Brothers, shall we proceed?" He then followed closely behind the ancestral witches, making his way towards the grand entrance of Zhixiao Palace. As he passed by Haotian Tongzi, Wu Tian paused to regard him for a moment, studying Haotian's current demeanor. Surprised by this attention, Haotian nonetheless bowed respectfully and said, "I bid you farewell, fellow Taoist." Wu Tian nodded with a smile, a sudden mischievous impulse bubbling up within him. He raised his hand and playfully tousled Haotian's hair, leaving it in disarray, and cheerfully remarked, "Little fellow, give it your all. I have high hopes for you." Haotian, taken aback, puffed up in indignation, ready to rebuke Wu Tian for his rudeness. However, in the next moment, a flash of bloodlust flickered in his eyes as 2 drops of ferocious beast's essence fell before him. Essence of a beast at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Tian quickly lifted his gaze, only to see Wu Tian's figure swiftly transforming into a stream of ethereal light, darting into the depths of chaos. This Wu clan is quite peculiar, Tian mused silently. Shaking his head, he turned his attention deeper into the Zixiao Palace, noticing that Hong Jun did not intervene. A smile crept into his eyes as he swiftly collected the 2 drops of essence, taking a moment to signal to the opposite Yao Qi, "Fear not. We shall each take 1 drop." Within the chaos, Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin maintained a protective barrier, hastily traversing the void toward the primordial realm. Their keen gazes fixated on Tian and Wu Tian. Earlier, amidst the crowd, we refrained from inquiring about your experiences during the discourse. Have you made any progress? The Ancestral Witch's eyes first fell upon Wu Tian, then shifted to Xianming and Hutu. Seeing this, Wu Tian smiled briefly. Allow me to speak first. Although Hong Jun's discourse on the cultivation of the immortal path diverges from our own practices, it holds immense value for our spiritual development. Each path of cultivation possesses its own mysteries, yet their fundamental essence remains the same. Wu Tian also reaffirmed this point through Hong Jun's elucidation of the celestial path, which essentially involves first refining one's energy, absorbing the primordial essence of the universe to augment one's own power. Subsequently, one must contemplate the principles and engrave them within. When these principles reach perfection, they intertwine to form the way. It is all about seizing the opportunities of heaven and earth and creating one's own destiny. Although Wu Tian's cultivation method differs from the celestial path, it possesses numerous aspects of reference. Moreover, during the teachings at Zixiao Palace, the augmentation of heavenly Tao's power undoubtedly yielded significant results. Originally, by refining the blood essence of the ancestral dragon and receiving assistance from the ancestral shaman in the chaos, Wu Tian's inscription of the laws reached 20%. After attending the teachings, the progress of his law inscription doubled, now achieving 40%. His physical strength has ascended to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while his primordial spirit has attained the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. After listening, Emperor Jiang appeared contemplative, quietly assessing Wu Tian's current strength. The ancestral shaman Zhu Rong, however, impatiently interjected, "Enough of this superficial talk. Realm does not entirely represent strength. Just tell me, under the enhancement of Pengu's true form, how long can you endure now?" Chapter 32, The Transformation of Xianming. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, in the battles of the primordial chaos, it is not merely a contest of one's realm. Rather, it is the comprehensive strength that matters. Physical prowess, divine abilities, magical power, and spiritual treasures all play a critical role in actual combat effectiveness. Naturally, the ancestral witches are most concerned with the true form of Pengu, which explains why Zhurong made such a remark. Now, everyone was filled with curiosity. Wu Tian contemplated for a moment, estimating that he could likely endure for about a quarter of an hour. Upon uttering these words, the ancestral shaman's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The journey from unleashing a single punch in his true Pengu form to now sustaining that form for a quarter of an hour represented a remarkable advancement. Their joy was palpable. However, Wu Tian was acutely aware that his current state was merely an ephemeral shadow of the true Pengu, indicating that he had yet to fully transform into that formidable being. He mused quietly to himself, speculating that perhaps he would only truly embody the Pengu form once he attained the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Daoyujixian realm. But there was no need for haste. He could take his time to cultivate. Presently, Wu Tian held the esteemed role of strategist and advisor within the Witch clan. After all, he still had ample time to cultivate during this tribulation. There remained 2 more teachings ahead, each providing the potential to engrave 2/10 of the principles into his being. With a bit of shrewdness, he could achieve at least 8/10 of mastery. Thus, after 3 sessions of enlightenment, Wu Tian would undoubtedly reach the late stage of the Daoyujixian realm. Di Jiang nodded with a smile, clearly pleased. His earlier discomfort within the Zixiao Palace now a distant memory. After Wu Tian spoke, everyone turned their attention towards Xianming and Hutu. Hutu smiled gently and revealed her primordial spirit, its power having already reached the mid-stage of the Daoyujixian realm. She looked at Wu Tian with gratitude, softly affirming, "Wu Tian is correct. That seed indeed holds great fortune, as the teachings are continuously empowered by the heavenly Tao, which can suppress one's malevolent energy and accelerate the cultivation of the primordial spirit." At this juncture, the crowd suddenly gazed intently at Xianming. Given Hutu's assertion, could it be that Xianming too had cultivated a primordial spirit under the influence of that seed? Xianming did not disappoint. He slowly nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed. I have also cultivated a primordial spirit." This revelation left Wu Tian utterly astonished. Really? If that is the case, the Witch clan now boasts 3 beings with cultivated primordial spirits, significantly enhancing our clan's influence. It is not to say that the path of the primordial spirit is inherently superior to that of the ancestral shamans who refine their physical forms. Rather, possessing a primordial spirit allows one to comprehend the mysteries of the cosmos. Even if one's physical body were to perish in the future, the primordial spirit would offer an avenue for escape. Xuanming's expression turned peculiar. With a shift in thought, he released his primordial spirit from his spiritual platform, allowing it to hover above his head, and then stated with a hint of concern, "However, It seems that my primordial spirit is not in the best condition. Wu Tian swiftly cast his gaze upon the primordial spirit of Xianming, which, at a mere 3 inches in size, bore an uncanny resemblance to Xianming himself. Resembling a diminutive figurine, the distinction between them lay in a subtle essence of ethereality that the primordial spirit possessed. According to Wu Tian's perception, this primordial spirit currently possessed only the realm of a golden immortal, exuding an aura of the Xianming laws, while simultaneously, a formidable and relentless malevolence surged around it, gradually eroding the spirit's power, rendering it somewhat dim and lackluster. Wu Tian suddenly grasped the predicament that Xianming was currently facing. Unlike Ho Tu, who had previously acquired a vast amount of merit, transforming it into a golden wheel of virtue encircling her primordial spirit and effectively shielding it from the encroachment of her own malevolent energy. Xianming found herself bereft of such protection. Consequently, upon departing from the lotus seat of the Zishu Palace, her unrestrained malevolent energy swiftly gained dominance, beginning to erode her primordial spirit, which should not have been compromised. Di Jiang pondered momentarily, contemplating various strategies but finding none that seemed promising. Naturally, he wished to prevent Xianming from faltering at this critical juncture. Finally, he turned to Wu Tian and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Wu Tian's heart stirred slightly. Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted from his corporeal form. With a swift motion, the primordial measuring ruler descended, gracefully landing atop Xianming's primordial spirit, slowly revolving like the hand of a clock, continuously showering it with a luminous hue of yellow and black. As this transformation unfolded, the heavy, murky malevolence that had lingered around the primordial spirit was instantly repelled, allowing Xianming's spirit to regain a semblance of vitality, no longer resembling its previous listless state. However, Xianming's expression shifted. "This is your treasure that you bestowed upon me. What will you use for yourself?" As he spoke, he raised his hand, attempting to retrieve the primordial measuring ruler and return it to Wu Tian. Wu Tian hurriedly extended his hand, grasping Xianming's icy palm. "Do not be anxious. I never intended to hand you the Hongmeng measuring ruler directly. I merely wished to suppress it for the time being. Having acquired this rare opportunity, it would be unthinkable to watch my primordial spirit be extinguished, would it not?" Xianming's arms struggled momentarily. Her physical strength far surpassed Wu Tian's. Yet, in this moment, she chose not to break free, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Wu Tian then smiled and continued, "Rest assured, this matter is quite simple. When the time comes, I shall procure a treasure capable of subduing your primordial spirit, ideally one that harmonizes with your inherent laws. At that point, you can return the Hongmeng measuring ruler to me." The ancestral witch's blood had all been bestowed upon him. Wu Tian, indeed, would not hesitate to part with the Hongmeng Liat Tian ruler, and thus acted without a moment's pause. Xianming ultimately nodded slightly, affirming his decision. He then discreetly exerted force, casting Wu Tian's hand aside, and with a thought, allowed his primordial spirit to descend into his corporeal form. The Hongmeng Liang Tian ruler vanished along with the primordial spirit. After accomplishing this, Xianming looked at Wu Tian with an expression that was somewhat enigmatic. At that moment, Huda's gaze shifted, her eyes flitting back and forth between Wu Tian and Xianming, before she cheerfully remarked, "Sister Xianming truly has an eye for talent. It is no wonder she has been so concerned for you all this time." Xianming shot her a fierce glare, prompting the ancestral witches to erupt into laughter. Wu Tian, oblivious to the silent exchange of glances between the two, had already succumbed to deep contemplation, his mind incessantly murmuring, which innate spiritual treasure would be most suitable. The Witch clan possesses very few magical artifacts at present. This scarcity is not due to the ancestors' poverty, rather. They have historically held little regard for such treasures and have never made a concerted effort to amass them. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. As long as there exists an appropriate innate treasure for Xianming, the ancestors can seize it. He merely needs to provide a clue about the artifact, and undoubtedly, Di Jiang and the others would act without hesitation. At that moment, Wu Tian's heart suddenly stirred. He recalled the titles attributed to Xianming in later generations. Due to its intrinsic laws, Xianming was venerated as the god of water, the god of winter, and the deity of the north. Upon reflecting on this, Wu Tian's eyes lit up. The northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner must be the one, a preeminent innate spiritual treasure. It holds the power to command the waters of the world, with formidable protective capabilities. What could be more fitting? According to Wu Tian's knowledge, the northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner should be in the possession of Kunping. However, he was uncertain if this treasure had indeed fallen into his hands at this moment. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Kunping possesses relatively few magical artifacts, thus placing great importance on them. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such a notorious scene in later times. During the climactic battle between the Witch and Demon clans, when he seized the river map and the Luo book and fled at the sight of impending doom. No matter. After all, Kunping owes me a favor. If he is willing to discuss matters amicably, that would be ideal, using the northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner to settle our debts. If he is unwilling, then there is no other recourse. Wu Tian considered himself a person who would favor his friends over reason. Given the kindness shown to him by Xianming, it was only natural for him to align himself with Xianming, even if it meant confronting Kunping. He would find a way to seize that treasured artifact. However, to Wu Tian's astonishment, he had scarcely uttered a few thoughts when Kunpeng manifested before him. As Wu Tian pondered this development, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin suddenly changed their expressions, and the barrier surrounding them abruptly halted. Di Jiang then bellowed in anger. "Who goes there? Dare to obstruct the path of the Witch clan?" As he spoke, he prepared to plunge into the chaos and confront the shadow before him. Alarmed, Wu Tian quickly turned his gaze forward and hurriedly restrained Di Jiang. "Kunpeng?" Wu Tian exclaimed in astonishment. The solitary figure clad in black ahead of him could only be Kunpeng. What a remarkable coincidence. Thoughts manifesting into reality. Wu Tian secretly muttered to himself. Previously, when departing from the Purple Cloud Palace, he had paid no heed to the presence of Kunpeng, assuming that he had quietly slipped away after delivering his teachings. Little did he expect to encounter him waiting in the midst of chaos. Wu Tian felt a stir in his heart and softly spoke to Di Jiang. "Brother, do not be anxious. I shall go and take a look." Di Jiang furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Wu Tian had grown up under their protection, having faced little peril. What if the Kunpeng were to unleash its wrath? Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian once again offered reassurance. "Fear not. The Kunpeng still owes us a debt of karma. Its arrival this time is surely not for trouble." He then cast a glance towards Xianming, his smile growing increasingly radiant. "Sister Xianming, you truly are fortunate. It's as if a pillow has been delivered just as one feels drowsy. Such luck is simply unstoppable." After saying this, he strode directly towards the boundary, leaving the ancestral witches in a state of bewilderment. Xianming, in particular, was filled with confusion, blinking several times. "Me? Fortunate? What connection does this Kunpeng have with me?" What Wu Tian had previously contemplated, he had not yet had the opportunity to communicate with the ancestral witches. Unexpectedly, the Kunpeng appeared, leaving the ancestral witches in a state of bewilderment. However, there was no time for further reflection. All eyes quickly turned towards Wu Tian. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were particularly vigilant, silently pondering that should this Kunpeng exhibit any malevolent intent, they would strike without hesitation. The chaos would become his final resting place. At that moment, Wu Tian had already stepped beyond the barrier, ascending into the chaos, where an ethereal aura radiated from him, as if his corporeal form were bathed in resplendent light. The chaotic essence was immediately dispelled. With a smile, Wu Tian inquired, "Kunpeng, have you come seeking my assistance?" Kunpeng's expression was shrouded in silence, and after Wu Tian made his appearance, he spoke softly, regarding the matter of the previous seating arrangement. "I owe you a debt of karma, my friend. I am uncertain how you wish to resolve this." Wu Tian found it somewhat peculiar. Was it not said that the Kunpeng was reclusive, vengeful, and covetous of treasures? Why then did it pursue him to repay a debt of causality? Observing Wu Tian's astonished expression, the Kunpeng spoke calmly. "I, Kunpeng, prefer not to owe favors. It is far better to clarify matters distinctly." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. However, he refrained from directly mentioning the Northern Xianyuan water control banner. Instead, he smiled lightly and inquired, "What resolution does your esteemed friend seek? Perhaps you might offer us something in return, or contribute to our witch clan in some manner." Kunpeng opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. In terms of power, he was certainly inferior to the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Regarding magical artifacts, Kunpeng possessed only a meager few, rendering him a veritable pauper in the vast expanse of the primordial world, even outshone by the two who perpetually lamented in the West. Yet, he indeed harbored such thoughts. Especially after witnessing the ancestors of sorcery's arrogant demeanor, Kunpeng felt an overwhelming sense of caution, increasingly convinced that it would be wiser to resolve matters sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the ensuing troubles would be far more significant than offending the likes of Jane and Zhuanti. After much contemplation, he decided to await in the chaos. However, Wu Tian's question left Kunpeng momentarily speechless, even feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, what could I possibly offer to repay this karmic debt? Kunpeng sighed inwardly. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Tian no longer beat around the bush but directly articulated his demands, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Very well, I shall not be coy. The Northern Xianyuan water controlling banner from the 5 elemental flags of primordial heaven is in your possession, is it not? If you possess it, I wish to conclude our entanglement with this treasure." Kunpeng's expression shifted abruptly, a glint of sharpness igniting in his eyes as he cast a frigid glare towards Wu Tian. The ancestral witches rose in unison, their expressions hostile as they directed their ire at Kunpeng. Yet, Kunpeng appeared oblivious, his countenance shifting tumultuously. After a moment's contemplation, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded, a look of deep regret etched upon his face. Although reluctant, he waved his hand, unleashing a stream of black, mysterious light. In an instant, a small triangular flag of profound darkness materialized between the two, suffused with an immensely thick aura of Tao, instantly dispersing the chaotic energy surrounding them. "Here you go." Kunpeng spat through clenched teeth. The only treasures he could offer, aside from this innate supreme spiritual treasure, were the halls of Kunpeng. Thus, surrendering this item felt akin to tearing out a piece of his own heart. Yet what could he do? He did not wish to owe the Witch clan any debts of fate, and having sought them out, he could not resort to deceit or refusal. However, Kunping found it curious that after producing the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, despite his lingering reluctance, he experienced a strange sense of relief. As if his own fortune subtly shifted. What is this situation? After quietly exhaling, Kunping pondered this perplexity, ultimately attributing it to the resolution of karmic ties and his newfound clarity. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Tian had long coveted this treasure, determined to procure it for Xianming. And should Kunping refuse, the ancestral witches would seize it by force. In this manner, it would also serve to avert a calamity. Wu Tian gazed intently at the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, which was slowly approaching him. The small flag, measuring 1 foot in size, was adorned with an array of incomprehensibly intricate runes upon its black surface. He deftly caught the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag. Wu Tian nodded in satisfaction and addressed Kunping. Thank you, my friend. The various entanglements of the past are now settled. Upon noticing the reluctant gaze of Kunping, Wu Tian smiled once more. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, in light of your promptness, I shall reveal to you that the seat you have preserved is far more precious than the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. Of course, it also depends on what that individual thinks. With that, he gestured upward with a pointed finger. The seat symbolizes the primordial purple energy, representing an opportunity for sanctification. Now that Kunping has secured his position, he should, in theory, also receive a fragment of primordial purple energy. However, Wu Tian dared not make any guarantees. For who could predict if Hongjun might change his mind again? Upon hearing this, a flicker of light sparkled in Kunping's eyes, and a thought began to emerge in his mind, swiftly giving rise to a surge of elation. The Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner is indeed a congenital supreme spiritual treasure. What could possibly be a more valuable opportunity than this? Kunping immediately felt compelled to inquire further. Wu Tian, however, chuckled and shook his head, exclaiming, It cannot be spoken. It cannot be spoken. He then turned and made his way towards the ancestral witches. After a brief moment of silence, Kunping offered a slight bow to Wu Tian's retreating figure before vanishing into the chaos. Chapter 34. Return to the primordial world. Once Kunping departed, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin joined forces once more. With the surge of the powers of the laws, the ancestral witches continued their journey through the chaos. Heading towards the realm of the primordial world, Wu Tian handed the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner to Xianming, smiling as he remarked, Sister Xianming, you truly possess remarkable fortune. It dawned on him that he had identified the most fitting magical artifact for Xianming, only for the Kunping to deliver it almost instantaneously. Was this mere coincidence? This left Wu Tian bewildered. Kunping was surprisingly generous. This was quite unlike the Kunping he had envisioned. However, such a revelation was not entirely unexpected. Who could assert that the tales and legends known from a previous life were infallibly accurate? Take, for instance, Hongjun. The intervention before the Zixio Palace astonished Wu Tian, as it was far from the nonchalant demeanor he had anticipated. Rather, it appeared somewhat hasty, gazing at the triangular small flag before him. Xianming looked up at Wu Tian with a hint of confusion etched upon her serene face, which lent her an unexpected charm. Wu Tian seldom encountered such a scene. He was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, he sensed an extraordinarily sharp gaze, one that seemed intent on his demise. Wu Tian hastily began to explain, This innate supreme spiritual treasure is most compatible with you. If you can refine it and suppress it within your primordial spirit, it will resolve the issue of the malevolent aura's encroachment. Just now, I was contemplating this artifact, and to my surprise, the Kunping appeared before me, presenting itself directly. Hence, I remarked upon Sister Xuanming's fortuitous luck. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the ancestral witches also rejoiced. The ancestral witch Gong Gong chuckled in a deep, resonant voice. What is so peculiar about this? We are the true descendants of Pangu, the bloodline of the Father God, favored by the fortunes of the primordial world, naturally. Our luck is exceptional. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, smiling. Upon observing the unwavering confidence of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian refrained from uttering any sarcastic remarks at that moment. In truth, during this cataclysmic phase, the ancestral witches were imbued with remarkable fortune. Prior to the great war between the witches and the demons, they indeed experienced a period of untrammeled success in all their endeavors. After a brief contemplation, Xianming chose not to voice any objections. Instead, he extended his hand to retrieve the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, simultaneously preparing to return the primordial measuring ruler to Wu Tian. Wu Tian hurriedly intervened. Why the rush? First, you must refine this treasure. Without fully refining the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, how can its true power be unleashed to safeguard the nascent primordial spirit that has been so painstakingly cultivated? Thus, Wu Tian remained unhurried. At that moment, Ho Tu smiled and remarked, You should heed his advice. I have come to understand that this fellow possesses great wisdom. Whatever he suggests, you ought to follow. Wu Tian immediately turned his gaze towards Ho Tu, displaying a look of pleasant surprise, and with a cheerful smile, he said, Thank you for the kind words, Sister Ho Tu. Ho Tu smiled without speaking. However, after such a remark, Xianming no longer insisted on returning the Hongming measuring ruler. Instead, he stowed away the Northern Xian Yuan controlling water banner and hastily began the process of refining it. The sooner he refined it, the sooner he could return the treasure. At that moment, Zhu Rong suddenly spoke up. Wu Tian, are there any other treasures like the Northern Xian Yuan controlling water banner? If we could procure a few more, might we not be able to cultivate our primordial spirits? Before Wu Tian could respond, Di Jiang cast him a sidelong glance and rebuked. What are you pondering? Only after you cultivate your primordial spirit will this innate treasure be of any use. Merely possessing the treasure won't enable you to cultivate your primordial spirit. However, it would be splendid if we could procure one for Sisterhood too as well. After all, the merits one accumulates will eventually be exhausted. Securing an innate treasure would serve as a prudent safeguard. Upon finishing his words, Di Jiang gazed intently, his eyes sparkling with determination. Wu Tian adjusted his language slightly and smiled as he explained. Indeed, there exists a treasured artifact. This Northern Xian Yuan water control flag is one of the innate 5 directional flags. The others include the Eastern Baos Qinglian flag, the Western Sucai Yunjie flag, the Southern Lidi Yin Guang flag, and the Central Wu Ji Xing Huang flag. If one were to speak of the most suitable, it would undoubtedly be the Central Wu Ji Xing Huang flag, which resonates most harmoniously with Sisterhood too. At this, Zhu Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement. What are we waiting for? Do you know who possesses it? If so, let us go and seize it back immediately. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. In the current grand scheme, the other innate 5-direction flag should have already fallen into the hands of Hongjun, bestowed after the teachings at the Zishu Palace. Subsequently, they were passed on to the likes of Taiji and others. Among them, Taiji received the Southernly Di Yin Guang flag, Yanshi Tianzuan acquired the Central Wu Ji Xing Huang flag, Zhuandi obtained the Eastern Bao Sei Qing Lian flag, while the Western Queen Mother received the Western Su Sei Yunjie flag. It ought to be in the possession of the sage Hongjun. Upon hearing this, the once arrogant Zhu Rong suddenly froze, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Ah?" The ancestral witches burst into laughter. Then, Emperor Jiang waved his hand, declaring, "No need to rush. What if they are sages? Once our brethren's power grows stronger, we shall not fear them." The ancestral witches held no reverence for Hongjun or the heavenly Tao. They stood tall and only worshipped the Panga Father God. Even upon hearing of Hongjun, they did not surrender outright. However, after encountering Hongjun, Hotu realized the depths of his power and did not wish to attract formidable enemies for the witch clan. With a smile, she remarked, "Perhaps it's best to let it be. When the Zixia Palace delivers its second discourse and our primordial spirits ascend to quasi-saint status, we shall be untroubled by our own malevolent aura. What need have we for this flag?" Upon hearing this, Wu Tian nodded slightly. However, he did not relinquish his intentions entirely. Rather, another thought emerged in his mind. It would be challenging to seize it from Hongjun, but perhaps it would be significantly easier to acquire it from Yuan Shi Tianzun. Previously, within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun had almost come to blows with the ancestral witches, which afforded Wu Tian the confidence to scheme against him without the slightest psychological burden. As for Ho Tu, there was no need to concern himself with her. Wu Tian also harbored another notion. This solitary Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag is a congenital supreme spiritual treasure. Should it be able to unite the 5 elements, it would undoubtedly possess the might of a primordial artifact. If he could acquire the primordial 5 elements flag and then orchestrate a grand formation with the attributes of Xiaming, Zhu Rong, Hutu, Rushu, and Zhumong, wouldn't the witch clan once again possess a formidable grand array? Even if the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation were to be dismantled, the remaining ancestral witches could still form a powerful formation, or perhaps even create a formation within a formation. Nonetheless, the difficulty is indeed quite substantial. There is no rush. One must proceed with patience and careful planning. Wu Tian pondered silently for a moment, then chose to dismiss such thoughts, responding with a smile to the words of Hutu, thereby alleviating the concerns of the ancestral witches. Now was not the opportune moment. There was no need for them to confront Hongjun again. Subsequently, he settled into a meditative posture within the barrier, continuing to comprehend the spatial laws of Emperor Jiang and the temporal laws of Zhu Jiuyin. After a considerable passage of time, the primordial world finally unfolded before him. The ancestral witches swiftly emerged from the chaos, seamlessly merging back into the chaotic membrane, returning to the primeval realm. Wu Tian, filled with excitement, sat up. After enduring the monotony of chaos for an extended period, he increasingly appreciated the magnificence of the primordial world before him. Eagerly, Wu Tian gazed towards the direction of Mount Buzhou, his heart swelling with another hope. Had Jiufeng and the others found the innate gourd vine? Chapter 35. The innate gourd vine as the group descended. Before they even entered the Panga Hall, Jiufeng rushed over, her face alight with joy. "Greetings, esteemed ancestors." After paying her respects, she swiftly turned her gaze towards Wu Tian. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Wu Tian's anticipation surged within him, causing his eyes to widen in excitement as he urgently inquired, "Have you found it?" Jiufeng nodded emphatically, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Indeed, as the great ancestor which foretold. We have discovered this primordial gourd vine at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Currently, Ho Yi and the others are safeguarding it there." Upon seeing the ancestor witch's return, I hastened to report. Wu Tian was instantly filled with joy. Following this, Jiufeng briefly recounted the process of discovering the innate gourd vine. After the ancestral witches set off for Zixiao Palace, Jiufeng and Hou Yi hurriedly began their search. However, how immense was the Buzhou mountain? After several millennia, they had found nothing. At this moment, the other great witches noticed the plight of the two and promptly inquired. Jiufeng thought that since Wu Tian, the ancestral witch, had not instructed them to keep it a secret, she decided to reveal the matter of searching for the innate gourd vine. The great witches immediately exclaimed, "The affairs of Wu Tian, the ancestral witch, are indeed our own. We must all contribute our efforts." Without delay, all the great witches set out together, commencing a sweeping search at the foot of Buzhou mountain. After sharing this, Jiufeng cheerfully remarked, in the end, it was Quafu who inadvertently discovered a valley concealed by an innate great formation. Together, we exerted ourselves and, after much effort, managed to breach a corner of the formation, revealing the very location of the innate gourd vine. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Quafu, could it be that this fellow discovered it? In later generations, Quafu faced off against 10 little golden crows, ultimately giving rise to the legend of Quafu chasing the sun. After his death, he transformed into a peach orchard. It was then that Hou Yi shot down the suns, leading to the climactic battle of wizards and demons. Wu Tian contemplated the future fate of Quafu. Having located the primordial gourd vine, Quafu had indeed achieved a significant feat for himself. Naturally, he could not allow Quafu to repeat past mistakes. However, the efforts of Jiufeng and the others were also commendable. Wu Tian immediately smiled and said, "Indeed, Quafu has accomplished great feats. And your tireless efforts have also contributed significantly. I shall remember all of this in my heart." Wu Tian indeed wished to bestow rewards immediately, yet aside from the primordial measuring ruler, he possessed little of tangible value to offer. He could only sigh inwardly, lamenting his impoverished state. Subsequently, with a hint of embarrassment, he remarked, "Let us temporarily record this merit, and I shall reward each one of you in due time." Upon hearing this, Jiufeng felt a surge of joy. "Thank you, Grand Shaman." Jiufeng felt quite content. The mere acknowledgement of their hard work and a few words of praise from Wu Tian was sufficient to elate her spirit. At this moment, Di Jiang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "The primordial gourd vine?" While Xianming and Hou Tu were already aware of the matter concerning the primordial gourd vine, Di Jiang and the others were not fully informed. Seeing Wu Tian's expression of delight naturally piqued their interest. Wu Tian briefly elucidated the origins of the primordial gourd vine, revealing it to be one of the 10 supreme spiritual roots of creation. Upon hearing this, the ancestral shaman immediately became intrigued, each one clamoring, "Let us go. Let us go." Wu Tian felt no objections, and thus allowed Jiufeng to lead the way. The group, each wielding their unique powers and harnessing the forces of their respective laws, made their way towards the valley where the primordial gourd vine resided. Before their descent, the ancestral witches had been gazing down at the mountains below, searching intently. It was only after they descended alongside Jiufeng that they discovered, beneath the seemingly ordinary foothills, a concealed valley. Once they landed, Hou Yi, Quafu, Xing Tian, and Xiang Lu also noticed the arrival of the ancestral witches and hurriedly approached. Bowing respectfully before them, "We pay our respects to the esteemed ancestral witches." Wu Tian smiled and urged them to rise. He gave a hearty pat on the shoulders of Hou Yi and Quafu, cheerfully remarking, "You have all worked hard." He then gazed towards the valley ahead. To his surprise, the valley appeared rather ordinary, devoid of any peculiar features. At this moment, Quafu hastily dashed forward, delivering a kick to the void before turning back to Wu Tian with a grin. "Great Ancestor Wu, take another look." With Quafu's strike, the scene before them transformed instantaneously. A flash of vibrant, multicolored lights flickered, revealing an invisible, translucent primordial array. Within the array lay another realm, a lake suffused with spiritual energy. Beside it, a gourd vine, shimmering with hues of the rainbow, took root, climbing along the mountainside, adorned with 7 small gourds of various colors. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the ancestors gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Zhu Rong was eager to rush forward, intent on shattering the enigmatic primordial formation, but Di Jiang swiftly pulled him back. "Can you not be so reckless?" he scolded, shooting him a fierce glare. Then, he turned his attention back to the primordial gourd vine. After a brief moment of contemplation, he addressed Wu Tian, saying, "It seems this primordial gourd vine has yet to reach its full maturation. Only the first 2 gourds are ripe. If we were to disrupt the array now, it might hinder the growth of the remaining gourds." Wu Tian also discerned this fact. In the grand scheme of things, during the 3rd sermon, there were still 2 gourds yet to ripen. How much more so now, when he had already discovered the primordial gourd vine ahead of time. He pondered over this in his heart. Wu Tian inquired of Di Jiang, "Brother, do you think we could possibly relocate this valley and the grand formation directly into the Pangu Hall? It feels unsettling to leave it here. Moreover, there is a crucial matter at hand. The innate gourd vine, aside from the 7 precious gourds atop, symbolizes the blessing of abundance and offspring. And the Wu clan's propagation is currently facing challenges. If we could plant it within the blood pool, might it enhance the clan's ability to reproduce?" Though Wu Tian did not articulate his thoughts directly, he contemplated the possibility in his heart. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang nodded. I shall give it a try. Instantly, a surge of malevolence erupted. The forces of spatial laws began to erode towards the valley, expanding in all directions along the intangible innate formation. After a brief moment, Di Jiang slowly shook his head. I fear it may not be feasible. If it were any other location, it would be manageable. However, this is Mount Buzhou, where the space is exceptionally sturdy. Furthermore, the innate gourd vine may require the spiritual essence of Mount Buzhou to mature. If we were to move it, we might inadvertently cause harm. At that moment, Gong Gong declared loudly, if that is the case, then let us leave it here. The innate gourd vine cannot sprout legs and flee. Let us assign 2 great shamans to guard it. I refuse to believe anyone would dare to tamper with the treasures of the Wu clan. Wu Tian pondered for a moment and realized that there was no other option. Hui and the other great shamans quickly expressed their willingness, saying, we shall remain here to guard this place. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. That works. It would indeed be a waste to disturb the innate gourd vine or to shatter the grand formation for the sake of harvesting. Let us leave it be for now. He aimed to seize opportunities, not to wreak havoc in the primordial world. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to leave a mark on the innate gourd vine or to directly recognize it as his own and refine it, to avoid any future mishaps that might lead to trouble. With the 12 ancestors of sorcery present and possessing such an advantageous position, Wu Tian felt no fear in confronting the 3 pure ones and their ilk, yet a more cautious approach would undoubtedly be preferable. He then turned to Emperor Jiang and inquired with a smile, Brother, could you transport me inside without disrupting the grand formation? Chapter 36. Recognition of the innate gourd vine. Emperor Jiang laughed heartily. Of course, it is entirely feasible. He immediately summoned the power of his spatial laws, drawing forth an enchanting force of spatial transformation towards Wu Tian. In an instant, Wu Tian perceived an exquisite shift in the fabric of space. He felt a flash of light before finding himself within the valley, standing before the innate gourd vine. From a distance, he gazed upon it. Wu Tian had yet to perceive the vastness of the primal gourd vine. At this moment, upon closer inspection, he was suddenly struck with astonishment. Countless tendrils of the vine coiled like mighty dragons, robust and vigorous, clinging to the cliffside and nearly obscuring the entire face of the rock. Each leaf shimmered a verdant hue, reminiscent of jade. As a gentle breeze wafted through, the leaves danced, instantly sparkling with brilliance and producing a melodious rustle akin to the soft chime of jade. 7 gourds dangled amidst the foliage, each emanating distinct radiances, exuding an ethereal charm. The first 2 gourds had reached maturity. The first radiated a purple glow, embodying the primal yang energy originally obtained by Tai Ching. The yang essence had been drawn out by Tai Ching, while the remaining gourds were refined into purple gold gourds, treasured by Tai Ching for the alchemical endeavors of the venerable Laozi. The second gourd, cloaked in black, contained primal yin energy, originally acquired by Tong Tian. The yin essence, too, had been extracted and presented to Tai Ching, contributing to the harmony of yin and yang, seamlessly merging into the path of his own Tao. Subsequently, Tong Tian transformed the hollow shell of the blue gourd into the water and fire gourd, which also became a formidable magical artifact. Wu Tian turned his gaze towards the other 5 gourds, noticing that these immature gourds each shimmered with the luminous essence of the 5 primordial elements. As for the destinies of these elemental gourds, Jin Yuanzi acquired the verdant wooden gourd, which he subsequently bestowed upon the reincarnated fragment of Hongyun, the divine figure known as Shinnong, transforming it into the Shinnong 5 grains gourd. Hongyun received the crimson fire gourd, which he refined into the 9 scatter soul gourd. The yellow earth gourd was claimed by Nuwa, who crafted it into the summoning banner capable of calling forth myriad demons. The white metal gourd was obtained by Emperor Jun, who, during the War of Witch and Demon, collected the essence of the fallen witch clan using this white gourd, ultimately forging it into the illustrious flying blade that could slay immortals, which later came into the hands of Luya, becoming renowned in the investiture of the gods. The final azure water gourd was acquired by Yuan Shi, who would later use this treasure to gather the light of the sun, moon, and stars, refining it into the famed 3 light divine water. Thus, should this primordial gourd vine not be referred to as the primordial yin-yang 5 elemental gourd? Wu Tian pondered to himself, reflecting on the fate of these gourds. Even those that had not fully matured would undoubtedly become renowned treasures in the primordial realm, highlighting their exceptional value. However, they all belong to me now. Wu Tian could not help but chuckle. Even the gourd vine, which played a significant role in the creation of beings and garnered numerous merits for such endeavors, belonged to Wu Tian. Ah, the 9 heavens resting soil. This reminded him of the matter of creation. Wu Tian hurriedly gazed towards the roots of the gourd vine. It is said that the primordial soil used by Nuwa to create humanity was derived from the essence of the innate gourd vine. Upon meticulous investigation, Wu Tian indeed discovered a shimmering mass of 9-colored soil at the roots of the innate gourd vine, a substance imbued with an immensely potent earth element, which was continuously being absorbed by the gourd vine. Wu Tian felt a stir in his heart. Instantly, his magical energy surged forth, descending upon the 9 heavens soil. He extracted a small fragment, and indeed, as the legends foretold, the soil began to grow rapidly. In no time, it returned to its original size. However, Wu Tian also discerned that the growth of this nine-heaven soil was not an act of mere whimsy. It required the absorption of the essence of the world, depleting the surrounding spiritual energy. He was concerned that this might interfere with the maturation of the gourd vine. After Wu Tian removed a small piece, he did not continue to collect more. Instead, he began to contemplate how to refine the innate gourd vine, aiming to leave his own mark upon it. After a moment of reflection, Wu Tian's spiritual essence extended toward the primordial gourd vine, which seemed to possess a spirit of its own, as countless leaves rustled in response. The 7 gourds illuminated simultaneously. In an instant, the forces of primordial yin and yang, along with the 5 elements, began to erode Wu Tian's spiritual essence. To my astonishment, it is actually repelling me? Wu Tian found himself somewhat at a loss for words. He halted his actions, lost in contemplation. After a moment, regardless of whether the primal gourd vine could comprehend his words, he softly spoke, "Primal gourd vine, I must impart to you that encountering me today is indeed your fortune. In this vast universe, how could one such as you, embodying the dualities of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements, possibly be accommodated? Were it not for this meeting, you would surely be doomed to a fate of disintegration in the future." The primal gourd vine seemed to grasp his meaning. Countless swaying leaves suddenly stilled, and the radiance above them dimmed, enveloping the entire vine in a palpable aura of sorrow. In the primordial chaos, there exist the 10 innate spirit roots, yet none have achieved enlightenment in their perfect forms. For instance, the illustrious Yangmei Daxian is but a hollow willow, and Jin Yuanzi does not manifest as the ginseng fruit tree in its true essence. Other entities, like the Fusang tree and the laurel tree, despite their formidable and flawless physiques, remain confined within the sun star and the moon star, unable to take corporeal form. The primal gourd vine possesses spirit. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, it suddenly sensed an echo within, as if it had glimpsed the trajectory of its own destiny. Observing this, Wu Tian chuckled softly and proclaimed, "I am the true embodiment of Pangu, destined by fate to meet you today. If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I shall endeavor to protect you with unwavering commitment." With that, Wu Tian resolutely summoned his true form of Pangu. A gray spectral image abruptly manifested, seamlessly merging with his physical body, and the aura of Pangu began to radiate in all directions. The emergence of this formidable presence even elicited a subtle response from Mount Buzhou. The ancestral shamans outside the grand formation gazed at Wu Tian in astonishment, questioning the unfolding situation. Just moments ago, they had observed Wu Tian murmuring to the innate gourd vine, leaving them perplexed about whether the vine could comprehend his words. Now, he had directly invoked the true essence of Pangu. The essence of Pangu flickered momentarily. Wu Tian has once again regained his original demeanor. His intention was merely to affirm his identity, rather than to subdue the primordial gourd vine through sheer force. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before Wu Tian's eyes. Countless leaves fluttered as if nodding in agreement, and he sensed a wave of benevolent inspiration. Then, he beheld the most significant vine, where a tender and delicate shoot soared forth, resembling a green dragon. With a swift motion, it aimed to pierce Wu Tian's arm. Wu Tian was taken by surprise as the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong surged forth, causing his physical strength to instinctively rebound and send the branch flying. In that instant, a sense of grievance emanated from the innate gourd vine. Wu Tian then comprehended its meaning and hastily extended his arm, suppressing the rebounding force of his flesh. He chuckled and said, "Haha, let's start over. At last, the innate gourd vine had taken root. Wu Tian felt the vitality ebbing away from him. He turned his gaze towards the innate gourd vine and beheld the emerald tendrils now stained with crimson, resembling the growth of blood vessels. Simultaneously, a profound connection emerged between him and the innate gourd vine, and Wu Tian distinctly sensed the vine's affinity towards him. No wonder the practice of blood oath for establishing a bond was so prevalent. It truly held great significance. Wu Tian retracted his arms, unable to suppress a sigh within his heart. Chapter 37, Shall We Not Go? As the crimson hue spread across the entire vine, a flash of brilliance occurred. In the next moment, it vanished, as if sinking into the primordial gourd vine. The once blood-patterned tendrils and leaves reverted to their original forms. Wu Tian's complexion suddenly turned pale. "Oh, to acknowledge a master requires such a considerable amount of vitality. Could it be that you are intentionally taking advantage of me?" Wu Tian murmured softly, and soon the innate gourd vine began to resonate within his heart, evoking a sense of mutual understanding. The gourd vine expressed its dissatisfaction. Witnessing this, he could only manage a wry smile. All right. I was merely speaking casually. At present, the innate gourd vine possessed only rudimentary sentience, akin to that of a child. It appeared that true intelligence would only blossom once the 7 gourds atop the vine reached full maturity. In the grand scheme of things, the innate gourd vine had no opportunity for development and was promptly divided among the 3 pure ones, with even the vine being uprooted and taken away by Nuwa. However, the situation had changed, having been discovered and recognized by Wu Tian ahead of time, and with the protection of the Witch clan. It was destined to escape its former fate. Through the innate gourd vine and its accompanying gourds, Tian could seize greater opportunities. As the innate gourd vine acknowledged its master, an overwhelming flood of information surged into his consciousness, continuously generating insights regarding the principles of yin and yang and the five elements. The sensation was almost dizzying. Simultaneously, Tian gained a deeper understanding of the grand formation enveloping the valley. According to the information conveyed by the innate gourd vine, this formation was known as the innate yin-yang five elements great formation, with the gourd vine serving as its core. The formation would grow stronger alongside the vine. At this moment, with the innate gourd vine recognizing him as its master, the formation fell under Tian's control. With a mere thought, the formation shifted instantly. 7 colors of brilliance flickered upon the invisible barrier, with the purple and black hues standing out most prominently, while the lights representing the 5 elements were somewhat dimmer. After a brief moment, the formation slowly opened a passage. The ancestral witches, upon witnessing this, made their way into the valley, approaching the extraordinary gourd vine. Their expressions filled with awe and wonder. Tian smiled and remarked, "The gourd vine has recognized its master. Now, it cannot be taken away by anyone." The ancestral witches were instantly filled with joy. However, Zhu Rong, with wide eyes and an incredulous expression, exclaimed, "It has recognized you just like that? I thought you merely murmured a few words. Can this gourd vine truly comprehend?" Countless leaves began to sway, seemingly expressing their discontent. Zhu Rong, feeling a touch embarrassed, chuckled lightly. At that moment, Tian continued with a smile, "All things possess a spirit. I sincerely communicated with it, and naturally, it understood and was willing to acknowledge me as its master. However, that is not the entirety of the reason. The primary factor lies in the aura of Pangu that I exhibited. The innate gourd vine flourishes upon Mount Buzhou, absorbing its spiritual essence. In its eyes, I am undoubtedly the most authentic heir of Pangu. Thus, it willingly chose to recognize me as its master." Noticing the curious gazes of Di Jiang and the others observing the 7 small gourds, Tian cheerfully added, "I intend to share these 7 gourds with my brothers. But they are not yet fully matured, so we must wait a while." Di Jiang promptly waved his hand, immediately refusing without a second thought, and with a smile, he said, "That is not my intention. I am merely intrigued, marveling at the wonders of creation. For there exists an innate spiritual root that embodies the dualities of yin and yang and encompasses the 5 elements. This gourd vine was discovered and subdued by you alone. How could we possibly take advantage of you?" Tian's thoughts, however, diverged. Once the gourd ripened, it was only natural to put it to use. One could not simply let it dangle there as mere decoration, could one? He could utilize 7 for himself, but of course, it was imperative to share with the ancestral shamans to enhance their powers. A stronger ancestral shaman meant greater confidence for Tian. Regardless of whether it was a magical artifact or something else, it only held significance when it fulfilled its purpose. Having articulated this, Tian jested. "Only with your increasing strength can you better protect me." The ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Very well, since you have said so, we shall not decline any further. Once this gourd ripens, we shall discuss it again. Moreover, even without the gourd, we will not allow anyone to bully you," Di Jiang proclaimed with mirth. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ho Tu gazed at Tian with a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, teasingly adding, "Indeed, aside from Sister Xianming, no one shall dare to bully you." Xianming instantly fumed. Lunging toward Ho Tuesday, Tian felt somewhat speechless. He had always perceived Sister Hutu as the epitome of steadiness and gentleness, yet it seemed that her remarks had become increasingly peculiar. It was as if she had grown more vivacious. "Sister Hutu, what do you see here?" Tian gazed at the intertwined figures of Xianming and Hutu, a wry smile spreading across his face. He lifted the Jiutian Shirong in his hand, gesturing towards Hutu. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Hutu, after a brief moment of contemplation, widened her eyes in astonishment and couldn't help but exclaim, "Such immense power of the earth element." Tian smiled and nodded, directly dividing the 9 heaven soil into 2 halves and sending one towards Hutu, while simultaneously elucidating the profound mysteries of the 9 heaven soil. Subsequently, Tian added with a smile, "You may engrave the principles of earth contained within this artifact, thereby amplifying the strength of your primordial spirit, which will undoubtedly yield remarkable results with minimal effort." Hutu found herself in harmonious accord with this treasure. Moreover, Tian's mention that the 9 heaven soil could perpetually generate new life, embodying the essence of ceaseless existence, prompted her to accept it without hesitation. Observing this, Xianming seized the opportunity, casting a sardonic glance at Hutu, and remarked with a light scoff, "Now, it seems that Tian is quite attentive to you. Anything you find useful will surely be delivered." Hutu, having secured the 9 heaven soil, responded with a gentle laugh, "Indeed, we are both the stewards of the Hutu tribe." Tian, indifferent to the banter between the two, cast a wry smile as he turned his gaze towards Di Jiang and the others. He then addressed Di Jiang, saying, "Brother, I intend to cultivate and comprehend the principles of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements contained within the primordial gourd vine right here. You all may return to the tribe for now. When the time is ripe, come to summon me for our departure." However, upon Wu Tian finishing his statement, the ancestral witches exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions somewhat odd. Ultimately, Di Jiang, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched his head and replied with a wry smile, Wu Tian, perhaps we shall forego attending the teachings? We truly have little interest in the celestial doctrines expounded by Hong Jun." Zhurong promptly chimed in, "Indeed. We cultivate, through the essence of slaughter, the abundant power of the heavenly Tao within the Zixiao Palace, and its rich spiritual aura only leaves us feeling restless and uneasy." Di Jiang, usually the one making decisions among the ancestral witches, wore a conciliatory smile at this moment, cautiously suggesting, "Wu Tian, how about we skip it altogether? You and Xian Ming, along with Ho Tu, can attend the teachings without worry. Should anyone dare to trouble you, we shall confront them directly at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace." Chapter 38. The Ancestral Witch's Plans. Wu Tian forced a smile. With Di Jiang, who typically held the status of the elder brother, displaying such an attitude, what more could he possibly say? Moreover, earlier at the Zixiao Palace, the formidable demeanor of the ancestral witches had been evident before everyone. It was unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to provoke Wu Tian and his companions. Very well. If they choose not to go, then so be it. Wu Tian smiled as he spoke. The ancestral witches immediately appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Di Jiang regained his elder brother's demeanor, chuckling lightly as he nodded. "Rest assured, even if we do not venture to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, it does not mean we shall languish in idleness. We can still cultivate, make progress, and continue to enhance our mastery over the laws, refining our physical forms in the process." Di Jiang exhibited remarkable confidence. Even Zhu Jiuyin, who typically spoke little, chimed in with a soft laugh, saying, "Moreover, while the great powers in the primordial world are occupied with listening to the teachings, it is the perfect time for us to focus on the development of our offspring. And we must also expedite the arrangements for the 12 capital heavenly gods formation that you mentioned earlier." With Wu Tian's display, the ancestral witches placed even greater emphasis on the various matters he proposed, making the binding of Mount Buzhou to the 12 capital heavenly gods formation a top priority. At this juncture, Wu Tian's mind suddenly conjured another matter that could be intertwined with the current issue, the establishment of the Wu clan. He promptly spoke up. Once Wu Tian finished his explanation, the ancestral witches appeared somewhat perplexed. Di Jiang, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Establish a clan? Are we not already the Wu clan? Is there truly a need to establish another Wu clan?" Wu Tian smiled and said, "Not at all. The notion of the Witch clan is something we have articulated ourselves. Perhaps some may agree, yet it does not necessarily receive the endorsement of the entire primordial world. As the saying goes, if the name is not correct, then the words will not resonate." With this thought, a spark ignited within his heart. Wu Tian, with a shift in rhetoric, boldly invoked the mighty Pangu, chuckling as he proclaimed, "Moreover, we are numerous, and the Witch clan is flourishing. Should we not announce our progress to the Father God Pangu, to bring him solace in his enduring legacy?" Upon hearing these words, the ancestral witches were devoid of any doubt, nodding in agreement. Di Jiang, with a grin, added, Indeed. As we establish the Witch clan, it is only fitting that we declare our intentions to the Father God." In the grand scheme of things, although the Witch clan thrived and was recognized throughout the primordial realm, it was only after Di Jun and his compatriots established the Demon clan that the ancestral witches firmly took their stance and founded the Witch clan. Wu Tian naturally sought to take the lead. Establishing a clan would bestow a plethora of merits, and perhaps even the lingering will of the great Pangu would be stirred, granting blessings. Furthermore, if one were to subtly manipulate the oath of the clan, it might even touch upon the Tao itself. For instance, altering heavenly Tao to great Tao. In light of Pangu's legacy, it is conceivable that the great Tao might truly manifest, should the great Tao bestow its favor and grant merits. The ancestral shamans would indeed reap immense rewards. Thus, other plans could be smoothly executed, such as appointing Xianming as the god of winter and Zhu Rong as the god of fire. Unlike the deities who later subsisted on incense and willpower, these primordial deities were born of the very heavens and earth. Wu Tian refrained from elaborating on this matter. He intended to engage in a thorough discussion with them after the second sermon to refine the strategy. With a smile, Wu Tian then declared, "Let us settle on this. Brothers, you may prepare in advance. After the second sermon, when Xianming, Sister Hutu, and I return from the Zixiao Palace, we shall proclaim to the Father God Pangu the establishment of the Shaman clan." Di Jiang and the others nodded in agreement. They then took their leave from Wu Tian, with Xianming and Hutu also returning to the tribe to investigate the situation of the Shaman youths. As they departed, Hutu smiled and said, "Once we have resolved the matters within the tribe, we shall reconvene here to set forth together when the time is right." And so, the ancestral shamans took their leave. Wu Tian sealed the primordial great formation, embarking on a journey of cultivation within its confines. He immersed his thoughts in the essence of the primordial gourd vine, continuously discerning the principles of yin and yang, as well as the laws of the 5 elements inherent within it. The power of the laws manifested by the primordial gourd vine seemed to resonate with the ancestral witch laws that Wu Tian bore. However, they were not identical. The laws within the vast wilderness are rules and characteristics, rather than mere existences. For instance, the law of fire represents the rules of combustion and release, rather than being simply a flame or a specific type of fire. Consequently, the power of the ancestral witch's laws is indeed more extreme, imbued with an intensely personal characteristic. The fire of Zhu Rong, for example, is most explosive and fierce, while the laws contained within the primordial gourd vine are remarkably pure. After profound contemplation, Wu Tian was astonished to realize that he was indeed absorbing a wealth of nourishment, deepening the imprint of the laws upon his soul. Yet, the most significant transformation was not this. Surrounding the faint human figures formed by the 12 laws, additional patterns suddenly emerged. The primordial gourd vine coiled into a circle, resembling a floral wreath. 7 gourds became distinctly visible. In the midst of his training, Xianming and the ancestral witch of Huda had also concluded their tribal affairs and made their way to join Wu Tian in his cultivation. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. Upon being awakened by Hutu, Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes and beheld her with a gentle smile as she spoke. The time has come. We must set forth. This journey begins 3,000 years ahead of schedule. This time, with familiarity guiding us, we need not spend excessive time. Yet, within the chaos, there remains a considerable distance to traverse, and time must still be devoted to our passage. Wu Tian slowly nodded. He then calmed his inner power. Although the growth of his physical body during this training was nearly negligible, the strength of his primordial spirit experienced a significant enhancement. At last, he attained a harmonious balance with his corporeal form, reaching the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Alas, he still felt a slight deficiency. Wu Tian could not help but murmur softly. Upon hearing his words, Huda chuckled lightly and replied, "You are the last to emerge among our ancestral shamans. And it is through the essence of our ancestral blood that you wield the power of the laws. Achieving such accomplishments in such a brief period is already remarkable. Are you still not satisfied?" Wu Tian was not dissatisfied. Rather, he felt that with the teachings of the Purple Cloud Palace, the calamity of the wizards and undead drew ever nearer. Naturally, he yearned for a swifter pace in his cultivation. As for others, it is worth mentioning that Tai Ching, among the 3 phases, might have already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, eagerly awaiting Hongjuan's discourse to comprehend his own path and attain the status of a quasi-saint. Wu Tian, naturally unwilling to be outdone, could not bear to be overshadowed by the Sanqing after comprehending the grand principles of the heavenly way. However, he refrained from voicing his objections. With a mere smile, he addressed the 2 ancestral witches, saying, "Let us not delay the discourse." Xianming and Huda nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, Xianming retrieved the Hongming Liang Tian Qi and returned it to Wu Tian, after which the 2 of them joined forces to envelop Wu Tian, soaring beyond the realms of Hongwang towards the Zixiao Palace nestled within the chaos. Chapter 39. The second lecture during the first visit to the Zixiao Palace. It was Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin who exerted their efforts, allowing Wu Tian to merely play the role of a passenger, which even turned into a splendid opportunity for his cultivation. The second time was no different. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianming and Huda took upon themselves the responsibility of journeying to the Zixiao Palace. Wu Tian merely needs to obediently play the role of a younger brother. There is nothing amiss in being a younger brother. After all, he is cherished by 10 elder brothers and 2 sisters. Whenever challenges arise, he is never forgotten, and benefits are always shared with him. However, this time, Wu Tian did not continue his cultivation. Instead, he cheerfully engaged in conversation with Xianming and Hutu. After stowing away the Hongming measuring ruler, Wu Tian smiled and inquired, "Sister Xianming, have you fully refined the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner?" Xianming nodded slightly, then replied with an air of nonchalance, "Not entirely refined, but I can already use this innate spiritual treasure to fend off malevolent energies." As she spoke, a hint of distress appeared on her face. Although the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner can shield against malevolent energies, her formidable physical body exerts pressure, causing her soul's cultivation to progress at a sluggish pace. The training of her physical form is also affected. In such circumstances, she is, of course, unable to recklessly devour malevolent energies and temper her body like Di Jiang and the others. The stronger the physical body, the greater the pressure on the soul. Wu Tian promptly reassured, "Do not be anxious. Look, even Sister Hutu remains calm as you strive to perfect your spiritual essence. The strength of your physical form will surely accumulate and manifest in due time." He then urged Xianming to seize the forthcoming 2 opportunities for discourse to enhance her spiritual prowess as much as possible. Xianming shot him an exasperated glance. "I am aware. Why do you sound like the elder sister here? You have already mentioned it once. Do I still require your concern?" Although she spoke thus, her heart brimmed with gratitude. Yet, her nature rendered her incapable of expressing such sentiments, or perhaps she felt shy, much like before, when she genuinely cared for Wu Tian. She would inevitably end up beating him half to death. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He then turned his gaze towards Hutu, who, with a beaming smile, remarked, The 9 heavens resting soil you gifted me has greatly benefited my understanding of the principles of Earth. I must express my gratitude to you. Wu Tian hurriedly waved his hand. According to his initial thoughts, he aimed to strengthen the bond with the Ancestral Witches, particularly with the Earth Mother Witch, as this would enable him to seek their support and enjoy a carefree existence in the primordial chaos. However, as he continued to assist them, Wu Tian's once utilitarian mindset gradually dissipated, and he now genuinely hopes for a brighter outcome for the ancestral shamans, yearning to alter their originally tragic fate. Although the ancestral shamans possess a tempestuous temperament, they reveal their brutal side to him, showcasing the more candid and straightforward aspects of their character to Wu Tian. They empathize with him wholeheartedly. How could Wu Tian not be moved? Reflecting on the fates of Xianming and Hutu, he could not help but declare, "Dear sisters, rest assured. I shall find a way to assist you in attaining your paths, ensuring a better life for you." Xianming and Hutu were somewhat taken aback. They could sense the sincerity and earnestness in Wu Tian's words, yet they were puzzled as to why he had suddenly expressed such sentiments. After a moment of surprise, Hutu smiled and replied, "Indeed, are you not always insisting that we look after you? Once we achieve our paths, we will certainly protect you well. In the primordial realm, none shall dare to bully you." Wu Tian erupted into laughter. Drawing from their previous experience, the trio swiftly navigated through the vast chaos, guided by the resonance in their hearts, until they arrived at the entrance of the Zishu Palace. The grand doors of the palace stood wide open. The three hurriedly stepped inside. Perhaps it was due to the conclusion of the first sermon, during which Wu Tian had presented the ferocious beast's blood to Hao Tian and Yao Qi. For as Wu Tian and his companions entered, the two little Taoist priests, who had previously maintained a serious demeanor, instantly broke into smiles and offered a slight bow towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian smiled in response and then made his way towards the front of the grand hall. At that moment, he noticed that the three of them had arrived relatively late, as the majority of the seats at the forefront were already occupied. Only the spots reserved for the ancestral shamans remained vacant. The onlookers regarded the trio with evident curiosity, their faces reflecting a mixture of bewilderment as they silently wondered, why are there only 3 of them this time? Where are the other ancestral shamans? Even after Wu Tian took his seat, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun approached him directly, with Hong Yun displaying a look of intrigue and promptly inquiring, "Where are our companions, Emperor Jiang and the others?" Wu Tian chuckled lightly and remarked, "My brothers have other matters to attend to, so they will not be joining this lecture." What more could he say? Could he possibly admit that these few underachievers were simply uninterested in attending class? That would be quite embarrassing. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment, as if to say, what could be more significant than attending a lecture? This session is about the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm, far more critical than the last. However, both were perceptive enough to recognize Wu Tian's intent not to elaborate further. Hong Yun smiled and said, "That makes sense. After you listen, you can relay the message to them upon your return. There is really no need for everyone to be present." At that moment, Kunping turned his head from the front row, forcing a semblance of a smile that was more unsettling than his usual expression, nodding slightly at Wu Tian before turning back. This sudden change in the reclusive Kunping left Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun once again astonished, their curious gazes scrutinizing him as they pondered what might have transpired. Kunping's transformation had also been noted by Dijuan and Tai. Dijuan displayed little reaction, maintaining his usual demeanor, while Tai furrowed his brow. "Brother, does Kunping not understand his position? We sought him out to embark on a grand undertaking, and yet he responds with such indifference. Now he treats Wu Tian with such regard. It's as if he disregards us entirely." Tai communicated discreetly to Dijuan, his tone brimming with anger and dissatisfaction. Dijuan, however, replied coolly, "Control your anger. We are in the Zhixiao Palace. Let us focus on the lecture first, and we shall discuss this matter afterward." Despite his words, Dijuan's gaze shifted toward Fuxi and Yua, his thoughts subtly stirring as he murmured to himself. Before long, the doors of the Zishu Palace closed. Hongjuan's figure appeared, as unobtrusively as before, surveying the assembly with his gaze. Upon noticing the absence of the ancestral witches, a sudden realization struck him. They did not attend this time? Finally, he had returned to the broader context. According to Hongjuan's calculations of heavenly secrets, Dijuan and the others had presumably not attended the first lecture. And although it was somewhat late, this revelation eased his heart. While contemplating these matters, Hongjun's expression remained unchanged, still as indifferent as ever. His gaze barely lingering as he scanned the Zixia Palace before stating flatly, "The second lecture begins now." As his words fell, a profound resonance of Tao swept through the Zixia Palace, with celestial phenomena cascading and golden lotuses emerging from the earth. The assembly quickly leaned in to listen. During the previous lecture, Hongjun had abruptly halted at a crucial juncture, leaving them yearning for knowledge, wishing for 3,000 years to pass in an instant. The 3 pure ones, Fuxi, Niwa, as well as Dijuan and Tai, all awakened to their unique paths of cultivation from birth, many having reached the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal even before the lecture began. While the first lecture offered significant insights and substantial gains, what they truly yearned to learn was how to attain the quasi-saint realm, how to comprehend the Tao and achieve enlightenment, how to attain the primordial state and become a saint. As Hongjun gradually expounded upon these teachings, the expressions among the audience varied. Some appeared enlightened, while others were overwhelmed with joy. Tian inwardly marveled. Indeed, he had harbored these thoughts for quite some time. At this moment, as Hongjun expounded on the teachings, it reaffirmed his previous conjectures. Tian began to grasp why the ancestral shamanic beings faced a fate of demise, returning to the essence of heaven and earth. The numerous paths of cultivation necessitated an initial refinement of qi, absorbing the primordial energies of the universe to forge one's magical power and augment one's being. Once one's realm was sufficiently elevated, one would then comprehend the laws and inscribe the principles of the universe. The ancestral shamans followed a similar trajectory. The distinction lay in their elevated starting point. They innately wielded a certain power of the laws. However, when ascending to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, the path of the shamanic clan diverged drastically from that of the celestial way. For instance, the celestial path intertwines myriad laws into a singular path, whereas the shamanic clan pursues a solitary path to the utmost, seeking to achieve enlightenment through their own laws. It is not a matter of right or wrong, indeed. The path of the ancestral shamans may yield greater strength than that of the celestial way, yet it is fraught with difficulty and offers scant opportunity for enlightenment. At least beneath the celestial laws, the ancestral shamans could never achieve a complete realization of the Tao, no matter how diligently they cultivated. They could only reach the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal, with no chance of stepping beyond that threshold. The more fundamental the laws, the more potent they become. Yet the harder they are to perfect. Take, for example, the spatial laws of Emperor Jiang. How could one cultivate to master all spatial laws? If he were to succeed, the spatial laws within the celestial framework would obey him, leaving no room for others to maneuver. This is also the reason for the celestial laws' machinations. Especially in the case of the celestial way, where multiple laws intertwine to form a path, should the ancestral shamans gain complete mastery over a particular law, it would pose significant risks to their own existence. Thus, there exists a profound enmity towards the shamanic clan. For who does not yearn to seize control over their own destiny? Alas, this encapsulates the underlying logic of the ancestral shamans being ensnared by the celestial laws. If the ancestral shamans were to attain enlightenment, who would then wield authority over the vast primordial realm? As for the future contention between the demon clan and the shamanic clan for dominion over the primordial landscape, that is merely a superficial reason for the demise of the ancestral shamans, allowing their authority over the laws to revert back to the celestial framework. Tian sighed internally. Pondering deeply, how might one effectuate change? Soon, inspired by various legends from the future, he devised a plan and resolved to immerse himself in the teachings once more. As Hongjun elucidated his points, the listeners within the Zishu Palace began to polarize. A select few, able to keep pace, listened with rapt attention, their expressions alight with revelation. In stark contrast, those of lesser capability wore expressions of despair. Every word spoken by Hongjun resonated in their ears, yet when strung together, they bore no comprehension. The concepts were profoundly enigmatic and intricately complex. Some attempted to forcibly memorize the discourse, hoping that in the future, when their strength had sufficiently grown, they could unravel its meanings. However, they soon discovered that retention was elusive, as the knowledge would dissipate from their minds like a fleeting dream. Tian naturally comprehended the nuances of the situation, although he practiced the 9 turns of Yuan Gong. The intertwining powers of the 12 laws of the ancestors transformed into the divine abilities of the true form of Pangu, creating a celestial pathway. By continuously engraving the laws, he could amplify the essence of Pangu. Currently, he could only envelop himself in the ethereal shadow of Pangu's true form, empowered by Pangu's intent. However, if there came a day when he could embody the true form of Pangu directly, he would attain the state of primordial unity. He did not squander the opportunity to learn from the teachings, attentively listening to the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm while voraciously absorbing the vital energy within the Zishu Palace. Continuously engraving the laws empowered by the heavenly path, the strength of his physical body and primordial spirit surged rapidly, propelling him toward higher realms. At that moment, Hongjun, who had been feigning slumber, slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the assembly below, his gaze imbued with profound depth. Despite the mesmerizing eloquence of his discourse, only a handful truly embarked on the path of cultivation, particularly those innate deities favored by Hongjun, who, bound by their own paths, showed no inclination to pursue the celestial way. For instance, the 3 pure ones, who were the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, upon encountering the 24-grade creation Xinglian on Kunlun Mountain, saw it dissolve into 3 innate spiritual treasures, the Tai Rui, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword, each representing their respective paths, elixir, talisman, and sword. Having established their own paths, how could they possibly immerse themselves in the celestial way and allow Hongjun to siphon their fortune? Thus, the most accomplished among them, Tai Ching, could have directly advanced to the quasi-saint realm by following the methods of celestial cultivation. Yet he chose merely to comprehend the intricacies of the celestial way, harboring no intention to transcend his current boundary. Meanwhile, Wu Tian, Xianming, and Huda remained utterly focused on their cultivation, leveraging the unique environment of the Zishu Palace and the resonances of the heavenly path to fortify themselves. As for the Witch clan, he never contemplated the foul tempers of the ancestors, especially considering Huta's future opportunities, which wholly precluded her from practicing the celestial way. Hongjun could not help but furrow his brow. How could this be? After all the efforts expended, not a single fish had taken the bait. Was it not a futile endeavor? A significant loss? As the discourse neared its conclusion, the teachings on the quasi-saint cultivation methods were also winding down, and Hongjun's heart grew increasingly restless. Although the momentum of the heavenly path suggested the celestial way would undoubtedly flourish, and his fortune was vast and enduring at critical moments, one must still take the initiative to push forward. His gaze shifted toward the Eastern and Western sovereigns, embodiments of the primordial yin and yang, who were also innate deities cultivating in Palai Island and Zykenlun, respectively. A thought flickered in Hongjun's mind. Instantly, an imperceptible wave emanated, quietly reaching toward the Eastern sovereign. Engrossed in his understanding of the celestial way, the Eastern sovereign suddenly felt a stirring within. Realizing the arduousness of achieving the laws of the path as Hongjun elucidated the methods of celestial cultivation, the primordial five elements and the duality of yin and yang constituted the fundamental laws of the universe. Although formidable, the path to realization was fraught with difficulty. Why should he stubbornly dwell in a quagmire of his own making? Contemplating this, the Eastern sovereign lifted his gaze toward Hongjun. The celestial way lay before him. And with Hongjun imparting wisdom, the path was clear and unobstructed. Why should he struggle so fiercely? This thought surged forth uncontrollably. Boom. An uproar erupted within the Zishio palace. As countless streams of vital energy converged toward the Eastern sovereign, transforming his essence based on primordial yang, with his powers continuously shifting according to the celestial methods. The aura of the Eastern sovereign expanded, and due to the resonance of the primordial yin and yang, the powers of the Western sovereign involuntarily surged as well. Beyond her control, the Western sovereign could only curse under her breath. This impetuous youth is unworthy of collaboration. She quickly steadied herself, drawing upon her myriad insights into the celestial way, commencing the transformation of her cultivation. After a brief moment, Hongjun's mellifluous voice ceased, his gaze calmly resting upon the Eastern and Western sovereigns. The others were also startled by this commotion, their eyes fixed on the two with varied expressions. Even Wu Tian remained oblivious, perceiving the scene as entirely natural due to his memories of a past life. The Eastern and Western sovereigns were indeed figures of the celestial way, and there was nothing more authentic than that. Soon after, their cultivation concluded. Their paths transformed into the essence of the celestial way, and their strength surged to the late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. According to the Eastern sovereign's perception, the forthcoming cultivation bore no significant obstacles. With time, he could easily break through to the quasi-saint realm. His face was naturally alight with joy. Conversely, the Western sovereign, compelled to redirect her cultivation toward the celestial way, bore a less favorable expression. She understood well that while the celestial way was accessible, it was also a path trodden by others. Trapped within another's doctrine, her prospects for significant achievements in the future seemed bleak. At that moment, Hongjun spoke calmly. You two are born from the primordial yin and yang, now practitioners of my celestial way, and shall be the leaders among all male and female immortals. As his words resonated, the power of the heavenly path surged within the Zishu palace. Being the foremost among male and female immortals was also a form of heavenly merit, naturally laden with fortune and enhanced by the power of the heavenly path. Soon, as the heavenly power descended, their fortunes soared, and their strengths began to stir, nearing the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, this was not the end. Hongjun, akin to a benefactor bestowing a boon, not only conferred the title of the foremost among male and female immortals but also presented them with treasures. Both received several precious artifacts. The most treasured gift to the Eastern sovereign was the dragon-headed staff, said to have been wielded by Hongjun before his enlightenment, symbolizing the Eastern sovereign's status as the premier male immortal. The Western sovereign received even greater benefits, an innate supreme spiritual treasure, the Western Plain Cloud Banner, for protection, and an innate Ren-Water Peach Tree to stabilize her fortune. Originally harboring some resentment, the Western sovereign felt much of it dissipate. Respectfully, she and the Eastern sovereign bowed to Hongjun, both exclaiming, "Thank you, Sage Hongjun." The Eastern sovereign, his face beaming with delight, was not only satisfied with his choice but also suddenly realized that with the title of the foremost male immortal and the dragon-headed staff in hand, he had become the spokesperson for the celestial way in the primordial realm. Countless thoughts surged within him. After a brief pause, he proclaimed, "Rest assured, Sage Hongjun, we shall diligently cultivate and spread the teachings of the celestial way throughout the primordial realm, ensuring its prosperity and flourishing fortune." Witnessing this spectacle, the others were left with a multitude of thoughts. Some individuals, lacking mental fortitude, yearned to be the first to step forward, believing that by doing so, they could attain the heavenly path and acquire innate treasures and roots. Others furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. After a few moments, just as some were poised to act, Emperor Jun suddenly rose, clasped his hands towards Hongjun, and in a resounding voice inquired, "Might I ask, revered Hongjun, is it true that within the vast expanse of the primordial world, only the celestial path permits one to attain enlightenment and become a sage?" At these words, the crowd was taken aback, their eyes gleaming with insight. What Emperor Jun articulated resonated with their own inner doubts. Even if he had not risen, it was likely that others would have done so. Hongjun's gaze was profound and inscrutable, and he replied calmly, "Not so. The myriad paths can lead to sagehood. One is not confined to the celestial path. He continued, I possess a treasure known as the Creation Jade Plate, which chronicles the myriad paths that emerged after the genesis of the cosmos. Those of you with affinity may comprehend it for yourselves. Upon finishing his words, the Creation Jade Plate soared above Hong Jun's head, radiating boundless brilliance, and astonishing phenomena manifested. Countless paths flickered and rotated within, before suddenly trembling and shooting towards the purple cloud palace, resembling a sky full of twinkling stars, dazzling all who beheld it. The seated assembly sprang into action. Streams of profound light surged upwards towards the 3,000 paths above them, as their spiritual essence followed the resonance, seeking and comprehending the path that best suited them. Even Wu Tian was no exception. He scarcely had time to observe the Queen Mother of the West, hastily focusing his mind and gazing upward. As his spiritual force probed, he swiftly ensnared a shimmering mark, rapidly delving into its mysteries. The path of physical existence. No wonder I feel a strong resonance with this. However, to Wu Tian's astonishment, the mark contained within was remarkably incomplete. He soon grasped its essence, and it then returned to the void. This was indeed understandable. Although the Creation Jade Plate is a supreme treasure, how could it possibly record the entirety of the 3,000 paths in their completeness? That would be far too extraordinary. The ability to inscribe incomplete marks is already a remarkable feat. Wu Tian did not squander any time. Once again, guided by the resonance within his soul, he advanced towards the numerous marks, swiftly grasping another profound path, the path of the world. By establishing his own world, he continuously refined and expanded it. This path bore some resemblance to Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth. However, while Pangu possessed sufficient power to achieve his goal in a single stride, causing the primordial chaos to transform into the pinnacle of worlds, the path of the world instead unfolded gradually, ascending step by step. Wu Tian remained unperturbed, seizing the moment to engrave the principles of this world within his very soul. Regardless of whether he chose to pursue cultivation, it was ultimately a foundation of profound significance. Just as he was about to take action once more, he suddenly heard the faint voice of Hong Jun resonating. The time has come. The second sermon concludes. In 3 millennia, I shall impart the final teachings, revealing the path to enlightenment and the method to sanctity. As his words faded, the cosmic jade butterfly, suspended in the void, quivered abruptly, causing myriad mysterious lights and Dao seals to vanish in an instant, subsequently returning to Hong Jun's side. The assembly was filled with reluctance to part. At that moment, Dong Wang Gong, seemingly struck by divine inspiration, suddenly voiced his thoughts with a cheerful demeanor. Saint Hong Jun elucidates the celestial path for us. Today, with utmost selflessness, he imparts the 3,000 great Dao. Henceforth, all paths of the primordial realm shall originate from the saint, and he shall be revered as the progenitor of all Dao. Before others could react, Dong Wang Gong bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Dao Ancestor, for your compassionate heart in delivering the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, enlightening the beings of the primordial realm. The crowd was rendered speechless. Was such flattery truly necessary? How could Saint Hong Jun be elevated to the title of Dao Ancestor? If indeed all great Dao stemmed from Hong Jun, calling him Dao Ancestor might be acceptable. Yet, was that the reality? Certainly not. Moreover, the Dao recorded within the cosmic jade butterfly was far from complete, and many innate deities present possessed their own paths, which they had not derived from Hong Jun at all. What, then, constituted the title of Dao Ancestor? However, given Dong Wang Gong's designation and the setting of the Purple Cloud Palace, he was merely reciprocating the favor of Hong Jun's teachings, leaving the others with little choice. They could hardly interject with cries of Hong Jun is unworthy of the title Dao Ancestor. After a brief silence, voices finally emerged within the Purple Cloud Palace, and the assembly, compelled to follow Dong Wang Gong's lead, echoed in unison, We are deeply grateful to Dao Ancestor Hong Jun. Wu Tian and the others remained silent. Yet he refrained from causing any disturbance at that moment, merely casting a knowing glance at the crowd. The ancestral witches, inheritors of the Pangu primordial deity, held no recognition for Hong Jun, the Dao Ancestor. Hong Jun, however, remained indifferent, a faint smile gracing his features as he absorbed the profound changes within himself. As the crowd uttered the title of Dao Ancestor, an overwhelming surge of fortune descended upon him, amplifying his essence. The creation jade plate spun rapidly, and his authority within the heavenly Dao surged correspondingly. With a light chuckle, Hong Jun proclaimed, There is no need for excessive courtesy. This is but a natural obligation. He then nodded towards Dong Wang Gong, who felt an overwhelming sweetness in his heart, his smile growing ever more radiant. Subsequently, Hong Jun announced his departure. This lecture has come to a close. 3,000 years hence, the Zixiao Palace shall reopen to elucidate the path to sanctity for you all. Chapter 42. The distress of Zenyuanzi. As before, Hong Jun played the role of the abrupt narrator, leaving the attendees of the Zixiao Palace in a state of anxious anticipation before vanishing without a trace. The grand doors of the Zixiao Palace opened once more, mirroring the previous occasion. However, this time was different. Having attained the title of Dao Ancestor and an increase in fortune, Hongjuan's authority within the heavenly Tao surged, heralding a rise in his power. Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu respectively received positions within the heavenly Tao, granting them dominion over the celestial beings of the world. Emperor Jun's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Dong Wanggong, who was now being surrounded by practitioners, their words laden with flattery. The Tao ancestor has bestowed upon him enlightenment. It is indeed a cause for celebration that he shall soon preside over the vast celestial path. Dong Wanggong, known as the Wood Prince due to his connection to the primordial roots of the 10 innate spirit roots, understood why Hongjun had not granted him a spirit root, instead bestowing Zhuangmu with a heavenly peach tree of innate water. Surrounded by admirers, Dong Wanggong felt a swell of pride, yet he endeavored to suppress it. Maintaining a humble demeanor as he clasped his hands and smiled, "Esteemed friends, you are too kind. Since the Tao ancestor has conferred upon me this position, I cannot remain idle. Upon my return to Palai, I plan to emulate the Tao ancestor and elucidate the celestial path for all beings. Should you find leisure, do join me for the occasion." Instantly, enthusiastic nods of agreement arose, expressing a desire to hear the Wood Prince's insights on the celestial path. Dong Wanggong's heart swelled with satisfaction. He then turned to seek Zhuangmu, knowing that as the leaders of the male and female celestial beings, they ought not to engage in a solo performance. Yet, Zhuangmu had already vanished from sight. Dong Wanggong hurriedly glanced towards the entrance of the Zishu Palace, witnessing Zhuangmu's silhouette as she swiftly exited into the chaos beyond. "Alas, Golden Mother," he exclaimed in surprise, suddenly realizing something. He quickly excused himself to those nearby and dashed after her. Observing this scene, Emperor Jun could not suppress a disdainful smile. He withdrew his gaze with a light snort. Having discerned Dong Wanggong's burgeoning ambition following his elevation to the title of leader among the male celestial beings. Leader among the male celestial beings? Merely a gatekeeper. Emperor Jun thought to himself, shifting his gaze towards Fuxi and Enhua, pondering deeply before a smile graced his face as he approached them. Wu Tian's gaze naturally shifted from the silhouette of the West Queen Mother towards the direction of Enhua. Having cast a fleeting glance, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his arm. Turning around, he was met with the ethereal, strikingly beautiful visage of Xianming, who fixed her penetrating gaze upon him and inquired, "Which is more beautiful, the West Queen Mother or Enhua?" Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? It was utterly astonishing that Xianming's icy lips could utter such words. In response to Wu Tian's gaze, a fleeting hint of panic crossed Xianming's face. But he quickly regained his composure and stated, "Did I say something amiss? After Hongjun concluded his discourse, I noticed you fixating intently on the Queen Mother of the West. And only when she departed from the Purple Cloud Palace did you reluctantly retract your gaze, immediately redirecting your attention towards Niwa." Wu Tian immediately felt aggrieved. What a tremendous misunderstanding. He gazed intently at the West Queen Mother, for it was precisely because she had just conferred upon him the flag of the Western Plain Cloud Realm that he had previously contemplated acquiring the primordial Five Directions flag. Wu Tian naturally contemplated the situation. Indeed, the Queen Mother of the West is exceedingly beautiful. Among the primordial divine beings of antiquity, each embodies a unique perfection. Yet, the opulence and grace exuding from the Queen Mother, along with the subtle linger between her brows, have undeniably captured Wu Tian's heart. However, this is not the crux of the matter. As for Niwa, it seems that Emperor Jun is approaching Fuxi, with Niwa moving alongside him. According to the original trajectory of events, it should be the collaboration of Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and Niwa to establish the demon clan at this juncture. Thus, it is only natural for him to pay closer attention. He discreetly conveyed an explanation. Xuanming's expression immediately relaxed, and she instinctively inquired, "Really?" Then she glanced towards Emperor Jun and the others. "So, what shall we do?" She had not considered taking any measures to obstruct them. In the minds of Xianming and her companions, a demon clan that has yet to fully manifest poses little threat. Wu Tian cast a glance at the four individuals. "Let us hasten our return. The matters I discussed with my brothers must be expedited. We cannot allow others to seize the opportunity before us." With that, Wu Tian rose promptly. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun hurriedly approached, evidently eager to invite Wu Tian to the Wuzhuang Temple, to engage in discourse and savor the ginseng fruit. Wu Tian naturally had no time to waste. He boldly interjected, "Jin Yuan Taoist, Hong Yun Taoist. My Witch clan has an important matter at hand. If you both have the time, why not accompany me to the Witch clan for a visit? It would also serve as a witness to the occasion." The two were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding. Jin Yuanzi then responded with a smile. "Of course, we would be delighted." After all, neither of them harbored any substantial ambitions. They simply wished to revel in the vastness of the Hongwang realm. Returning to Wuzhuang Temple was of little consequence, so they were naturally inclined to join him. Wu Tian felt a slight stir in his heart and glanced again at Kunping. This time, Kunping did not flee prematurely. Instead, he sat in contemplation, as if still pondering the profound truths he had gleaned from the creation jade plate. Previously, due to the matter concerning the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner, a bond had formed between Wu Tian and Kunping. Moreover, Wu Tian sensed that Kunping might not be as he had initially perceived. Thus, he decided to extend an invitation. Although Kunping was originally a formidable demon master, His stance was not unwavering. Perhaps a slight persuasion could yield fruitful results. In the interplay of gains and losses, it could lead to a double harvest. Therefore, Wu Tian smiled and inquired. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Kuenping did not immediately agree but took a moment to ponder before managing a faint smile. I shall not accompany you, my friend. However, when the day you speak of arrives, I shall be there to offer my congratulations. With that, he stood, giving a slight nod to Xianming, Hutu, Zenyuanzi, and Hongyan before departing towards the outskirts of Zishu Palace. As Kuenping left, Hongyan let out a sigh. Phew. This Kuenping is clearly difficult to approach. Showing no warmth to anyone. I always feel a bit odd in his presence. Yet he treats you so differently. Hongyan's gaze flickered. Curiosity evident on his face as he asked, Wu Tian, how did you manage that? What transpired between you and Kuenping? Wu Tian remained unfazed, chuckling lightly before speaking. It is of no great consequence. Did the elder brothers not confront the two from the west earlier? As a result, Kuenping managed to retain his position and felt indebted. Subsequently, he sent the northern Xianyuan water controlling banner as a means to settle this debt. In this exchange, a certain camaraderie has developed. After saying this, Wu Tian beckoned those around him to walk towards the outskirts of the Zishu Palace. Feeling a sense of urgency to return and discuss the matter of establishing their clan with Dijiang and the others, Xianming and Huda flanked him, while Zenyuanzi and Hongyan followed closely behind. The expressions on their faces were peculiar as they exchanged glances, communicating silently. Brother Zenyuanzi, Kuenping has sent the northern Xianyuan water controlling banner to settle his debt. What should we do? We cannot simply remain indifferent, can we? Zenyuanzi appeared quite troubled. Kuenping had indirectly accepted the favor of the Witch clan, making the two brothers the most direct beneficiaries, with Wu Tian advocating on their behalf. However, he possessed no additional innate spiritual treasures. Surely he could not offer the Earth Book as a gift. Chapter 43. Wu Tian's unfinished favor once outside the Zishu Palace. Xianming and Huda felt a surge of energy, and a potent force of law emerged around them as they instinctively prepared to break through the chaos and escort Wu Tian back. Yet, with a smile, Hongyan interjected. Allow me to take the lead. I am quite swift in my travels, and I still owe a favor. It would be rather inappropriate to burden Xianming and Huda further. Thus, Hongyan volunteered eagerly, prompting Xianming and Huda to pause and curiously regard him. Wu Tian was not surprised. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had arrived early during their first visit to Zishu Palace, indicating their remarkable speed. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi nodded with a smile. Indeed. To be honest, my brother Hong Yun was the very first red cloud born at the dawn of creation. In terms of travel, he may not rank at the very pinnacle of the primordial world, but he certainly stands among the foremost. At this time, Hong Yun had already conjured a barrier radiating a crimson glow, its aura exceedingly mysterious. Wu Tian merely sensed it briefly and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder Hong Yun is indeed fortunate. Among the four primordial elements, earth, water, fire, and wind, Hong Yun alone embodies three, with only earth remaining. Then Jin Yuanzi cheerfully declared, allow me to lend you a hand. As he spoke, he unleashed a surge of magical power, channeling the strength of the Earth Book, which emanated a profound essence of primordial Wu Earth, intertwined with the breath of primordial Yi Wood. Upon merging with Hong Yun's magical force and fusing with the energies of water, fire, and wind from the primordial elements, the original primordial 5 elements were astonishingly transformed into the power of the 4 elements. With a flash, the barrier shimmered. The once red barrier instantly morphed into a grayish chaotic hue, as if carving out a small realm within the chaos, completely isolating the surrounding chaotic energies. Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder you two brothers have developed such a bond. It turns out there exists a remarkable complementarity between you. After Wu Tian chuckled, he promptly stepped into the gray boundary, and upon witnessing this, Xianming and Hutu felt a sense of relief, following Wu Tian into the realm. Subsequently, the 5 of them broke through the chaos, journeying towards the primordial universe. At this moment, accompanied by Zenyuanzi and Hongyan, Wu Tian found it inappropriate to close his eyes in meditation, so he engaged in casual conversation with the two. Xianming and Huda listened silently. Having just emerged from the Zishu Palace, the topic naturally gravitated towards Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu. Hongyan curiously remarked, it seems that Shi Wangmu is rather reluctant to transition to the immortal path. Otherwise, Shi Wudanti have hastily departed, ignoring Dong Wanggong entirely. The others immediately displayed expressions of intrigue, with even Xianming and Huda eagerly absorbing the gossip. After discussing the matters concerning Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, Zenyuanzi suddenly sighed. Alas, it is not necessarily a mistake for Dong Wanggong to make such a choice. The path of the laws is exceedingly arduous, and with the immortal path readily available, it is quite natural to opt for it. The immortal path is fundamentally based on the 5 elements. Once the 5 energies within are perfected and balanced, one transcends the 5 elements, thus earning the title of thief of the 5 elements. Alternatively, one might transform into yin and yang. Those like Zenyuanzi, possessing the innate essence of earth and the breath of wood, inherently embody the laws of the 5 elements, making them exceptionally suited for the immortal path. However, Following the path of others ultimately subjects one to their constraints. Reflecting upon this still stirs discontent within. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head with a sigh. This sentiment resonated with the majority of the listeners from the Zishu Palace, which is why there was such a significant reaction when Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu transitioned to the immortal path. Although in the end, Hangjun Daozu released the 3,000 Great Dao for everyone to comprehend, how many could truly discover the path that suited them? Moreover, these Great Dao imprints themselves were inherently flawed. Hearing Zhen Yuanzi express such sentiments, at that moment, Wu Tian felt a stir in his heart. For he was well aware that Zhen Yuanzi would one day become the progenitor of Earth Immortals, paving the way for this realm himself. Although it remained within the path of immortality, he had forged a unique avenue, elevating himself to the status of an ancestor. With this realization, Wu Tian decided to share his insights without reservation, smiling as he spoke. Why must you torment yourself, my friend? The earthly tome in your possession is profoundly mysterious, containing within it the essence of the Tao. If you can grasp its teachings, might you not find the opportunity to attain enlightenment? The sage's primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly principles. You too can anchor your primordial spirit upon the earthly tome. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes instantly sparkled with newfound hope. Yet this was only the beginning. Wu Tian contemplated the future of Zhen Yuanzi as he endeavored to establish the Earth Immortal realm through the art of earthly inscriptions. Without hesitation, he chose to share the profound insights he had previously garnered regarding the path of the world. With a swift motion, a sphere of mysterious light erupted from Wu Tian's spiritual platform. This essence, derived from the primal chaos jade plate, embodies the path of the world. It may prove beneficial to you, my esteemed friend. I encourage you to ponder it deeply. Zhen Yuanzi's face instantly reflected a mix of astonishment and elation. Wu Tian smiled and remarked, no worries. The understanding of the Tao is not something that diminishes with sharing. If my fellow Taoist has gained insight, it would suffice to share a portion with me. It is merely regrettable that, as a member of the Witch clan, my grasp of the great Tao is somewhat lacking. Perhaps there are imperfections in the ways of this world, so do take care. Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifted several times. He was indeed envious of the insights into the world's Tao, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had yet to repay Wu Tian for his previous assistance. After a lengthy contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi solemnly clasped his hands in salute, saying, very well. I shall graciously accept this favor, which I currently cannot reciprocate. But will keep it in mind. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Wu Tian merely nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi, no longer courteous, directly absorbed the insights of the way of the world into himself. The brilliance of his primordial spirit instantly enveloped him, and he began to contemplate deeply. After a while, even the earth book unexpectedly flew out from his body, gently floating above his head, continuously emanating a warm, earthy glow. Observing this, the others refrained from interference, falling silent. Hong Yun exerted himself even more, propelling a small orb of light that crushed the chaotic energy, flickering through the chaos towards the primordial realm. Upon breaking through the membrane of chaos and entering the primordial universe, the earth book above Zhen Yuanzi's head trembled violently, retracting its boundless radiance and sinking back into his body. Moments later, Zhen Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes, sparkling with immense joy. Meeting the curious gazes of the others, he chuckled softly and said, I understand. I have found my own path. According to Wu Tian's guidance, the distinction between a sage and a primordial chaos golden immortal lies in the primordial spirit's reliance on the heavenly Tao, allowing it to exist eternally, undying and indestructible. The earth book connects with the primordial lands. As long as the primordial realm remains unbroken, so too will the earth book endure. Is this not a unique form of immortality, a different path to enlightenment? Furthermore, Zhen Yuanzi could disseminate this path, enabling others who wish to cultivate it to also entrust their primordial spirits, thereby enhancing their own strength. Although the details remained unclear, Zhen Yuanzi had already glimpsed a definitive path. He immediately bowed deeply to Wu Tian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my friend, for your guidance. As he spoke, he reflected profoundly. Having already incurred significant karmic debt, he now found enlightenment thanks to Wu Tian's counsel, deepening his karmic ties. The gratitude owed to Wu Tian is immeasurable. Chapter 44, Consulting the Grand Land Decree Array. Such profound kindness transcends mere words of thanks. In the presence of such monumental benevolence, a few simple expressions of gratitude are utterly insignificant. Zhen Yuanzi understands this principle, hence he merely uttered a brief acknowledgement, committing everything to memory. He had already resolved in his heart to repay this kindness wholeheartedly. Hong Yun, witnessing Zhen Yuanzi's enlightenment under Wu Tian's guidance, felt a tinge of embarrassment yet could not suppress her eager gaze directed towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he convey to Hong Yun that he should first perish and then reincarnate as Shenong to attain enlightenment? Moreover, the events surrounding the Zishu Palace had undergone significant alterations due to his interference, leaving the future actions of Hong Yun uncertain. Nevertheless, Hong Yun had already harnessed 3 of the 4 elemental powers. With such a formidable foundation, he merely needed to gather the final element to complete the 4 symbols and thus achieve his own path. After a brief contemplation, Wu Tian smiled and remarked, my friend, you might consider pursuing the completion of your own loss. The world path I bestowed upon Taoist Jin Yuan deserves your contemplation as well. Perhaps you will glean some insights. Hong Yun nodded eagerly, suppressing his excitement as he followed Wu Tian's guidance towards the Wu clan at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Suddenly, two formidable auras surged forth, blocking Hong Yun's path. The figures of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin materialized in midair, their voices booming. Who dares to confront Hong Yun? Hong Yun and Jin Yuan quickly dispersed their powers, allowing the aura of the four symbols to dissipate, revealing the presence of Wu Tian and his companions. Only then did Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin cease their advance. "Ah, it's you all," Di Jiang exclaimed, observing Hong Yun with curiosity as he circled around him. "I never would have guessed that someone with such a gentle disposition could wield the four symbols. Quite impressive." The intertwining and rotating energies of the four symbols had effectively concealed the auras of Wu Tian and the others, prompting Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's sudden appearance. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun was rendered speechless. He was uncertain whether to laugh or feel otherwise at Di Jiang's comments. But he understood the nature of the Ancestral Witches and felt no anger. Wu Tian hastily exclaimed, "Brother, my esteemed friends, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, are here to pay their respects." He then turned to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Previously, within the confines of the Zixio Palace, it was not appropriate to speak so plainly. However, now that they have arrived on the territory of the Witch clan, Wu Tian candidly conveyed their intentions. To proclaim the will of the Pangu great deity, to establish the Witch clan, to incorporate Mount Buzhou into the grand formation of the 12 capital heavenly gods. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances. Yet, it was not long before Jin Yuanzi, the first in the primordial realm to devise a morally binding formation, swiftly grasped Wu Tian's thoughts and beamed at him. Their eyes met, revealing a smile that conveyed an understanding beyond words. Jin Yuanzi, unfazed, felt a sense of camaraderie. Having crafted the earthly book formation out of concern for potential intrusions, although he and Hong Yun were renowned figures, they were not the instigators of conflict. Their insufficient strength and overly gentle natures rendered them susceptible to bullying. Thus, they harbored such thoughts. However, given the overwhelming power of the Witch clan and the formidable strength of the Ancestral Witches, why did they entertain similar notions? It was evident that they were preparing for something. After pondering this conundrum, Jin Yuanzi chose to set aside his musings and cheerfully suggested, "Perfect. I have some insights on this path. Shall I share my experiences in setting up the earthly book formation for your contemplation?" Considering Wu Tian and the Witch clan's kindness towards him and Hong Yun, Jin Yuanzi made this decision. Thinking to himself, this could serve as a partial repayment of the karmic debt. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was both astonished and elated. It is worth noting that the earth book formation was the ultimate safeguard of Jin Yuanzi, a profoundly significant secret he possessed, and yet he was willing to share it. Wu Tian pondered deeply, ultimately deciding not to refuse, but instead solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist Jin Yuan." Jin Yuan was equally pleased, feeling that he had finally been able to assist Wu Tian, which brought him some comfort. Otherwise, the persistent debt of gratitude might weigh heavily on his heart and affect his Taoist spirit. Di Jiang and the others were also filled with delight. They looked at Jin Yuan, and the more they regarded Hong Yun, the more amiable he appeared. Di Jiang even stepped forward and playfully slapped Hong Yun on the shoulder. "Haha, from now on, you shall be friends of our Wu clan. If anyone dares to bully you, simply invoke the name of our Wu clan." Hong Yun was somewhat taken aback by Di Jiang's exuberance. However, he understood that he and his elder brother Jin Yuan had truly earned the recognition of the Ancestor Witches, which greatly uplifted his spirits, and his smile became increasingly radiant. Soon after, the group made their way to the Panga Hall. Other Ancestor Witches, having heard the news, hurriedly arrived. And before Jin Yuan or Hong Yun could say a word, Di Jiang proclaimed in a clear voice, "These are our Wu clan's friends." The Ancestor Witches responded with overwhelming warmth and enthusiasm. Wu Tian initially intended to entertain the two individuals. However, Jin Yuanzi chuckled and waved his hand, stating with a smile, "The matter at hand is of utmost importance." He then proceeded to elucidate the topic directly. A terrestrial scripture materialized before Jin Yuanzi, emanating a warm, earthy glow, with intricate veins and nodes laid bare before the Ancestral Witches. These veins illustrated the trajectory of the primordial Earth's veins, while the luminous points depicted the rich spiritual realms within the vast wilderness. Jin Yuanzi spoke slowly, sharing his insights. Moreover, upon concluding his discourse, although he was not fully aware of the specifics surrounding the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation, he offered suggestions based on his own deductions. The Ancestral Witches listened intently. After all, with the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation as a reference, none were distracted, displaying far greater earnestness than during their previous teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. Wu Tian meticulously etched these thoughts into his mind, and within his heart, numerous insights began to blossom. The 12 forces of principles within his spirit surged and transformed incessantly. At that moment, the Earth Mother subtly nudged him and quietly conveyed, "I was previously perplexed by your inexplicable kindness towards these two brothers. But it seems you had prepared for this all along. The earthly book Great Formation is indeed remarkably intricate." Upon hearing this, the Earth Mother felt she had gained considerable understanding, thus leading to her profound remarks regarding the 12 capital heavenly gods' Great Formation. Wu Tian hurriedly pleaded sisterhood too. You have truly misunderstood me this time. I genuinely did not intend this at all. It was not directed towards the Earthbook formation. Wu Tian's initial intention was to disrupt the opportunity for seating arrangements. Upon his first entry into the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun intervened directly, fearing that the Ancestral Witches might secure additional seats. Given this, how could Wu Tian offer a respite to Hongjun? Naturally, he must disrupt his plans. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun are truly deserving of the title of the benevolent figures of the primordial chaos. Their companionship is indeed a source of comfort, without the concern of future complications. However, Wu Tian cannot express this openly. Thus, Ho Tu remains skeptical. Yet, the gleam in Ho Tu's eyes radiates joy and contentment, seemingly pleased with Wu Tian's strategic foresight. Observing this scenario, Wu Tian did not rebut. Instead, he silently muttered to himself, "Very well, think as you wish. As long as we promptly rectify the Grand Formation and bind Mount Buzhou, that is all that matters." Chapter 45. The fortuitous fate of the primordial gourd vine. Once Jin Yuanzi concluded his discourse, the ancestral witches found themselves enriched with insights, their expressions reflecting deep contemplation. Di Jiang, brimming with delight, proclaimed, "I have come to understand. The 12 capital heavenly gods' grand formation is an inheritance from their bloodline, a supreme formation bestowed by the venerable Pangu. Altering it is not a simple task." During this period, the ancestral witches had not been idle. Numerous questions lingered. However, after drawing inspiration from the Earth Book Grand Formation, the uncertainties that had plagued their minds were suddenly dispelled. The ancestral witches turned their gazes toward Jin Yuanzi, their eyes shining with intensity, leaving both Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun somewhat astonished. Jin Yuanzi cautiously inquired, "Di Jiang, is there something amiss?" Di Jiang suddenly burst into laughter. "Aha! Henceforth, do not address each other as friends. You shall be our brothers of the Witch clan, dear Jin Yuanzi and dear Hong Yun." Upon hearing this, both men broke into laughter, shedding any concerns regarding who had first transformed. They joyfully responded, "Brother Di Jiang." Then they turned to Wu Tian, calling out, "Brother Wu Tian." Wu Tian was also immensely delighted. This scene led him to reflect, who claims the ancestral witches lack intellect? Isn't Brother Di Jiang quite adept at handling situations? Just look at how the mere utterance of the word brother has left Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun beaming with joy, nearly unable to contain their smiles. In truth, the two were genuinely taken aback. It was not that the ancestral witches held an exalted status, although they were of Pangu's true lineage. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun also hailed from respectable backgrounds, rendering them indifferent to such matters. Rather, it was due to the notorious reputation of the ancestral witches. Their tempers were notoriously foul and unyielding, a fact well known throughout the vast wilderness. Previously, within the Zixia Palace, they had shown little deference to the Dao ancestor Hongjun, and they were exceedingly protective of their own kind, often displaying exclusivity. Hence, the term brother was indeed a rarity. Immediately, Di Jiang did not conceal his intentions from Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. He directly initiated a discussion regarding the 12 capital heavenly gods formation and the establishment of the Witch clan. The ancestral witches had grown comfortable in their interactions. However, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had their own understanding, and they promptly addressed Wu Tian, "Wu Tian, my young brother. We shall refrain from involving ourselves in the internal affairs of the Witch clan. Previously, due to your insightful guidance, I have gained profound insights and wish to consolidate my understanding. Perhaps I should undertake some cultivation first?" After Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun insisted repeatedly, Wu Tian smiled and replied, "Very well. There is indeed a location atop Mount Buzhou that is suitable for your cultivation. I shall lead you there at once." What Wu Tian spoke of refers to the valley where the primordial gourd vine resides. Although the Pangu Palace possesses a different realm, it is undeniably steeped in malevolent energy. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun ultimately cultivate their practices through ethereal essence, which is inherently incompatible with this place. Thus, their cultivation here is naturally less suited than in the valley of the primordial gourd vine. Moreover, the valley brims with abundant spiritual energy and a rich force of laws, combined with the roots of the primordial gourd vine, which may very well offer Jin Yuanzi further enlightenment. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the ancestral witches immediately understood his intent and unanimously agreed, smiling and nodding in approval. Wu Tian led the two individuals forward. When the trio arrived at the entrance of the valley, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun observed the desolate scenery before them with expressions of astonishment and curiosity. It appeared rather unremarkable. At that moment, Tian emerged from the shadows. "I have met the ancestor wraith." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun's eyes brightened. As they had long been uncertain of Wu Tian's true identity, now they had finally gleaned this information from Tian. Ancestor wraith? Wu Tian is indeed one of the ancestral shaman. Otherwise, how could he refer to himself as a brother to Di Jiang and the others? In the next moment, the two were once again filled with confusion. Aren't there only 12 ancestral shamans? What, then, is the true nature of Wu Tian? Wu Tian paid no mind to the unusual behavior of the two. He was unfazed by the revelation of his identity and simply smiled as he addressed Tian, saying, "Tian, you have worked hard. There is no need for you to guard any longer. You may return to the tribe now." Wu Tian smiled as he patted Tian on the shoulder, a gesture of encouragement he had learned from Di Jiang. although he intended to reward these great shamans. Wu Tian found himself lacking suitable offerings and could only provide moral support for the time being. Nevertheless, he had already resolved that. Given Xing Tian's diligence in safeguarding the primordial gourd vine, he would certainly not allow him to become a fool in the future. Xing Tian, though perplexed, refrained from questioning further. Everyone acknowledged that Wu Tian, among the ancestral shamans, was the most astute, and whatever he did was bound to have its reasoning. With a cheerful demeanor, he readily acquiesced, saying, "I shall obey your command, great shaman." Thus, Xing Tian returned, assuring that if the great shaman had any further instructions, he could simply summon him. After bidding farewell to Xing Tian, in the presence of the astonished gaze of Hong Yu, Wu Tian gently pointed at the void before him. Suddenly, a dazzling array of radiant colors flashed. The grand formation that had concealed the valley finally revealed itself, subtly parting to unveil an entrance before the three individuals. "Brother Jin Yuan, Brother Hongyan, please." Wu Tian made a gesture. The two immediately walked into the grand formation, and upon entering, their eyes widened in astonishment. They beheld a valley where dense spiritual energy converged into shimmering lakes, with the very air brimming with vitality. This was not entirely unexpected. They had encountered such paradisiacal realms before. However, what truly captivated their gaze was the innate gourd vine, which ensnared their attention, rendering them unable to look away. An innate spiritual root, the duality of yin and yang, the five elements. How could this be possible? Jin Yuanzi could not help but exclaim. Due to his own circumstances, he possessed profound knowledge of the innate spiritual roots within the primordial world. Yet he had never imagined the existence of one that could embody both yin and yang along with the five elements. For instance, Jin Yuanzi's own ginseng fruit tree was of the earth element, the Bodhi tree of Zhuanti was associated with the metal element, and the Fusang tree on the sun star represented the fire element. Each of these innate roots, governed by a singular innate law, was exceedingly rare and immensely powerful. How much more astonishing was the presence of one that encompassed the duality of yin and yang along with the five elements. Upon witnessing the innate gourd vine resonate with Wu Tian's aura, Jin Yuanzi immediately understood that this spiritual root had recognized its master. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Wu Tian, my dear brother, you are truly fortunate." His admiration was palpable. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Haha, brother Jin Yuanzi, do you not possess a ginseng fruit tree as well? It is indeed one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. The rarity of the innate gourd vine goes without saying. In the grand scheme of things, even the immature gourds have already displayed tremendous power, becoming renowned treasures within the primordial chaos, which speaks volumes of their formidable nature." Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Jin Yuanzi revealed a bittersweet smile, seemingly reminded of his own origins. However, in the primordial realm, such origins are shrouded in secrecy. And Wu Tian hesitated to interject. At that moment, to Wu Tian's surprise, Jin Yuanzi let out a soft sigh. Gazing at the innate gourd vine with a tinge of compassion, "Alas, while the innate gourd vine is indeed remarkable, dear brother, you must be wary. How could such a flawless entity be permitted to exist under the heavenly Tao? It is likely that calamities await in the future, if one cannot endure." Jin Yuanzi spoke, slowly shaking his head. At this moment, the innate gourd vine seemed to sense Jin Yuanzi's sentiments, its myriad leaves rustling in response. While tendrils began to reach toward Wu Tian felt a shiver run through him. Indeed, as Jin Yuanzi had stated, amidst the prevailing circumstances, the innate gourd vine had encountered calamity, being tragically torn apart before it could mature. However, the present situation is markedly different. Wu Tian's gaze suddenly became solemn. "Thank you, brother Jin Yuan, for your reminder. I am well aware that such innate spiritual roots are difficult for the heavens and earth to accommodate. However, since it has acknowledged me as its master, I shall protect it with all my might. If one wishes to harm this gourd vine, they must first consult our witch clan." Wu Tian spoke with an air of authority. The expressions of the two individuals immediately shifted as they gazed at him in astonishment. Previously, Wu Tian had presented a demeanor of utmost gentleness, causing others to almost forget his identity as a member of the witch clan. After a brief moment, Jin Yuanzi suddenly chuckled and remarked, "I retract my earlier statement. It is not merely that my younger brother is fortunate to possess this innate gourd vine, but rather that this innate gourd vine is fortunate to encounter my younger brother Wu Tian." Chapter 46, The Path Above. Wu Tian felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, his reliance was on the fearless 12 ancestor witches. If one wishes to touch my innate gourd vine, they must first consult my elder brothers and sisters. The innate gourd vine possesses a spirit of its own, and, at this moment, it too rejoiced, its countless branches and leaves dancing gracefully. Wu Tian smiled and said, "Brother Jin Yuan, you possess considerable knowledge regarding the innate spiritual roots. When you have a moment later, could you kindly assist me in discovering whether there are any methods to promote the more rapid and robust growth of this gourd vine?" Jin Yuan nodded lightly with a smile. Of course. Subsequently, Wu Tian imparted the fundamental techniques for controlling the grand array to the two individuals, leaving them to cultivate in this location, before making his way back to the witch clan. Upon returning to the Pangu Hall, before he could even take a seat beside the ancestral witches, Di Jiang remarked with a smile, "Wu Tian, you have outdone yourself. I was previously puzzled as to why you suddenly interceded for Jin Yuanzi and Brother Hong Yun. And it turns out it was all for this. Di Jiang had also misunderstood the situation. Wu Tian could not help but wear a wry smile. Brother, I truly do not seek such things. However, before he could finish his words, Emperor Jiang interrupted him with a wave of his hand, cheerfully stating, "It matters not. I understand that your intentions are solely for the betterment of our Wu clan. Moreover, these two brothers possess commendable characters, and we genuinely wish to befriend them." At this moment, Zhu Rong chimed in, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "I almost forgot to mention, in the vast wilderness. There is no need for such trepidation with our Wu clan backing them. What do they have to fear?" Instantly, the ancestral shamans erupted into laughter. It appears that the feeble images of Zhan Yuanzi and Hong Yun have become deeply ingrained in the minds of the ancestral shamans. A perception that will not easily be altered. Wu Tian could only murmur in his heart, "You do not understand. Even the most honest person has moments of fury, and when they erupt, it can be quite terrifying." At that moment, Emperor Jiang struck Zhurong with a slap, silencing the clamor of the ancestral witches. His expression then turned grave as he addressed Wu Tian, with the insights gained from the Earth Book Grand Formation. The issues concerning the modifications to the 12 capital heavenly gods Grand Formation have been largely resolved. Wu Tian, when shall we implement these changes? Should we announce it to our father god before establishing the Witch clan, or? As Emperor Jiang inquired, the weighty crimson arcane light shimmered at his fingertips, transmitting the latest version of the 12 capital heavenly gods Grand Formation to Wu Tian. Wu Tian cautiously surveyed the surroundings, discerning the nuances of change. He then murmured, "Let us wait until we can announce to the father god. Perhaps then we may awaken the remnants of his will lingering upon Mount Buzhou, which would assist us in perfecting this formation." The ancestral shaman nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Wu Tian hesitated slightly before expressing another matter. "Brothers, I have one more thing to discuss with you." The others looked on with curiosity. Speak freely. What thoughts do you have? Surely we can trust you." The ancestors chimed in. Observing their reactions, Wu Tian smiled and said, "We, as the bloodline descendants of the Panga Father God, are the innate sanctity of this realm, endowed with the primordial control over the laws. It is only fitting that we assume certain responsibilities for this world." Upon hearing this, the ancestors exchanged glances, and Di Jiang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "To become divine? For the operation of the laws of the Honghuang realm?" Wu Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The forthcoming calamity shall mark a period of prosperity for our Witch clan, for we cultivate our power through the essence of malevolence, continuously purging the chaotic energies from the primal world, thereby bringing clarity to the cosmos. Yet, the malevolent essence will inevitably wane. When that time arrives, will the primal realm still require our presence? We must ascribe greater significance to ourselves, ensuring that the cosmos continues to depend on us. Furthermore, during the second sermon by Hong Jun, Wu Tian had already contemplated that the ancestral witches, due to their mastery over the forces of law, had been ensnared by the heavenly Tao. They sought to reclaim these powers to enhance the completeness of the Tao itself. However, what if the ancestral witches willingly became deities of a particular law, assisting in the operation of these principles, thereby rendering the primal realm even more harmonious? Ultimately, apart from Xian Ming, Ho Tu, and Wu Tian himself, the other 10 ancestral witches had not cultivated their primordial spirits. Their souls were firmly anchored within their physical forms, and upon the demise of their bodies, they would directly merge back into the fabric of the cosmos. Wu Tian hoped that through this endeavor, he could leave more imprints for the ancestral witches within the realms of heaven and earth. Thus, even in the face of the most unfavorable outcomes, he would still possess the opportunity to summon them back. These sentiments were not suitable for Wu Tian to articulate. They remained concealed within the depths of his heart. Consequently, the ancestral witches held differing opinions regarding Wu Tian's earlier remarks. Zhu Rong, in particular, exclaimed vehemently, "How could this be? We are the bloodline of the Father God. This realm was forged by him. How could it possibly not accommodate us?" Before she could finish her statement, Zhu Jiaoyin, with a stern expression, interjected forcefully, "Silence." Zhu Jiaoyin was typically reticent. Although he often conferred with Di Jiang, it was primarily Di Jiang who voiced their collective thoughts. However, upon hearing Wu Tian's words, he felt a profound stirring within his heart. Wu Tian's sense of urgency was not a fleeting sentiment. It had arisen on numerous occasions, and Zhu Jiaoyin had certainly taken note of this. Could it be that the Wu clan would truly face such a day? Zhu Jiaoyin pondered inwardly. His desire to utilize his own power of the laws to probe the river of time and discern the future fate of the Wu clan intensified. However, at this critical juncture, he had yet to transcend to the status of a Hunyuan golden immortal. Thus, he resolved to keep this matter close to his heart and decided to first inform the Father God, solidifying the Wu clan's foundation. He vowed that once he achieved the rank of Hunyuan golden immortal, he would join forces with his elder brother to thoroughly investigate, alleviating the concerns that weighed upon him. At that moment, the ancestral witches had also quieted, their curious gazes fixed upon Zhu Jiaoyin, bewildered by his sudden outburst. Zhu Rong appeared both aggrieved and somewhat fearful. After a brief pause, Zhu Jiaoyin regained his composure, casting a glance at the ancestral witches before locking eyes with Di Jiang, exchanging a meaningful look. Subsequently, Jiang cleared his throat and solemnly stated, "Very well. Wu Tian, rest assured, we undoubtedly trust you. We shall proceed as you have instructed." He then turned to the other ancestral witches, exclaiming, "Why are you delaying? Hurry and prepare." Seeing that both the leader and the second-in-command had spoken, the ancestral witches had no further objections and promptly agreed with smiles. Zhu Rong muttered under his breath, "I never said I wouldn't listen." With the decision made, the ancestral witches exhibited remarkable initiative. They understood that Wu Tian, Xian Ming, and Ho Tu were to attend the third session of teachings at the Zishao Palace and could not afford to waste any time. Coupled with the significance of this matter for the Wu clan, they were determined to exert their utmost efforts. During this period, Wu Tian did not engage in cultivation. He returned to the Hotu tribe with Ho Tu to manage the affairs of the tribe, while simultaneously negotiating details with Emperor Jiang and Zhu Juyin. Time flew by swiftly. And at last, this day has arrived. Wu Tian and the ancestral shaman did not invite others, only Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kuan Ping, who had agreed to arrive early at the foot of Mount Buzhou to witness the ceremony. The ancestral shaman stood before the Panga Hall, facing the direction of Mount Buzhou, with countless shaman clan members behind them. Suddenly, the 12 ancestral shamans emanated an overwhelming aura, transforming into 12 colossal pillars of malevolent energy that reached the heavens and the earth. Boom! The 12 heavenly godly array emerged. In the center of the array stood Wu Tian, holding the primordial treasure, the Hongmeng Liang Tian ruler, as his aura surged ever higher. The 12 heavenly godly array, the Hongmeng Liang Tian ruler, the Pangu Hall, and Mount Buzhou seemed to resonate with one another as a profound Pangu essence awakened from Mount Buzhou. The primal world trembled violently. What were the shaman clan up to? Countless powerful beings were stirred, hastily casting their gazes toward this spectacle, each in profound shock. At that moment, the voice of Emperor Jiang reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The Tao stands above, Father Panga stands above, the primal world witnesses, and the heavenly Tao bears witness. Today, the bloodline of Father Panga wishes to inherit the will of the Father. Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's declaration, the shock in the hearts of the primal beings intensified. They began to murmur once again. What on earth is the shaman clan planning? The Tao stands above? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a claim? Many powerful beings felt a tinge of disdain at Emperor Jiang's words. Moreover, they noted that in this proclamation, there was no mention of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Even the heavenly Tao was merely a witness. Many frowned, recognizing that while the shaman clan revered Father Pangu, this disregard for Hongjun and the heavenly Tao seemed excessive. In an instant, numerous cultivators soared from their sanctuaries, standing in the void as they gazed toward the foot of Mount Buzhou, where the 12 heavenly godly array had risen. Even the Tao ancestor Hongjun appeared, seated high in the 9 heavens, his gaze indifferent as he observed Mount Buzhou, surrounded by an endless aura of heavenly Tao power. Emperor Jiang's voice continued, "Today, in gratitude for the incomplete heavenly Tao, we are willing to operate the laws to perfect the primal world. We take it upon ourselves to protect Mount Buzhou and govern the primal realm. Thus, we establish the shaman clan, with the primal earth as our foundation and Mount Buzhou as our ancestral land, using the Panga Hall and the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler to stabilize our fortune. The shaman clan is hereby established." As Emperor Jiang's words concluded, the entire primal realm trembled. Countless vital energies surged forth, and malevolent energies rushed toward the 12 heavenly godly array. The pressure from Mount Buzhou intensified, coalescing into a gray mist in the void. Simultaneously, an ethereal river of fortune began to materialize in the void, as the fortunes of the ancestral shamans and ordinary clan members surged forth, gathering into the river of fortune. Expanding rapidly, this explosive growth caused the river of fortune to tremble, showing signs of instability, yet in the next moment, the Pango Hall soared upward, heading directly into the river of fortune. Boom. Instantly, calm returned. Not only that, but the Hongmeng Liang Tian ruler in Wu Tian's hand transformed into golden light, descending upon the Pango Hall and continuously showering it with golden radiance. With the appearance of the Hongmeng Liang Tian ruler, the malevolent energies within the river of fortune were abruptly suppressed, significantly diminished. Suddenly, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of divine arrival and promptly conveyed a message to the ancestral shamans, urgently exclaiming, "Channel all our energy into the grand array. Connect with Mount Buzhou and summon the true form of Pangu." Upon hearing his command, Di Jiang and the others acted without hesitation. At the same moment, Wu Tian also activated his own Panga true form divine ability. With a resounding roar, the 12 capitals heavenly gods formation trembled. Countless malevolent energies from the world collapsed towards the array, merging with the power of 12 laws. Under the array's enhancement, these forces transformed into a gray figure, the true form of Pangu. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the primordial realm. Witnessing the colossal gray figure and feeling the profound essence of Pangu, the onlookers could not suppress their awe and cried out in disbelief. They finally understood why the Witch clan was so audacious, disregarding even Hong Jun. It was because they could summon the true form of Pangu. At the very moment the true form of Pangu appeared, even the usually composed Hong Jun Daozu could not help but furrow his brow slightly. In the next instant, the 12 capitals heavenly gods formation expanded continuously, its edges stretching toward Mount Buzhou, instantly drawing forth the Pangu essence from the mountain. It surged toward the gray figure like a roaring vortex. "Ah!" Di Jiang suddenly exclaimed. Summoning the true form of Pangu was not an effortless task for them. And just a moment ago, the ancestral shamans had felt immense pressure. However, with the connection to Mount Buzhou, they suddenly sensed a remarkable alleviation of that pressure. And their burdens lifted. According to Di Zhang's estimation, their ability to fully summon the true form of Pangu had more than doubled in duration. And the backlash was significantly diminished. It must be due to Mount Buzhou. Di Zhang marveled inwardly, then shifted his gaze toward the center of the array. Where Wu Tian stood, his face alight with joy as he wished to commend Wu Tian, saying, "Wu Tian, your method is truly brilliant." Yet, he found no trace of him. A wave of alarm washed over Di Zhang. Before he could voice his concern, Wu Tian's voice reached his ears. "Brother, I am here." Following the sound, Di Zhang discovered that Wu Tian had somehow entered the ethereal form of Pangu, his eyes closed, appearing as if he had lost consciousness. Wu Tian did not lose consciousness. However, he found himself utterly incapable of controlling his own body. The Pangu true form summoned by the 12 heavenly gods' great formation resonated with his own Pangu essence, drawing him in with an irresistible force. It was as if the ancestral shamans had directly bestowed the Pangu true form upon Wu Tian, coupled with the immense power emanating from Mount Buzhou. This force was overwhelmingly potent. Wu Tian was utterly beyond control. At this moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation. As the essence of the primordial being Pangu continuously permeated into his corporeal form, rapidly inscribing the laws upon his soul, a vast will aligned with his own. Wu Tian clearly understood that this was the lingering will of the great Pangu, summoned forth by the ancestral shamans from the depths of Mount Buzhou. From the very fabric of the universe, a colossal ethereal figure raised its arm, gently pointing at the nascent river of fate of the Witch clan. In an instant, an arcane and profound rune sword from its fingertip, imbued with an overwhelming essence of Pangu, cascading into the river of fate. The rune resonated within the hearts of the Witch clan. In that moment, the entire clan comprehended this was a blessing bestowed by the great Pangu. As the rune descended, the river of fate for the Witch clan trembled violently, surging forth with renewed vigor. Before the ancestral shamans could utter their words of gratitude, a beam of white light erupted from the depths of Mount Buzhou, like exquisite jade, and plunged directly into the Pangu hall, descending into the blood pool. The blood pool that nurtured the Witch clan swelled instantaneously. A thought emerged in Wu Tian's mind. The Pangu jade marrow? Mount Buzhou is the transformed spine of Pangu, within which lies the divine marrow of Pangu himself, the very essence from which his vital blood was crafted. Although the creation of Pangu's vital blood can no longer continue, its descent into the blood pool still endows the Witch clan with profound heritage. This is the second gift bestowed by Pangu. Just as everyone anticipated whether a third gift would materialize, the true form of Pangu, spanning the heavens and the earth, suddenly collapsed, plummeting into the 12 capital heavenly gods' grand formation. In an instant, it vanished. Observing from afar, the denizens of the primordial world could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, secretly thinking, at last, it has come to an end. The figure of Wu Tian re-emerged, standing within the grand formation of the 12 capitals, heavenly gods and demons. At that moment, he felt as if his soul and body were on the verge of bursting, an overwhelming surge of blood energy coursing through him. The 9 turns Yuan Gong operated rapidly, yet it could not alleviate this sensation. In the fleeting instant prior, the summoned essence of Pangu, responding to the call of the 12 capitals, heavenly gods and demons and the resonance of the Buzhou mountain, did not dissipate directly. Rather, it surged into Wu Tian's being in an instant. This was Pangu's third gift. In the next moment, above the void, where the power of the heavenly Tao surged, a space materialized higher than where the Tao ancestor Hongjun sat. Ethereal azure energy manifested, and in that instant, Hongjun sensed an unparalleled pressure. The flowing laws of the heavenly Tao abruptly halted, as if frozen in time. Could it be that the great Tao favored them? How could that be? Just because the Witch clan called out a few times, the great Tao truly manifested? Not only Hongjun but all the great powers stood in disbelief. Their eyes filled with incredulity, and even as the azure energy of the great Tao descended, their expressions remained one of astonishment. Chapter 48, The Blessing of the Great Tao. The deity of the laws. By what means? By virtue of Pangu being the child of the great Tao, by virtue of the ancestor witches being the bloodline of Pangu, and with the Witch clan revering only Pangu, summoning the lingering will of Pangu that resided within the primordial world through the 12 capitals, heavenly gods and demons formation. Naturally, the great Tao would bestow some favor. Thus, it manifested at that moment, conferring the merits of the great Tao. After successfully invoking the great Tao, Wu Tian was immensely exhilarated, standing within the 12 capitals, heavenly gods and demons formation, gazing upwards at the descending merits of the great Tao. The barrier of malevolent energy above the formation was extraordinarily thick, yet it posed no hindrance to the merits of the great Tao. It seemed to exist in a different dimension, gracefully descending and dividing into portions, cascading down upon the heads of the ancestor witches. The Pangu Hall, proclaimed to the heavens and earth by the ancestor witches to suppress the fortunes of the Witch clan, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler also received a share. Wu Tian had no time for excessive contemplation. He hurriedly focused all his attention on the merits of the great Tao. As the merits descended, he felt as if his primordial spirit were melting, once again merging with his corporeal form. His soul began to shimmer, with the indestructible spiritual light growing increasingly resplendent. Above Wu Tian's spiritual essence, the power of the 12 ancestral witches' laws coalesced into the ethereal silhouette of Pangu, surrounded by the imprints of primal yin, yang, and the 5 elements. At this moment, they transformed into a singular entity, reverting to a gray imprint, akin to a mass of primordial chaos. With a radiant light flickering within, boom. The flickering light was none other than the heavenly thunder of Daishinshin, seemingly an innate thunder technique of Pangu's true form. After a resounding echo, Wu Tian's entire being trembled violently. His perception underwent an instantaneous transformation, as if his thoughts had been fragmented into countless pieces. With the reverberation of this thunder, the myriad flesh and blood of Wu Tian's body appeared to be cleaved, creating a space akin to that of a mustard seed. The chaotic gray imprint directly mirrored within. In an instant, every strand of flesh, every drop of blood, was deeply inscribed with this gray imprint, transforming into the visage of Wu Tian's divine essence, as if a deity were seated within. His corporeal form radiated boundless divine light. Was this a rebirth through blood? Wu Tian murmured unconsciously. In an instant, he comprehended the transformation that had befallen him. Every fiber of his being was imbued with divine essence. Henceforth, even in the face of severe injury, as long as a trace of flesh or a drop of blood remained, he would possess the opportunity to be reborn anew. How wonderful! Wu Tian was filled with immense joy. For a person of his steadfast nature, this opportunity was tailor-made, a grand display that was truly extraordinary. He immediately resolved in his heart, once the establishment of his clan was complete, he would swiftly conceal several drops of his essence blood within the Panga Hall, Mount Buzhou, and the Hongming measure of heaven. In the next moment, countless thoughts detached themselves, and his primordial spirit re-emerged with clarity. It had now perfectly aligned with the strength of his corporeal form, achieving the pinnacle state of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He even felt a thrilling urge to break through. At that moment, the Hongming measure of heaven descended from the skies, entering the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, and returned to Wu Tian's grasp. A look of surprise once again graced Wu Tian's face. After an extensive period of refinement, he had successfully assimilated 36 of the 49 innate prohibitions contained within the treasured artifact. Yet, what filled Wu Tian with both astonishment and delight was the revelation that within the depths of these layered innate restrictions, where the essence of grand merit resided, countless runes were twisting and growing, heralding the birth of new prohibitions. Could it be that, having attained such grand merit, the primordial measuring ruler would also ascend to a higher plane? Currently, the primordial measuring ruler stands as a treasure of innate merit, inclined towards the path of aggression, capable of taking lives without entangling with karmic repercussions. Should it undergo another elevation, what heights might it reach? Unlike the Pango Hall, which is shared among the ancestral shamans, the primordial measuring ruler is uniquely Wu Tian's possession. The transformations of the innate prohibitions continue unabated. However, as a treasure of merit, the primordial measuring ruler's ability to govern fortune surged dramatically under the enhancement of grand merit, particularly during the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. Wu Tian possesses the remarkable ability to thwart the probing gaze of Hong Jun Daozu. This treasured artifact has played a pivotal role, enhancing Wu Tian's ability to shroud the secrets of heaven with even greater obscurity. Now, even if Hong Jun were to forcefully attempt to pry into these mysteries, success is far from assured. Recently, the ancestral witches proclaimed their existence to the heavens, establishing the Witch Clan, in which Wu Tian's contribution has been paramount. Had it not been for Wu Tian, the ancestral witches would have found themselves in direct opposition when Di Jun sought to establish the demon clan. However, as of now, the situation remains unchanged. Wu Tian scarcely spoke or revealed his presence. The advantages he gained were even greater than those of the ancestral witches. Yet he remained concealed within the grand formation of the 12 heavenly gods, as if he had vanished entirely, except for those in the know. All eyes in the primordial world were fixated on Emperor Jiang and the other 12 ancestral witches, their gazes intense and unwavering. With the return of the Hongming measuring ruler, the mysteries surrounding Wu Tian grew even more profound, merely sensing the changes within himself and his magical artifacts. Wu Tian had little time to ponder further and hurriedly turned his attention to the ancestral witches, who were now exhibiting astonishing and extraordinary phenomena. As for Emperor Jiang and his companions, they did possess souls, yet they were unable to cultivate their primordial spirits. Their physical forms were so formidable that their souls were firmly ensnared within their flesh, unable to break free. If the soul could not separate from the body, how could one cultivate a primordial spirit? However, as the merits of the great Tao descended, the once indestructible power of their physical forms was unexpectedly shattered. The power of their souls withdrew from their flesh, strands of malevolent energy being extracted and rising gently, dispersing into the cosmos alongside the inherent laws of the ancestral witches. Witnessing this, someone could not help but exclaim, could it be that the ancestral witches are about to cultivate their primordial spirits? Wu Tian shared a similar anticipation. However, the power of the great Tao did not disrupt the established rules of the ancestor witches. Instead, it adhered to their prior oaths, extracting a strand of their divine soul power, along with their own law imprints, merging it into the cosmos. Suddenly, Hongjun Daozu's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the surging force of the heavenly Tao, with countless laws and primal energies rushing towards the 12 capital celestial array. In the next moment, centered around the imprints of the Ancestor Witches, 12 towering ethereal figures materialized, their forms solidifying further under the infusion of the Heavenly Tao's energy. These figures resembled the true forms of the Ancestor Witches, yet they bore a strikingly different aura. When the Ancestor Witches revealed their true forms, their malevolence was overwhelming. Yet now, the power of the laws was substantial, imbued with a sense of lightness. As the onlookers were taken aback, the foremost figure, Emperor Jiang, suddenly opened his eyes, which glimmered with a silvery hue, devoid of any emotion, only rationality. He spoke coldly. I am the god of space, Emperor Jiang. I govern the laws of space, operating the laws to uphold the primordial world. Upon finishing his declaration, he began to gradually dissipate, merging into the primordial cosmos. Seated atop the Heavenly Tao, Hongjun Daozu felt a stirring within, sensing a sudden surge in the power of the Heavenly Tao, growing increasingly complete. Yet this power was entirely beyond his control. Hongjun Daozu furrowed his brow. In the next moment, Zhu Jiuyin also proclaimed, I am the god of time, Zhu Jiuyin. I govern the laws of time, operating the laws to uphold the primordial world. Subsequently, the other figures followed suit, each articulating their divine responsibilities, merging into the cosmos, which consequently brought a greater sense of stability to the primordial realm. In addition to Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, others like Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, Rushou, and Xian Ming transcended their inherent laws to become the deities of the four cardinal directions, with the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch among them. Due to the flourishing of wood, the fervor of fire, the severity of metal, and the chill of ice, these four Ancestor Witches embodied the deities of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Others, such as Gonggon, became the god of water, while Chang Liang and Shihi represented the gods of thunder. Tian Wu took on the role of the god of wind, and Shebi Shur became the god of weather. As the Ancestor Witches established their positions as gods of laws, the power of the Heavenly Tao surged to an unprecedented magnitude, a sensation most acutely felt by Hongjun Daozu. However, the distant observers, powerful beings in their own right, wore expressions of grave concern, recalling Hongjun Daozu's previous words about the sages operating the laws of the Heavenly Tao, leading to a singular thought. Were the Ancestor Witches attempting to seize the authority of the Heavenly Tao? No wonder they seemed to regard Hongjun Daozu with disdain. Yet, they were mistaken. The Ancestor Witches had no such intentions. In their minds, the primordial world was carved by the Pangu, a realm belonging to the Witch clan. What was there to seize? Furthermore, the Ancestor Witches were averse to complexity. They previously worried, will we need to painstakingly oversee the operation of the laws of the primordial world in the future? That would be tedious and dull. It was not meant to be this way. The laws they embodied as gods were entirely distinct from the future gods of incense offerings. They did not need to respond to the desires of sentient beings, nor did they require the will of incense offerings. They were simply part of the cosmos, operating according to their intrinsic rules, without the need for personal emotions to interfere. For instance, in the cycle of the seasons, if the Ancestor Witches intervened, they would only add to the karmic consequences. They returned the rules to the cosmos itself. This realization allowed the Ancestor Witches to feel at ease, dispelling any concerns, and they readily agreed to Wu Tian's proposal. However, Hongjun Daozu was different. He aspired to merge with the Tao, naturally wishing to command as much authority over the Heavenly Tao as possible to strengthen his merging, thus advancing towards a higher realm. As this scene unfolded, an immense fortune manifested spontaneously, flowing into the river of luck belonging to the Witch clan, causing it to swell dramatically without causing any disturbance. Above Pangahal, the ethereal shadow of the Hongming Liang Tian ruler oscillated, surrounded by the solidified ethereal forms of the 12 Ancestor Witches, steadily suppressing the luck. Only then did the aura of the great Tao quietly dissipate, as if it had never existed. Yet everyone knew that the previous spectacle was not an illusion. The grandeur of that presence lingered in their hearts. Hongjun Daozu exhaled softly, gazing at the place where the great Tao had vanished, his eyes revealing a hint of envy. And he mused, how generous the great Tao is to Pangu. Even the bloodline of Pangu is granted the blessings of the great Tao. At that moment, the power of the Heavenly Tao became lively, surging towards the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, rushing towards the 12 capital celestial array. Although the Ancestor Witches had not shown much respect, granting the Heavenly Tao merely the status of an observer, their actions indeed contributed to the completeness of the cosmos. Moreover, as the great Tao bestowed merit, could the Heavenly Tao remain unresponsive? Would that not be defying the celestial order and disrespecting the great Tao? Thus, in an instant, another phenomenon emerged. Within the heavy clouds above the 9 heavens, countless beams of golden light of merit shimmered. As the first sage, although Hongjun Daozu could not prevent the Heavenly Tao from bestowing merit, he could intervene. However, after a moment's thought, he subtly shook his head. Out of sight, out of mind. He chose to quietly disappear, returning to the purple cloud palace. Boom. A colossal pillar of merit descended from the heavens, landing upon the domain of the Witch clan, with Wu Tian and the Ancestor Witches each claiming a substantial share. While Pangu Hall and the Hongming Liang Tian ruler also received their fair portion. Even the ordinary members of the Witch clan were graced with specks of golden light. Not only that, but even the trio of Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kuanpeng, who were invited by Wu Tian to witness the event, received a share. Hong Yun lamented, what a pity it is that this is not merit from the great Tao. Jin Yuanzi lightly tapped him, chuckling as he scolded, Having merit from the heavenly Tao is already commendable. Do you still wish for merit from the great Tao? How unrealistic. We should be grateful to Wu Tian for inviting us, allowing us to share in this fortune. Hongyun quickly laughed and replied, I was merely expressing my lament. Simultaneously, he could not help but glance at Kuenping. Ever since he learned that Kuenping had gifted Wu Tian the Northern Xinyuan water-controlling banner, his perception of Kuenping had dramatically changed. He did not expect Kuenping to be so generous. Reflecting on the considerable karmic debt he owed, he felt a pang of unease now that he had received a portion of the merit from the heavenly Tao. A bitter smile crept onto Hongyun's face. After a while, the enormous merit from the heavenly Tao finally ceased, and the celestial phenomena gradually faded. Upon witnessing this, the ancestor witches promptly retracted the 12-capital celestial array. As the towering malevolence dissipated, the river of luck belonging to the witch clan also receded, restoring tranquility to the cosmos once more. Yet the witch clan erupted into a flurry of activity. As Wu Tian was still engaged in collecting his share of the heavenly Tao merit and contemplating its use when Emperor Jiang suddenly appeared beside him. Smack! Di Jiang, brimming with excitement, forcefully patted Wu Tian on the shoulder and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, Wu Tian, you truly are remarkable. Indeed. We have received the blessings of our Father God. Even the great Tao has manifested. From now on, whatever you say, I shall undoubtedly heed. At that moment, the other ancestral shaman deities arrived, equally exhilarated, surrounding Wu Tian and clamoring with joy. Wu Tian was overwhelmed by the cacophony, akin to the deafening roar of thunder. Once the fervor of the ancestral shaman subsided, Di Jiang spoke again. There is yet another piece of joyous news. The fortune of our shaman clan is flourishing. Bolstered by this auspicious energy, I have a promising opportunity to break through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. I anticipate that it shan't be long before I achieve this breakthrough. Di Jiang was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that parting with a portion of his spirit and the power of the laws would hinder him, yet it had, in fact, enhanced his mastery over the laws of space. Zhu Jiaoyi nodded with a smile. I too share this sentiment. Wu Tian was instantly filled with delight. This was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. The greater the power of the ancestral deities, the more confidence Wu Tian would possess. He immediately turned to gaze at the other ancestral deities, particularly at Zhu Rong, the one who had voiced the loudest enthusiasm. However, he observed Zhu Rong scratching his head somewhat sheepishly and murmuring, I was just a little short, just a fraction. The crowd erupted into hearty laughter. Wu Tian remained oblivious to the exchanged glances between Di Jiang and Zhu Jiaoyin, which evidently signified a resolute determination. Subsequently, the group made their way back to the tribe. Today marked the establishment of their clan, and thus, a grand celebration was in order. The shamanic ewes had already ignited bonfires, and an abundance of fierce beast flesh had been meticulously prepared. Wu Tian welcomed Jin Yuanzi, while Kuenping, maintaining his usual demeanor, congratulated Wu Tian with a faint smile before politely declining the banquet and departing quietly. At Fuxi and Yua's domain, Emperor Jun and Tai were also present. After Emperor Jun outlined grand plans that moved Fuxi and Yua, the four prepared to join forces to establish the demon clan and pave the way for the demon path. As they deliberated on the specifics, they were suddenly startled by the commotion from the witch clan's establishment. The four soared into the sky, gazing from above. Observing the witch clan reaping numerous benefits along with immense merits, Emperor Jun felt a peculiar sensation arise within him, as though they had been outpaced. Once the various phenomena subsided, the four returned to their domain, each wearing a pensive expression. As they settled, Emperor Jun, with an earnest demeanor, declared, We cannot delay. We must establish the demon clan before the third sermon. The other three nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tai suddenly inquired, Brother, do you think that if we announce our clan's establishment like the witch clan did, we might also attract the favor of the Tao and receive merits? Fuxi's lips twitched slightly, yet he held his tongue, casting a glance at his sister Nuwa. Emperor Jun, at a loss for words, sighed and retorted, Do you think you are a primordial witch, capable of summoning the true form of Pangu? Fuxi and Emperor Jun possessed great wisdom, easily discerning the reasons behind the emergence of Tao merits. In the vast expanse of the Hong Wang, aside from the witch clan, perhaps the three pure ones could also summon the remnants of Pangu's will, as they were each a fraction of Pangu's primordial spirit, bearing a third of the heaven-opening mark. Yet, would they? Clearly not. This not only implied that their respective heaven-opening marks must unify, but they must also establish a singular great teaching. In the current grand scheme, even the three pure ones had not chosen this path. Enough. Cease your futile fantasies. Swiftly gather the remnants of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, and welcome all other races into our demon clan. Emperor Jun commanded sternly. Next comes the third sermon. The Tao ancestor will elucidate the path to sanctification and the method to attain the Tao of primordial unity. If we can leverage our clan's auspiciousness to achieve quasi-saint status, we may gain deeper insights. Tai promptly stood, responding, Brother, rest assured. Our demon clan embodies the opportunity of the myriad races of Hong Wang. We shall protect them and guide them along the demon path. They would be grateful to join us rather than resist. As he spoke, Tai gently tapped the chaos bell, which emitted a profound aura, causing Fuxi and Nuwa to stiffen momentarily. Tai then chuckled, saying, If anyone is unruly, let them first inquire if my chaos bell consents. Fuxi frowned. Ultimately, the initiative to recruit them lay with Emperor Jun and Tai, yet he could not help but voice, Tai, my friend. Gathering the myriad races as demons to protect and educate them is a meritorious deed. I hope you will exercise caution. If forced, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. Tai, however, did not share this view. Before he could retort, Emperor Jun interjected, smiling, Fushi speaks wisely. Tai, we seek like-minded allies, not subjugated slaves. With no further argument to present, Tai clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I understand. He then made his way outside the domain. Emperor Jun remained. Sitting with Fushi and Yuan to discuss the Tao, their task was to devise a training method suited for the demon clan, to serve as their foundational technique. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones returned to their domain after the celestial phenomena had dissipated, each immersed in deep thoughts. As the true inheritors of Pangu, they had previously regarded the primordial witches as reckless and violent, seemingly oblivious to the natural order. Today, however, they were shaken by the events. With Pangu's blessings and the Tao's favor, the heavenly Tao ultimately bestowed vast merits. Despite their strong natures, the three pure ones could not help but feel envious and unsettled. The primordial beginning, lost in thought, suddenly asked, Eldest brother, do you think we might also receive a share of the Tao's merits? The supreme clarity paused, then slowly shook his head, replying, do not entertain such thoughts. The Tao emerged from Pangu. How can we summon him? He gazed meaningfully at primordial beginning and Tong Tian, suggesting that they, being fractions of the primordial spirit, could not simply merge for the sake of merits. The supreme clarity continued, do not dwell on this. With the heavenly Tao now manifest and Hongjun Tao ancestor attaining sainthood, the Tao is becoming increasingly complete. In this vast world, the heavenly Tao governs all. We must focus on our cultivation, awaiting the third sermon to attain sainthood. That is the rightful path. Primordial beginning nodded slightly, and Tong Tian, almost instinctively, concurred. While he too envied the Tao's merits, his thoughts were drawn elsewhere, pondering, what of Wu Tian? With the establishment of a clan being so crucial, why has he not appeared? Earlier, in the Zixia Palace, Tong Tian had developed a curiosity about Wu Tian, who evidently held a significant position among the witches, even commanding a degree of respect from them. Yet, he exuded an aura of restraint, unlike the witch's overwhelming presence. Such a unique existence, absent during the clan's establishment, left Tong Tian astounded. Nevertheless, Tong Tian was astute enough not to voice his thoughts, especially since primordial beginning harbored dissatisfaction towards Wu Tian and the witches due to prior events. Thus, he kept his musings to himself. Soon after, the three began their cultivation. They were in a far superior position than others, not needing to struggle for enlightenment, for they inherently possessed the Tao. Thus, they diligently practiced, striving to enhance their cultivation and seize the opportunity presented by the third sermon in Zixia Palace. On Penglai Island, observing the vanishing celestial phenomena, Dong Wang Gong was momentarily taken aback before addressing the multitude of beings gathered to hear the Tao proceed. As the world of Hong Huang trembled with the witches' clan establishment, he emulated Hongjun Tao ancestor, imparting the methods of celestial cultivation to the assembled beings. He originally wished to accompany the Queen Mother of the West, yet she was resolutely unwilling. The Eastern King could only announce to the scattered cultivators near Penglai that those with aspirations towards the immortal path were welcome to listen to the teachings. At this moment, the methods of cultivation in the primordial wilderness were scarce, and not everyone possessed a bloodline inheritance. Thus, countless beings flocked in, just as he was passionately delivering his discourse. He was abruptly interrupted. After resuming, the Eastern King, suppressing the stirrings within his heart, recounted his own insights into the immortal way, manifesting numerous extraordinary phenomena upon Penglai Island. However, when he reached the realm of the profound immortal, he could no longer contain himself and gradually paused. Addressing the multitude of beings below with a calm demeanor, we shall stop here for now. Once my teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace are concluded, I will elucidate the methods of cultivation beyond the golden immortal realm. Although the crowd felt reluctant, they dared not voice their discontent, hastily expressing their gratitude to the Eastern King for his impartation of wisdom and benevolence. The Eastern King, being a descendant of Hongjun, was the first to expound teachings upon the vast expanse of the primordial wilderness, and with the support of the Tao ancestor, the power of heavenly law surged forth, nurturing a golden light of profound virtue. A great portion of heavenly merit descended. As the Eastern King gathered this merit, he suddenly recalled the moment when the ancestral witches proclaimed to heaven and earth, and the subsequent influx of divine favor, alongside the immense merit that followed. At the thought of this, the merit in his hands suddenly felt less appealing. The Eastern King pondered deeply and was struck by a thought. Should I follow suit? He did not wish to establish a clan, but rather to form a faction, gathering numerous practitioners of the immortal path upon Penglai Island. With this intention, a sense of auspiciousness filled his heart, and he softly murmured, Celestial Court? In the midst of the Wu clan celebrations, Wu Tian was blissfully unaware of the profound impact brought upon the primordial beings by the clan's hasty establishment. The primordial realm grew increasingly tranquil and prosperous. Yet beneath the surface, change lay hidden, akin to a still pond concealing turbulent depths. At this moment, Wu Tian was preoccupied with another concern. Observing the Wu clan joyfully slaughtering beasts for sustenance, he he fell into contemplation regarding the future development of the clan. The Wu clan relied on beasts for sustenance. And while the demon race had yet to be established and no one was overseeing these matters, once Di Jun founded the demon race, he would undoubtedly advocate for them. Otherwise, the stability of the demon clan would be jeopardized. The conflict between the Wu and demon races was inevitable. But what could Wu Tian do? Should he encourage the Wu clan to engage in animal husbandry? Such meticulous endeavors were hardly suited for the rough-and-tumble folk of the clan. Moreover, the primordial expanse was vast, teeming with sources of sustenance. They would only undertake such tasks if they were truly at a loss. This was untenable. He needed to devise a solution. The ancestral witches, along with the high-ranking witches, could merely absorb the vile energies of heaven and earth for cultivation, much like the ancestral witch Di Jiang. Did consuming beasts serve any purpose for him? The ordinary beasts were hardly sufficient for his needs. It was far more beneficial to devour the heavy, turbid energies of the world. Yet, the weaker members of the Wu clan were sorely in need of sustenance. During this clan establishment, the lingering will of the great Pangu extracted Pangu's jade essence from Mount Buzhou and cast it into the Panga Hall, alleviating the depletion of the blood pool, thereby ensuring that the number of the Wu clan would inevitably increase. This signified that future conflicts would intensify. According to Wu Tian's thoughts, the foundation of the Wu clan's establishment lay with the ancestral witches, while prosperity hinged upon strength rather than mere numbers. Thus, an elite route would be more advantageous. Just as Wu Tian was immersed in contemplation, the voice of Jin Yuanzi suddenly reached him, cheerfully proclaiming, "Brother Wu Tian, once again, I owe you a favor that has granted me some heavenly merit. I am truly embarrassed." Wu Tian's train of thought was abruptly interrupted. However, matters concerning the overall development of the Witch clan are not something he can resolve in haste or with a single utterance. He immediately suppressed his thoughts and turned to smile warmly at Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, lightly saying, "What are you talking about, my old brother? You have taken the time to come to the Witch clan for the ceremony, and I should be the one expressing my gratitude." Jin Yuanzi chuckled softly, shaking his head. Although he said this, he couldn't help but ponder within. Why did Wu Tian not invite others for such a significant matter? Was it not because he held them in high regard? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this for long. Jin Yuanzi then shifted the conversation, smiling as he continued. "Previously, while I was cultivating near the primordial gourd vine with my younger brother Hong Yun, did you not suggest that I offer some advice? While I do not possess a method to hasten the maturity of the primordial gourd vine, I do have another idea in mind." Wu Tian blinked his eyes in surprise. "Oh?" Immediately, he heard Jin Yuanzi chuckle and say, "This innate gourd vine possesses the innate yin and yang, the essence of the 5 elements. Even among the innate roots, it ranks among the finest, indeed a rarity. Have you ever considered unifying the innate yin and yang with the 5 elements?" Wu Tian's heart stirred abruptly. He immediately focused his thoughts and delved into his soul. At this moment, the indestructible spiritual light within shone brilliantly, while the primordial shadow of the innate gourd vine, once inscribed upon his soul, had already transformed into a chaotic mass. Are you suggesting that the primordial yin-yang 5 elements, when combined with the 7 gourds, could produce a chaotic gourd? Wu Tian felt somewhat peculiar. 7 gourds combined into one. How reminiscent it was of the gourd Little Golden Warrior. Am I to become a grandfather? Yet, Jin Yuanzi slowly shook his head. Not at all. Each of these 7 gourds possesses its own unique charm. It would be a pity for them to simply vanish. What if we could induce them to bloom anew and bear fruit once more? Would that not be a perfect outcome? Wu Tian listened to Jin Yuanzi's words, and his heart swelled with excitement. If what Jin Yuanzi suggested could indeed yield an additional chaos gourd, he would gladly accept it. Yet, doubts lingered. The number of gourds was fixed at 7. Was this not a definitive figure? At that moment, Hong Yun burst into hearty laughter. If anyone else had made such a claim, it might not hold water. But have you forgotten the esteemed status of my elder brother Jin Yuanzi? If he says it's possible, then it is undoubtedly so. Jin Yuanzi turned back, casting a disapproving glare at Hong Yun, chiding him for being so boisterous that he nearly revealed their secrets. Then, with a gentle smile, he said, "Let us give it a try?" While Jin Yuanzi did not offer an unequivocal promise, his tone conveyed an undeniable conviction. He felt a debt of gratitude towards Wu Tian and lacked a treasure akin to the Northern Xian Yuan's water-controlling banner to repay it. Thus, he was determined to exert every effort. Suddenly, Jin Yuanzi came to a realization. No wonder Kunping was so impoverished, willing to part with a primordial spiritual treasure. Indeed, the weight of owing someone a favor is a heavy burden. However, it must be said, Jin Yuanzi's sentiment stemmed from his inherently generous nature and his thin skin. Had it been Jin or Zhuanti in his place, they would undoubtedly have no such concerns. Wu Tian could no longer sit still. He quickly rose and walked towards Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiaoyin, intending to speak with them before heading directly to the innate gourd vine. Emperor Jiang smiled and said, "Of course, it's no trouble. My second brother and I are also preparing for a period of seclusion to strive for a breakthrough into the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal." As he spoke, he patted Wu Tian on the back. When our strength increases, who would dare to bully you? We shall confront them directly." At that moment, Zhu Rong interjected, "Elder brother, we have yet to settle accounts with those from the west, Jian and Zhuan. Are we really just going to let the past events slide?" Emperor Jiang paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Naturally, we will not let this go. Once my seclusion is over, we shall pay a visit to the Western world." Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, both inwardly astonished, murmuring to themselves, "Do the ancestral witches hold such grudges?" One must remember that in the Zixiao Palace, it was Jane and Zhuan who truly suffered losses and embarrassment, while the Witch clan faced no such defeats. However, recalling that the two had initially targeted Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi, they could not help but feel a wave of satisfaction, their smiles brightening considerably. Evil must be met with evil, Jin Yuanzi thought to himself, stifling a chuckle. Meanwhile, in the distant Western world, Jane and Zhuan, who were immersed in their cultivation, suddenly felt a tremor and involuntarily awoke from their meditative state. Though they did not understand the cause of their unease, both instinctively attributed it to the ancestral witches. As they recalled the formidable presence of the ancestral witches during the establishment of their clan, their concerns grew regarding the enmity they had fostered with the Witch clan. After a moment, Zhuan feigned nonchalance and said, "Do not panic. We must proceed with caution. As for the past events, it was the Witch clan that bullied us brothers. Had it not been for them, we would not have lost our seats in the Zishu Palace. They cannot possibly continue to hold a grudge, can they? That would be utterly unreasonable." Upon hearing this, even Jane felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could our seats become ours? They were never truly ours to begin with. However, this thought was fleeting, and Jane quickly dismissed it, adopting a sorrowful expression as he advised, "Let us keep our distance from them. These ancestral witches show no respect for the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor. How can we expect them to act reasonably? Now that they have established the Witch clan with the blessings of Pangu and the favor of the great Tao, they are undoubtedly at the height of their power. The West is already impoverished, and we are weak. Provoking them would be unwise." Zhuan snorted in response, unable to suppress a sigh. "Alas, how harshly has heaven treated us, brothers? Not to mention the fortunes enjoyed by the Sanqing and the ancestral witches. Even our Western world has been shattered in the battle between the Tao and the demons. Indeed, the two from the West were quite destitute. The only treasures they possessed were Jane's treasured banner and Zhuan Ti's 7 treasures mysterious tree, which had been forged by Zhuan from his own essence after his emergence." As they discussed this, Zhuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, "Oh, brother, do you think the Tao ancestor might compensate us?" Before attaining enlightenment, the Tao ancestor battled the demon ancestor, Lavu, causing the Western earth veins to be shattered. Surely the consequences of this cannot be ignored. Jane was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts, but ultimately he replied, "Let us not dwell on such matters for now. We must focus on our cultivation. The Tao ancestor is about to elucidate the methods of enlightenment and sanctification, which will surely present great opportunities. However, if we lack the strength, how can we seize them?" Zhuan nodded in agreement. The two of them promptly suppressed their myriad distractions and once again immersed themselves in their cultivation, their surroundings resonating with the vibrant essence of the Tao. Wu Tian did not embark on his journey immediately. A minor incident had occurred. Previously, the ancestral witches, influenced by Wu Tian's suggestion, had dedicated the merits they earned from slaying fierce beasts and purging the malevolent energies of the world to Hutu, allowing her to manifest her primordial spirit ahead of time. Naturally, this had become a habit for them. Furthermore, having recently acquired the merits of the great Tao, they paid little heed to the merits of the heavenly Tao. Consequently, Ancestor Zhu Rong promptly offered his share of merits to Hutu as usual. Hutu, however, smiled and declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, brother. However, upon establishing our clan, I was endowed with the merits of the great Tao, and my primordial spirit is now complete. There is no need for the protection of the heavenly Tao's merits, for I am not afraid of the erosion of my own malevolent energies. You should keep it for yourself." Zhu Rong, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "I do not cultivate a primordial spirit, so the merits of the heavenly Tao are of no use to me." Hutu then shifted her gaze to Xianming, playfully suggesting, "Why not give it to Xianming?" At this moment, the other ancestral witches also turned their attention to Xianming. Before Xianming could refuse, Zhu Juing cheerfully proposed, "How about this? Each of us retains half of our merits, while the other half is given to Xianming and Sister Hutu. It is quite rare for you two to cultivate your primordial spirits, and having additional protection from the heavenly Tao's merits can only be beneficial." After a brief hesitation, he added, "As for my brother's share, I shall keep it for now, as I have other purposes for it." He had already planned to join forces with Di Jiang, and once he attained the status of a Hongyuan Golden Immortal, he intended to glimpse into the future of the Witch clan. Having some protection from the heavenly Tao's merits would serve as a precaution. Who knows, it might prove useful. The ancestral witches did not ponder too deeply and merrily divided their merits, with 4 ancestral witches giving to Xianming and the other 4 to Hutu. Xianming and Hutu promptly expressed their gratitude. At this moment, Zhu Rong's eyes sparkled with mischief as he glanced at Xianming and Hutu before turning his gaze to Wu Tian, cheerfully inquiring, "Little brother, to whom do you intend to bestow your merits?" Xianming and Hutu looked at him in unison, while the other ancestral witches watched with keen interest. their faces alight with amusement as they focused their attention on Wu Tian. Wu Tian glared fiercely at Zhu Rong. How audacious! Do you still wish to deceive me? Without a moment's hesitation, he took all of his heavenly Dao merits and divided them in two, presenting them before Xian Ming and Ho Tuesday. The ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. Xian Ming, in particular, voiced his concern. What shall you do for yourself, having given all to us? They were all aware of the implications. Wu Tian has also cultivated his primordial spirit. If he possesses the protection of virtue, it would undoubtedly be even better. However, Wu Tian released the aura of the Hongmeng Liantian scale before the crowd, smiling and saying, with this treasure of virtue, what is there to worry about? The merits of the heavenly Tao are indeed remarkable. Not only is it a pure source of power, effortlessly refined, but it also serves as a criterion for the heavenly Tao's favor. Yet what of it? At present, Wu Tian finds himself in a state where the absorption and refinement of both celestial essence and heavy malevolent energy encounter no hindrance whatsoever. His heart brims with eagerness as he prepares to experiment with the refinement of chaotic energy. Moreover, he harbors no aspirations of attaining sainthood, nor does he intend to cling to the favor of the heavenly Tao. The ancestral witches serve as his true support. Thus, Wu Tian has never contemplated cultivating through the merits of the heavenly Tao, even in the absence of Xian Ming and Hutu. He willingly immerses himself in the primordial scale of measuring the heavens. Observing this, Emperor Zhang nods with a smile, affirming, very well. Let it be so. He then exchanges pleasantries with Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun, before leading Zhu Jiuyin and the others as they swiftly depart, soaring towards the innermost depths of the Panga Hall. Wu Tian no longer lingered. He bid farewell to the ancestral witches and, accompanied by Zhan Yuanzi and Hong Yun, proceeded towards the valley where the primordial gourd vine resided. Within the valley, ensconced in the primordial great formation, as the trio arrived, the primordial gourd vine erupted in a jubilant display, its tendrils reaching out towards Wu Tian, resembling a child yearning for an embrace. Wu Tian exuded a calming aura, then turned to Zhen Yuanzi with a cheerful inquiry. Brother Zhen Yuan, what shall we do next? How can we stimulate the emergence of new buds and enable the gourd vine to produce a gourd that embodies the harmonious union of the primordial yin and yang and the 5 elements? Zhen Yuanzi replied with a smile. There is no need for haste. Allow me to perform a spell first. With that, his expression grew exceedingly solemn. His gaze, intense and penetrating, fixed upon the primordial gourd vine, and his aura surged forth dramatically, infused with the vibrant essence of primordial wood and the quintessence of earth. The branches and leaves of the primordial gourd vine trembled in response, evidently enamored by this potent energy, greedily absorbing the emanating essence. Moreover, the most treasured earth book manifested itself, its magical form hovering above Zhen Yuanzi's head, scattering a multitude of earthy golden rays. Ethereal phenomena materialized upon the earth book, revealing a towering, illusory tree, its roots embedded within the book, standing amidst the void and gently swaying its crown. In the next moment, Zhen Yuanzi gestured, unleashing an unparalleled force that erupted from the earth book, cascading directly upon the primordial gourd vine, which was instantaneously bathed in divine radiance. Red Cloud widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming inwardly, what? Brother Zhen Yuan is truly going all out. He is investing heavily. Chapter 53. The birth of the chaotic gourd. As Zhen Yuanzi commenced his actions, the power of the earth book and the energy of the ginseng fruit tree were incessantly devoured by the primordial gourd vine, causing its tendrils and leaves to grow increasingly robust and verdant. Given their location atop the Buzhou mountain, Zhen Yuanzi found it challenging to channel the primal earth veins directly. So he opted to use the earth book as a boundary to draw upon the spiritual energy from the vast land below. After some time, the roots of the primordial gourd vine had thickened considerably, yet there was still no sign of new flowers or fruits. However, the gourds atop radiated a brilliant light. Their ripening accelerated. Noticing Wu Tian's curiosity, Zhen Yuanzi elucidated, it is already quite remarkable for the primordial gourd vine to nurture 7 gourds. Should we wish to cultivate an additional one, it would likely strain its own spiritual capacity. Thus, we must first enhance its strength and make necessary preparations. Having said that, Zhen Yuanzi attuned his senses carefully and then addressed Wu Tian. Brother Wu Tian, it is now your turn to take action. The primordial gourd vine has recognized you as its master. You must directly guide the primordial yin and yang, and the 5 elemental forces within the spiritual root using your soul power, and find a way to merge them. Wu Tian swiftly took action. He stepped forward towards the innate gourd vine, and an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted around him. Boom. His energy surged towards the gourd vine. The power of his spirit also surged forth rapidly, probing into the depths of the innate gourd vine. In an instant, Wu Tian felt the distinct flow of 7 powerful energies being extracted from the heavens and the earth by the primordial gourd vine, continuously delivered into the 7 gourds. As Wu Tian's thoughts shifted, the flow of power within the branches transformed instantaneously. One portion of the 7 distinct laws of force promptly diverged, following Wu Tian's guidance as it ascended towards the tips of the branches. Wu Tian pondered inwardly, how can I achieve integration? However, before he could devise a proper strategy, he suddenly sensed an ethereal radiance flickering within his soul. The gray mark upon his spirit abruptly soared forth, landing with a swift motion upon the branch. It was imprinted upon the primordial gourd vine. Instantly, it resembled a seed, akin to a minuscule vortex, voraciously absorbing the primordial forces of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements, rapidly growing in strength. Wu Tian secretly thought to himself, so that's how it is. However, both Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yuan were utterly astonished, standing motionless as they gazed at the branches of the innate gourd vine, where the 7 laws converged. Unable to restrain themselves, they murmured, how can this be? Is the fusion of laws truly this simple? In truth, it was not merely a matter of simplicity. The imprint of the innate gourd vine, originally inscribed upon Wu Tian's soul, had already been merged since the establishment of the clan. Its emergence now served as a catalyst. As this scene unfolded, the roots of the innate gourd vine fervently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with various laws and spiritual mechanisms devouring it with all their might. The lake within the valley, which had previously contained liquid spiritual energy, experienced a visibly rapid decline in water level under this formidable force. Jin Yuanzi was taken aback and hastily activated the grand formation within the earth book. The power that surged forth from it increased instantaneously. After a while, there was finally some movement at the branch tip. A small, gray flower bud began to form, gradually expanding amidst an ethereal glow. The 3 of them were completely absorbed in their focus. The flower bloomed with sound. It was faint, yet to the ears of the 3, it resonated like thunder. In an instant, the power of the heavenly way surged, swirling around Mount Buzhou. This is bad. The 7 gourds constitute the ordained numbers of the heavenly way. The emergence of this new one signifies a disruption of the ordained numbers, and it is likely that the heavenly way will impose punishment. Jin Yuanzi's expression changed drastically as he urgently called out to Wu Tian. Wu Tianxin, with a mere thought, summoned the Hongming measuring ruler, which descended upon the primal gourd vine, suppressing its aura. Within the grand scheme of things, the maturation of the 7 gourds had already become intolerable to the heavenly Tao, which is why there was a time when they were not yet ripe, leading to the encounter and subsequent division by the 3 clear ones at Mount Buzhou. Prior to the emergence of the primal gourd vine, it had remained concealed within the primal grand formation that obscured the heavenly secrets, further shielded by the aura of Mount Buzhou, thus allowing for a semblance of tranquility. However, as the 8th gourd was about to manifest, the heavenly Tao reacted instantaneously, poised to unleash divine retribution to thwart this process. Upon the appearance of the Hongming measuring ruler, the aura of the primal gourd vine was instantly cloaked, while heavy calamity clouds began to swirl in the skies above, searching for any disruption to the predetermined fate. Jin Yuanzi, displaying signs of urgency, spoke, Brother Wu Tian, if this continues, it may not end well. At this moment, it is merely a blooming flower, which can still be concealed to some extent. Yet if we allow the chaos gourd to appear, I fear the heavenly Tao will forcefully seek out the truth. Wu Tian was engulfed in anxiety. Even though the Hongming cosmic measuring ruler could suppress his aura, he could not remain in this place indefinitely, continuously activating this treasure. There were still teachings to be conveyed. While he pondered, an unexpected transformation occurred on the primordial gourd vine. The once vibrant green tendrils suddenly flickered, shifting to a hue of chaos, and then grew wildly, lunging towards Wu Tian like a spear. Whoosh! Enveloped in gray light, it pierced through Wu Tian's formidable physique, plunging directly into the location of his dantian. Boom! Within the dantian, the sounds of the heavenly thunder erupted, instantly creating a void space, into which the branches of the primordial gourd vine extended, bringing along the 8th gray gourd. Wu Tian's 9 transformations of primordial energy surged with fervor, as an innate force within him spontaneously surged towards the 8th gourd, only to cycle back out once more. The breaths of the 2 intertwined harmoniously. Wu Tian also experienced a moment of enlightenment. The chaotic gourd had come to fruition. He had not anticipated that the primordial gourd vine possessed such cleverness, cleverly retreating into his own body. This little rascal. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle and scold. As their breaths intertwined, the within Wu Tian's dantian swiftly expanded, while the innate gourd vine incessantly devoured the essence of heaven and earth, transporting it to this very place. Even the laws subtly began to manifest, and the world principles that Wu Tian had previously comprehended continuously resurfaced in his mind. Wu Tian gradually settled into a meditative posture, exuding an air of enlightenment and self-cultivation. Jin Yuanzi voiced his puzzlement. At that moment, the branch of the innate gourd vine, which had once been the birthplace of the 8th gourd, was still visible at a glance. However, upon probing with divine consciousness, it revealed itself to be but an illusion. The true chaotic gourd had already merged within Wu Tian's being. As this scene unfolded, the surging power of the heavenly Tao surrounding Mount Buzhou began to dissipate slowly, as if it had lost its purpose. Hong Yun's gaze flickered, shifting between the innate gourd vine and Wu Tian, before glancing upward into the vast sky. Unable to suppress a murmured exclamation, can it truly be like this? Meanwhile, deep within the heavenly Tao, at the Zixu Palace, the venerable Hongjun sat with poise. A resplendent array of mystical light shimmering behind him, as the jade butterfly of creation gracefully spun above his head, resonating with the boundless essence of the Tao. As the power of the heavenly Tao surged, Hongjun opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards Mount Buzhou. A frown creasing his brow as he pondered, what are the Wu clan up to now? Chapter 54. Bait for fishing law enforcement. The area surrounding Mount Buzhou had been forcibly claimed as territory by the Wu clan. It was evident that the occurrences here were intrinsically linked to them, leaving no room for doubt. Hongjun promptly initiated an investigation. However, the unusual activity vanished swiftly. And the heavenly Tao returned to tranquility, the gathered forces dissipating gradually, leaving Hongjun with no insights to glean. The cosmic mechanisms had been disrupted. Ultimately, Hongjun relinquished his probing. His gaze penetrating as he regarded the direction of Mount Buzhou, a soft sigh escaping his lips. Alas, it seems there remains a slight deficiency. At this juncture, the heavenly Tao was incomplete. Hongjun had yet to unify with the Tao, and his control over the power of the heavenly Tao was far inferior to that of future generations, rendering him incapable of dispelling the cosmic veils obscuring the primordial measurement of the heavens. After considerable contemplation, Hongjun's initial desire to unify with the Tao grew increasingly resolute and urgent. Wu Tian had been cultivating for a considerable duration. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun stood vigilantly by his side, unwavering in their commitment. The primordial gourd vine required immense energy to nurture the chaotic gourd, and Jin Yuanzi tirelessly drew power from the earth scriptures immersed in his work. Only when the chaotic gourd had fully taken shape did the demand for the essence of heaven and earth stabilize, allowing Jin Yuanzi to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he did not cease his efforts. He continued to extract the earth's spiritual energy, replenishing the lakes within the valley and even expanding them several-fold. It was only after accomplishing this that he finally relaxed, exclaiming, "At last, it is done." Jin Yuanzi felt a sense of emptiness in his magical power. This endeavor not only involved drawing upon the earth's spiritual energy, but also extracting a significant portion of the essence from the ginseng fruit tree. Without this, the process would not have been so seamless. Yet, he felt a profound satisfaction within. Not only had he witnessed the emergence of the chaotic gourd, but he also realized that his debts to Wu Tian had been considerably reduced, leaving him with an invigorating sense of lightness. People are inherently different. Some, after incurring debts, carry themselves as if they are lords. Others, however, feel an incessant discomfort akin to ants crawling over their skin, yearning to repay their debts immediately to enjoy the freedom of being debt-free. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun belonged to the latter category. At that moment, Wu Tian finally began to slowly open his eyes, awakening from his meditation. After calming his internal energy, he hastily rose and turned his gaze toward Jin Yuanzi. Wu Tian immediately perceived the fatigue and depletion of energy in Jin Yuanzi. He hastily clasped his hands together and spoke aloud. "Thank you, Elder Jin. It is thanks to your assistance that I was able to break free from destiny and achieve the chaotic gourd." Jin Yuanzi chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, my dear Wu Tian, you overstate my contribution. I merely exerted a bit of brute force. The true accomplishment of the chaotic gourd rests solely upon your own efforts." His words were heartfelt. During the preceding process, the most arduous task had been the unification of the innate yin-yang and five elements principles. Jin Yuanzi had initially contemplated that if Wu Tian struggled, both he and Hongjun would need to lend their support. To his astonishment, the most challenging phase was completed in an instant, as Wu Tian seamlessly merged the elements with seemingly effortless ease. Should others have witnessed this scene, their eyes would surely have widened in disbelief. How could it be so simple? Nonetheless, Jin Yuanzi refrained from probing further. Everyone has their own secrets, much like his own origins, which many believe to be derived from the ginseng fruit tree, yet held deeper mysteries. Seeing Wu Tian preparing to express his gratitude once more, Jin Yuanzi promptly interjected, "Dear Wu Tian, now that the chaotic gourd has been formed, and with some time remaining before the next lecture, I intend to return to Wuzhuang to observe." Wu Tian discerned the truth. Although Jin Yuanzi claimed he wished to return for a visit, the reality was that the recent losses had been too significant, necessitating a period of recuperation. He immediately clasped his hands in acknowledgement and said, "That is only fitting. I shall forever remember the assistance provided by you, brother Jin Yuan, and I shall refrain from further words, for I shall repay you in due course." Jin Yuanzi quickly responded with a wry smile and a wave of his hand. His generous efforts were merely a means to settle karmic debts. If Wu Tian were to repay him, it would only leave him indebted once more. However, the essence of human interaction is indeed a reciprocal exchange, deepening bonds and sentiments over time. Before Jin Yuanzi took his leave, he cast his gaze upon the innate gourd vine, particularly fixating on the formless shadow of the chaotic gourd perched upon its branches, devoid of any discernible aura, which once again stirred his astonishment. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Yuanzi could not restrain himself. "Brother Wu Tian, is it truly wise to leave such a treasure as the innate gourd vine here? I understand it remains unripe and is thus difficult to relocate. But if you are amenable, Red Cloud and I could linger a while longer." Perhaps we could devise a means to transfer it to your witch clan? Red Cloud eagerly concurred, nodding persistently as she added, indeed. If it were to be inadvertently seen by others, disputes would surely ensue. Although the innate gourd vine has recognized you as its master, other practitioners would not be so considerate. Wu Tian immediately burst into laughter. He understood the good intentions of Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, due to their inherent natures. They were reluctant to become entangled in karmic affairs, hence their reminders. However, was Wu Tian afraid? On the contrary, he welcomed the prospect of someone challenging him. Originally, there was a great shaman waiting here. Wu Tiandu ordered their withdrawal directly and instructed Xing Tian to convey the message that no other guards were necessary in the future. When Xianying obtained the northern Xianyuan water-controlling flag, Wu Tiandu had already contemplated the possibility of uniting the 5 elemental flags of primordial origins to create a formation within a formation for the ancestral witches. However, the other flags were in the possession of Hongjun Daozu, and among them, the Western Plain Cloud Realm flag was bestowed upon the Queen Mother of the West. The remaining Eastern Precious Blue Lotus flag, Southernly Earth Flame flag, and Central Wujin Apricot Yellow flag would be conferred to Zhuanti, Taching, and Yuanshi, respectively. During the third sermon, to acquire these flags from them, one must devise a plan. Even if it requires seizing, it must be justified and executed preemptively. In the prevailing circumstances, after the third sermon, the Sanqing and Dijuan would encounter the primordial gourd vine while descending from the treasure cliff after claiming their spoils. Wu Tian left it here as bait for his fishing enforcement. After all, the innate gourd vine has already acknowledged its master, and they cannot take it away. However, should anyone harbor ill intentions, they shall experience the formidable taste of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. Without some form of compensation, he would never relent. Yet, the intricacies of the situation were not something Wu Tian could divulge to these two kind-hearted individuals, so he could only smile and say, haha. Thank you both for your kindness. Noticing their lingering expressions of concern, Wu Tian exuded the formidable presence of the witch clan, displaying an air of unparalleled arrogance as he declared with a resounding voice, rest assured, my esteemed brothers, in this primordial realm, is there truly anyone so blind as to dare seize the possessions of my witch clan? Wu Tiandu expressed his thoughts, leaving the two with little to say. Should they continue to chatter, they might fear that Wu Tian would perceive them as looking down upon the witch clan. Thus, they could only suppress their concerns and once again bid farewell to Wu Tian with a respectful gesture. Chapter 55. I truly trust Sister Hotu. After seeing off Zenyuanzi, following the arrival of Hong Yun, Wu Tian once again found himself within the valley, gazing intently at his innate gourd vine, sensing the profound connection it shared with him, which brought immense comfort to his heart. Indeed, despite having become part of the witch clan, the passion for cultivating the land embedded within his soul remained indelible. Regarding this matter, Wu Tian indeed mentioned it to the witch clan. However, much like the previous discourse regarding the breeding of ferocious beasts, the matter was left unresolved. To suggest that a combat-oriented race like the witch clan should turn to agriculture and pastoralism seems absurd. It would be more merciful to eliminate them instead. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, where they could roam freely and find sustenance aplenty, why would they toil in the soil? Reflecting on this reveals a profound truth. From a contemporary perspective, the forces of production dictate the relations of production, and for the witch clan, their true productivity lies in their formidable fists. With such strength, why would they need to endure the hardships of digging for food? Contemplating this brings clarity. Wu Tian could not help but shake his head slightly. Sighing, he turned his gaze towards the primal gourd vine. With the emergence of the 8th Chaos Gourd, significant changes had occurred upon the primal gourd vine. It not only grew more robust, but also its leaves adopted a deep emerald hue, enhancing its ability to absorb the essence of the universe. Beyond the originally radiant spectrum of colors, a faint gray halo now shimmered, adding an air of mystery. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Tian focused his thoughts and sent a wave towards the primal gourd vine. In an instant, the ethereal image of the chaos gourd that had been perched upon the branches vanished completely, no longer existing within the realms of heaven and earth. It was better to conceal it. The chaos gourd served as a trump card. Although Wu Tian contemplated using the primal gourd for fishing enforcement, he still wished to keep it hidden from prying eyes. As for Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, that was another matter. Given the nature and character of these two, Wu Tian felt he could place his trust in them. Having accomplished this, he felt a sense of resolution. Wu Tiankai finally departed, making his way directly towards the Pango Hall. Upon entering the hall, he found no sign of Emperor Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin. The Pango Hall possessed its own realm, characterized by layers of space. Undoubtedly, the two had concealed themselves deep within, immersed in the comprehension of their own principles, engaging in seclusion to achieve a breakthrough into the primordial golden immortal realm. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian was not taken aback. Instead, he made his way directly to the blood pool, only to discover that it had undergone a significant transformation. What was referred to as the blood pool could more aptly be described as a vast sea of blood. Both the ancestral shaman and the ordinary shaman clan had been nurtured within this sanguine expanse, resulting in a substantial depletion of the pool's essence. Prior to the establishment of the ancestral shaman S lineage, the water level had already receded considerably. However, at this moment, the blood pool surged dramatically. A torrent of rich sanguine energy met him head-on, and the previously dim hues had transformed into a vivid crimson, subtly infused with a burgeoning vitality. Wu Tian suddenly understood. It was due to the Panga Jade essence. At the time of establishing the clan, the father god Panga bestowed 3 blessings. In addition to inscribing a great rune of sorcery within the River of Fate of the Witch clan, and infusing Wu Tian's body with the essence of Pangu. The third gift was the Panga Jade essence itself. This essence, inherently a source of vitality, fell into the blood pool, resulting in a remarkable enhancement. Not only did it replenish the power of the blood pool, but more significantly, the life force it contained appeared to be enduring. Wu Tian contemplated for a moment, then plunged directly into the blood pool. In an instant, he found himself in a crimson-hued realm, where countless dense and potent blood energies surged towards his body, causing the 9-turn Yuan skill to activate spontaneously. His flesh and blood stirred restlessly. However, Wu Tian was not there to cultivate. Rather, he had come to conceal his own essence within the blood pool. He swiftly quelled the turmoil within his heart and descended to the deepest part of the pool. Recalling the blessings bestowed upon him by the Panga Father God, Wu Tian's primordial spirit and physical form were once again united as one, resulting in a profound transformation. Every strand of flesh and blood, infused with vital essence, bore the imprint of celestial loss. Wu Tian has newly acquired a remarkable ability, blood rebirth. At that moment, he resolutely resolved to conceal a drop of his essence in several secure locations, thereby ensuring multiple avenues for his survival. His first choice, naturally, was the Panga Hall. The Panga Hall is shrouded in secrecy, eliminating the worry of being scrutinized by others. Moreover, even amidst the decline of the Witch clan, the Panga Hall remained steadfast. Having been brought to the Underworld by Hutu and transformed into the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Hall of the Goddess of Tranquility, is there a more secure place than this? Wu Tian naturally chose this location. As soon as he descended to the bottom of the pool, he sought out a concealed spot. His own magical power surged forth, creating a blood-red barrier, within which he concealed a drop of his essence blood. A flash of crimson light appeared, and in an instant, the barrier vanished. The essence blood, like a droplet of water merging into the vast ocean, left no trace of its presence, becoming utterly undetectable. After completing these actions, Wu Tian unleashed the Hongming measuring ruler. With a resonant hum, the ruler quivered gently, emanating an immensely profound golden light of virtue. It summoned forth a barrier of deep yellow hue, repelling all surrounding blood, thus revealing an empty expanse. Wu Tian sat cross-legged in the center, once more channeling his own mystical energy. A drop of essence blood gradually coalesced within his heart. Moments later, the drop of blood soared from his chest, directed towards the primordial measuring ruler. Under Wu Tian's command, it descended deep into the depths of the 49 layers of innate restrictions. In the heart of these restrictions, due to the merits of the great Tao, the primordial measuring ruler was slowly nurturing new prohibitions. As the essence blood fell, it immediately suspended itself above, illuminating one another in a harmonious display. Their auras intertwined and fused continuously. After completing this, Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes, a joyful smile gracing his face as he softly murmured, "The second drop of essence blood is secured. As for the third drop, I shall proceed as planned and seek out Sister Hutu. Placing it with Sister Hutu is certainly a prudent choice for the future. After all, she is a formidable ally, and it is only wise to entrust a drop to her." With this thought in mind, Wu Tian did not linger. Although condensing 2 drops of essence blood in a short span left him with a slight emptiness, he nonetheless seized the moment to stow away the Hongming measuring ruler, placing it within his corporeal form for nurturing. He then emerged from the blood pool, soaring out of the Panga Hall, and made his way toward the Hutu tribe. At that moment, Hutu was meditating in the central temple of the tribe. Upon noticing Wu Tian's arrival, she slowly opened her eyes and, with a warm smile, remarked, "You have finally decided to return." Wu Tian felt a touch of embarrassment. He partnered with Hutu to jointly govern the Hutu tribe, however. Wu Tian seldom returned to the tribe. He either attended lectures at the Zishao Palace or secluded himself in the Panga Hall for cultivation. Yet, before Wu Tian could offer an explanation, Hutu chuckled and remarked, "Do you not hold the teachings at Zishao Palace in high regard? Soon, we shall embark on our journey. During this period, it would be best for you to refrain from wandering and focus on your cultivation." Wu Tian nodded eagerly, his face adorned with a broad smile. Yes. From now on, I shall remain here in the Hutu tribe, accompanying my sister." Hutu let out a soft huff, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Tian. "Is there nothing else to occupy your time in the Panga Hall that you've come to seek me out? Speak. What is it that you require of me?" Wu Tian felt somewhat awkward, as if he had been seen through, yet he stubbornly replied, "Sister Hutu, what do you mean by that? Can't I simply spend more time with you if there's nothing else to do? This Hutu tribe is also my tribe." Hutu remained silent, merely gazing at him with a half-smile, as if to say, "Continue your performance? How amusing." Wu Tian's smile was unexpectedly awkward. He could only obediently say, "Indeed. There is an important matter at hand. Among the entire Witch clan, I hold the utmost trust in Sister Hutu, which is why I wish to seek her assistance." Hutu's expression was somewhat peculiar. Really? Wu Tian sensed that something was amiss. Following the gaze of Hutu, he discovered that, Unbeknownst to him, Xianming had emerged from one side, wearing an expressionless demeanor. Chapter 56. Brother, what is your perspective? Wu Tian was overwhelmed with emotions, on the verge of tears. Sister Hutu, why must you deceive me? You are not meant to be this way. You should embody the vastness and tolerance of the earth, deep and profound. And then there was Xianming. Why do you leave your own tribe and come to Hutu's tribe for no reason? Even more outrageous is your ability to conceal your presence. At that moment, Wu Tian's mind raced, and in the blink of an eye, he made a choice. Offending Hutu would elicit her understanding, but crossing Xianming could result in serious repercussions. All right, I admit, both you and Sister Xianming are among those I trust the most. After saying this, Wu Tian resumed his cheerful demeanor as if nothing had happened. Addressing Xianming with a smile, Sister Xianming, your timing is impeccable. I had initially intended to request Sister Hutu's assistance before seeking your help, but this has saved me the trouble. Without waiting for either of them to respond, he eagerly began to express his thoughts about concealing a drop of essence blood, now transformed into a matter of one person, one drop. Upon hearing this, the attention of both women was indeed captured, their eyes shining with curiosity. Even Xianming, usually devoid of expression, revealed a hint of joy on her face. Really? Are you saying that with the divine powers bestowed by the Father God, retaining just a drop of essence blood allows for rebirth, even in death? The two exchanged glances, disbelief etched across their features. What is the greatest challenge faced by the witch tribe? It is merely the unification of spirit and flesh, if one falls. They return to the essence of the earth without the opportunity for reincarnation and cultivation anew. Xianming and Hutu were fortunate. They had already cultivated their primordial spirits, and in the face of misfortune, they could escape with their spirits and begin anew. However, the other ancestral witches did not enjoy such privileges. Wu Tian, sensing the thoughts of the two, offered a wry smile and remarked, you understand that my situation differs from that of my brothers. Even if I wished to bestow this divine power upon them, it would be utterly impractical. Hutu nodded slightly, yet could not suppress a soft sigh. I am aware. However, this sense of despondency arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. The current ancestral witches are utterly unconvinced that they will face a great calamity in the future. He lamented the lack of an escape route for the ancestral witches. Soon after, both rejoiced once more for Wu Tian, with Hutu cheerfully assuring, the essence of my blood is safely with me, so rest assured. Meanwhile, Xianming, the ancestral witch, silently extended a hand, and upon noticing Wu Tian's gaze, coldly declared, if I encounter any misfortune, I will ensure that your essence remains unharmed. What more could Wu Tian possibly express? Once again, he graciously bowed in gratitude to the two benevolent sisters before settling into a cross-legged position within the Hutu shrine. He summoned his innate magical energy, embarking on the profound task of condensing his essence blood. Unlike ordinary blood, the essence blood of the ancestral witches is imbued with the power of the laws. This time, as Wu Tian condensed his essence blood, it not only bore his own imprint of the laws but also reflected the strength of his spirit, which demanded an even greater expenditure of his vitality. After previously condensing 2 drops of essence blood, he had already sensed a degree of emptiness. Now, as he attempted to produce another 2 drops all at once, the vitality coursing through him visibly diminished. Even with his peak prowess at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, which had hinted at a breakthrough, he found himself momentarily stymied. Nevertheless, Wu Tian remained unperturbed. He had never intended to hasten his advancement. Rather, he planned to wait until after the 3rd sermon to further solidify his foundation before contemplating a breakthrough. Since he was neither pursuing sanctification through merit nor severing the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment, it was imperative to establish a more robust foundation in order to seize the opportunity to prove his path through strength. Moreover, the fortunes of the witch clan were flourishing, ensuring that the ancestral witches could weather any storm. Wu Tian was no longer anxious. After forcing out 2 drops of essence blood, he felt considerably weakened. His blood vitality diminished, and his complexion turned somewhat pale. He then handed the drops to the 2 individuals. Xianming, upon receiving the essence blood, wore an expression of utmost solemnity and pressed it directly to her chest, concealing the essence blood within her heart. Just as she had stated, at this location, unless something were to happen to her, this drop of essence blood would undoubtedly remain secure. What degree of injury would it take to shatter Xianming's heart? Simultaneously, she nurtured it with her own blood vitality. Seeing Xianming handle it this way, Hutu couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Since Xianming had hidden it within her corporeal form, according to the principle of risk dispersion, it would not be prudent for her to conceal it there as well. With a quick thought, she decided to place it directly within her primordial spirit. Unable to resist teasing, she remarked, Sister Xianming, you truly indulge him. Xianming's face immediately flushed with embarrassment and indignation, and she sprang up, ready to pounce on Hutu. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the Hutu shrine, with the voice of the ancestral witch Zhurong ringing out most distinctly, exclaiming, this Dejuan is utterly shameless. To learn from us and still have the audacity to invite us to witness the establishment of the demon clan is simply outrageous. The noise grew louder, and a throng of ancestral witches barged in. The ancestral witches, of course, were oblivious to the concept of knocking, and moreover, the Hutu shrine had no door, so they paid no mind to such formalities. In the next moment, the the voices of the ancestral witches fell silent, save for Zhurong, who continued to laugh heartily and declared, "I knew you all were here." Though Dijuan and the others' intentions to establish the demon clan seemed outwardly unrelated to the witch clan, the ancestral witches sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin were in seclusion. Though Wu Tian is the youngest, he is universally acknowledged as the most astute. Coupled with his established habits, it is only natural for others to seek his counsel. Initially, they ventured to the valley, followed by a visit to the Panga Hall. Yet upon finding no trace, they proceeded together towards the Huda tribe, where they discovered Wu Tian, Xianming, and Huda present. "Ah," murmured the ancestral witch Zhurong, her eyes darting with curiosity as she scrutinized Wu Tian, Xianming, and Hutu, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. Xianming and Hutu bore a faint blush, their countenance tinged with a subtle mix of embarrassment and indignation, while Wu Tian appeared pale and wan, as if his vitality had been thoroughly drained. Even the straightforward ancestral witches could not help but speculate upon witnessing such a scene. Within the Huda temple, an abrupt silence enveloped the gathering. The ancestral witches exchanged glances, while Xianming and Huda felt a disquieting sense of unease. At that moment, Zhurong leaned towards Wu Tian and whispered, "Little brother, you seem rather depleted. Don't you think? This won't do. Had I known earlier, I would have procured some ancestral dragon essence for you." Unbeknownst to her, Huda had already provided Wu Tian with the essence of the ancestral dragoness blood. Before Zhurong could finish her sentence, a colossal ice spike materialized within the hall, hurtling fiercely towards her. Bang! Zhurong was sent flying. Xianming's countenance turned frosty, and he coldly remarked, "You incessantly spout nonsense. Despite being reprimanded by elder brothers so many times, you remain incorrigible." He then glanced at the other ancestral witches, who hastily nodded in agreement, with Gong Gong laughing heartily. "Indeed. Xianming, you struck well. This fellow is the most indiscreet." He then winked at Wu Tian, who could only feel a wave of exasperation. It was a predicament he could hardly explain. After all, how could he disclose to the ancestral witches that he was concealing vital essence? If the ancestral witches blabbed, the entire community would be none the wiser. Seeing Xianming on the verge of erupting again, the ancestral witch Jumong quickly interjected, "Let us focus on the matters at hand." His gaze fixed intently on Wu Tian, he inquired, "Little brother, what are your thoughts on Dijun's intention to establish the demon clan?" Chapter 57. To go, of course. What else could I think? Wu Tian pondered to himself, suddenly feeling a transformation akin to that of Yuan Fang. However, Wu Tian was quite pleased with this development. The fact that the ancestral witches chose to consult him first rather than confront him directly marked a significant progress. It seemed that Wu Tian's subtle influence had been remarkably effective. He began to ponder the situation. Within the grand scheme of things, the demon clan was established by Dijuan, Tai, Fuxi, and Inhua, followed by the ancestral witches engaging in fierce rivalry, culminating in the formidable 12 capital heavenly gods and fiends formation clashing with the heavenly court. This time, due to Wu Tian's involvement, the witch clan was able to establish itself in advance. However, the emergence of the demon clan was an unstoppable force. It was bound to happen. Yet, Dijuan and the others lacked the confidence that the witch clan possessed. Unlike the witch clan, which revered the Panga father god exclusively in their establishment, they invited numerous powerful deities to witness the occasion. Even the witch clan received an invitation. Dijuan was reluctant to provoke the ancestral witches, considering that others had extended invitations. He feared that omitting the witch clan might provoke an adverse reaction. If they perceived it as a slight, they might come knocking on their door. After deliberation, Dijuan, Fuxi, and the others increasingly felt that the ancestral witches were indeed capable of such actions. Thus, they reluctantly sent out invitations, with Fuxi even delivering one personally. But what of Fuxi? Curious, Wu Tian inquired. The ancestral shaman promptly replied. After delivering the invitations, they departed. Fuxi, it seems, is rather courteous, however. What sort of demon clan have my younger brothers, Emperor Jun, and the others, established? It is evident they intend to oppose us. Our kin feast upon demon beasts. Yet the demon clan has welcomed them into their fold, providing them with support. In truth, Tai's ability to rally a sufficient number of demons in such a brief period is indeed bolstered by the assistance of the shaman clan. Having been subjected to harsh treatment by the shamans, they seek refuge from the threat of being slaughtered or devoured, thereby turning to the demon clan for protection under Emperor Jun and Tai. Fortunately, the demon clan has yet to be fully established. Furthermore, the ancestral shamans exude an overwhelming presence, causing Emperor Jun and his companions to refrain from igniting conflict at this critical juncture, thus exercising considerable restraint. Wu Tian was still pondering. At that moment, Zhurong, the ancestral witch, who had been sent flying by Xianming, returned with a somewhat disheveled appearance. As he entered the Earth God Temple, he muttered to himself, "What did I say? Is this how you treat me?" He cast a fierce glare at Gong Gong. "The ancestral witch. I always knew you were the worst among us brothers. Do you take such delight in my misfortune?" Gong Gong let out a light scoff. "Ah, you dare not provoke Sister Xianming, so you come to me to vent your frustrations? Do you truly believe you can best me?" His expression was infuriating, which only served to further incite Zhurong's anger. Clenching his fists, Zhurong approached Gong Gong, eager to engage in a proper contest and ensure that Gong Gong would taste some hardship as well. Wu Tian's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he gazed helplessly at the two individuals exuding an aggressive demeanor. Indeed, the clash of principles had reignited their conflict. The other ancestral witches merely chuckled, reveling in the spectacle, embodying a mindset that thrived on chaos. In their perspective, the ancestral witches were resilient and robust. Engaging in a few skirmishes posed no significant concern. As long as no one was mortally wounded, it hardly merited attention. Upon noticing Wu Tian's expression, Xianming swiftly shifted his gaze and coldly remarked, "Enough. Were we not meant to discuss serious matters? If you two persist in this commotion, take it outside. Rest assured, I will inform our elder brother of this incident, and you shall have your reckoning before him." The fiery Zhurong and the formidable Gong instantly quelled their fervor. Exchanging a fierce glare before resolutely avoiding each other's gaze, Wu Tian subtly extended his hand, giving Xianming a thumbs up. Impressive. It must be Xianming. Her typically frosty demeanor even instills a sense of trepidation in the other ancestral witches, yet with her words, the conflict was instantly quelled. Xianming shot him a glance of disdain and retorted, "You should speak up quickly. How shall we respond to Di Jun and the others regarding the establishment of the demon clan?" Zhurong interjected once more, saying, "In my opinion, we should directly disrupt the formation of this demon clan. It appears they are eager to oppose our witch clan. Brother, just give the command, and the brethren will rally behind you." Wu Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, the ancestral witches were fiercely combative. Zhurong's words echoed the sentiments of the majority of the ancestral witches. However, before he could offer any words of counsel, he heard Gong retort with a laugh. "Just be quiet. Did I ask for your opinion?" Witnessing their impending clash, Xianming's expression grew increasingly frigid. The atmosphere within the Hutu Divine Hall became suffused with Xianming's malevolent aura, causing the ancestral witches to shudder involuntarily. The two soon ceased their bickering. Wu Tian chuckled lightly and said, "In my opinion, since they have extended an invitation to us, we should accept it. We cannot allow others to claim that our witch clan lacks manners, can we? As for how the demon clan will react, and what Di Jun and the others intend to do." Wu Tianxiao gazed at the crowd with a cheerful smile. He retorted to the ancestral shamans, "Could it be that my esteemed brothers are afraid of them?" The ancestral shamans immediately shook their heads in response. Wu Tian secretly chuckled to himself. As long as he could discern the temperaments of the ancestral witches, managing them would not pose a significant challenge. After all, what more could one desire? Regardless of their myriad schemes, we remain steadfast like Mount Buzhou. Should their actions jeopardize our witch clan, we shall strike with overwhelming force when the time is ripe. The emergence of the demon race is an inevitable decree of the heavenly order. At this juncture, what could be the consequence of causing a ruckus? Could it truly impede the rise of the demon race? Absolutely not. Instead, it may only invite unwarranted karma upon ourselves. Thus, it would be wiser to accept the invitation to witness the event. While gifts may be out of the question, the merit gained from attending, along with other potential benefits, could still be gleaned. Moreover, if the opportunity arises, Wu Tian harbored intentions to cleverly persuade Emperor Jun, in hopes of influencing the subsequent development of the demon race. He recalled his initial thoughts. He had never envisioned a direct confrontation between the witch clan and the demon race. Instead, he contemplated leading the witch clan into the underworld when both clans were at the pinnacle of their power, leaving the demon race to contend with the sages. He was eager to discover whether, when that day arrived, Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly sages would personally intervene to slay Emperor Jun and his ilk, thereby obliterating the demon race. With this thought in mind, he pondered deeply. A faint smile graced the corners of Wu Tian's lips. Upon witnessing this, Xianming and Hutu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of perplexity, as if silently questioning, what thoughts occupy Wu Tian's mind. His smile appears rather peculiar. At this moment, Wu Tian chuckled and remarked, "However, when we attend the ceremony, it is imperative that not all of us go, dear brother. Second brother is currently in seclusion for cultivation, and if we all attend, it would leave the two of them absent, inevitably inviting speculation. Let us do this. We shall go as 7, myself, Sister Xianming, and Sister Hu to make 3. Now we need 4 more." As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the ancestral deities. Zhurong promptly winked at Wu Tian, seemingly imploring him, "Choose me, choose me." Yet, how could Wu Tian possibly select him? He was the first to be dismissed. Wu Tian spoke directly, "Brother Zhurong, it would be best if you stayed behind to watch over the homestead." Zhurong immediately sprang to his feet. "Little brother, are you retaliating against me for merely exposing your affairs? Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? I was only considering assisting you. I intended to procure some of the ancestral dragon's blood to bolster your vitality." At that moment, Gong scoffed, "Oh, spare me. With that mouth of yours, if you go, a fight is inevitable. Therefore, you absolutely cannot go." The two were on the verge of another quarrel. Xianming's expression was one of exasperation. The ancestral shamans occasionally heeded her words, but this was solely due to the affection of an elder brother for his younger sister. Ultimately, Xianming lacked the imposing authority of Di Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin. Wu Tian hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother Gong is also at home keeping watch. This is splendid." Instantly, Zhurong's anger dissipated, and he turned to Gong with a playful expression that suggested a sense of superiority. With the absence of these two troublemakers, Wu Tian swiftly conferred with the other ancestral shamans. In addition to the three who had manifested their primordial spirits, they included Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Chang Liang, and Shi Zi, totaling 7 individuals who would attend the ceremony. Subsequently, the ancestral shamans dispersed, returning to their respective tribes to convey instructions and arrange matters with the chief shamans. As Zhu Rong was about to depart, suddenly Wu Tian seized his arm, and amidst Zhu Rong's astonished gaze, he stepped outside the Earth Mother Temple and quietly inquired, "Brother Zhu Rong, where can we procure the blood essence of the ancestral dragon?" The ancestral dragon has already returned to the cosmos. Its true spirit has transformed into the essence of the earth, its body into the Yellow River. When the ancestral dragon fell, the Earth Mother forcibly acquired 3 drops of its blood essence, which have since been refined into my being. Yet, such a precious substance, who would ever deem it excessive? Zhu Rong immediately broke into a sly grin. Of course, I am well aware of that. Though the ancestral dragon has perished, the dragon clan endures. I refuse to believe this ancient being left nothing for its kin. As he spoke, he lightly patted Wu Tian's arm. Rest assured, leave this matter to me. If the dragon clan does not comply, I shall boil their seas and capture their kind as offerings for blood. Wu Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. The dragon clan bore a profound burden of karma. It was no easy feat to preserve a fragment of fortune by relying on the sacrifice of the ancestor dragon. So why provoke them at this juncture? However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhu Rong chuckled heartily and said, "You needn't concern yourself with that." With an expression of understanding, he patted Wu Tian's shoulder once more before transforming into a brilliant crimson light and departing. Wu Tian was at a loss for words. Never mind, let the dragon clan suffer a bit. After all, the blame would fall upon Zhu Rong. And Wu Tian believed that if the dragon clan truly possessed the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood, they would not stubbornly refuse to offer it. They simply needed to be pragmatic. Zhu Rong would hardly pursue them further. He then turned to enter the Huda shrine, awaiting the arrangements of the ancestral shamans before setting out together. Once everyone had gathered, Xianming and Hutu simultaneously unleashed their powers, conjuring an immense force of law that enveloped them in a profound barrier of Xian light, propelling the group skyward, soaring toward the heavens. They were headed towards the vast expanse of the primordial starry sky. The location chosen by Dijuan and the others was neither the Sun Star nor the sanctuaries of Fuxi and Nuwa, nor was it the incomparable mountain, which had long been claimed as territory by the Witch clan. Hence, they decided to traverse the primordial cosmos. As Wu Tian and his companions pierced through the howling gales of the 9 heavens and entered the boundless, expansive primordial starry sky, they made their way directly towards the Sun Star. Soon, they were approaching the Sun Star. The closer they drew, the more intense the overwhelming pressure of the magnificent sun became, its searing flames transforming the desolate primordial starry sky into something far less dreary. Wu Tianya gazed towards the Sun Star, his eyes shimmering with divine light. Even from a great distance, he could behold the magnificent and colossal Fusang divine tree. Wu Tian marveled inwardly, truly impressive. The Fusang tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, is indeed formidable, with the blazing sunfire raging upon it. The 2 golden crows, Dijun and Tai, are nurturing themselves atop the Fusang divine tree. Even from such a distance, one can perceive its overwhelming aura. It is evidently immensely powerful, however. The Fusang tree has yet to take form. Wu Tian pondered, could it be due to its excessively potent essence? For all innate beings, the more robust the physical body, the more challenging it becomes to assume form. Take, for instance, the North Sea Xiangui, whose limbs were severed, rendering its spirit unable to endure due to its formidable physique. Presumably, the Fusang tree is similarly afflicted. Then, another thought crossed Wu Tian's mind. If only he could procure a branch from the Fusang tree, he might attempt to cultivate it successfully. With this intention igniting within him, it became increasingly difficult to suppress. He immediately began contemplating how he might obtain it from Dijun. As it stands, there is no formal opposition between Dijun and the Witch clan, nor are there many disputes. Perhaps there truly exists an opportunity. While he was lost in thought, a swirl of mysterious light suddenly appeared ahead. A magnificent golden palace emerged amidst the primordial cosmos, backed by the Sun Star, supported by the river map and Luo book, emanating boundless radiance. Countless beings from myriad races congregated within it. Above the golden palace, dense strands of profound light and vibrant Tao rhythm signified the presence of many formidable beings, each occupying their own space in the void. Dijun, Tai, Fuxi, and Nuwa gathered together, positioned directly above the golden palace, with Tai's chaos seed suspended above them, suppressing the surrounding space. As the 4 gauged the passage of time, they suddenly turned their gazes forward, their expressions shifting dramatically. Other powerful beings who had arrived earlier, originally meditating in the void, also opened their eyes, gazing at the incoming radiant laws with curiosity and astonishment. Only Zheng Yuanzi and Hong Yun, upon recognizing the newcomers, instantly beamed with joy. Hong Yun even quietly conveyed, "Haha, Zheng Yuan, I told you your concerns were unfounded. Look, Wu Tian has arrived." Zheng Yuanzi chuckled lightly in agreement. Invited by Dijun to witness the event, he felt obliged to attend, yet he harbored concerns about the ancestor witches causing trouble. If such were the case, he would be at a loss regarding how to proceed. Should he merely stand by, or should he assist Wu Tian? Zheng Yuanzi quietly exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Di Jun, on the other hand, fell into sudden silence, a slight frown creasing his brow as he mused. They truly have come? When he extended the invitation, he had not anticipated the ancestor witches would attend. He merely wished to avoid giving cause for gossip and to prevent any discord during such a critical moment of clan establishment. To his surprise, the witch clan genuinely arrived. Di Jun's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. At that moment, Tian abruptly stood, his face grave, but before he could speak, a gentle force intervened. And Di Jun's voice resounded in his ear. Remain seated. Di Jun then turned to Fu Shi, his expression once again calm and unflustered, chuckling lightly as he said, Fu Shi, my friend, the witch clan has come to observe. Might you extend a warm welcome? Fu Shi nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and promptly rose to greet them. Upon flying out, Fu Shi's smile radiated warmth, exuding kindness as he called out to Wu Tian and the others, Dear friends, your arrival is most welcomed. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. As he approached the ancestor witches, Xian Ming and Ho Tu dissipated the surrounding loss, allowing Wu Tian and the others to stand in the void. Ho Tu chuckled lightly, stating, Since you have invited the witch clan, we understand the importance of courtesy and thus have come to observe. Please do not stand on ceremony. Do carry on with your matters and do not let the time slip away. Fu Shi quickly expressed his gratitude. Feeling a surge of emotion, there are indeed good individuals among the witch clan, like the amiable Ho Tu before him. Realizing that the ancestor witches were merely there to observe, Fu Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hurriedly returned. After a short while, Di Jun and the other three stood in unison, their beings enveloped in Tao rhythm, with innate spiritual treasures swirling around them. Di Jun suddenly proclaimed in a resounding voice, with the Tao above and the heavenly way as witness, may the primordial heavens bear witness. Today we, Di Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, Nuwa, express our gratitude for the suffering endured by myriad races in the primordial realm. Wu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Do you truly think you can exploit the Tao? Surely, Di Jun and the others were aware of the implications surrounding the emergence of the Tao. Di Jun was indeed cognizant of it, to the extent that he even reprimanded Tai Yi, urging him to abandon his foolish fantasies. Yet, when the four convened to discuss the matter, they found themselves swayed by their desires. After all, the Tao had shown them favor. What if even the slightest glimmer of possibility warranted exploration? Chapter 59. The Establishment of the Demon Clan and the Emergence of the Heavenly Court. Wu Tian's lips twitched slightly. His peripheral vision glanced towards the ancestral shamans beside him. Even the most amiable among them, Hutu, bore a faint expression of disdain. As if to say, is it truly you? Wu Tian immediately smiled knowingly. Then, as his gaze shifted, he noticed the other powerful beings, including the three pure ones, suddenly tremble with a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Wu Tian soon realized, if Di Jun and the others could succeed, when the time came for them to proclaim their needs to the heavens and the earth, would they not also attract the favor of the great Tao? Hence, their reactions were so fervent. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After the profound impact of the Tao above, he discovered another remarkable aspect, realizing with astonishment. Oh, there is actually no Tao ancestor present. Could it be that the witch clan is leading once again? The absence of the witch clan is notable. If the monster clan had an additional presence of Hongjun Daozu above them, it would undoubtedly be lacking in some regard. Furthermore, Di Jun is a figure of great ambition. Inherently prideful, he clearly resists the notion of being subordinate. Otherwise, he would not have inquired of Hongjun Daozu in Zishu Palace whether only the immortal path could lead to the attainment of the primordial Tao and sanctity. Had he been willing to submit to the immortal path, as the Eastern Prince did, perhaps Di Jun's destiny would have unfolded differently. Nevertheless, you are, after all, not of the witch clan. Wu Tian sighed inwardly, then continued to gaze upon the figures of Emperor Jun and the others. At this moment, Emperor Jun, at the forefront, was still proclaiming his oath. The power of the great Tao was elusive, yet the might of the heavenly Tao surged forth. Countless energies and laws converged towards the vast cosmos of the primordial, casting a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire expanse. Indeed, the emphasis on the welfare of the beings of the primordial world was unparalleled compared to that of the witch clan. Emperor Jun eloquently articulated his intentions, speaking at length about benefiting the myriad beings and opening the path for all creatures. After much discourse, he finally declared, thus today, we seek to unify all races and establish the demon clan, to quell the strife among the myriad races of the primordial. Among them, any with spirit may be deemed a demon, willing to embrace the path of demons and educate others. With the He-Tu and Luo Shu, and the chaos spell to suppress the fortunes of the demon clan, I, Emperor Jun, shall be the demon emperor. Tachi immediately responded with fervor, I, Tai Chi, shall be the Eastern Emperor of the Demon Clan. Following suit were Fushi and Yuwa, who proclaimed in unison, I, Fushi, shall be the Shi Huang of the Demon Clan. I, Nuwa, shall be the Nuwa Empress of the Demon Clan. As their voices resonated, the four exchanged glances, their energies coalescing as they surged towards the rich essence of the heavenly Tao, simultaneously exclaiming, "Demon clan, rise." The myriad gathered demons echoed this, howling towards the sky, their faces alight with exhilaration. The power of the heavenly Tao surged even more fiercely. In the void, an incomprehensible rune emerged, demon. A flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of Emperor Jun and the others. Up until now, there was no sign of the great Tao manifesting. Only the reaction of the heavenly Tao, indicating a blatant failure. Sighing softly, despite being mentally prepared, Emperor Jun could not help but lament the stark contrast to the Witch clan, which not only basked in the favor of the great Tao, but also possessed runes bestowed by the great Pangu. The expressions of the others dimmed slightly. Their fleeting expectations abruptly severed, and soon they cast envious glances towards Tian and the other ancestral witches. Emperor Jun quickly regained his composure. Initially, it was a gamble with uncertain outcomes. If the great Tao did not favor them, so be it, for there was still the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Was there not? However, Tian was somewhat astonished. Oh, the heavenly Tao remains unaffected. It does not seem angered by the actions of Emperor Jun and the others? No, it cannot be. The heavenly Tao is merciless. It should be said that Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, being the only sage of the heavenly Tao, has chosen not to intervene. It seems Hong Jun has become accustomed to this. Wu Tianxin silently pondered. As the primordial runes of the demon race emerged, they cascaded into the void, causing all demon beings, including figures like Emperor Jun and Tai, to experience a sudden flicker of their souls. The runes were inscribed upon them, and from that moment forth, these diverse beings were collectively referred to as the demon race. Subsequently, the fortunes of all demon entities began to rise, coalescing under the influence of the celestial power into a vast river of fate that coursed through the primordial cosmos, grand and magnificent. Upon its appearance, this river surged rapidly. Simultaneously, the river map and Luo book, along with the chaotic bell, promptly emerged, descending upon the ethereal river, dispersing profound light to quell the ensuing chaos and turbulence. In the next instant, a resounding roar echoed throughout the primordial cosmos, akin to a thunderous storm, as the celestial power gathered, and the golden light grew ever more intense. Just when everyone believed the spectacle was concluding and the celestial merits were about to descend, they were abruptly struck by the sensation of the primordial void being shaken. In astonishment, they turned their gaze towards the source of the disturbance, sensing the awakening of a colossal entity that seemed to shatter layers of space, tearing through the void as if striving to emerge from within. The expressions of the onlookers were filled with wonder. Wu Tian had long anticipated this moment. Gazing at the ever-expanding spatial rift, he murmured to himself, "Indeed, the celestial court is about to emerge." At that instant of upheaval, Jun was initially taken aback. But then a sudden flutter of emotion surged within him, as if he were attuned to the imminent existence being birthed. What is happening? Jun pondered, fixating intently on the fractured void, his brow furrowed with concern. At such a critical juncture, may there be no disturbances. Moments later, a section of the celestial court breached the void, revealing countless pavilions and palaces, alongside an immense world that unfolded before the onlookers, provoking gasps of astonishment. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light shot forth, aimed directly at Jun's spiritual platform, and in an instant, it merged within him. Jun's furrowed brow relaxed, his astonishment morphing into clarity as he softly murmured, "The celestial court, the 33 heavens." Once he comprehended the existence of the celestial court and the reasons for its emergence, Jun could no longer contain his elation and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. The demon clan is established, and the celestial court is manifested. What does it matter if the great Tao does not favor us? When I, Jun, founded the demon clan, the celestial court arose to serve my dominion. This is indeed a tremendous fortune. The flames of ambition ignited in Jun's eyes, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Through the messages relayed by the celestial court, he understood that it was the very essence born of the heavenly Tao, the nucleus around which the principles of the Tao operated. His heart soared with excitement. It is truly my destiny. I, Jun, am indeed destined for greatness. Subsequently, he flickered away, swiftly ascending towards the celestial court, merging within it. In the next moment, as Jun began to exert his control over the celestial court, the 33 heavens fully manifested, gradually stabilizing above the 9 heavens, integrating into the primordial cosmos. Once the celestial court was firmly established, Jun reappeared beside Tai, Fuxi, and Nuwa, gazing upwards towards the concentrated power of the heavenly Tao, his smile brimming with confidence and vigor. Thunderous sounds echoed as the merits of the heavenly Tao finally descended. As one of the 4 sovereigns of the demon clan, Jun naturally received the largest share of merit, while others who had come to witness also garnered their own portions. They continued to observe Jun, who was evidently the true voice of authority among the 4 sovereigns, with Jun reaping the greatest rewards, with the merits of the heavenly Tao cascading down. Bolstered by the formidable fortune of the demon clan, Jun's aura surged rapidly, approaching a breakthrough. Chapter 60, Do Not Approach Me. A mystical light flickered around Jun, and his aura instantly coalesced. He chose not to break through hastily, for he had grand ambitions and intended to savor the experience rather than rush into a hasty advancement. Once the celestial phenomena dissipated and the river of the demon clan's fortune faded, the river diagram and Luo book returned to Dijun's form. He then smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoists. I am deeply appreciative of your presence today." The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Some responded warmly to Dijun, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Dijun then extended an invitation to host a banquet for everyone, intending to engage in discussions and celebrate, but not at the newly emerged celestial court. Instead, he invited everyone back to the golden palace they had previously occupied. The celestial court had just emerged, and Dijun had yet to gain complete control over it. Inviting numerous powerful beings at this juncture would only allow them to probe into its secrets. Such an act would be foolish. As a result, Dijun was reluctant to do so. Those who had initially been intrigued by the celestial court quickly lost interest upon hearing the invitation to return to the palace crafted from solar gold. Many began to take their leave. Tai Ching spoke first, with the third lecture of the Tao ancestor approaching. "We should return to prepare. We shall have the opportunity to discuss with you another time." He offered a slight bow before turning to leave. Yuan Shi followed suit, while Tong Tian's gaze flickered. Glancing back at Wu Tian, curiosity unmistakably shining in his eyes. Wu Tian, upon sensing the shift, turned his gaze and locked eyes with Tong Tian. Noticing the absence of malice in Tong Tian's expression, he chuckled softly and nodded. Tong Tian was taken aback but reciprocated with a gentle smile and a nod. In an instant, the figures of the three vanished, while streams of mysterious light surged forth from their location, scattering across the vast expanse of the primordial land, prompting the crowd to disperse. At this juncture, the ancestral witch Jumeng inquired, "Shall we return, my brother?" Before Wu Tian could respond, he expressed his discontent, murmuring, "The arrogance of the demon clan is quite astounding. They claim that any with spirit can be deemed a demon. It seems they aspire to ensnare all the myriad races of the primordial realm." Zhurong's earlier words proved correct. Dijun harbors ill intentions indeed. Wu Tian shook his head and said, "No need to rush. I will have a brief conversation with Dijun later to discern the truth of the matter, and besides, I have certain matters to discuss with him." After stating this, he grew concerned that Zhu Meng's attitude towards the ancestor witches might incite conflict, potentially jeopardizing their forthcoming plans. Hence, he hurriedly added, "It is about establishing our clan's grand aspirations. Of course, we must proceed with utmost ambition, otherwise, how can we gain the recognition of the heavenly path? My esteemed brothers, please refrain from causing any disturbances. I still wish to converse with Dijun about certain matters." The others, taken aback for a moment, were left pondering Wu Tian's intentions, yet they did not voice their inquiries, merely nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side of the vast primordial cosmos, Dong Wanggong approached Shi Wangmu with a beaming smile. Witnessing the establishment of the demon clan today filled him with envy, as the vast aura of destiny and immense merits, coupled with the visible presence of the 33 heavens, made his eyes almost redden with longing. The desire to establish a celestial court grew increasingly uncontrollable. Thus, even in light of Shi Wangmu's evident impatience and annoyance, Dong Wanggong persisted, inching closer to her. There was no alternative. The two were the leaders of the celestial beings, and if he wished to establish a celestial court, he could not do so without Shi Wangmu. One cannot thrive in solitude. One cannot flourish alone. Before he could draw near, Shi Wangmu frowned slightly, her aura shifting as if to depart. Dong Wanggong quickly projected his thoughts. "Dear friend, please wait. With the demon clan's establishment today, do you not have any thoughts on the matter? If we were to join forces to establish a celestial court, we would surely garner boundless fortune and immense merits. Our cultivation would also advance significantly." Seeing that Shi Wangmu remained silent, Dong Wanggong took another step forward, earnestly pleading, "We possess the heavenly path bestowed by the Tao ancestor. Establishing a celestial court is but a natural course of action, is it not? What doubts do you still harbor regarding such a fortuitous opportunity?" Finally, Shi Wangmu lifted her gaze to meet Dong Wanggong's. A flicker of disdain evident in her eyes. Despite her position as the foremost of the celestial maidens and the numerous benefits she had reaped, the thought of being embroiled in this fellow's schemes and compelled to shift her path to immortality filled her with ire. As Dong Wanggong pressed on, Shi Wangmu could not help but retort mockingly, "Establish a celestial court? Do you wish to contend with the witch and demon clans? Reviving the chaos of the Dragon Han calamity when the three clans clashed?" Dong Wanggong was momentarily taken aback. How could that be? "We are committed to promoting the Tao of the ancestor and spreading enlightenment. How could we ever come into conflict with the witch and demon clans? Even if a celestial court were established, they would have to show respect to the Tao ancestor, would they not?" Shi Wangmu's thoughts solidified further. He was merely an ambitious fool, and she increasingly wished to distance herself from him, positioning herself against the witch and demon clans. Show respect to the Tao ancestor? Did those two clans show any respect when they proclaimed their existence to the heavens? Did they invite the Tao ancestor to witness their declaration? Seeing Dong Wanggong continue his incessant persuasion, outlining the myriad benefits of establishing a celestial court and even invoking the Tao ancestor as leverage, Shi Wangmu's irritation mounted. Even if she refused now, This individual would undoubtedly pursue her to the western Kunlun, robbing her of peace. Her gaze swept the surroundings and fortuitously met Wu Tian's wandering eyes, igniting a sudden inspiration within her. Her eyes sparkled with clarity as she proclaimed, "I am disinterested in matters of the celestial court." Before Dong Wanggong could utter another word, Shi Wangmu interrupted him, her smile light and airy. "I have matters to discuss with Wu Tian. Farewell." With that, she disregarded Dong Wanggong's shifting expressions and soared toward Wu Tian. Inwardly, Shi Wangmu mused, "As long as I am unafraid of the Witch clan, let him chase me if he dares." Witnessing this scene, Wu Tian blinked in surprise. "Oh? What brings Shi Wangmu this way?" His gaze shifted to the two, who appeared to be in heated disagreement, an unmistakable discord evident, stirring his curiosity. Unintentionally locking eyes with Shi Wangmu, he offered a polite smile, and to his astonishment, she made a beeline for him. Moreover, he could not help but wonder about Dong Wanggong's resentful and furious demeanor, as if he had snatched away something dear to him. Wu Tian frowned at the thought. Before he could voice his thoughts, the ancestor witches nearby had already perceived the unfolding drama. Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, and the other ancestor witches exuded a sudden surge of ominous energy, a tempestuous aura directed at Dong Wanggong. "What are you looking at? Do you dare to glare at my brother Wu Tian?" Upon witnessing this, Dong Wanggong's gaze sharpened, and he turned to leave. As Zhu Meng and the others prepared to pursue him, Wu Tian hurriedly interjected to halt the situation, saying, "Enough, enough. Did we not agree that we would refrain from fighting during this outing?" Zhu Meng nodded obediently, immediately halting his steps, retracting his aura, and then smilingly replied, "All right. I shall heed your words. For now, I shall spare him. What is this Eastern prince that he dares to contend with me, Wu Tian?" However, Wu Tian suddenly felt a prickle of unease, his hair standing on end, as he sensed 4 sharp swords poised at his back. At that moment, he grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that the Western mother, weary of the Eastern prince's persistence, had decided to seek the wrath of the most irritable of the ancestral witches, hoping to compel the Eastern prince to retreat. While the Western mother achieved her objective, Wu Tian found himself in a precarious predicament. He promptly blinked, signaling with his eyes, "Please, do not approach." The Western mother paused for a moment, and the next instant, a look of deep sorrow appeared in her eyes. Wu Tian was momentarily speechless. "Alas, the West Queen Mother has deceived me. We have never exchanged a single word. And one could say we are complete strangers. Why must she regard me with such a gaze? Is she not attempting to harm me?" Chapter 61. Do you wish to eliminate the East King? The aura behind him grew increasingly sharp. Wu Tian felt that if it weren't for his tough skin and resilient nature, he might have been pricked by the piercing gazes behind him like a hedgehog. However, the ancestral witches, including Jiomong, wore expressions of delight. "He who says our witch clan is bothersome. Although we may be rough around the edges, it is not surprising to have a strikingly handsome individual who can capture the attention of a primordial goddess." At that moment, Hutu, beaming with joy, turned to Wu Tian and said, "Wu Tian, you were already eyeing her back at the Zixiao Palace. Now that she has arrived, why not hasten to greet her?" Wu Tian felt a shiver run through him. Hiss, this must be sarcasm, right? Unable to contain himself, he shook his head slightly. "Ah, Sister Hutu. What happened to the principle of virtue encompassing all?" He had little recollection of the events in the Zixiao Palace, yet she still remembered. At that time, the Queen Mother of the West had received a grant from Hongjun. Wasn't it reasonable to pay a little attention and observe? Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi, along with Hongyun and Emperor Jun, after exchanging pleasantries, flew excitedly towards Wu Tian's location. However, after flying a short distance, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly halted and yanked Hongyun back, leaving Hongyun utterly astonished, and he curiously inquired, "Brother Zhen Yuan, what is the matter? Weren't we supposed to greet Brother Wu Tian?" Zhen Yuanzi's lips twitched. "Of course we were. But have you considered the current situation? What is the point of going now? Let us wait until things settle down over there." Hong Yun's eyes flickered as he quickly grasped Zhen Yuanzi's meaning. The two stood amidst the vast expanse of the primordial starry sky, grinning as they gazed in Wu Tian's direction, resembling a pair of onlookers. Even Emperor Jun and the others, who initially intended to approach and greet him, halted their steps upon witnessing the scene, curiously peering toward Wu Tian's locations. Their minds buzzing with questions. Does the Queen Mother of the West have ties with the Witch clan? I've never heard of that. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West had arrived, graceful and enchanting. Her innate Yin energy had indeed manifested remarkably, exuding unparalleled beauty. She clasped her hands before Wu Tian and the others, greeting them. The Golden Mother greets all esteemed friends. Wu Tian quietly lamented. No wonder countless emperors in later generations dream of journeying with the Queen Mother of the West. She is indeed extraordinarily enchanting. However, his expression suddenly hardened. And furrowing his brow, he addressed the Queen Mother with a hint of reproach. Dear Taoist Jinmu, this seems rather unprincipled, does it not? Are you so bold as to use me as a shield? The Eastern King must already harbor resentment towards me, adding further entanglements for my clan. How do you intend to justify this? The once regal and dignified Queen Mother of the West experienced an immediate shift in demeanor, a trace of panic creeping into her countenance. Her voice softened as she bowed deeply to Wu Tian several times. "Forgive me, dear friend. I was left with no alternative. Upon witnessing your selfless assistance to Hong Yun in the Zixiao Palace, I dared to invoke the might of the Wu clan in a moment of desperation. While the might may be uncertain, the malevolent aura is undeniably present. It is likely that few respectable individuals would wish to confront the Wu clan, which explains why the Eastern King chose to depart so swiftly." The Queen Mother spoke no falsehood. Wu Tian let out a light scoff, his expression remaining rather grim. Pretending to be weak and apologetic, did they think they could simply slip by? Did they truly believe that the Witch clan was composed of mindless oafs easily deceived? He stated directly, "Why should I assist you?" This left the Queen Mother of the West momentarily bewildered. Huh? When I helped Hong Yun, I never questioned the reason. She assumed that the ancestors of the Witch clan were carefree and likely indifferent to such matters, believing that a few vague words would suffice. However, Wu Tian had no intention of following the expected script. The Queen Mother of the West contemplated her response. Just then, Wu Tian's expression suddenly transformed. A radiant and cheerful smile illuminating his face as he proclaimed, "Helping you is not out of the question, for the sake of Dong Wang Gong. The Witch clan bears no fear. However, considering the weight of this karma I would incur, my dear friend, a form of compensation is in order, is it not? How about the Western Plain Cloud Banner?" The Queen Mother of the West was once again taken aback, only to be so enraged that she burst into laughter. "Is this truly something a member of the Witch clan would say? I merely sought to leverage your clan's might to escape from Dong Wang Gong. And you audaciously demand my Western Plain Cloud Banner?" In an instant, the Queen Mother of the West abandoned her humble demeanor, directing a cold scoff at Wu Tian. Behind Wu Tian, Xian Ming and Ho Tu exchanged glances, both taken aback. It seemed that the true object of his desire was not the Western Queen Mother herself, but rather her innate spiritual treasure. A hint of embarrassment flickered across their faces. Realizing they had misjudged the situation, the few ancestral witches, including Zhu Ming, wore expressions of exasperation. Their gazes directed at Wu Tian filled with a mix of disappointment and frustration, as if they longed to admonish him. "Brother, this is not the way. We expelled the Eastern King not for you to covet the treasures of the Western Queen Mother. Can't you see that if the person is in your grasp, the treasure should follow?" At that moment, the Western Queen Mother spoke coolly. "This treasure was bestowed by the Tao ancestor. I cannot simply give it away. I hope you understand." Internally, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The issue had not been resolved entirely. Merely driving away the Eastern King did not suffice. And she could not simply relinquish the Western Plain Cloud Banner, a supreme innate spiritual treasure capable of suppressing fate itself. Faced with the Western Queen Mother's unyielding demeanor, Wu Tian remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. He recognized that her reasoning was insufficient to compel her to part with the treasure. Turning away, he murmured to Xian Ming and Ho Tuesday. In an instant, the two ancestral witches sprang into action. The forces of the laws surged forth, carving a small realm within the void, effectively shielding the heavenly secrets. Wu Tian then continued with a smile. "I understand that this mere cause and effect is far from enough to persuade you to relinquish the Western Plain Cloud Banner. However, what if I could help you resolve your troubles entirely?" The Western Queen Mother furrowed her brow, her eyes widening in surprise as a premonition began to take root in her heart. "Indeed." Wu Tian smiled and suggested, "How about this? You give me the Western Plain Cloud Banner, and I will take care of the Eastern King, thus resolving everything once and for all. After that, you shall have no more worries. What do you say?" The Queen Mother of the West was taken aback, her face reflecting disbelief as she gazed at Wu Tian. Before she could not help but exclaim, "He is the foremost male immortal of the realm, personally appointed by the Tao ancestor." Wu Tian, however, wore an expression of indifference. "So what?" At that moment, the Western Queen Mother fell into silence. Indeed, the Witch clan existed in a realm of lawlessness, venerating only their ancestral deity, Pangu, while disregarding the venerable Hongjun Daozu entirely. After a moment of contemplation, the Western Queen Mother ultimately sighed and shook her head with a bitter smile, saying, "No. Although I harbor disdain for the Eastern King, I do not possess the intent to slay him. Moreover, if I were to bestow upon you the Western Plain Cloud Banner, and the Eastern King were to perish in an instant, how could I possibly absolve myself of the consequences?" Chapter 62. Is it possible to proceed thus? Upon hearing these words, Wu Tian let out a soft sigh, pondering, "Do you truly have no desire to eliminate the Eastern King? If you harbor no intention to dispatch the Eastern King, how am I to procure the Western Plain Cloud Banner from your grasp?" Previously, Wu Tian had firmly resolved to acquire the Primordial 5 banners, subsequently bestowing them upon the ancestors of the Witch, thereby establishing a grand Primordial 5 elements formation, nested within the 12 capital celestial array, creating a formation within a formation. To this end, he even left the primordial gourd vine in the valley. Anticipating the eventual intervention of the 3 clear ones, he intended to use this as a pretext to seize the banners from their hands. However, within this intricate scheme, the Western Plain Cloud Banner held by the Queen Mother of the West was conspicuously absent. Yet, he found himself reluctant to resort to forceful means of acquisition. Wu Tian sighed inwardly, pondering the predicament he faced. "Alas, what can I do? I cannot bring myself to confront the Queen Mother of the West directly. Thus, I must resort to using the head of the Eastern King as a means to my end. With that, he began to weave his web of persuasion before the Queen Mother of the West, with a smile adorning Wu Tian's face. He maintained an expression of utmost seriousness as he earnestly remarked, "My friend, your words are misguided. Both you and the Eastern Prince are manifestations of the primordial forces of Yin and Yang. Otherwise, within the Purple Cloud Palace, you would not have been influenced by the Eastern Prince, nor bestowed by Hong Jun the esteemed position of the foremost among the celestial beings of both genders. The entanglement of fate between you is profoundly intricate. If the Eastern Prince does not perish, how can you attain true freedom?" Wu Tian paused momentarily, setting aside other matters. If the Eastern King intends to establish the Celestial Court, can you thwart his ambitions? If you cannot, can you ensure your own safety? At that juncture, even if my witch clan chooses not to trouble you, I fear the demon clan would not spare you either. The Western Queen furrowed her brow, her eyes narrowing sharply. She then suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Wu Tian's, exclaiming in astonishment, "Celestial Court? How do you know that the Eastern King plans to establish the Celestial Court?" Wu Tian merely chuckled softly. He was, of course, aware of the prevailing circumstances and anticipated that the next event would be the ascension of the Eastern King to the Celestial Court. However, the Western Queen Mother, upon witnessing his laughter and silence, felt a stir of thoughts and assumed that the Eastern King, with his loose tongue, had yet to secure his position, carelessly broadcasting matters of the Celestial Court to the extent that even Wu Tian was privy to such information. This realization left her increasingly speechless. A matter that lacks secrecy cannot succeed. The Eastern King was utterly unreliable and had proven to be a great disappointment. Moreover, she had yet to give her consent to declare such matters openly in the wilderness. Did he intend to coerce her into participating? Reflecting upon her experiences in the Zixio Palace, where she had been compelled to alter her cultivation path, she feared being dragged into a catastrophic fate in the future. The Western Queen Mother felt a surge of anger, to the point of genuinely entertaining thoughts of eliminating the Eastern King. Observing the shifting expressions of the Western Queen Mother, Wu Tian chuckled lightly, then earnestly proposed, "How about this? I shall offer you a suggestion. If the Eastern Duke approaches you again regarding matters of the Celestial Court, simply acquiesce. You shall receive the merits and fortune as expected. But once the Celestial Court is established, you need not concern yourself further. Just focus on your cultivation in the Western Kunlun, and I assure you of your safety. When the Eastern Duke meets his demise, you may then bestow upon me the flag of the Western Plain Cloud Realm. This way, no one shall associate the Eastern Duke's death with you, correct?" Upon hearing these words, the Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brow, deeply pondering the implications. However, before she could respond, Wu Tian continued unabated, extending his hand towards her and adding, "By the way, after discussing so much, one must first receive some benefit, no? Might I request a branch from the Primordial and Water Peach Tree? I am quite intrigued by it." The Queen Mother of the West, taken aback, inquired, "What do you require its branch for?" Wu Tian smiled and said, "I wish to experiment with cultivation. I do not seek the innate peaches of immortality, but rather hope to propagate the later-born peaches for the benefit of my clansmen." The Queen Mother of the West pondered for a moment. Her delicate hand reached into her sleeve, which seemed to contain an expansive space. Moments later, she indeed produced a branch adorned with rosy buds, exuding a rich essence of primordial water. To Wu Tian's astonishment, the Queen Mother then retrieved 10 innate peaches, marked with purple veins, and extended them towards him. Noticing the look of surprise on Wu Tian's face, she smiled and remarked, "Are you not curious about the innate peaches? Fortunately, I have a few fruits at hand. Allow me to share them with you as a token of my gratitude for your previous assistance." Wu Tian was quite unceremonious, promptly accepting the celestial peaches of innate origin. He then turned to the Queen Mother of the West with a smile, declaring, "Very well. The deposit has been received. Rest assured, the East King is doomed." After saying this, he gestured for the two guardians of the earth to lift the barrier. He once again cupped his hands towards the Queen Mother, laughing heartily as he said, "Dear friend, await the good news." With that, he stepped into the void, making his way towards the direction of Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. These two fellows appeared to be mere spectators, and Wu Tian had long noticed their presence. As Wu Tian ventured further, the Queen Mother suddenly shook her head, her eyes widening in realization. "Wait, I never intended to kill the East King. Why does it sound as though his survival hinges on my peace of mind?" as suggested by Wu Tian. Reflecting on Wu Tian's mention of a deposit, the Queen Mother murmured to herself, "Surely, the Witch Clan wouldn't truly take action?" Yet, she found herself in a state of inner conflict. On one hand, she felt this was quite improper, but on the other, a sense of satisfaction began to brew within her, leaving her countenance in a perplexed state. She contemplated calling out to Wu Tian but ultimately refrained, standing in place and gazing at the retreating figures with a complex expression. Her mind was increasingly puzzled. What kind of being had emerged from the Witch Clan? How was she so easily deceived? Was this truly the Witch Clan? Moreover, as she observed Wu Tian speaking, the other ancestral witches remained silent, appearing to defer to him. What was his standing within the Witch Clan? The Queen Mother mused. Although he was said to be an ancestral witch, he had not been present during the establishment of the 12 ancestral witches. Nor was there a clan among the 12 tribes that bore his name. After contemplating for a considerable time, the Queen Mother eventually turned away. Meanwhile, Xian Ming discreetly conveyed a message, realizing that Wu Tian's interest lay not in a person, but rather in the Western Plain cloud banner held by the Queen Mother. He felt somewhat embarrassed, sensing he had misunderstood Wu Tian. His tone grew warmer as he communicated with Wu Tian, quietly inquiring, "When shall we take action? Shall we wait until the East King establishes his celestial court?" His words suggested that, upon Wu Tian's command, they would swiftly strike at the East Sea's Palai Island, allowing the East King to experience the might of the Witch clan's iron fist. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian abruptly turned around. Initially stunned, he then chuckled softly and winked. Take action? What action? In the grand scheme of things, the Eastern King was destined to perish at the hands of the Demon Clan. Leaving Wu Tian to patiently await the unfolding events before venturing to the Western Kunlun to seize treasures. He was also concerned about the Ancestral Witches intervening, fearing they might inadvertently disrupt the Eastern King's fate. With a swift change of thought, he discreetly transmitted a serious admonition. Do not meddle. The Eastern King will be dealt with by others. His demise is certain. There is no need for our Witch clan to exert any effort. We shall simply wait to collect the treasures. The Ancestral Witches were momentarily taken aback. They did not doubt Wu Tian's words, as he had never misjudged the future situation before. However, upon deeper reflection, they sensed something amiss. The lips of Huda parted slightly in disbelief as she gazed at Wu Tian, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of intrigue. As if to say, is it truly possible to do so? Is this not akin to catching a wolf empty-handed? Furthermore, Wu Tian had even requested a deposit from the Western Queen Mother, who generously bestowed upon him 10 additional innate peaches. Chapter 63. This is indeed remarkably sincere. Observing the dazed expressions of the Ancestral Witches, Wu Tian sighed inwardly. Musing to himself, could it be that the Ancestral Witches are too naive to realize that deceiving the Queen Mother of the West is inappropriate? After all, she was the one who instigated him, attempting to use him as a shield to provoke the East King and thereby sow the seeds of enmity. Furthermore, her recent antics nearly led to his demise at the hands of Xianming and Hutu. Given such circumstances, would it not be entirely reasonable to ensnare her in a similar predicament? However, to Wu Tian's surprise, the Ancestral Witches had not considered this angle at all. After expressing their astonishment, Zhu Meng, with a beaming face, reverently declared, Wu Tian, you are truly remarkable. Your intellect is indeed exceptional. The other Ancestral Witches nodded in agreement. Wu Tian was no longer inclined to offer explanations. A wave of emotion and joy surged within him, for the ancestral shamans would always stand by his side, never placing blame for the intangible. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun approached Wu Tian with cheerful expressions, their curiosity palpable in their eyes. Hong Yun, brimming with intrigue, inquired, Dear brother Wu Tian, what just transpired? What happened? Before Wu Tian could respond, his mind had already conjured a narrative. The Queen Mother of the West, the Eastern Prince, and Wu Tian, he vividly recalled the Eastern Prince's earlier departure, his face twisted in resentment, which had not escaped their notice, naturally leading to numerous speculations. TSK. As these thoughts unfolded, the peculiar smile on his face grew ever more pronounced. Wu Tian could hardly fathom his thoughts. He shot him a bemused glance, then chuckled softly as he remarked, You are overthinking it. There is nothing more to it than my inquiry to the Western Queen Mother about acquiring a branch from the Primordial Era water peach tree. I intend to bring it back to the Witch clan for my sons to plant and see if it bears fruit. He refrained from disclosing to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun the matter of deceiving the Western Queen Mother, as it was prudent to keep such affairs under wraps. Moreover, given the nature of these two individuals, it was best that they remained oblivious to this undertaking. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were instantly astonished. Did she truly grant it to you? Their eyes shimmered with disbelief. Wu Tian, however, appeared somewhat unconvinced. Was it merely a branch? Was such astonishment truly warranted? With that, he directly extracted it. The pure essence of innate rainwater emanated from it. At this moment, the innate peach tree was not yet the one that would later suppress the celestial court's fortune, splitting into 9,000 peach trees. It could be considered the mother tree of innate rainwater peaches. The aura was undeniably rich and vibrant, further astonishing the two onlookers. Hong Yun's gaze flickered between Wu Tian and the branch of the innate peach tree, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, seemingly conveying, Is there truly nothing significant about this? Now, he was not convinced in the slightest. Observing Wu Tian's continued confusion, Hong Yun sighed softly and began to elucidate. My dear brother Wu Tian, do you truly believe this is merely a twig from the innate peach tree, without any merit? Yet this branch carries the spiritual essence of the peach tree, infused with the laws of innate rainwater. Seeing Wu Tian still dismissive, Hong Yun pondered for a moment, then offered an illustration. Let me put it this way. As far as I know, the blood of the ancestral shaman contains the power of the ancestral laws. Would the shaman tribe allow the blood of their ancestors to fall into the hands of outsiders? Not a chance. Jumong interjected without hesitation. Indeed, it would be unthinkable. Hong Yun shrugged, then gestured towards Wu Tian with her eyes, implying, Doesn't that clarify the matter? It shows the extraordinary nature of your relationship. She winked playfully. However, upon hearing this, Wu Tian could not help but furrow his brow, his mind beginning to delve into contemplation. If that were the case, the Western Queen Mother's earlier demeanor, as if she had been deceived by him, might not have been a genuine entrapment after all. It could very well have been a matter of going with the flow. Damn. Wu Tian silently gasped. He had almost been deceived by the Queen Mother of the West, truly believing he possessed the power to sway hearts, only to realize it was merely her artful flattery. It seemed that even the earlier display of conflict and grievance was a deliberate act on her part. What is the greatest enmity for a cultivator? Is it not the grudge against those who obstruct the path? From that moment in the Zishao Palace, the Queen Mother of the West had no choice but to embrace the immortal path, forever shackled by its constraints, though she might have been well suited for it. The Eastern King had usurped her opportunity to choose. Such is the nature of causality. Could she not harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Eastern King? Wu Tian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she tends to be. Aside from Xianming and sisterhood too, the thoughts of the other innate goddesses are far too intricate. Although the ancestral witches may be violent, at least they harbor no hidden agendas. One need not worry about being deceived. Sigh. Wu Tian let out a soft sigh. Never mind what the Queen Mother of the West thinks. Regardless of whether it is an act or not, I shall not suffer any loss. No matter how profound your thoughts may be. Can they rival my understanding of the greater trends, allowing me to effortlessly seize the advantage? Wu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. He then turned to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, remarking, I had not anticipated this. Alas, if that is the case, it becomes somewhat troublesome. I was contemplating approaching Emperor Jun to request a spiritual branch from the Fusang tree. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Yun firmly shook his head and decisively responded. That would indeed be quite difficult. Emperor Jun is not the Queen Mother of the West. How could he grant you insight into the laws of the Fusang tree? It could very well lead to the revelation of his own celestial secrets. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi, intrigued, inquired, but the Fusang tree does not bear fruit. What purpose do you have for it? Wu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wasn't this a curiosity about the innate spiritual roots? Naturally, one would wish to experience it firsthand and gather knowledge, much like the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner. With this northern banner in hand, he felt an irresistible urge to naturally seek out the remaining 4 banners. And now, the innate gourd vine was within his grasp. Wu Tian's aspiration to gather the 10 primordial spiritual roots seems entirely reasonable, does it not? As for the possibility of success, who cares? Let's give it a try first. Both Xin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a motive, and could not help but shake their heads. Quality trumps quantity when it comes to treasures. Brother Wu Tian, since you already possess the gourd vine, the significance of other items diminishes considerably for you. After uttering these words, noticing Wu Tian's unwavering determination, Xin Yuanzi sighed softly, hesitating for a brief moment before reaching into his sleeve. Moments later, he produced a verdant spiritual branch, rich with the essence of primordial earth. Sourced directly from the ginseng fruit tree, he extended it towards Wu Tian with a warm smile, saying, let go of the Fusang tree. After all, you share a connection with Dijuan. Xin Yuanzi's words paused for a moment, although he did not explicitly state it. Everyone present could discern the underlying implications regarding the establishment of the demon clan and the subtle tensions between the 2 races. In such circumstances, could Dijuan truly entrust you? Xin Yuanzi brushed past this point and continued, if you desire primordial spiritual roots, you might as well take this instead. He held no reservations. Having previously assisted Wu Tian in acquiring the chaotic gourd, from which he had extracted a considerable portion of the ginseng fruit tree's essence. Thus, a mere branch posed no concern. Wu Tian, however, was profoundly moved. This elder brother Xin Yuanzi was genuinely generous, truly deserving of the title the kind-hearted elder of Hongwang. This gesture also reflected a deep trust in Wu Tian, albeit it felt exceedingly sincere. Xin Yuanzi even jested, but remember, this branch won't bear ginseng fruits, so don't come looking for me later. Wu Tian's expression faltered slightly, yet he refrained from elaborating further. He simply nodded toward Jin Yuanzi, retracted the branches of the ginseng fruit tree, and softly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Meanwhile, his mind was already occupied with thoughts of how to repay this kindness. When it came to the Western Queen Mother, Wu Tian felt no qualms about taking advantage. However, he felt a sense of reluctance to let Jin Yuanzi suffer any loss. Alas, why must you all be so sincere? It makes me feel quite embarrassed to take action. Although he had acquired the spiritual branches of the ginseng fruit tree, Wu Tian's desire for the branches of the Fusang tree remained undiminished. After all, he was not merely asking Di Jun for favors. Moreover, how could he know without at least trying? Thus, after securing the branches of the innate spiritual roots, Wu Tian smiled and remarked, I still wish to give it a try. What if Di Jun concedes? Jin Yuanzi was not surprised by this attitude. Wasn't this typical of the witch clan? Stubborn and headstrong as ever. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, knowing that he had done all he could. He hoped that his younger brother Wu Tian would not be too disappointed in the end. After all, he had already obtained 2 varieties. Chapter 64. Offering suggestions to Di Jun, Wu Tian smiled and said, My dear brothers, please wait here for a moment while I go to meet Di Jun. I shall return shortly. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They were also curious to see whether Wu Tian could indeed procure a branch from the Fusang tree. If any issues arose, they would be able to intervene. However, Tian did not immediately set off. Instead, he turned to communicate with Tu, and they engaged in a quiet discussion. Tian imparted numerous instructions, and initially, Tu's gaze flickered, her expression growing increasingly peculiar as she fixed her eyes on Tian, seemingly questioning his capability. Ultimately, Tu nodded in affirmation. When it came to interacting with Tian had no intention of stepping into the spotlight himself. He preferred to let Tu take the lead. Thus, he slowed his pace, allowing Xianming and Tu to walk ahead. The four robust, rugged ancestral witches flanked him like iron towers. He restrained his aura, resembling a humble follower amidst the imposing figures. They then made their way towards Tian. Meanwhile, Tian and his companions had gathered early. Having seen off the various deities, they gazed into the distance towards Tian and his group, their minds swirling with questions. What is the matter with the Wu clan? Why have they not departed? When the Western Mother arrived, the four suddenly realized they had assumed the Wu clan was waiting for her. They were surprised to find that even after her departure, the ancestral witches remained. Now, they were approaching them. Tai swiftly turned to his brother Tian, whispering, "Brother, why are the Wu clan coming towards us?" They had initially thought they would not attend the ceremony, and now they were astonished to see their presence. Believing they were merely following protocol, yet they had chosen to linger. Tian, too, was perplexed but maintained a composed demeanor. "Let us observe their intentions," he replied. A faint smile gracing his face as he took the lead towards the approaching ancestral witches, with Tai, Fu Shi, and Nu Hua following closely behind. From a distance, Tian greeted them with a hearty laugh, saying, "Greetings, esteemed friends. I apologize for my inability to personally welcome you earlier due to pressing matters. I am sincerely grateful for your presence at this gathering." He offered a slight bow of respect. Tu chuckled softly, responding warmly, "Your Majesty. There is no need for such formality. We simply arrived a bit late, and besides, was it not the Shiwang who came to greet us?" She nodded gently at Fu Shi, then acknowledged Tai, and Nu Hua, ensuring they were included. Feeling relieved, Tian and his companions noted that Tu's demeanor clearly indicated they were not there to cause trouble. They became even more enthusiastic, extending invitations for the group to rest within the Golden Palace. However, Tu graciously declined, saying, "To be candid, Your Majesty, our purpose in staying was merely to greet you, and we must now return to the Wu clan." She then turned her gaze towards Tian. Seemingly curious as she inquired, "I sense a subtle power of the stars within you, Your Majesty. Are you perhaps planning to refine the celestial constellations into a formation? If so, it would be a fortuitous endeavor. The demon clan could thrive in such a realm, and you would harness the strength of the celestial bodies." Tian's eyes flickered momentarily, yet his countenance remained unperturbed as he replied with a light-hearted smile, "How does the Ancestral Witch know of my intentions? That is indeed my plan. I aim to forge a grand formation using the celestial constellations. The Wu clan possesses the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, and Jin Yuanzi has the Earthbook formation. I had contemplated this even before establishing the demon clan." Tu sighed inwardly, contemplating his words. Tian expressed his discontent. Initially, he had advised Tu to guide Tian in refining the grand formation of the Zhou Tian starry array, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude from Tian. After all, even if he did not intervene, Tian would eventually undertake this endeavor. To his surprise, Tian had already commenced the task. Was this not a missed opportunity for benefit? A flicker of thought crossed Tu's mind as she recalled Tian's earlier admonition. With a light laugh, she remarked, "I was unaware at first. I merely observed that the Demon Emperor had a sudden inspiration. Little did I know he had already devised a plan." After a brief pause, she continued with a smile, "In light of this, may I offer a modest suggestion? Would the Demon Emperor be inclined to hear it?" Curiosity flickered across Tian's visage. "Oh," he replied. Tu, the Ancestral Witch, assured him there was no harm in speaking. Given the straightforward nature of the Witch clan, Tian found her demeanor unsurprising. Yet he pondered why she would propose advice to him. They were not openly adversarial, yet their rapport could hardly be described as amicable. Tu took a moment to gather her thoughts before softly articulating, "My clan bears the responsibility of dispelling the malevolent energies permeating the world, a task of immense merit. In comparison, if the Demon Emperor could utilize the Zhou Tian starry array to refine the chaotic energies, thereby enhancing the richness of spiritual essence in the cosmos and replenishing what is consumed, it would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the primordial realm." With the teachings emanating from the Zixiao Palace, the avenues for cultivation in the world had become increasingly abundant, attracting a greater number of beings to the path of asceticism. However, apart from the Witch clan, all others practiced using innate spiritual energy, which naturally incurred considerable consumption. While the effects were not immediately evident, the gradual accumulation of depletion would inevitably intensify over time, gestating the impending calamity. Tian had long pondered whether the periodic calamities in the primordial world were a consequence of practitioners depleting the essence of heaven and earth, necessitating a great tribulation to cleanse them. Death and dissolution would return them to the cosmos, restoring balance to the universe and mitigating the impending calamities. Thus, he ventured to suggest to Emperor Jun, through the voice of Tu, that if Emperor Jun could harness the power of the celestial array to refine the chaotic energies, it might replenish the spiritual essence of the primordial realm, potentially alleviating the impending calamities of the Wu and Yao clans. At the very least, it would delay them. Naturally, should Emperor Jun heed this counsel, he would reap considerable benefits, accumulating vast merits and fortunes. However, as the originator of this insight, Huda would surely deserve her share as well, greatly enhancing her prospects for reincarnation and preserving her essence. Wu Tian felt justified in bringing this to Emperor Jun's attention. As he bore no burden, the true labor would fall upon Emperor Jun himself. If successful, it would be splendid, but even if it failed, Emperor Jun would owe him a favor. With this favor established, how could Emperor Jun refuse Huda's subsequent proposal regarding the Fusang tree? The four Yu sovereigns exchanged astonished glances. What was happening? Was Huda truly offering counsel to the Yao Emperor? Huda then calmly remarked that as a descendant of the Father God, it was beneficial for someone to manage this realm and foster the flourishing of the primordial world. A sentiment that they all welcomed. Although the ancestors may not have shared this view, Hutu, under Wu Tian's influence, found her words increasingly reasonable and spoke with a newfound sincerity. The Yu sovereigns suddenly understood. This made sense. Emperor Jun, on the other hand, found himself inwardly amused. Did they truly consider the primordial realm as their own? Thus, they sought to advise him. They viewed this realm as a legacy bestowed upon them by Pangu. Adopting an attitude of complete ownership, which, he mused, explained their reasoning. Though he acknowledged their lineage from Pangu, he also noted that all innate beings shared a connection to Pangu in some form. Even he, Emperor Jun, was born from Pangu's gaze. Not to mention the three pure ones. Despite these thoughts, Emperor Jun maintained his composure and began contemplating the feasibility of Huda's suggestion. As his mind raced, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes. This idea might be quite plausible. The more he pondered, the brighter the spark in his eyes became. Even the usually composed Emperor Jun could not suppress his excitement. According to Emperor Jun's initial thoughts, he sought to connect the celestial array, inspired by the Wu clan and Shen Yuanzi, believing that if he could bind crucial elements of the primordial world, be it the earth's veins or the pillars of heaven, then surely he could as well. If he could channel the energies of the celestial array through himself, he could shatter the primordial stars at will, wielding immense deterrent power. He had not originally considered using this array to benefit the primordial realm or seek merits and fortunes, but Huda's words had opened his mind. Moreover, he could wield the power of the celestial stars to nurture countless beings on the primordial land, awakening their consciousness and even imprinting the Yao clan's mark upon them. Yet, a thought struck him. Had the Wu clan also considered this? Would the flourishing of life on the primordial land mean that the Wu clan would no longer suffer from scarcity? It was no wonder that he was lost in thought. Huda's suggestion was indeed practical, and despite his attempts to rationalize it, Emperor Jun remained uneasy. Regardless, he recognized that he owed a significant debt of gratitude. Concurrently, Tai, Fushi, and Yuhua, after their initial surprise, began to contemplate the viability of Huda's proposal, their expressions growing increasingly intricate. With their strength, they understood the value of this advice, yet like Emperor Jun, they were increasingly astonished that the ancestors would suddenly alter their demeanor to offer counsel. While the ancestors, like Zhu Meng, initially felt indifferent, they soon grasped the significance of Emperor Jun's delight. They internally mused. Was he the intent to gain a branch of the Fusang tree from Emperor Jun's hands without effort? Why then did Huda genuinely offer advice to the Yao clan? If such fortune were to arise, should the Wu clan not seize it themselves? They glanced at Wu Tian, perplexed yet understanding, refraining from voicing their confusion, for had it been Zhu Rong, a quarrel might have ensued. Wu Tian subtly gestured. And upon turning back to speak to you, Ji Meng and the others felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Wu Tian sensed something as his gaze shifted, only to find Yua's bright eyes fixed intently upon him, filled with curiosity and inquiry. Why is she looking at me like that? Has she discovered something amiss? Wu Tian immediately revealed a warm smile, displaying his pearly white teeth as he laughed at Yua, gently nodding in acknowledgement. Yua seemed to sense the awkwardness of the situation, responding with a somewhat bashful nod before averting her gaze. Regarding Yua, Wu Tian's feelings are rather intricate. In the future, Yua will be revered as the Holy Mother of Humanity, tasked with the creation of humankind. Yet, she seemingly neglects her creations, allowing them to endure various tribulations. As the Empress of the Demon Clan and the Holy Mother of Humanity, the fortune she possesses is undeniably immense, and her merits are boundless. She ascended to sainthood through her virtues and is safeguarded by her elder brother. Such a splendid hand of cards, yet she has squandered it miserably. In the end, humanity holds her in disdain, the Demon Clan harbors resentment, and Fushi perished amidst the great calamity of witches and demons, leaving her to linger in the palace of Nuwa, devoid of any control over the grand design of the heavens. Alas, one cannot fathom her thoughts. Wu Tian sighed inwardly. However, this time was different. The nine heavens earth was in his possession, and the primordial gourd vine was also under his control. Even the creation of beings could not be achieved without him. When the time came to create humanity, he would ensure that he received his due share of the merits. The human race, which he could not manage nor wish to, he would take it upon himself to oversee, determined not to let them suffer as they once had. At that moment, Emperor Jun solemnly clasped his hands. Thank you, Ancestor Hutu, for your guidance. The kindness shown by Emperor Jun was etched into his memory, and he vowed to repay it in due time. Hutu smiled gently and replied, "The Demon Emperor is too courteous. Speaking of which, I have a request to make of the Demon Emperor. I seek a branch of the sacred Fusang tree. May I ask if this is possible?" Emperor Jun and Tai were momentarily taken aback. A branch of the Fusang tree? This tree was one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, imbued with an extremely potent solar true fire, and it was also the birthplace of the two brothers. To grant a branch to an outsider felt instinctively wrong to them. However, Emperor Jun chuckled inwardly. He had just promised to repay the favor, and now, rejecting a simple request would be akin to slapping his own face. Noticing his brother's hesitation, Tai was about to speak, but was interrupted by Emperor Jun, who once again donned a bright smile and waved his hand. In comparison to the Ancestral Witch's guidance, what is a mere branch of the Fusang tree? Tai, hasten back and retrieve it. Tai wished to say more, but upon meeting Emperor Jun's gaze, he swallowed his words and bowed to Hutu and the others. Please wait a moment. With that, he transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly shooting towards the sun star. Shortly thereafter, Tai returned, holding a radiant branch of the Fusang tree, its surface ablaze with the intangible flames of the sun, exuding an intense heat. After landing, Emperor Jun reached out to take it, then handed it to Hutu with a cheerful smile, saying, "Ancestor Hutu, please accept this." Hutu nodded, casting a mysterious light to envelop the Fusang branch, drawing it into her being, rendering it invisible. With her purpose accomplished, Hutu bid farewell, adding with a smile, "The demon race has recently risen. Many perceive a conflict between the witches and demons, but I believe the vastness of the wilderness can accommodate both. With the Demon Emperor now allied with the Heavenly Court, there is ample space for both races to coexist peacefully." Emperor Jun responded cheerfully, "Indeed, Ancestor Huda speaks wisely. I share the same hope." As Tai, who had personally subdued many demons and brought them under his rule, recalled the many entanglements between the witch and demon races, he could not help but murmur to himself, coexistence and peace. First, let your witch clan cease treating demons as sustenance. As Hutu and the other ancestors departed gracefully, upon returning to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, they did not need to show the two what they had acquired. The scorching aura of the solar true fire from the Fusang tree was already evident. They gasped in astonishment. "How is this possible? You truly obtained it." Hong Yun eagerly grasped Wu Tian's arm, asking urgently, "Wu Tian, do tell us how you managed to achieve this. How did you persuade Emperor Jun to willingly part with the Fusang spiritual branch?" Wu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jun may not have been entirely willing. Yet with words already spoken, he had to grit his teeth and uphold the facade, presenting the branches of the Fusang tree. Observing the eager expressions of the two, thirsting for knowledge, Wu Tian smiled and remarked, "What difficulty is there in this? Allow me to impart a piece of advice before making a request of others. It is wise to assist them with a small favor or render them a service, thus creating a sense of indebtedness. When you subsequently make your request, they will find it difficult to refuse." Observing the contemplative expressions of the two, Wu Tian felt a stir of inspiration and hastened to add, "Of course, this only works if the other party values their reputation. If they are indifferent to their image, then this strategy will prove futile, just like that individual from the West." Esteemed readers, I humbly beseech you for 5-star reviews and small tokens of appreciation. The author expresses heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 66, Nuwa's Concerns. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances. Surely, there cannot be such a shameless person? As they conversed, they descended upon the vast expanse of the primordial land. Huda retrieved a branch of the Fusang tree from her bosom and handed it to Wu Tian. At that moment, Jumeng could no longer suppress his curiosity and finally inquired, "Brother, why are you genuinely providing advice to the demon clan?" Given Jun's evident delight, this method must indeed hold substantial merit. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun found themselves intrigued. After hearing the explanation, Jin Yuanzi thoughtfully remarked, "If Jun were to follow this approach, he would undoubtedly accumulate immense merit and fortune. No wonder he is willing to bestow the Fusang tree branch upon you." Wu Tian could only offer explanations. Regarding the ancestral shaman, he certainly could not articulate the two thoughts he harbored in his mind. As it is said that the grand design of the heavenly way is immutable, thus, Wu Tian perpetually clung to the mindset of seeking an escape, rendering him indifferent to these matters. In fact, should Wu Tian truly lead the ancestral shaman to flee to the underworld, the weight of fortune upon Emperor Jun would only increase, complicating matters further with Hong Jun Daozu and the sages. Wu Tian could only patiently explain in a manner comprehensible to the ancestral shamans, "Dear brothers, consider this. The primordial world was created by the Father God. If Emperor Jun could indeed make the primordial realm more prosperous and complete, it would be advantageous for us. With the atmosphere rich in spiritual energy, there will be an abundance of magical beasts. The witch clan need not worry about a shortage of sustenance, and with an increase in magical creatures, we would not feel such remorse in consuming them." Wu Tian paused briefly before continuing with a smile. "There is one more point to consider. If Dijuan's Zhou Tian star dough formation focuses primarily on refining chaotic energy, wouldn't the offensive power be diminished? One must have priorities, after all. Perfection is a rarity in this world." Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches, including Zhu Meng, appeared enlightened, convinced by Wu Tian's words, and they repeatedly exclaimed, So that's how it is. As for the Wu clan handling matters themselves, given that they cultivate using malevolent energy and the 12 capital heavenly gods' malevolent formation gathers such energy, it indeed seems misaligned. However, Jin Yuanzi harbored doubts, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Meanwhile, after the ancestral witches departed, Tai could no longer contain his concern and remarked, "Brother, have you truly acquiesced? Do you genuinely believe that the Wu and Yao clans can coexist peacefully? When I attempted to unite the myriad tribes, it was far from simple due to the Wu clan's oppression. Can we simply erase these grievances? The Wu may be willing, but the Yao clans might not share the same sentiment. Thus, perceptive individuals have long foreseen that peace between the Wu and Yao is unattainable. The 4 emperors of the Yao clan surely comprehend this." Dijuan sighed softly. "Regardless, I owe a debt to the ancestral witch Hutu. I cannot renege on my promise after declaring my intention to repay her. As for your concerns, I must ponder them further. For now, we must maintain a semblance of peace with the Wu clan and avoid conflicts at all costs. Our preparations have been somewhat hasty due to the Wu clan's early establishment, and our control over the Yao clan is still limited. We have yet to reach our full potential. Moreover, the 4 of us must continue our cultivation, for we cannot allow these disputes to hinder our progress. We must enhance our strength post-haste." Dijuan then smiled again. "Let us not dwell on such matters. The Yao clan is currently favored by fortune and possesses the merits of their establishment. We must seize this opportunity to advance swiftly, especially with the 3rd preaching approaching. To attain the Tao of Hongyuan and achieve sainthood, this opportunity must not be squandered." The 4 of them exchanged glances filled with anticipation, yearning for the arrival of the 3rd preaching to gain the path to enlightenment. Subsequently, Dijuan lifted his gaze towards the newly emerged heavenly court, his expression brightening with joy as he proclaimed, "Come, let us head to the heavenly court. Tai, take the numerous Yao clans to the 33 heavens. Assign them their places and allow them to reside and cultivate there." Fushi and Yua exchanged glances, and ultimately, Fushi politely declined. "Dear friend of the Yao Emperor, my sister and I would prefer to return and focus on our cultivation for the time being, to properly assimilate the merits gained from this establishment and prepare for the upcoming preaching." Though they had jointly established the Yao clan, it was evident that Dijuan and Tai were the primary figures, with Dijuan exhibiting greater authority. Since the heavenly court had only just emerged and had not yet been fully refined, Fushi judiciously refrained from intervening at this moment, allowing Dijuan the necessary time to cultivate and dispelling any doubts he might have about a power struggle. Dijuan was momentarily taken aback but then beamed, "Very well." Fushi and Yua offered slight bows before bidding farewell to Dijuan and Tai, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, my friends." With that, they transformed into ethereal light and departed towards their own abode. On their way, Fushi, intrigued, suddenly inquired, "Sister, what was the matter earlier? I noticed you were staring intently at Wu Tian, appearing somewhat distracted." Yua furrowed her brow, her tone laced with curiosity as she replied, "I am uncertain. I simply feel that there is something about Wu Tian that stirs my spirit, as if there is a fortuitous opportunity linked to him. Yet, he is of the Wu clan. What connection could we possibly share?" Unbeknownst to Yua, her destiny to attain sainthood lay in the creation of humanity, and the primordial materials required for this endeavor were in Wu Tian's possession. Thus, her spirit resonated with him, leading to such feelings. Upon hearing this, Fushi was equally perplexed. Despite his profound wisdom, he could not comprehend the situation fully. Eventually, he speculated, "Perhaps there is some artifact of his that resonates with you? No need to rush. We can seek him out after the 3rd preaching to uncover the truth." Yua's expression turned grave. "Brother, please do not act recklessly. The ancestral witches are fiercely protective, especially towards Wu Tian." Previously, when Jieyin and Zhuanti spoke a few words, the ancestral witches were ready to confront them. Fushi chuckled, "Do not worry. You know my character well. I never intended to provoke him. I merely wished to make a friend. I believe Wu Tian is quite approachable. If he could befriend Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, he cannot be of ill temperament. Birds of a feather flock together, after all. Now, let us set aside these thoughts and focus on assimilating our gains, for the upcoming 3rd preaching is of utmost importance." Fushi's expression grew increasingly solemn. If a great opportunity were to arise, he would risk everything to ensure his sister's safety. Yet Yua's worries remained unresolved, as she felt an inexplicable significance in her earlier connection with Wu Tian. If this were indeed the case, it might not unfold as her brother envisioned. Is Wu Tian truly so easy to converse with? Chapter 67. Kuafu, bring forth your head for a meeting. Wu Tian remained oblivious to the fact that his reputation among Fushi had significantly surged, owing to the influences of Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. If he were to become aware of this, he would undoubtedly find it both amusing and perplexing. At this moment, he had returned to the primordial land alongside the ancestors of the Wu tribe, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, arriving directly at the Huda tribe. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun chose not to depart. Prior to this, Jin Yuanzi had felt somewhat depleted after nurturing the Chaos Gourd and hurried back to Wushuang Temple. Now, however, he had regained his vigor. Given that the timing was opportune, the two decided to remain with Wu Tian, awaiting the completion of matters concerning the Wu tribe with Xianming and Hutu, before embarking together towards Zixiao Palace. Upon their arrival, Zhu Mang and the others seized the excuse of tribal affairs, but in truth, They were eager to showcase their prowess to Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, hastily bidding farewell to Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and the others. Although they were merely spectators, Wu Tian's audacious maneuvers instilled in them a sense of shared glory, causing their spirits to swell with pride. Naturally, they felt compelled to flaunt their achievements. Wu Tian hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait, I have yet to distribute the heavenly peaches. Surely those who witness this should receive their share." However, Zhu Mang merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. This delicacy holds little significance for us. Moreover, if you bestow it upon us, what of the other brothers? It is best you keep it for yourself." Wu Tian was instantly taken aback. Is this still Zhu Mang? How could such thoughts arise? Seeing Wu Tian's astonished expression, Zhu Mang couldn't help but burst into laughter, followed by Ru Shou, who strode away with his head held high. In light of this, Wu Tian decided to distribute the remaining ones among them. Hong Yun seized the celestial peach that floated before him and cheerfully exclaimed, "I shall not be courteous then." With that, he took a hearty bite. Instantly, a rich aura emanated, and the abundance of its juices and the exquisite flavor left Hong Yun utterly amazed. As he savored the fruit, he mumbled, "Jin Yuan, I must confess. While the spiritual energy of this innate peach may pale in comparison to the ginseng fruit, its taste far surpasses it. By the way, did you not pluck some ginseng fruits? Why not present them at once?" Jin Yuanzi smiled wryly and shook his head. "You, my friend, have consumed countless ginseng fruits, and now you dare to critique their flavor? If you possess the ability, then regurgitate them all." As he spoke, he reached into his voluminous sleeves and produced a radiant orb, revealing 5 ginseng fruits before the gathering. He then turned to Wu Tian and said with a smile, "Brother Wu Tian, my ginseng fruits may not rival the innate peaches, but they are scarce. Let us each have one to savor, and when the next batch ripens, I shall invite you to Wu Zhuangguan for a tasting." After saying this, he shot a glare at Hong Yun. If it weren't for this gluttonous fellow, would his stock have dwindled so? Wu Tian was well aware of the distinctions between the two. The ginseng fruit tree blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and reaches maturity once every 3,000 years, yielding a maximum of 30 fruits in a single cycle. However, the innate Panta peach tree is altogether different. Presently, the nature of the innate rainwater Panta peach remains shrouded in mystery, as even the Queen Mother of the West has not unveiled it before the masses, leaving Wu Tian somewhat uncertain. Yet, within the grand scheme of things, the innate rainwater Panta peach has become a primordial spiritual root that governs the celestial realm's destiny, manifesting as an expansive orchard of Panta peaches, comprising a total of 3,600 trees. The first 1,200 trees mature every 3,000 years. The subsequent 1,200 trees mature every 6,000 years, while the final 1,200 trees take 9,000 years to mature, with the efficacy of their fruits increasing sequentially, even in its undivided state. The fruits of the innate rainwater Panta peach tree vastly outnumber those of the ginseng fruit, for the peach tree is inherently bountiful. Thus, Wu Tian chuckled and remarked, "Haha, Brother Town Yuan, you are too modest. I shall await the next cycle, and when the time comes, I must pay a visit to Wuzhuang Temple to engage in profound discussions with you." Following this exchange, the group began to savor the fruits. Wu Tian first began to savor the primordial rainwater peach, experiencing an exquisite melting sensation upon tasting. The flavor was extraordinarily delightful, instantly transforming into an exceptionally pure primordial spiritual essence that radiated throughout his entire being, as if every pore yearned to open. The essence of the primordial rainwater surged directly towards his kidneys, which are associated with water, evoking an invigorating surge of vital energy within him. Wu Tian pondered for a moment before savoring the renowned ginseng fruit. His curiosity about this illustrious delicacy intensified as he beheld the exquisitely crafted fruit. With growing astonishment in his eyes, Wu Tian mused to himself, in later generations, there exists a notion that after Zhen Yuanzi attained the status of the progenitor of Earth immortals, the fruits from the ginseng fruit tree represent the fruits of cultivation achieved by numerous Earth immortals who rely on the earthly scriptures for their practice. Yet, that certainly cannot be the case now. However, if one were to adhere to such a notion, why does it evoke a somewhat ominous impression of the broad forehead and big-eyed Zhen Yuanzi? Wu Tian gently shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued him. He then devoted himself to savoring the ginseng fruit. After the first bite, he quietly dismissed Hong Yun's assertion in his mind. How could it possibly be deemed superior? Was it truly more exquisite than the heavenly peaches? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this individual had been residing in Wuzhuang Temple for countless years, likely consuming an abundance of ginseng fruits. It dawned on him that even the most delectable delicacies can lose their charm when indulged in excessively. Nevertheless, the ethereal essence of the ginseng fruit was undeniably profound, as the innate energy of primordial earth surged directly towards Wu Tian's spleen. Swiftly, Wu Tian introspected within himself, observing the earthy yellow spiritual radiance shimmering within his spleen, growing increasingly robust. The strength of his physical form was continuously amplified by this transformation. The 9 transformations of Yuan Gong operated swiftly, incessantly converting the power of the 2 innate spiritual fruits into an extraordinary vitality of the flesh. The ginseng fruit lived up to its reputation, indeed proving to be remarkably profound. Wu Tian chuckled softly, expressing his thoughts. However, Jin Yuanzi replied with a smile. Brother Wu Tian, you flatter me. While the innate spiritual fruit is indeed remarkable, for cultivators of our level, it offers little more than a fleeting taste. For beings of their caliber, although it can replenish their magical energy and infuse them with an essence of innate Rin water and Wu earth, its impact is rather negligible. Before long, Wu Tian thoroughly refined the essence, and the power of his 9 transformations Yuan Gong stabilized. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to send a message beyond the Buddha's shrine. A short while later, several figures approached. It was the 5 great shamans, including Jiu Feng. Previously, they had exerted considerable effort to locate the innate gourd vine, and upon finding it, had devoted themselves to its protection. At that moment, Wu Tian was contemplating a reward. However, he found himself without any suitable offerings. Presently, he possessed 5 primordial peaches. Although these celestial fruits held little significance for them, they would still serve as a commendable gift. After all, when one engages in labor, it is only fair to provide some form of incentive. When the 5 great shamans arrived, Wu Tian surveyed them with a smile and declared, I have noticed your diligent efforts, yet I have little to offer in return. Therefore, I shall bestow upon each of you a primordial peach. 1 peach may not suffice to express my gratitude, but when my resources are more ample in the future, I shall reward you further. The 9 phoenixes and the others were taken aback by this gesture. Mighty Ancestor, what do you mean? They exclaimed. Serving the Ancestor is our duty, is it not? We are delighted to assist. How could we possibly accept this? Before they could finish their remarks, Wu Tian waved his hand and said, take it. When have we, the Witch clan, ever been so coy? The 5 great shamans, Jiu Feng, Xing Tian, Ho Yi Chiyu, and Qua Fu, hastily accepted the gesture of respect, expressing their gratitude once more, their youthful faces flushed with excitement. As they departed, Wu Tian added, after you finish the peaches, you might consider planting the peach pits to see if they can grow into peach trees. If they do bear fruit, even though they are cultivated peaches, the other lads will also have the chance to savor them. Wu Tian paused momentarily and gazed towards Qua Fu. It is said that upon his demise, Qua Fu transformed into a grove of peach trees, perhaps indicating a profound connection with them. Without hesitation, he offered the peach pit he held, smiling as he proclaimed, Qua Fu, I entrust this matter to you. Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and the others, witnessing this, promptly presented their own peach pits to Qua Fu. Overcome with excitement, Qua Fu exclaimed, rest assured, great ancestor, if I fail to cultivate peaches, I will present my head before you. Wu Tian was rendered speechless, instinctively glancing towards Xing Tian. Fortunately, he did not summon Xing Tian for this task. Chapter 68, The 5 Organs Cultivating Spiritual Roots. Wu Tian hastily waved his hand. All right, it's merely a peach pit. Why make such a fuss? Is it really necessary to bring one's head for an audience? Hurry back. The Wu clan possessed this peculiar trait, seemingly devoid of any fear of death, casually presenting their heads as if life and death were of no consequence. Qua Fu scratched his head and chuckled heartily. After the great shamans had departed, Huda cast a curious glance at Wu Tian, her eyes twinkling as she spoke with a light laugh. Earlier, when you mentioned the primordial Rin water peach tree's spiritual branch, I thought you intended to cultivate and plant it. Initially, Wu Tian had entertained such thoughts. However, did not the Queen Mother of the West bestow the primordial peach upon him? Therefore, with a smile, he replied, a dual approach indeed. It is widely known that plants can propagate both through cuttings and via fruits. I shall give the peach pit to Qua Fu, while I will personally tend to the spiritual branch. Zhen Yuanzi, suddenly intrigued, inquired, Wu Tian, my brother, where do you intend to plant it? The laws governing these 3 primordial spiritual roots differ, as do their environmental requirements. If you truly wish to cultivate them all successfully, careful consideration is imperative. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian chuckled softly and pointed at himself. Jin Yuanzi was taken aback for a moment, then his expression transformed into one of enlightenment as he murmured, I see now. Previously, the achievement of the Chaos Gourd allowed the primordial gourd vine's power to establish a realm within Wu Tian's Dantian, concealing the Chaos Gourd within to evade the shackles of destiny. If the primordial gourd vine can reside here, why not the other 3 types of spiritual roots? Yet, can this truly be accomplished? Jin Yuanzi too began to harbor doubts, for the laws governing each were distinct, and the newly established realm remained incomplete, shrouded in emptiness. Wu Tian smiled and said, why not give it a try? The primordial gourd vine has opened a realm where the inherent forces of yin, yang, and the 5 elements circulate freely. Thus, the power required for these 3 spiritual roots is certainly abundant, and perhaps other transformations may foster the maturation of the chaotic gourd. It remains to be seen. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Tian, seemingly eager to witness if the extraordinary changes he spoke of would indeed come to pass. Wu Tian acted decisively. He immediately took out 3 spiritual branches extracted from the innate spiritual roots, and at once, the 3 innate auras resonated within the Earth Mother Temple. With a shift of his magical power, he enveloped them all and directed them towards the location of his Dantian. In an instant, the luminous essence before him vanished. plunging into the newly opened realm of his Dantian, where the three spiritual branches radiated distinct glows, illuminating the previously dim surroundings. However, at that moment, the chaotic gourd suddenly flickered with a gray light, emanating an immensely powerful repulsive force directed towards the three spiritual branches, preventing them from descending. What is happening? Is the chaotic gourd truly so domineering? Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to extend his consciousness to teach this little rascal a lesson, he suddenly witnessed three distinct forces of law emanating from the chaos gourd, enveloping the spiritual branches and guiding them beyond the Dantian. The spiritual branch of the primal rainwater peach tree was directed towards the location of the kidneys, where the shimmering chaos light flickered, creating a small space above it. The branch settled within, transforming into a diminutive peach tree that took root and merged with the kidneys. Instantly, the power of the kidneys surged dramatically. Furthermore, due to the grounding of the primal rainwater peach branch, an inexhaustible sensation began to arise. In the next moment, the branch of the ginseng fruit tree was transported to the spleen, belonging to the earth element among the five organs, while the branch of the fusang tree was directed towards the heart, associated with the fire element. The branches of the innate spiritual roots took root in the void, establishing themselves in the opened emptiness. Wu Tian had initially thought they would devour his own vitality, but to his surprise, they drew upon the corresponding forces of law from the void. Immediately, the three organs radiated with precious light. From them, a continuous surge of power emerged, and with the strengthening of these three, subtle signs of instability began to manifest. Just as Wu Tian was filled with concern and contemplated circulating the 9 turns Yuan Gong to refine the excess power, he noticed that the newly formed 3 void spaces connected to the Dantian via a gray passage. The surplus power flowed into them, being consumed by the chaos gourd. The small gray gourd flickered with radiant light, exuding a sense of jubilant celebration that resonated within Wu Tian's mind. Wu Tian was both amused and exasperated. His original intention was to harness the elemental forces contained within the innate gourd vine to nourish the 3 types of spiritual roots, thereby fostering their growth. With the development of the primal spiritual roots, he aimed to continuously expand this void, infusing it with the power of laws, transforming the ethereal into the tangible. He envisioned a day when he would attain enlightenment, at which point the innate spiritual roots would naturally reach their full potential. Unexpectedly, the chaotic gourd was so domineering that it acted contrary to his intentions, drawing each root into its corresponding organs, compelling them to refine the power of the laws for their own enhancement. Naturally, during this process, Wu Tian's physical form shall continually grow stronger, as his innate spiritual roots nurture his internal organs, and in turn, the internal organs nourish his corporeal body. Wu Tian sensed the transformation within himself. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. If that is the case, I still lack the innate attributes of both metal and wood, as only then can my internal organs attain completeness. Wu Tian quietly murmured to himself. Among the 10 innate spiritual roots, the innate metal attribute spiritual root was undoubtedly the Bodhi tree in the hands of Zhuan Ti, which he had refined into the 7 treasures mysterious tree. As for the innate wood attribute spiritual root, it was also an old acquaintance of Wu Tian's, belonging to the Eastern King. The tree in his possession, known as the Tongtian Jinmu, belonged to the innate wood category. With these thoughts in mind, Wu Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, when the ancestral shaman spoke of seeking a guide and settling scores with Zhuan Ti, he hardly took it to heart. However, in light of the current circumstances, it seems he has no choice but to proceed. Not only must he seize a branch of Bodhi, but he also covets the Eastern treasure color Qinglian banner held by Zhuan Ti, an object he has long desired. As for the Eastern King, in Wu Tian's eyes, he is akin to a lifeless being. Within the grand scheme, he is destined to perish at the hands of the demon clan. The innate balance of yin and yang, coupled with his status as the foremost among all celestial beings, means that even if the Eastern King does not establish a celestial court, Dijun would undoubtedly seek his demise. The existence of the Eastern King is clearly intended to await Dijun's death and the downfall of the demon clan, so as to inherit the heavenly court, thereby placing the very core of the celestial order under the control of Hongjun Daozu. Once Dijun comprehends this reality, he will surely be infuriated. Am I to be on the verge of demise, and yet you are already preparing for the next heavenly emperor? Surely, the Eastern King must be eliminated first. Contemplating this, Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh. He initially had no intention of mingling in this affair, only planning to reap the benefits following the Eastern King's demise. If that is the case, when the Eastern King meets his end, I must at least make an appearance, ensuring that I reclaim the Tongtian Jianmu from the demon clan. Wu Tian opened his eyes, gazing towards Xinming and Hutu. No worries. When the time comes, I shall lead the 12 ancestor witches along with the grand formation of the 12 capital heavenly gods. Surely, we can reclaim a celestial tree? After all, that is precisely how the ancestor witches are utilized. Chapter 69. I did mention the blood of the ancestor dragon, didn't I? At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi noticed Wu Tian's awakening and, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, "How is it, my dear brother Wu Tian?" Due to the myriad changes and mysteries surrounding the innate spiritual roots, Xuanyuanzi, because of his own foundational circumstances, paid particular attention. Wu Tian was not one to withhold his knowledge. After all, one of the gifts was bestowed upon him by the venerable Xuanyuanzi, and he wished to seek Xuanyuanzi's counsel as well. He proceeded to describe in detail, channeling his magical power to manifest his transformation before Xuanyuanzi. Behind Wu Tian, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Amidst the ethereal glow of mysterious light, 3 diminutive versions of innate spiritual roots stood majestically, continuously drawing the power of the laws from the void. Once stabilized, the inherent characteristics of the innate spiritual roots began to reveal themselves. The petite ginseng fruit tree stood immovable as a mountain, exhibiting unparalleled stability. Beneath the peach tree, which had evolved from the innate Rin Water's Pantao branch, lay a vast ocean, and upon the young Fusang tree, the true fire of the sun blazed fiercely. In a moment of clarity, Wu Tian felt as though a divine power was slowly taking shape. Upon witnessing this scene, Xuanyuanzi was momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at the extraordinary phenomenon emanating from Wu Tian. Is it truly possible? Xuanyuanzi murmured. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled softly. Perhaps this is indeed more suitable for my younger brother Wu Tian. As a member of the Witch clan, your physical form is fundamental. By harnessing the essence of the 5 elements, you can strengthen yourself and refine the innate abilities of your spiritual roots into your own divine powers. This is the path of cultivation for my younger brother Wu Tian. However, Xuanyuanzi's expression turned hesitant. The other 2 types of innate spiritual roots belonging to the 5 elements may not be so easily obtained, he thought. Xuanyuanzi was aware that the other 2 were held by Xuan Ti and Dong Wang Gong, each of whom had their own conflicts with Wu Tian. The discord with Xuan Ti stemmed from matters involving him and Hong Yun. A wave of concern washed over Xuanyuanzi. Yet, Xian Ming and Ho Tu exchanged glances, revealing not a hint of worry, their eyes conveying a unified sentiment. What is there to fear? Do they dare to refuse us? Meanwhile, after the departure of the 4 ancestral witches, Zhu Meng and his companions sought out Zhu Rong. Upon reaching Zhu Rong's tribe, they learned that Zhu Rong had ventured to the Eastern Sea Dragon clan to demand the blood essence of the ancestor dragon for Wu Tian. This fellow truly acts with such fervor, the ancestral witches remarked, opting not to intervene, as the dragon clan had long since waned in power, in their eyes. One ancestral, which was sufficient. Above the Eastern Sea, Zhu Rong revealed his true form as an ancestral witch, towering 1,000,000 feet tall. Gazing down upon the trembling dragons below, the blazing flames of Zhu Rong engulfed him, nearly boiling the entire sea. The azure waters transformed into a fiery inferno, claiming countless marine lives in this unforeseen calamity. Zhu Rong's voice thundered like a storm, resounding through the air. Surrender the blood essence of the ancestor dragon. The 4 leading dragons, who would later become the 4 sea dragon kings, appeared youthful and quaking under Zhu Rong's presence. Zhu Rong, ancestral witch. We truly possess no blood essence of the ancestor dragon. The Eastern Sea Dragon King stammered, desperately attempting to explain. If we had the ancestor dragon's essence, we would have refined it ourselves long ago, and we would not be in our current state. The other dragons echoed in agreement. Indeed, when the ancestor dragon made his vow to the heavens, he transformed into a part of the world, leaving no opportunity to provide blood essence for the dragon clan. Yet, Zhu Rong remained unconvinced. He believed the dragons surely had it. The explanations from these small dragons, he thought, were merely attempts to deceive him. Inciting his anger, I do not believe you. The flames surrounding Zhu Rong blazed even hotter. He added, somewhat impatiently, I have approached you with civility. Do not test my patience. If you do not present the blood essence of the ancestor dragon, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. His gaze grew increasingly fierce. The Witch clan, bearing the bloodline of Pangu, could refine their essence through cultivation. Surely the Dragon clan could do the same. If you do not comply, I shall simply extract it from the dragons myself. Zhu Rong threatened. The 4 sea dragon kings exchanged terrified glances, their hearts lamenting. Alas, how did we provoke the Witch clan? We truly have no blood essence of the ancestor dragon, but Zhu Rong refuses to listen. Just as Zhu Rong scoffed and prepared to take action, a deep sigh resonated from the depths of the ocean. A powerful aura rose, extinguishing the flames that spread across the sea. Then, a voice softly spoke. Zhu Rong, ancestral witch, please forgive us. These little ones know nothing. The last remaining blood essence of the ancestor dragon is with me. I shall present it to you. I hope you can show mercy and spare the dragon clan this time. As this voice echoed, a crimson glow shot forth from the ocean's depths, ultimately landing before Zhu Rong. He grasped the glow, peering into the depths of the sea with a cold snort, a cowardly being. The voice from the depths explained. Zhu Rong, ancestral witch, please understand. I am bound by the constraints of the heavenly laws and am severely injured. I cannot come forth to meet you. Otherwise, I would certainly offer my apologies in person. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong frowned slightly but quickly dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the crimson glow in his hand, revealing 3 drops of ancestor dragon blood. A smile crept upon his face as he murmured to himself, I knew there was ancestor dragon blood. My suspicions were correct. Zhu Rong beamed with joy. Humph. Did you think you could deceive me? Then his tone shifted. Could there be more? Zhu Rong's eyes glimmered with suspicion, convinced that the dragon clan was being deceitful. After their initial denial and subsequent threats, they had finally produced the essence. After securing the ancestor dragon blood, Zhu Rong's gaze turned toward the source of the powerful aura beneath the sea, his eyes shimmering with determination, eager to uncover the identity of the voice. But soon, he frowned as his vision was obstructed by a shroud of darkness, the being concealed within the black mist. Evidently a remnant of the dragon clan from the time of the Dragon Han calamity, seemed somewhat helpless as it spoke. Zhu Rong, Ancestral Witch. I swear to the great Pangu that the dragon clan harbors no secrets. We have no drops of ancestor dragon blood left. With such a solemn oath, Zhu Rong could hardly remain skeptical. He nodded slightly, unwilling to further engage with the dragon clan. His purpose here had been fulfilled. He promptly retracted his ancestral form and vanished above the eastern sea. Hastily, he made his way back to the witch clan. Zhu Rong was concerned that if he delayed too long, he might miss Wu Tian's arrival at the Zixiao Palace. Upon reaching the Ho-Tu tribe, Zhu Rong exhaled in relief, having sensed Wu Tian's presence as he strode toward the Ho-Tu shrine, laughing heartily. "Ha, my brother, look what I have brought for you." Chapter 70. You almost hooked Zhu Rong. Upon entering the Ho-Tu shrine, before Wu Tian could fully comprehend the situation, Zhu Rong gleefully produced the blood essence of the ancestor dragon, eager for praise. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian and others turned their gaze. Amidst a swirl of profound light, an intensely rich crimson hue emanated with an unparalleled surge of power, unmistakably the ancestral dragon's essence that Wu Tian was exceedingly familiar with. Wu Tian slightly parted his lips, astonished within his heart as he pondered. Such remarkable decisiveness? It has only been a short while since declaring the intent to seek the dragon clan for the blood of the ancestral dragon. Wu Tian merely attended a ceremonial event in the demon clan, took a brief stroll, and yet Zhu Rong has already returned. Wu Tian's gaze subtly shifted. She exchanged glances with Xianming and Hutu, recalling how they had previously ambushed the ancestor dragon and forcibly acquired 3 drops of its essence blood while its colossal form transformed into the Yellow River. Such an act was already quite audacious. To their astonishment, Zhu Rong had intervened once more, seizing another 3 drops of the ancestor dragon's essence blood from the dragon clan. If the true spirit of the ancestor dragon were to become aware of this, it would likely erupt in fury, seeking retribution against them. Zhen Yuanzai and Hong Yun were equally astonished. Upon witnessing the expressions of those around them, particularly Wu Tian's look of disbelief, Zhu Rong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Her chin lifting slightly as she proclaimed in a resounding voice, "What do you think? My brother keeps his promises, doesn't he? I assured you I would procure some essence blood from the ancestor dragon to restore your vitality, and I have indeed delivered. What else could Wu Tian be?" He hastily clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother." At that moment, other ancestral witches also received the news and rushed into the Ho-Tu temple, especially Zhu Meng and the others, who were eager to share their previous insights with Zhu Rong. Upon entering, they could not help but exclaim, "Zhu Rong, you truly succeeded." A curious ancestral witch then inquired, "How did you acquire it?" The blood of the ancestral dragon is undoubtedly of immense importance to the dragon clan. Would they willingly part with it? A comparison could be made. The ancestral dragon's blood is to the dragon clan what Panga's blood is to the ancestral witches. It not only enhances the strength of the dragon clan, but can even alter their innate qualities. Zhu Rong first handed over the ancestral dragon's blood, urging Wu Tian to quickly store it away. Then, with an air of triumph, he recounted, "It was certainly not so simple. When I arrived, a few little dragons from the east, claimed they had no ancestral dragon's blood. Did they think they could deceive me?" Zhu Rong surveyed the ancestral witches, noticing their rapt attention to his explanation, which only fueled his pride further. He continued, "I told them they could either surrender the ancestral dragon's blood willingly, or I would capture the entire dragon clan and personally refine their blood using Zhu Rong's divine fire." With that threat, the dragon clan indeed complied. Zhu Rong mused aloud. The dragon clan is truly unruly. Had I not been certain they possessed the ancestral dragon's blood, I might have been deceived. The ancestral witches gasped in astonishment, and some even offered praise. "Zhu Rong, you are impressive. You've truly gained wisdom." Zhu Rong nodded without a hint of modesty and cast a glance at Gong Gong, chuckling. Of course, if Gong Gong had gone, he would have been easily tricked by the dragon clan. But while they may deceive Gong Gong, they cannot deceive me, Zhu Rong. Naturally, the 2 ancestral witches began to bicker again. Amidst the clamor in the Ho-Tu temple, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged cautious glances after their astonishment. Although Zhu Rong spoke lightly, they discerned the dragon clan's helplessness and the ancestral witch's brutality. They had no doubt that had the dragon clan refused to comply, Zhu Rong would indeed resort to extracting the ancestral dragon's blood from thousands or even tens of thousands of dragons. Reflecting on their own situation, they felt a wave of relief, having aligned themselves with the witch clan, who regarded them as honored guests. At that moment, Xianming suddenly spoke up. Is that all? The dragon clan is so unruly, yet you did not teach them a lesson? That doesn't seem like your character. His cool voice fell upon the hall, silencing the discussions, even halting Zhu Rong and Gong Gong's argument. Zhu Rong quickly replied, it was certainly not just that. He then proceeded to narrate in detail the circumstances surrounding the dragon clan hidden in the deep sea, adding, I did investigate and detected a decayed aura, as if burdened by karma, a sign of imminent demise. Moreover, he swore an oath to the Father God, and I was anxious to return, fearing my younger brother had already set off to preach, so I did not hold it against him. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was also filled with perplexity, quietly pondering to himself, is there still surviving high-end combat power from the dragon clan? He cast his gaze towards the ancestral witches, who appeared equally bewildered. Wu Tian turned his gaze towards Jin Yuanzi, revealing a look of inquiry. After a brief contemplation, Jin Yuanzi spoke slowly. This is indeed to be expected. Among the three clans, it is only after the great calamity that so many members have remained, and they occupy a portion of the four seas. So it is certain that some old-timers are providing support. However, back in the day, there were many experts by the side of the ancestral dragon. Whether it was Zhu Long or Tsang Long hidden deep within the ocean, I cannot say for certain. Wu Tian nodded slightly. He then addressed Zhu Rong, saying, I am truly grateful for your assistance this time. However, the situation with the dragon clan is rather intricate. Their karmic burdens are exceedingly heavy. Yet, due to the presence of the ancestor dragon, which has bestowed a portion of fortune upon them, it is best not to provoke them. Zhu Rong also smiled and nodded in agreement, stating, all right, I shall heed your counsel. Aside from that ancient relic of a being on the verge of decay, I find the rest of the dragon clan to be rather unimpressive and not worth the trouble. Besides, the witch clan is flourishing upon the vast expanse of the primordial land, while the dragon clan remains exceptionally low-key. Were it not for the blood of the ancestor dragon, we would hardly be involved with them. They have indeed suffered an undeserved calamity. With an air of magnanimity, Zhu Rong waved his hand and cheerfully declared, let us spare the dragon clan. At that moment, Gong Gong let out a light scoff, retorting to Zhu Rong with a hint of disdain. So this is the extent of the dragon clan's strength. No wonder you managed to retrieve the ancestor dragon's blood. Noticing Zhu Rong's agitation, he continued with a grin. If you possess such prowess, why not procure a few drops of the Yuan Feng's blood, or even some from the Shiji Qilan? Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes brightened, and he turned to Zhu Rong, inquiring, is that truly feasible? Zhu Rong's expression faltered, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Wu Tian's gaze. He then turned to Gong Gong, rebuking him in a fit of anger. You simply cannot stand to see me succeed. If you are so capable, why don't you go find the Shiji Qilan? Only then will I concede to you. Gong Gong chuckled, but isn't there still the Yuan Feng? If you cannot locate the Shiji Qilan, surely you can find the immortal volcano, given that you are the ancestral witch of fire. Zhu Rong shot him a fierce glare. Do you truly think me a fool? If the immortal volcano were to erupt, causing chaos in the primordial realm, would not my elder brother and second brother end up punishing me severely? Wu Tian also came to a realization. Just as he was concerned about Zhu Rong's impulsiveness and was about to offer a word of caution, he was utterly taken aback by Zhu Rong's unexpected utterance. Instantly, he raised his thumb in admiration towards Zhu Rong, exclaiming, Brother Zhu Rong, you possess immense wisdom, understanding the gains and losses in this situation. If our elder brother and second brother were to emerge from their seclusion, they would surely commend you as well. Zhu Rong, in that moment, felt a sense of elation, while he might have brushed off compliments from others. Receiving praise from Wu Tian, widely recognized as the most astute and strategic member of the Wu clan, was a source of great joy for him. At that instant, Ho Tu cast a sharp glare at Wu Tian, her expression conveying a stern warning. Did everyone truly believe Zhu Rong was endowed with profound wisdom? It could only be said that he had shown a degree of reliability this time. Ho Tu's gaze seemed to communicate, you should be cautious. You're about to inflate Zhu Rong's ego beyond measure. If this continues, what if Zhu Rong takes it to heart? Chapter 71. Ultimately, it is the dragon clan that bears it all. Wu Tian also realized that with Zhu Rong's temperament, a little sunshine would make her flourish. If one were to overly praise her, it would likely lead to difficulties later on. Yet, the words had already been spoken. Is it not challenging for Wu Tian to retreat? Moreover, the two individuals, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, have persistently clashed. As the smallest among them, he finds it difficult to voice his thoughts. Just as Wu Tian hesitated, the perceptive Ho Tu understood the situation and smiled as she spoke. As the youngest sister, she possessed the kindest disposition and typically remained silent. However, when she did speak, her elder brothers paid close attention. With a gentle laugh, Ho Tu addressed Zhu Rong, saying, Elder brother Zhu Rong, you have indeed made considerable progress in your recent endeavors, yet your temperament is rather hasty. If you could temper it, that would be splendid. Zhu Rong nodded vigorously in agreement. Then, Ho Tu turned her gaze towards Gong Gong, whose demeanor became slightly awkward under her calm scrutiny, causing even his towering figure to shrink back. Without waiting for Ho Tu to utter another word, Gong Gong immediately yielded, exclaiming, Sister, you need not speak. I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall no longer provoke Zhu Rong, and I never intended for him to venture to the volcano. Haven T, we already discussed this? He wore a wry smile. Only then did Ho Tu nod in satisfaction, saying, "It is good that you understand, elder brother. How wonderful it is for us to coexist harmoniously. Why must we bicker incessantly?" Although Gong Gong's assurances seemed somewhat unreliable, it was a rare occurrence for Ho Tu to elicit such a response from him. Wu Tian marveled at her adeptness. Sister Ho Tu is truly remarkable. Were it up to Di Jiang or Zhu Jioyin, they would merely exchange a few slaps, which might suppress the situations. But how could they compel Gong Gong to admit his fault? Reflecting on this, Wu Tian pondered further. Wu Tian sighed once more, lamenting, "Alas. It seems that the precious blood of the primordial Qilin and the original Phoenix will not be attainable for the time being. The dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans have proclaimed to the heavens, bearing the weight of considerable karmic retribution for their kin, yet the outcomes for each clan diverge significantly. The Phoenix clan is in disarray, with its members scattered far and wide." Wu Tian was indeed aware of the two princes of the Phoenix clan, Kongxian and Deping, yet at this moment, he was uncertain of their whereabouts. Moreover, would locating them truly grant him access to their essence blood? Wu Tian harbored a differing sentiment. As for the Qilin clan, they concealed themselves even more thoroughly, that having established an eternal dominion over the central fertile land, no longer graced the world with their presence. Even the other Qilin merely served as symbols of auspiciousness, appearing only on rare occasions. In such circumstances, possessing a substantial number of kin while simultaneously commanding the vast seas of the dragon tribe undoubtedly rendered them the most optimal choice. What could be done? After all, your intentions were rather evident. Wu Tian let out a soft sigh. The matter of Zhurong threatening the dragon clan was no secret. The immense form of the Ancestral Witch had manifested in the East Sea, startling many. The demon race was naturally aware of this. Within the heavenly court, atop the Lingxiao treasure hall, Emperor Jun sat majestically upon his throne. After hearing Tai report this matter, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Are you saying that Zhurong has taken the ancestral dragon's blood?" Tai nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling with intent. After a soft exhale, he spoke languidly, "Brother, it seems there are quite a few treasures within the dragon clan. Should I pay them a visit to procure some? If the witch clan can take, why should our demon clan be unable to? If the dragon clan refuses, it would be a slight against the demon clan, showing disdain for their four sovereigns." Emperor Jun also nodded gently. Zhurong's recent visit may have depleted the ancestral dragon's blood, but the dragon clan had once dominated the wilderness for so long. Their foundation was deep, and they surely possessed other treasures. Our demon clan, newly established, is in dire need of such resources. Tai immediately rose, preparing to depart with the chaos bell in hand. However, he was halted by Emperor Jun, who smiled faintly, his commanding presence growing ever stronger among the myriad of demon clans. "Why must you go personally? Simply send a demon deity. Does the dragon clan dare to defy us in their current predicament?" After a moment's contemplation, Tai Yi's face brightened with joy, exclaiming, "Even better. What the witch clan requires an ancestral witch for, we only need a demon deity to accomplish. Does this not signify the greater might of our demon race?" Although Emperor Jun understood Tai Yi's desire to overshadow the witch clan, he could not help but advise, "Tai Yi, temper your disposition. Our demon clan is newly established. Our strength cannot yet rival that of the witch clan. Let us not invite unwarranted consequences." Tai nodded, uncertain if he truly heeded the advice. After exchanging a few words with Emperor Jun, he turned and exited the Lingxiao treasure hall to summon the demon deity and convey his orders. Above the East Sea, the dragon clan was busy cleaning up the aftermath. Although Zhurong had not truly engaged in battle, the searing and violent flames of Zhurong had caused the death and injury of countless beings. Gazing at the devastation before them and looking toward the depths of the sea, the Four Seas Dragon Kings felt both joy and sorrow. They rejoiced that, through this ordeal, they had realized the dragon clan's profound heritage and the existence of powerful figures from the Great Cataclysm. For them, having such an ancestor who survived the Great Cataclysm instilled a sense of security and support. Yet, even so, confronted by the relentless Zhurong, the dragon clan was compelled to concede. It is often said that a dying camel is larger than a horse. Yet the current plight of the dragon clan was utterly tragic. Once a dominant force in the wilderness, they now tread cautiously, afraid to offend anyone. The dragons concealed in the depths of the sea remained hidden even after Zhurong's departure, their presence completely vanished. "Alas, we bear the burden of heavenly karma. Our strength is restricted, and we cannot improve. Even the true dragon bloodline within our clan grows ever scarcer. Enemies lurk, coveting our plight. If this continues, the dragon clan will surely wither further. What are we to do?" sighed Ao Guang, the dragon king of the East Sea. He contemplated that once the mess was tidied and the injured clan members were settled, he would delve into the depths of the sea to seek out this hidden ancestral dragon and solicit his aid. Before the dragon clan could restore order, the Four Seas Dragon Kings simultaneously looked up, their eyes wide with astonishment. A flaming rainbow surged through the sky, its intense heat causing the sea surface to boil. The Four Seas Dragon Kings gasped. How could it have returned again? Initially, they believed it to be Zhurong. However, as it drew nearer, they discerned that the aura was not that of Zhurong's flames, but of another kind of fire. As the rainbow descended, a figure emerged. surrounded by a faint flame that twisted the air around it. Hovering in midair, he gazed defiantly at the four seas dragon kings and spoke softly. I am Baifeng of the demon race, sent here by the Eastern Emperor. Without further ado, he continued, our demon clan is newly established, and many of our warriors are in dire need of suitable weapons and spiritual treasures. We hope the dragon clan can lend us some assistance. Baifeng cast a glance, his crimson eyes fixating on Ao Guang. The dragon clan has offered the ancestral dragon's blood to the witch clan. We, the demon clan, do not seek the ancestral dragon's blood. We have but this simple request. Surely the dragon clan would not refuse this small favor? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang's heart sank. The demon clan has come again? When will this torment under the ancestral dragon cease? Although only Baifeng had come, the dragon clan knew they were backed by the demon clan, the four sovereigns. How could they dare to offend? After a lamentation, they nearly emptied their treasury in response to Baifeng's demands. Wu Tian had never anticipated that his simple desire for the blood of the ancestral dragon would provoke the demon clan to invade the dragon clan's domain. Ultimately, it was the dragon clan that bore the brunt of this turmoil. Chapter 72. Zhu Meng is truly insufferable. In truth, the predicament faced by the dragon clan was inevitable. As a once dominant force in the primordial world, having amassed treasures over countless years, they were viewed by the denizens of the vast expanse as a child carelessly brandishing gold in a bustling market. It was only natural for envy to arise. When Baifeng departed, he once again addressed the four seas dragon kings, demanding that the dragon clan surrender 49 true dragons to serve as charioteers for the demon emperor. Dijun. The four seas dragon kings were filled with indignation. It was evident that this was an attempt to assert the current supremacy of the demon clan, stepping on the remnants of the dragon clan's former glory. Yet, what choice did they have? They could only acquiesce begrudgingly. Once Baifeng left, satisfied and brimming with pride, the four seas dragon kings could no longer contain their frustration and made their way to the depths of the East Sea, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Ancestor, please illuminate a path for the dragon clan. As for the Wu clan, after the teachings imparted by Ho Tu to Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, Wu Tian felt a sense of relief. He began to ponder deeply. These two were inherently at odds. It was no wonder calamities would later ensue. Gong Gong had even collided with Mount Buzhou, leading the Wu clan into an abyss of karma and consequence. Now, having integrated Mount Buzhou into the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, it had undergone some transformation compared to its original state, yet it remained precarious. Was there any means to avert this? After spending considerable time with the ancestral witches, Wu Tian had developed a deeper affection for them and naturally wished to alter the course of fate while preserving their lives. As he contemplated this, a sudden wave of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to lift his gaze towards the Pango Hall, astonished. The other ancestral witches mirrored his reaction. Only Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, not being ancestral witches, lacked the innate sensitivity to the Pango Hall, and thus did not perceive anything amiss. However, upon witnessing Wu Tian's reaction, they quickly grasped the situation, with Hong Yun urgently inquiring, Wu Tian, my dear brother, what has transpired? Wu Tian quickly turned around, a smile already gracing his face. Haha, this is indeed a good omen. The fluctuations within the Pango Hall suggest that my two elder brothers have likely ascended to the rank of Hunyuan Golden Immortal and are about to conclude their seclusion. He promptly rose alongside the ancestral shaman figures. Let us go and see. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun felt a mix of curiosity and trepidation. The Pango Hall was a sacred site for the witch clan, and with Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiao on the brink of a breakthrough, was it truly appropriate for them to intrude? Wu Tian had yet to utter a word. Zhurong approached, wrapping his arm around Hong Yun's neck, and laughing heartily. He exclaimed, what does it matter? You have visited the Pango Hall before, have you not? You are also my brothers of the witch clan. So there is no need for such formality? Hong Yun's face instantly flushed with color. He felt a surge of joy at Zhurong's demeanor, in all the vastness of Hong Wang. It seemed only they two were afforded such camaraderie by the witch clan. Yet, Zhurong's affectionate gesture left him somewhat overwhelmed. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Tian hurriedly smiled to diffuse the tension. After liberating Hong Yun from Zhurong's grasp, everyone hastily made their way towards the Pango Hall. Upon arriving at the Pango Hall, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiao had already concluded their cultivation. Their auras remained fiercely imposing yet subtly restrained, embodying an unfathomable depth. Their eyes sparkled with intensity, and a faint smile graced their lips as they emerged from the hidden depths of the hall. As Wu Tian and the others entered, the forces of space surged, revealing Di Jiang and Zhu Jiao before them. Zhu Rong, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly inquired, Elder brother, second brother, have you truly made a breakthrough? Following the establishment of the witch tribe, the other ancestral witches had experienced a significant increase in their fortunes and the blessings from divine laws, swiftly enhancing their strengths. However, such progress was not instantaneous. Di Jiang chuckled softly, affirming, indeed, my brother and I have successfully ascended to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, achieving enlightenment through our own laws. Once this path is perfected, we shall attain the ultimate truth of Hunyuan. As he spoke, a subtle shift flickered across Di Jiang's expression. Only by fully committing to this path could one comprehend the arduous nature of attaining enlightenment through the laws. The true challenge lay not in the present but in the future pursuit of achieving perfection and validating the path of Hunyuan. Yet, the ancestral witches had no other choices. With an innate command over the laws of power, the path before them was singular, devoid of opportunities for deviation, and even if such opportunities existed, they would never choose otherwise. The ancestral witches could not fathom Di Zhang's thoughts. They were still some way from reaching the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and thus lacked the profound insights possessed by Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. Therefore, their joy was purely celebratory. Wonderful! With this, our witch tribe has become even stronger. Their faces were alight with excitement, a palpable urge to commence their cultivation immediately and achieve breakthroughs akin to Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. Observing this, Di Jiang sighed inwardly, then shifted his gaze toward Wu Tian, scrutinizing him thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, perhaps Wu Tian is the true hope of our witch tribe. Only he, with the convergence of the 12 laws, has truly inherited the legacy of our Father God. Subsequently, Di Jiang smiled again and addressed Wu Tian directly, younger brother. I perceive that your physical body and primordial spirit have nearly reached the pinnacle of Deluo Golden Immortal. What are your thoughts on breaking through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal? Wu Tian smiled and remarked, there is no rush for the time being. Even upon reaching the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, I still feel that the potential of my physical strength can be further explored. If I were to hastily break through, it may not yield favorable results in the future. Should I regret it and wish to solidify my foundation anew, I fear that such an opportunity may never present itself again. At that moment, Xianming suddenly interjected, recounting how Wu Tian had planted the innate 5-element spiritual roots within his 5 organs. He then casually added, Wu Tian is still lacking 2 types of spiritual roots. Once these 2 roots are acquired, his physical strength will naturally experience further growth. Therefore, there is no rush to break through. Di Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. Still lacking 2 types of spiritual roots? In whose possession do they reside? Xianming directly replied, the innate metal element spiritual root is in the hands of Zhuan Ti. The innate wood element spiritual root is with Dong Wang Gong. At this juncture, Zhu Mang suddenly darted over and whispered into Di Zhang's ear. Upon hearing it, Di Zhang's eyes bulged in disbelief, and he angrily exclaimed, what is this Dong Wang Gong? How dare he compete with my witch clan for women? With a swift motion, he signaled to the ancestral witches to mobilize, setting off towards Penglai Island. Observing this, Wu Tian quickly intervened, casting a bewildered glance at Zhu Mang. My dear brother Zhu Mang, you are indeed genuine. What exactly did you whisper into my brother's ear? How did it devolve into a matter concerning women? Are you not aware of the specifics? Wu Tian also discovered that the ancestral witches themselves had little interest in seeking a partner. They were entirely indifferent to such matters. However, they exhibited great curiosity regarding the affairs of their junior. He almost declared on the spot, I am no longer interested in any innate goddess. My sole focus is on cultivation, strengthening the witch lineage, and altering the fate of our clan. Chapter 73, 2 more drops of ancestral witch blood acquired. Wu Tian ultimately remained silent. He believed that the ancestral shamans would not place their trust in him. Furthermore, he harbored a certain lack of confidence in himself. Wu Tian hurriedly restrained Di Jiang. Brother, do not be anxious. The time for the 3rd sermon is approaching. Perhaps the Eastern Prince has already ventured into the chaos. If we fail to locate him in Penglai, would it not be a futile endeavor? He then shot a fierce glance at Zhu Mang. Zhu Mang chuckled, then swiftly leaned in to whisper to Di Jiang about Wu Tian's previous encounter with the White Wolf. Only then did Di Jiang's expression soften slightly. I see. Let us spare the Eastern Prince for now. Di Jiang chose to trust Wu Tian wholeheartedly. He immediately shifted his focus to the 2 individuals in the west. However, as Wu Tian suggested, Jieyin and Zhuan Ti might not even be present, necessitating a delay in their plans. Nonetheless, Di Jiang was resolute. After the 3rd sermon, he would lead his brethren to the west, not solely to seize the primordial spiritual root of the Bodhi tree, but also to exact retribution upon Jieyin and Zhuan Ti for having previously offended Wu Tian. With his thoughts settled, Di Jiang turned to Zhu Jioyin, their gazes locking in profound seriousness. He then addressed Wu Tian, saying, my dear brother, there are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Wu Tian was taken aback. What could Di Jiang possibly want? Why the need for a private conversation, shrouded in such mystery? Then, he observed Di Jiang clasping his hands in apology to Jin Yuanzi and the others, instructing the ancestral witches to attend to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Jin Yuanzi quickly smiled and responded, no trouble at all. The ancestral witches are at your service. Di Jiang nodded with a smile, then his aura shifted, and the imposing presence of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal surged forth. Wu Tian felt the surrounding space transform in an instant. When he steadied himself once more, he found himself in the Pango Hall, another realm altogether, where both Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin regarded him with solemn expressions. Wu Tian hurriedly inquired, what is so mysterious, esteemed brothers? He observed Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin exchanging glances, after which they both struck their chests, unleashing a surge of crimson light. Each released a drop of their essence blood, imbued with a torrent of law power, far surpassing the ancestral which blood Wu Tian had previously acquired. as it stemmed from the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The disparity was evident. Gazing at the immensely potent Ancestral Witch blood, Tian was taken aback. Filled with intrigue. Ah, more Ancestral Witch blood for me? Is this truly necessary, esteemed brothers? My 12 laws of power have already amalgamated. I merely require time to cultivate. There is no need to rely on Ancestral Witch blood for my training. Dijiang shot him a glance of disdain. Your thoughts are rather naive. This essence blood is not intended for your immediate cultivation. It possesses a different, profound purpose. With that, the two began to inscribe marks into the blood. After a brief moment, they finally ceased. Dijiang exhaled softly, then pushed the essence blood towards Tian, his expression growing increasingly solemn. After a moment's contemplation, he gently spoke to Tian. This time, as your second brother and I attain the Hunyuan Golden Immortal state, we plan to jointly venture into the River of Time during the third lecture at the Zixia Palace to explore the fate of the Witch clan. Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could utter a word, he heard Dijiang continue. This matter has long been decided between us. We are merely awaiting the ascension to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Initially, I intended to keep it discreet, to speak of it to no one, but after much contemplation, I felt it necessary to inform you. Dijiang sighed softly. Tian is unlike the other Ancestral Witches. Indeed, the very thought that crossed their minds stemmed from Tian's influence. Had it not been for their astute younger brother, who continuously harbored concerns for the future of the Witch clan, they would not have arrived at such a decision. More importantly, repeated instances have demonstrated that Tian's assessments of the prevailing circumstances are extraordinarily accurate, almost uncannily so. Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin naturally took this to heart, their unease only growing. Upon hearing these words, within Tian's heart, a tempest of disbelief surged forth, as he murmured repeatedly to himself, how could this be? In the grand scheme of things, did Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin truly act in such a manner? Or had they foreseen the fate of the Wu clan, yet found themselves unable to act independently due to the overwhelming influence of the impending catastrophe? Tian was uncertain. However, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him, although Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin had attained the status of mixed Yuan Golden Immortals. Was it truly so effortless to discern the trajectory of the future? Could there be complications? The path of time is a grand principle, yet it is the most enigmatic and perilous. Furthermore, within the original grand scheme, Tian, as the 13th Ancestor Witch, did not exist. Could it be that the future discerned by Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin bore no trace of Tian? Simultaneously, Tian felt increasingly moved. The fact that Dijiang could share such a crucial and significant matter with him was already a profound testament to his immense trust and recognition. In a moment of turmoil, Tian found himself in a state of disarray. He contemplated directly saying, why engage in such futile endeavors? Whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge. Is it not sufficient? Why risk so much? Is the future so easily discernible? However, should he voice such sentiments, how would he elucidate the source of his knowledge? Furthermore, would Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin truly place their faith in his words? Ultimately, Tian endeavored to convey, elder brother, I possess some insights regarding the trajectory of future developments. Why must you undertake this peril? Upon witnessing this, Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin exchanged knowing smiles. Their expressions softened, revealing a sense of relief and joy, and Dijiang responded with a smile. I knew you would say that. However, it is not that we doubt you. Some matters must be witnessed firsthand. Tian could only nod in acknowledgement. He comprehended the intent behind Dijiang's words. Were it not for this, Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin would not have sought him out individually to divulge such a significant and clandestine matter. Considering he was merely the youngest among the Ancestral Witches, observing his continued grave demeanor, Dijiang chuckled lightly and reassured him, do not fret. This matter has been meticulously prepared by your second brother and me for quite some time. At the moment when Hongjun delivers his teachings, the forces of the heavenly Tao will converge at the Purple Cloud Palace, minimizing any interference to us. Furthermore, we have the protection of the Pango Hall. Tian nodded with a complex expression. Very well. Perhaps after Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin personally investigate and witness the impending catastrophe of the wraiths and liches, the ancestors will be more inclined to acknowledge Tian's suggestions in the future. At this moment, Dijiang spoke again. Take these 2 drops of ancestors' blood. Should your second brother and I become lost in the river of time, we shall rely on this coordinate to return. He then added with a jest, but you must not attempt to refine them now. If you insist on refining, let it be after our return. Tian quickly replied, of course not. No matter how greedy or anxious he may be, he would never attempt to refine the coordinates left by Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jioyin at this moment. Entrusting me with the Ancestral Witch's essence is already a tremendous act of faith, one that surpasses the trust he places in the other Ancestral Witches. I, Tian, shall not betray this trust. However, from what Emperor Jiang implied, once they return, would this essence truly belong to him entirely? Chapter 74. The Ancestral Witch lurking at the treasure divide, he carefully stowed away the Ancestral Witch's essence, securing it solemnly within his own being. After completing these tasks, Tian pondered for a moment before suddenly extending his hand. A profound thought surged within him. In an instant, the primordial measurement of heaven appeared, emanating an immense golden light of merit that graced Wu Tian's palm, revealing the essence of an innate treasure of virtue, imbued with further mysterious significance. Wu Tian pushed the treasure forward and then turned to face Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, speaking solemnly, "My dear brothers, take this treasure with you. This Hongming Lian Tian has attained the merits of the great Tao and is subtly advancing beyond the realm of innate treasures. If you carry it, it will surely provide protection." However, the two ancestral witches outright refused. Emperor Jiang, with great conviction, declared, "What kind of elder brother would seize his younger brother's possessions? The Zixiao Palace is not entirely a secure haven. Those individuals have always harbored disdain for our witch clan. I suspect that Hongjun harbors ill intentions towards us as well. You should keep it for your own defense. Whether or not Hongjun truly harbored malice is debatable, yet it is certain that he holds no affection for the witch clan. This disdain arises from the clan's lack of reverence for the heavenly Tao and their disregard for him as the Tao ancestor. The fact that he does not act against the witch clan is solely due to the constraints of the heavenly Taoist rules and the protection of Pangu, the Father God. Nevertheless, Wu Tian would not concede. The witches, by their very nature, embody resilience and strength. Would they truly submit to the Tao ancestors' authority? Seeing Wu Tian attempting to persuade them further, Emperor Zhang's eyes widened in indignation, and he exclaimed, "What? Do you not trust us? Protecting our essence is the greatest assistance you can offer us. Do not concern yourself with anything else. With us as your brothers. There is no need for you to worry." What more could Wu Tian possibly say? He could only stow away the Hongming measuring ruler. Subsequently, Di Jiang waved his hand, preparing to conclude this conversation, when Zhu Jiuyin interjected with a light chuckle, saying, "Next, we shall proceed to the Purple Cloud Palace. Before we depart, is there anything you wish to convey to us, or any tasks you require us to undertake?" Zhu Jiuyin wished to take another look. Wu Tian's previous predictions and suggestions have left the ancestors in awe. Now, inspired by Wu Tian, they are eager to delve deeper into the mysteries. Naturally, they wish to make another attempt before proceeding. Wu Tian discerned the intentions of Zhu Jiuyin, and with the addition of Di Jiang's presence and Zhu Jiuyin's candidness, the worries that once troubled his heart began to dissipate. He smiled and remarked, "Indeed, there is something of significance. Once the third sermon concludes, Hongjun will undoubtedly bestow countless treasures and place them upon the dividing cliff of Mount Buzhou. At that moment, everyone will depart from the Purple Cloud's palace to seize them. Might my elder brother act in advance? It is imperative that we secure the treasures from the dividing cliff." Wu Tian would certainly not express such sentiments. The calamity of Long On could still be regarded as a mere extrapolation of the prevailing circumstances. Any other suggestions stem from his astute intellect. However, the actions of Hongjun Daozu are indeed something you could anticipate. That seems rather exaggerated. Nonetheless, with Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin already peering into the future, and after such a candid exchange, Wu Tian finds it unnecessary to conceal anything. What does it matter if there are secrets? The ancestor witches wouldn't care anyway, as long as they are his good brothers. Both ancestor witches nodded in agreement. And then Emperor Jiang curiously inquired, "The dividing treasure cliff? Is this object of great significance? How should one respond?" Within the original grand scheme, the dividing treasure cliff was acquired by Yuan Shi, who reportedly combined it with a fragment of the Buzhou mountain to forge the Fan Tian seal. As the ancestral shaman, Wu Tian's endeavor to refine treasures atop Mount Buzhou seems excessively filial. However, by utilizing the treasures from the divide and combining them with other materials, he could subsequently condense a trace of Pangu's essence. First, he must seize the illustrious title of the Heavenly Seal, having ascended to the status of an ancestral shaman. It feels somewhat lacking without wielding a substantial stone tablet. Wu Tian candidly expressed, "I wish to utilize the split treasure cliff to refine a treasure. At that moment, I shall forge an artifact of immense power and unparalleled sturdiness, perfectly suited for our formidable Wu clan." Upon hearing this, Di Jiang readily acquiesced, "No problem. When you set forth, I shall instruct Zhu Rong and Gong Gong to guard the summit of Mount Buzhou, awaiting the emergence of the split treasure cliff. At which point I shall summon our other brethren." Wu Tian was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, there was no need to be so early. At this time, the unyielding Mount Buzhou remained intact, filled with the profound aura of the primordial deity Pangu. The higher one ascended, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Even the Wu clan typically only ventured at the base of the mountain. To have Zhurong and Gonggong ascend so early to endure such immense pressure was to subject them to the relentless trials of Pangu's might. Zhurong had only just acquired the essence of the ancestral dragon. It was unnecessary to put him in such a precarious position. Thus, Wu Tian chuckled and remarked, "There is no need to be so early. I estimate the lecture will conclude in due time, so we can ascend a little earlier." Although Wu Tian had expressed his sentiments, Di Jiang had already resolved to ensure that Zhu Rong and the others would ascend to guard the area. What if Hong Jun took action prematurely? Missing the opportune moment would certainly hinder his younger brother's alchemical endeavors. As for the pressure exerted by the Father God, it could serve as a trial for them. Perhaps it would even expedite their ascent to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Subsequently, Di Jiang remarked with a smile, "Very well, leave this matter to us. You need not burden yourself with concern. It is getting late. Let us hasten our departure. You should also set forth to the Purple Cloud Palace with Zhen Yuanzi and the others. With that, he took Wu Tian and soared into the air. As they traversed through the shifting space, Di Jiang continued to murmur reminders, emphasizing that the paramount thought was not whether they could glean any knowledge from Hong Jun, but rather that they must not suffer any indignities at the Purple Cloud Palace. Remember to take heed if they find themselves outmatched. Upon their return, there would be plenty of elder brothers to avenge him. Wu Tian listened, both amused and touched, when they emerged from the depths of the Pangu Hall. It had not been long at all, yet the Ancestral Witches, along with Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, had already returned to the Hooded Divine Palace. Wu Tian hurriedly returned. Upon arriving at the Hooded Shrine, everyone curiously gazed at the three individuals. Zhu Rong, in particular, expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, how did you return so swiftly?" Wu Tian chuckled lightly and remarked, "Elder brother merely offered me a few words of advice. How much time could that possibly take? Brother Zhu Rong, brother Gong Gong. Elder brother requires your presence." Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were taken aback for a moment, then swiftly dashed outside. Wu Tian gazed outside, a hint of shyness in his eyes as he fixated on the vanishing figures, silently murmuring to himself, "You have worked hard this time." He then nodded to Xianming and Hutu, and turned to Zenyuanzai and Hongyan, smiling as he remarked, "Shall we set off as well?" Zenyuanzai chuckled softly, consenting, "Indeed. Although we still have some time, this being the third sermon, it would be prudent to depart early. We would not want any delays along the way." With that, the group rose and respectfully bid farewell to the remaining Ancestral Witches. Hong Yun, taking it upon himself to assume the responsibility of their journey, summoned his magical powers, enveloping Wu Tian and the others in a swirl of crimson ethereal light, and they soared towards the heavens, drawing nearer to the encroaching chaos. Wu Tian felt a burgeoning anticipation for the third sermon, silently pondering, the primordial purple energy? The path of severing the three corpses? I am eager to witness the unfolding of these matters. Chapter 75, the commencement of the third sermon. The journey proceeded smoothly. After all, it was not their first venture. The group was far more acquainted with the route to the Zixio Palace, arriving at an even swifter pace than on previous occasions. Upon entering the Zixio Palace, Wu Tian nodded at the two young attendants, Hao Tian and Yao Qi, before proceeding directly to his seat. They had arrived somewhat early, yet they were not the earliest. The three pure ones were already seated on their mats, eyes closed in a semblance of tranquility, exuding an air of profound serenity. It was only upon the arrival of Wu Tian and the others that they opened their eyes to gaze upon them. Each displayed a different demeanor, however. To Wu Tian's observations, their auras had grown increasingly profound, clearly indicating that they had transcended the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal and attained the quasi-saint realm. Wu Tian couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This is quite troublesome." He had planned to encircle them after his third sermon, seizing the opportunity of the innate gourd to snatch two innate 5 elements flags from Taiqing and Yuanshi. Now, with the three of them having significantly enhanced their power, he naturally felt some concern. However, he decided not to dwell on it. No matter how formidable they were, we have 13 of us. Eldest brother and second brother have already broken through, and perhaps the other brothers will follow suit. With the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation combined, can we not contain the three pure ones? Wu Tianwei felt increasingly at ease, convinced that victory was assured. After a while, Kuenping entered the room, nodded in acknowledgement to Wu Tian, and took his seat. His eyes, fixed intently on the space before him, sparkled with anticipation. Earlier, Wu Tian had subtly urged Kuenping to look forward to his position, and now he was already envisioning the potential opportunities that might arise after the third sermon. Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh. In the original grand scheme of things, Kuenping was to be guided, while Zhuani seized the opportunity, thereby losing the critical primordial purple energy essential for attaining sanctity. However, this time, due to the intervention of the Witch clan, Kuenping managed to preserve his position, avoiding the guidance and the theft by Zhuani. Yet, can he truly obtain the primordial purple energy? If he were to acquire it, would Kuenping attain sanctity? Should Kuenping indeed achieve sanctity, it would undoubtedly herald a significant transformation in the trajectory of the heavenly Tao, holding profound implications for Wu Tian. The assertion that the grand scheme is immutable is not an absolute truth. Thus, Wu Tian's potential for maneuvering and influence expands considerably. In a fleeting moment, Wu Tian felt a surge of anticipation, increasingly wishing for the Kuenping to receive the primordial purple energy. Furthermore, Xianming also secured a position. If the Kuenping could attain it, then surely Xianming could as well. Regardless of its utility, it was best to claim it first. With this thought in mind, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, but soon dimmed as he sighed inwardly. Alas, I dread that Hongjun may not adhere to the expected course. At that moment, the 4 sovereigns of the demon clan entered the Zixu Palace together. Fuxi and Nuwa appeared largely unchanged, though Nuwa regarded Wu Tian with a curious gaze. Niao Niao advanced and took her original seat. Dijuan and Tai exuded vigor, their lips curling into faint smiles. The newly ascended demon emperor, Dijuan, emanated an increasingly formidable and noble aura, his confidence deepening as he surveyed the assembly. A slight arch of his brow indicated his thoughts. What if there are no seats? Our demon clan is currently blessed with fortune, and we might well rival you mortals. Dejuan contemplated that should any fortuitous opportunities arise during the third sermon. With 4 sovereigns of the demon clan present, even the 3 pure ones could contend. Subsequently, figures continued to enter the hall, yet fewer than during the previous 2 sermons. Following those 2 teachings, the cultivation in the primordial world had flourished immensely, yet conflicts had also multiplied, resulting in countless casualties. As the appointed time finally approached, Hongjun Daozu silently reappeared before the grand hall, drawing the attention of all present, their eyes glimmering with delight. We welcome the Daozu. Some perceptive individuals had already begun to chant. Hongjun merely nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the throng, making each person feel as though he was looking directly at them, igniting a wave of excitement among many. In truth, Hongjun was not entirely at peace. Following the second sermon, both the Witch and Demon clans had successively established themselves. While the Witch clan's obstinacy was to be expected, their disregard for the heavenly path and for him as Daozu was understandable. However, he was taken aback by the Demon clan's similar behavior. Hongjun's gaze subtly shifted towards Dejuan. Observing his triumphant demeanor while contemplating their intent to pave the way for the spiritual beings of the myriad races, Hongjun could not help but feel a stir of emotion. Yet, the most troubling concern for Hongjun was not this, but rather the issue of seating in the Zixiao Palace, which became increasingly pronounced as the third sermon drew near. Was he truly to bestow the primordial purple chi upon Shenming and Kunping? What of Jian ingenuity? It was not that Hongjun held any particular fondness for the latter 2, but rather that he had shattered the Western realms before attaining enlightenment, incurring tremendous karmic debts. If he did not seize this opportunity to resolve them, how could he achieve a state of carefree liberation and advance towards higher realms? However, should he deny Xianming and Kunping, how could he justify the first 7 seats in plain view of all? Xianming could claim that the Witch clan had its own fortuitous opportunities, being at odds with the heavenly path, but what of Kunping? Alas! Hongjun cast a glance at Wu Tian, realizing this fellow had truly brought him a significant dilemma. In that moment, Wu Tian's heart resonated with an inexplicable sensation. The primordial measuring tool within his soul radiated a brilliant golden light of virtue, suppressing all his innate fortune and disrupting the celestial mechanisms. Subsequently, Wu Tian lifted his gaze toward the Dao ancestor Hongjun, presenting him with an utterly innocent smile, reminiscent of the essence of the Witch clan, which surged forth in an instant. The Dao ancestor Hongjun found himself momentarily speechless. Reflecting on the plans he had previously devised, his mind settled once more. And without further contemplation, he gently spoke. Child, please close the great door. At that, Hao Tian and Yao Qi promptly rose to their feet, straining to push open the gates of the Zixiao Palace. Wu Tian couldn't help but scoff inwardly. It is evident that a mere wave of a hand could close the door, or even with a mere thought, the Zixiao Palace would respond. Why must these 2 young boys exert themselves so laboriously? Is it to appear more impressive? Or perhaps, by involving these 2 little ones, there is some merit to be gained? Wu Tian contemplated deeply. Soon, as Hao Yan and Yao Qi closed the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun Daozu finally withdrew his gaze. Amidst the immense anticipation of the crowd, he spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. The third sermon begins. In an instant, the aura surrounding Hongjun Daozu transformed. With the power of the laws intertwining behind him, manifesting myriad paths and giving rise to countless extraordinary phenomena, the entire Purple Cloud Palace experienced a transformation, with the power of the heavenly Dao becoming increasingly profound. Following this, Hongjun Daozu proclaimed, the path to enlightenment consists of 3 parts. A happy new year. The little author's blessings also come in 3s. May you enjoy good health, may your wishes be fulfilled, and may you attain great wealth in the new year. Chapter 76. The method of severing the 3 corpses. As the power of the heavenly Dao thickened, the melodious voice of Hongjun Daozu resonated. Suddenly, flowers cascaded from above, and golden lotuses surged from the earth, accompanied by countless extraordinary phenomena manifesting within the Purple Cloud Palace. Innumerable laws and paths unfolded, and finally, Hongjun Daozu addressed the question that weighed most heavily on everyone's minds. How does one attain enlightenment? How does one achieve the state of primordial unity? The highest attainment is to prove the Dao through strength. According to Hongjun Daozu, the great Pangu indeed proved the Dao through his formidable power. But this proving through strength does not refer to the path of power. Rather, it signifies a breakthrough through absolute might. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Wu Tian could not help but nod slightly, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, as long as one's strength is sufficient, no matter the hardships and obstacles ahead, nor the shackles of the Grand Dao, I shall forcefully shatter them with a single punch. In simpler terms, proving the Dao through strength is synonymous with miraculous feats born of sheer might. Unfortunately, the ambition of the great Pangu was excessively lofty. He envisioned a direct leap to success, to forge the primordial world and validate the true Grand Dao. However, after the creation of the primordial realm, under the oppressive force of chaos, the heavens and the earth merged to forcibly sustain the nascent world, resisting the chaotic energies, leading to Pangu's eventual exhaustion, his essence transforming into all things. This method of proving the Dao through sheer force remains unparalleled. Wu Tian was filled with immense curiosity. However, he could not help but internally scoff at the fact that Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, merely provided a brief explanation without delving into the specifics of the cultivation methods. The expressions of the others varied greatly, many of them displaying a look of difficulty. If even the great Pangu could not traverse this path, how could they possibly succeed? Although their journey differed from that of the great Pangu, as they sought to attain the Tao of their own primordial essence rather than the ultimate Tao. Their years of cultivation had taught them that this path was fraught with challenges. Suddenly, a sense of urgency arose within some. At this moment, Hongjun Dao Ancestor continued to speak. Next is the method of severing the three corpses. This technique was created by me, severing the good, the evil, and the attachments, entrusting them to the innate spiritual treasures to form the three corpses. Ultimately, by uniting the three corpses, one can attain the Tao of primordial unity. In essence, the method of severing the three corpses is also an alternative means of validating the Tao through strength. By severing the three corpses and cultivating them, one can carve a unique path to meet the requirements of attaining the Tao. One alone is insufficient. What if we were to summon three? The accumulation of quantity leads to a qualitative transformation. As for why it must involve innate spiritual treasures, it is because within every innate spiritual treasure lies an indestructible primordial light, which can thus embody good, evil, and attachments, culminating in the formation of the three corpses. Furthermore, an important aspect is that once one detaches from good, evil, and attachments, their Tao heart becomes tranquil, drawing ever closer to the unthoughtful nature of the heavenly Tao, thereby enhancing their comprehension of the great Tao. This is also beneficial for one's personal cultivation. Immediately following, Hongjun Dao Ancestor added, the least effective method is the attainment of the Tao through virtues. What does it mean to attain the Tao through virtues? It signifies accumulating sufficient heavenly Tao merits under the favor of the heavenly Tao, directly infusing oneself with the laws of the heavenly Tao, thereby forcibly elevating oneself to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Upon hearing this, the people within the purple cloud palace displayed contemplative expressions, and many exchanged glances, all pondering the notion that if the great Pangu could not succeed in validating the Tao through strength, they naturally held little hope. As for attaining the Tao through virtues, it relied even more on opportunity and fortune. Thus, they began to consider the method of severing the three corpses, especially since the living example of Hongjun Dao Ancestor himself had achieved the primordial golden immortal status through this very technique, earning the title of saint. At that moment, someone spoke up. Dare I ask, Dao Ancestor, how does one sever the three corpses? Upon hearing this, Hongjun Dao Ancestor slightly nodded. He then meticulously explained how to sever the good, the evil, and the attachments, how to entrust them to the innate spiritual treasures, and the various methods by which the three corpses can be unified. The stronger the innate spiritual treasure used to embody the three corpses, the greater the power, conversely. The more challenging the unification of the three corpses becomes. However, once one achieves the primordial golden immortal status, their strength will naturally be enhanced. Upon listening to Hongjun Dao Ancestor's explanations, Wu Tian maintained a stoic expression, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. Isn't it said that the innate spiritual treasures housing the three corpses must resonate with one another, ideally forming a complete set of innate artifacts? Otherwise, the three corpses cannot possibly unify. Why did Hongjun not mention this? Doubt began to creep into his mind. However, as he had no intention of pursuing the path of the three corpses, and the Wu clan was devoid of such potential, Wu Tian refrained from voicing his inquiries, instead silently pondering his thoughts. Simultaneously, he attentively absorbed the profound essence of the technique to sever the three corpses. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, the end goal was to amplify one's own power. With formidable strength, one could shatter the constraints of the path to enlightenment and transcend the barriers of realms. It was merely that the Pangu deity was sufficiently powerful, rendering the severance of the three corpses unnecessary. In contrast, Hongjun Daozu fell considerably short and thus sought to bridge the gap through the technique of severing the three corpses. If I could obtain the Chaos Bell, the Taiji diagram, or the Pangu banner, or perhaps the three books of heaven, earth, and humanity, such a complete and formidable set of innate treasures, I might reconsider the method of severing the three corpses. Yet, this seemed nearly impossible. Wu Tian was suddenly struck by an idea. What if I were to acquire the primordial 5 direction flags and directly manifest 5 avatars from them, then merge them into one? Or perhaps utilize the primordial yin-yang 5 elements gourd. Alternatively, as depicted in the tales of my previous life, could I sever the ties of the past, present, and future? Wu Tian's thoughts surged within him as he contemplated various possibilities. However, in the end, he systematically dismissed each one, choosing not to pursue any path related to the method of severing the three corpses. Instead, he grew increasingly resolute in his belief that enlightenment could be attained through the Tao, as one who inherently embodies the laws of the 12 ancestor witches, merging them into a singular essence, and having absorbed the primordial yin and yang of the innate gourd vine along with the principles of the 5 elements. He had painstakingly achieved a state of harmonious unity. Why would he sever these elements, fragmenting them only to seek a method of reassembly? Moreover, Wu Tian always felt that the act of severing one's own thoughts was not the true path. While it might bring his essence closer to the heavenly Tao and facilitate a deeper understanding of the Great Way, it also harbored hidden perils. Without the existence of personal emotions, who would he truly be? Would he merely become an empty vessel for the principles of the Tao, indistinguishable from a formidable stone? As for achieving sanctity through merit, Wu Tian found himself devoid of any thoughts. Upon reflecting on this, Wu Tian suddenly raised his gaze towards Hongjun Daozu, the venerable ancestor of the Zixio Palace, his eyes shimmering with an unfathomable brilliance. Resolutely, he proclaimed within his heart, "The path that lies ahead of me shall undoubtedly be one where I harness the myriad forces of the universe, amalgamating all powers into a singular essence under my command. What need is there for the severance of the corporeal?" Sensing Wu Tian's penetrating gaze, Hongjun Daozu felt a subtle shift within him, instinctively turning to meet Wu Tian's eyes. Just then, someone interjected with a question, "Esteemed Daozu, previously you mentioned that the heavenly Dao saint must be a primordial supreme immortal, yet a primordial supreme immortal is not necessarily a saint. The method of severing the three corpses can attest to the Dao. How then can one attain the status of a heavenly Dao saint?" Hongjun Daozu's attention was instantly captivated, his gaze shifting towards the questioner, none other than the esteemed Dong Wanggong, the foremost among the celestial men he had personally appointed. Who else, apart from Dong Wanggong, would dare to address him as such? He prided himself on his close ties with Hongjun Daozu, and, in his eagerness, posed the question directly. Chapter 77. The Primordial Purple Chi. Hongjun Daozu regarded Dong Wanggong with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Tai Ching, seated in the front row, had been deeply engrossed in contemplating the method of severing the three corpses. As he reached the conclusion of his thoughts, a frown creased his brow. Just as he was about to voice his perplexity, he was abruptly interrupted by Dong Wanggong. A flicker of displeasure arose within him. Yet he soon found himself drawn to the question posed by Dong Wanggong. The saint's primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Dao, rendering it immortal and indestructible. Compared to the conventional primordial supreme immortal, it possesses the privileges of the heavenly Dao, far surpassing the latter in the vast wilderness. Who would not aspire to achieve such a status? Everyone shared this ambition. Some were still pondering the method of severing the three corpses, while others hesitated to speak up. Upon witnessing Dong Wanggong's inquiry, they all turned their gazes toward Hongjun Daozu, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hongjun Daozu spoke in a measured tone. To become a heavenly Dao saint, one must possess the opportunity of sanctification, the primordial purple chi. Instantly, the crowd's eyes brightened with intrigue. The primordial purple chi? At that moment, a strand of primordial purple chi materialized in the hands of Hongjun Daozu, resembling a deep purple ribbon, swirling and floating in the void, a sight that exuded an air of profound mystery, straddling the realms of reality and illusion. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian felt a surge of excitement within. At last, the topic of the primordial purple energy had been broached. 7 strands of primordial purple energy, how do you intend to distribute them? Will it follow the original seating arrangement? Or will it be based on the candidates from the grand scheme? Wu Tian pondered, his gaze ablaze with intensity. At this moment, Hongjun Daozu spoke once more. There are 9 positions of the heavenly Dao saint, and the final saint shall not emerge until the boundless calamity of the primordial world unfolds. Therefore, I still possess 7 strands of primordial purple energy. Upon uttering these words, a wave of commotion surged through the purple cloud palace, as the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, instinctively directing their attention towards the 7 prominent seats at the front. I knew those 7 seats at the forefront were far from ordinary, someone despondently remarked. Meanwhile, others glared with fierce determination, already contemplating how to seize the primordial purple energy from the 7 individuals seated at the front. After a moment of deliberation, most gazes converged upon Kunping. The 3 pure ones were formidable adversaries, and Enhua, having become the queen of the demon clan, was supported by Fuxi and the demon race, making her not easily provoked. As for Xianming and Hutu, they were even more formidable. No one wished to incite the wrath of the Witch clan, and thus, the solitary Kunping became the target of scorn. In an instant, countless eyes were upon him, causing Kunping to feel as though he were pierced by 1,000 daggers, overwhelmed by immense pressure, rendering him restless. Yet, within his heart, a surge of elation blossomed. Indeed, Wu Tian did not deceive me. Initially, Kunping felt a twinge of reluctance in relinquishing the innate northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. However, at this moment, he felt no such hesitation. Instead, his heart swelled with gratitude towards Wu Tian. Prior to Wu Tian's emergence, where was the guarantee for his position? It was to preserve his connection to the primordial purple aura, safeguarding this rare opportunity for sanctification. Kunping found himself unable to resist the urge to turn around, to cast a grateful glance towards Wu Tian. Yet, wary of the countless scrutinizing gazes upon him, he ultimately remained seated, pondering instead how he might evade the covetous eyes of so many after obtaining the primordial purple aura. Meanwhile, the deposed Hongyan wore an expression of deep chagrin, unable to suppress his sighs. Observing this, Wu Tian quietly transmitted a message. Haha, brother Hongyan, do you regret it? Hongyan quickly denied it, replying, what are you saying? Brother Wu Tian, it is said that what is gained is fortune, what is lost is fate. Since I have yielded to the Xianming Ancestral Witch, I shall not voice further complaints. I merely lament my own character. What if I had been a bit more resolute? He mused. However, he soon shook his head. The Witch clan may retain this position, but he and brother Jin Yuan might not be so fortunate. Reflecting on this, Hongyan felt a sense of clarity wash over him, the previous discontent on his face vanishing without a trace, as he resolutely affirmed within his heart, The path is one of competition. I must not allow such a situation to occur again. He found solace in this realization. Conversely, the two who had failed to seize the position, Jiejing and Junti, lamented in their hearts, crying out in despair. Alas, I knew this position harbored great fortune. Had it not been for the Witch clan, how could my brother and I have lost the primordial purple aura and our chance for sanctification? Initially wary of the Witch clan, the emergence of such a precious opportunity only intensified their anguish. Junti's anger flared, his spirit ignited with resentment, as he cast a furious glare in Wu Tian's direction. Wu Tian instinctively sensed the atmosphere. He had initially been intrigued by the expressions of those within the Zixiao Palace, observing their myriad changes in demeanor, while simultaneously pondering how Hongjun Daozu would address the issue of seating arrangements. Suddenly, he felt a gaze laden with malice. He turned abruptly, following the direction of the gaze. And upon recognizing it was Junti, he was not filled with anger. Rather, a sense of absurdity washed over him. How ludicrous. Did these brothers truly consider the seats of Hong Yun and Kuan Ping as their own? Such outrageousness. He then offered Junti a cold smile. Dare you provoke me? Rest assured, I shall ensure that my elder brothers impart a lesson upon you, if they do not make your eyes bulge. Then my eldest brother is unworthy of the title of Space Ancestor. Wu Tian let out a cold snort. Upon witnessing Wu Tian's sneer, Junti felt a chill in his heart, sensing something amiss, and quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head in contemplation. After Hongjun Daozu finished his previous remarks, he paused momentarily, absorbing the reactions of the crowd. He then intentionally glanced at Xianming and Hutu, who displayed an air of calm indifference. Seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of the Hongmeng purple qi, Hongjun Daozu's gaze was profound, his thoughts resolute once more. And he continued, there are 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi. Among my disciples, 6 will be bestowed. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. What does this mean? 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi, does it not correspond precisely to the 7 seats? Is it not distributed according to the seating arrangement? The onlookers turned their attention to Xianming and Hutu, a flicker of realization dawning within them. Of course, how could the ancestral witches possibly submit to Hongjun Daozu? Their allegiance lies solely with the Panga great god. How could they acknowledge Hongjun as their master? Thus, the implication was clear. The ancestral witches might not receive the Hongmeng purple qi, while those without seats might still have a chance to obtain it. As this thought crossed their minds, those in the back who felt hopeless suddenly had their eyes gleam with renewed hope. Dong Wanggong trembled with excitement. Excluding the Witch clan, there are still 2 strands of Hongmeng purple qi left. Is this not prepared for me? A sense of pride swelled within Dong Wanggong. Who would dare claim that his transition to the path of immortality was erroneous? He is the foremost male immortal, personally appointed by Hongjun Daozu, tasked with spreading the teachings of the immortal way. Surely that counts as being under the tutelage of Hongjun? Is there not a share of Hongmeng purple qi for him? Even the face of Shi Wangmu revealed astonishment as her gaze swept over the exuberant Dong Wanggong, pondering, could it be? Have I misjudged this fellow? Do I truly have a chance to acquire the Hongmeng purple qi? However, Shi Wangmu soon realized her error. She grasped a crucial point, that which is offered willingly is the least valuable. Hongjun Daozu entirely disregarded Dong Wanggong's eager gaze and instead lowered his eyes toward the Sanqing, ultimately addressing them. The Sanqing and I share a master-disciple bond. Are you willing to join the Xiamen and become my direct disciples? There was no room for hesitation. Any hint of doubt would be a disrespect to the celestial Tao and the attainment of the primordial unity. The Sanqing immediately displayed joy, without a moment's delay. They bowed to Hongjun Daozu, collectively exclaiming, disciples pay their respects to the master. Hongjun Daozu finally smiled, observing the Sanqing nodding in agreement. Once the formalities were completed and their fates intertwined, he spoke with a grin. There is no need for excessive courtesy. With a wave of his hand, 3 strands of Hongmeng purple qi surged forth. In a flash of purple light, they gracefully descended upon the Sanqing, merging seamlessly into their beings, directly integrating with their primordial spirits. Boom. The 3 felt a surge of energy as the purple qi swirled around them, revealing boundless mysteries of the Tao, deepening their connection to the celestial path. But this was not the end. After bestowing the Hongmeng purple qi amid envious gazes within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu presented each of the 3 with numerous spiritual treasures. Tai Ching received the most significant treasure, the Taiji diagram. Yuan Shi was granted the Panga banner, both of which were transformed from the axe-s blade and back, representing the pinnacle of innate treasures. Together with Tai's chaotic bell, they formed the 3 supreme treasures of creation. Logically, the chaotic bell should have been bestowed upon Tongtian. Thus, it was fortuitous that the 3 aspects of Pangu's primordial spirit were divided among the Sanqing, each holding a fragment of the axe. Yet, for reasons unknown, the chaotic bell ended up in Tai's possession. Certainly, had it been otherwise, perhaps all 3 supreme treasures would have fallen into Hongjun Daozu's hands, and he may not have bestowed them at all. Would it not be more advantageous to use the 3 supreme treasures to slay the corpses? Observing Tai Ching and Yuan Shi receiving numerous innate treasures, along with each one acquiring a creation treasure, Tongtian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At that moment, Hongjun Daozu gently turned his palm, revealing a vast array of swirling mist, surrounded by 4 exceptionally fierce celestial swords. with a faded array diagram suspended above. The entire formation resembled a realm of sword energy. It appeared extraordinarily formidable. Hongjun Daozu then announced, "This is the Extermination Sword Formation, forged by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, which fell into my hands after I vanquished him." Not only Tian, but also the other listeners were taken aback. While Taiqing and Yuanshe received creation treasures, why was Tian given a sword formation? But they soon heard Hongjun Daozu continue. "Tian, today I bestow this treasure upon you. The Extermination Sword Formation can only be broken by the four saints." The multitude of astonished gazes instantly transformed into expressions of shock. If that is the case, does it not imply that once Tian fully refines this formation, he could be regarded as the most powerful beneath Hongjun Daozu? Tian was elated upon hearing this. The initial disappointment of not acquiring a creation treasure was swept away by the statement that only the four saints could break it. Moreover, Tian was inherently suited for swordsmanship and formations. The treasure that had fallen into his hands, the Qingping sword, was precisely aligned with his path. He also possessed another treasure, the Heavenly Flower Miaozue banner, an ultimate treasure of formations. The Extermination Sword Formation perfectly combined his two paths, making it supremely fitting for Tian. How could he not rejoice? "Thank you, Master." Tian swiftly accepted the Extermination Sword Formation, expressing his gratitude aloud to Hongjun Daozu. Hongjun Daozu chuckled gently, nodding slightly, and reiterated, "No need for excessive courtesy." After the Sanqing became direct disciples of Hongjun Daozu, not only did they receive the Hongming Purple Qi, but they also obtained such powerful spiritual treasures, leading to immense envy among all present. They gazed at Hongjun, fantasizing about the splendid opportunities that might fall upon them. Even the proud and ambitious Emperor Jun, who aspired to unite the myriad tribes of the wilderness to establish the demon path, found himself pondering, should I also enter the Xianmen? Only Wu Tian, aware of the impending rise of future calamities, sighed softly upon witnessing Tian acquire the Extermination Sword Formation. Alas, the roots of the calamity of the Fengshen Great Tribulation have been planted. The Extermination Sword Formation, forged by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, controls four celestial swords to form the array, derived from the extraction of the Western Earth veins. This implies that whoever possesses the Extermination Sword Formation will inevitably forge a profound causal relationship with the Western realm. Additionally, given the formidable nature of the Extermination Sword Formation, should it be used to suppress fate, it would surely taint one's destiny with peril. In the future, during the Fengshen Great Tribulation, Zhuan Ti will take away 3,000 disciples of the Jiejiao and lead them to the Western realm to repay this causal relationship. But at this moment, who could foresee such outcomes? Who would even entertain such thoughts? Although Wu Tian was aware of this, he lacked the motivation to remind Tian. To be frank, the sword array of extermination, deemed unbreakable by the four saints, would not be forsaken by Tian, even in the face of danger. This notion is further reinforced by the words of Hongjun from earlier. Wu Tian harbored a faint suspicion. It seemed that Hongjun was reluctant to seize the opportunity to completely resolve the karmic entanglements of the West. He was bound to play tricks, refusing to adhere to the established order. The acquisition of the Hongming purple energy by Xianming and Hutu was not of paramount importance. However, Hongjun's blatant deceit left Wu Tian exceedingly displeased. If one cannot play fair, then why set up 7 seats at all? As Wu Tian pondered how to retaliate, Hongjun turned his gaze towards Nuwa, smiling gently as he spoke. "Nuwa, you shall have great fortune in the future and may even attain sanctity. Would you be willing to join my sect and become my direct disciple?" Nuwa promptly nodded in agreement. "I am willing to be your disciple," she declared. Fushi, standing behind her, was overjoyed. Having forsaken his own chance to protect Nuwa, he finally had something to gain. Once Nuwa became a disciple, she, like the Sanqing, received the Hongming purple energy along with numerous innate treasures. The radiance of these treasures dazzled the eyes of the listeners in the Zixiao Palace. Among these innate treasures, the most formidable were the Cauldron of Creation, the innate red silk ball, and the map of mountains and rivers, with countless other innate treasures following suit. Following Nuwa, Xianming occupied the seat originally held by the Red Cloud. As the ancestral shaman, Xianming remained remarkably composed, even contemplating in her heart that if Hongjun were to speak, she would defiantly refuse. As descendants of the Father God, we possess our own bloodline inheritance. How could we bow to another as our master? Why must we submit to him? At that moment, Xianming felt a twinge of disdain towards the Sanqing. After all, they were all fragments of the Father God's primordial spirit, akin to her own shamanic lineage. How could they, for the sake of the Hongming purple energy, prostrate themselves before Hongjun? Such an act would be a disgrace to the Father Goddess honor. Xuanming's thoughts lingered there, yet she did not anticipate being given the chance to reject Hongjun. It is well known that the best way to avoid rejection is to preemptively reject others. Hongjun employed this very tactic. Casting a glance at Xianming, he turned his attention to Hutu and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke softly. "You two are fated to be unrelated to my Xianmen." The implication was that they were also fated to be disconnected from the Hongming purple energy. After this declaration, Hongjuan's gaze held a deeper significance as he continued. The ancestral shaman shall have her own opportunities. Hongjuan deliberately stated this, for he did not wish to extend the Hongming purple energy to Xianming. He could not single out Hudu, proclaiming her to have great fortune and destined to attain the Tao. Hongjuan was wholly focused on rectifying the misalignment of the heavenly Tao's momentum, seeking excuses to steer it back to a position favorable to himself. However, he overlooked one vital point. As a sage of the heavenly Tao, especially at such a crucial moment in the Zixiao Palace, every word and action resonated with the heavenly Tao. As soon as these words were uttered, the heavenly Tao responded instantaneously. Hutu remained largely unaffected. She intended to open the underworld, transform into reincarnation, and become the ruler of the nether realm, which bore little relation to the heavenly Tao. But Xianming was different. Under the surge of the heavenly Tao's power, her heavenly secrets and fate experienced violent upheavals. Xianming was taken aback. Initially, she had little regard for Hongjuan's words. After all, what was the Hongming purple energy? If it was unattainable, so be it. However, to her astonishment, after Hongjuan's pronouncement, the map beneath her abruptly stirred, with countless forces of the heavenly Tao rushing in. The myriad laws of the heavenly Tao, intertwined with Xianming, rapidly imprinted themselves upon her primordial spirit. Outside the Zixiao Palace, in the vast wilderness, the divine manifestation of Xianming, which had been achieved at her founding, suddenly materialized in the heavens and earth, immense and resplendent. An endless divine light enveloped her, with the power within her manifestation pulsating in harmony with Xianming herself. As the goddess of the north, the god of ice and snow, and the deity of winter, Xuanming's fortune surged, becoming even more potent in that moment. Her divine manifestation solidified further. In contrast, Xianming's primordial spirit power soared rapidly. In a brief span, her primordial spirit ascended to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. And under the enhancement of the heavenly Tao's power, the barriers of her former realm and the shackles of her physical body seemed to vanish entirely. Once the aura of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stabilized, even without the protection of innate treasures, Xianming need not fear the encroachment of physical malevolence. In fact, during this process, the innate prohibitions within the northern Xuanyuan's water-controlling banner were completely refined, merging seamlessly with Xuanming's primordial spirit. Boom! Xuanming's aura trembled, and an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded behind her. It was as if a dark, profound realm had emerged. Hongjuan was momentarily taken aback, swiftly comprehending the cause and effect at play. Regret blossomed within him. He merely wished to withhold the Hongming purple energy from Xianming, yet his casual remark inadvertently became the catalyst for her fortune. Alas, the intricacies of the path of karma are indeed profound. Hongjuan silently sighed within, his gaze flickering momentarily as he observed the ever-shifting aura of Xianming. A wave of astonishment erupted within the Zixiao Palace. At that moment, Xuanming's primordial spirit was fully revealed, leaving all present in sheer disbelief. Their hearts gripped by astonishment. How is this possible? Wasn't the witch clan incapable of cultivating the primordial spirit? How can Xianming, the ancestral shaman, cultivate her primordial spirit, and moreover, reach the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal? Even now, during the third lecture, the majority of attendees in the Zixiao Palace had yet to achieve the rank of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, remaining stuck at the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. How could they not be astonished? How could they not feel envy? Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian chuckled softly. Indeed, although Hongjuan employed cunning tactics and did not allocate the Hongming purple chi according to seeding arrangements, this fortunate opportunity is more than sufficient. Thus, the seeding could be deemed not wasted. After a brief moment, Xianming's aura receded. She maintained an expression of unparalleled chilliness. Yet a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes as she involuntarily turned to cast a glance at Wu Tian, conveying a sense of gratitude. Indeed, Xianming did not express her appreciation towards Hongjuan. Rather, she believed that her current achievements were solely due to Wu Tian's influence. Had it not been for Wu Tian, could she have cultivated her primordial spirit? Could she have attained her current position? Wu Tian responded with a light chuckle. The interaction between the two was increasingly uncomfortable in the eyes of Hongjuan Daozu, yet he chose to abandon his investigation into Wu Tian's true nature. For Wu Tian was under the protection of the primordial measuring ruler, making it exceedingly difficult to unveil the mysteries surrounding him. Immediately, his gaze shifted towards Hutu. The stillness of Huda brought a sense of relief to Hongjuan's brow. This was quite normal, for Huda's fortunes did not lie within the heavenly Tao, and thus no changes would manifest at this moment. Likewise, although Hutu was taken aback, she felt no disappointment in not being able to break through to the primordial golden immortal realm like Xianyin. Following this sudden turn of events, Hongjuan Daozu cast his gaze towards the sixth seat, the direction where Kunpeng resided, and a hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes. Upon noticing Hongjuan Daozu's expression, Kunpeng's heart raced, and a thought surged forth. Could there be some unforeseen circumstance? In a state of panic and without waiting for Hongjuan Daozu to speak, he bowed deeply, exclaiming loudly, Kunpeng wishes to enter the Xianmen. Hongjuan Daozu sighed softly. Alas, Kunpeng, there is no master-disciple bond between us. Kunpeng lifted his head in disbelief. his eyes wide with incredulity, internally protesting, no master-disciple bond? While the other ancestral witches have accepted disciples. Each of the other seats has gained the primordial purple chi. Why am I any different? Does this seat bear no significance? If that is the case, why then are there 7 seats? The others in the Zixiao Palace gasped in astonishment, mirroring Kunping's thoughts. They had presumed the seats were linked to the primordial purple chi. The fact that the 2 ancestral witches had not received it was one thing, but Kunping's rejection by Hongjun Daozu, who explicitly stated there was no master-disciple bond, was shocking. However, soon, the expressions of the others shifted, their gazes lighting up with fervor. Kunping's inability to enter under Hongjun Daozu's tutelage and acquire the primordial purple chi was, for them, an opportunity. In an instant, thoughts swirled. Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they bowed deeply to Hongjun Daozu, exclaiming, Jane and Juanti implore the Daozu for mercy. Please accept us into the Xianmen. Seeing this, the others also began to call out, especially Dong Wangong, whose joy was palpable, thinking to himself, aren't the remaining 2 seats meant for us? Even Dijuan and Tai felt a stirring within, wavering in their resolve. This is the primordial purple chi. Should we also make a request? Kunping, witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious, urgently beseeching Hongjun Daozu, but being no master of eloquence, he could only repeatedly cry out, please, Daozu, show mercy. Hongjun Daozu's face was marked with difficulty, seemingly torn. Though he had already stated there was no master-disciple bond with Kunping, he felt a twinge of compassion upon seeing Kunping's earnest demeanor. At that moment, Yuanshi suddenly turned, his expression cold as he addressed Kunping. Kunping, since the master has explicitly stated that there is no bond between you, why do you persist in entangling yourself with these feathered and egg-born beings? What face do you have to stand among us? A profound silence enveloped the Zixiao Palace. Wu Tian was taken aback, believing that his interference would render this remarkable scene forever lost to him. Yet, unexpectedly, it unfolded before his eyes. The members of Zixiao Palace were equally astonished. Initially hesitating over whether to beseech the esteemed Hongjun Daozu for admission, Dijuan and Tai's expressions shifted drastically in an instant. Humph. They cast a cold glare at Yuanshi. After such words were uttered, even if Dijuan and Tai were devoid of shame, they could no longer kneel and plead for Hongjun Daozu to accept them as disciples, especially given their inherent pride. Meanwhile, Kunping's countenance abruptly froze. Subsequently, a flush of crimson surged to his face. Filled with humiliation and fury, he glared at Yuanshi, nearly rising to confront him in a fit of rage. Chapter 80. The first alliance between Wu and Yao. Regrettably, Kunping lacked such fierce spirit. In fact, in this aspect, he was even less resolute than the seemingly weaker and underestimated Hongyun. When the tide turned against him, Hongyun, amidst an ambush while striving to seize the primordial purple energy, resolutely chose to self-destruct his primordial spirit, willing to shatter his true essence without hesitation. Kunping could not muster such resolve. His gaze darted back and forth among the 3 pure ones, but ultimately he dared not unleash his fury, his expression contorting increasingly into one of despair. The scrutinizing gazes and hushed whispers from the members of Zixiao Palace only served to deepen Kunping's sense of disgrace, leaving his dignity in tatters. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Wu Tian let out a sigh, reflecting, alas, those who help themselves will be aided, and the resilient shall remain strong. At such a juncture, one still hesitates and fears offending the primordial one. Do they still harbor illusions about the primordial purple aura? Are they apprehensive of antagonizing Hongjun? The Witch clan does not fear the 3 pure ones. Wu Tian even contemplated the cause and effect related to the Northern Xian Yuan's water-controlling banner, willing to advocate for Kunping, providing him with a means of retreat. However, one must first voice their thoughts. Under Wu Tian's piercing gaze, Kunping seemed to sense the scrutiny. With even Xianming and Hudu turning their faces towards him, their gazes profoundly contemplative, Kunping deciphered these looks, perhaps feeling the anticipation and support from Wu Tian and the others. His gaze suddenly sharpened. After several moments of inner turmoil, he gritted his teeth and declared, what of transformation through eggs or the shedding of feathers? What of bearing scales and horns? Primordial One, you pride yourself on being the authentic Pangu, yet after the great Pangu carved the vast wilderness, he transformed into all things. Every being in the primordial realm, who does not inherit the legacy of the great Pangu, is there any true essence devoid of Pangu's aura? Wu Tian's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, nearly unable to suppress an exclamation of approval. Well done. Although Kunping's words carried a hint of uncertainty, his audacity to confront Yuanshi was indeed a significant progression, a remarkable transformation. Moreover, his assertions were not without merit. In the primordial realm, various races, origins, and backgrounds existed. However, once they ventured beyond the primordial chaos, all beings shared a singular appellation, the Pangu clan. Yuanshi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Kunping would possess the courage to challenge him directly. His countenance grew cold, revealing increasing displeasure. Furthermore, the fact that Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, had yet to intervene in their dispute led Yuanshi to believe that his actions had received tacit approval from Hongjun, thereby attempting to dissuade Kunping from his stance. Consequently, Yuanshi became bolder, his gaze toward Kunping laced with disdain, preparing to hurl further ridicule. How dare you invoke the name of Pangu? You presume to contest me. The true heir of Pangu? Just as Yuanshi was about to articulate his disdain, he was unexpectedly interrupted by the voice of Xianming, the ancestral shaman. The icy tone resonated throughout the Zixiao Palace. Yuanshi, the legacy of the true Pangu, is our collective responsibility to uphold. The blessings of our Father God are profound. Yet they do not serve to empower your tyranny or to belittle others. Yuanshi's expression momentarily froze, only to darken thereafter. He swiftly comprehended the implications of Xuanming's words. Astonished that the ancestral shaman would advocate for Kunping, Xuanming's intervention stemmed not only from the authority of the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner, but also from a discontent with the actions of the three purities, particularly their eagerness to bow to Hongjun for the sake of the Hongmeng purple qi. Why should the rightful heirs of Pangu need to become disciples of Hongjun? Yuanshi felt a profound embarrassment. Had it been anyone else, he might have merely harbored indignation without such acute awkwardness. Yet, the speaker was the ancestral shaman, whom he held in low regard, and whose reasoning was undeniably sound, deepening the shadow of humiliation on Yuanshi's countenance. As the saying goes, lies may not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. Xuanming's words left Yuanshi no ground for rebuttal. The shaman clan, while often perceived as brash, recognized only Pangu as their father god. Even when faced with the allure of the Hongmeng purple qi, the ancestral shamans remained unwavering in their self-identity, unlike the three purities, who prostrated themselves without hesitation at the prospect of the Taoist saint's position. Kunping was momentarily taken aback, but then elation surged within him. Indeed, the shaman clan had spoken on his behalf. Initially pained by the loss of the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner, he now felt no such sorrow, but rather an exhilarating sense of fortune. Had it not been for this innate spiritual treasure, would Xianming have intervened on his behalf? Certainly not. Observing the transformation in Yuanshi's demeanor, much of Kunping's earlier embarrassment and indignation dissipated, replaced by a sense of comfort. Inwardly, Kunping seethed. Is it not true that you rely on your numbers and superior strength? You, the three purities, may be numerous, but if you possess the ability, why not contend with the shaman clan directly? He turned his gaze gratefully toward Xianming. The others in the Zixiao Palace were equally astounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they widened their eyes. They had not anticipated Xuanming's intervention, nor could they have foreseen that the usually single-minded and impulsive ancestral shaman would deliver such a powerful rebuke, causing Yuanshi to lose face. However, Xianming indeed had the conviction to speak thus. Regardless of the shaman clan's reputation, their commitment to safeguarding the primordial realm was not merely a slogan from their inception. They actively dispelled malevolent forces and purified the primordial chaos, serving as guardians of the celestial pillar, Mount Buzhou. At this moment, Dijuan's gaze flickered with contemplation, and after a brief pause, he spoke in a resonant voice. What Xianming the ancestral shaman has stated is profoundly true. Are the beings with scales and horns, those birthed from eggs, not part of the primordial essence? Are they inherently inferior and deserving of disdain from the Tao? Is it not said that the Tao is impartial? Dijuan turned to survey the assembly within the Zixiao Palace, seeking eyes that mirrored his sentiments. Most of my demon kin possess scales and horns, and many here are the same ilk. Yet, my fellow companions and I have established the demon clan to pave the way for all beings within the primordial realm. Are we to be considered lesser? Dijuan's words resonated deeply, stirring a wave of empathy among those who had felt the sting of Yuanshi's derision towards Kunping. Though many had previously refrained from confronting Yuanshi, the atmosphere in the palace erupted into a chorus of discontent, voices raised in protest. They cast glances toward Dijuan, their expressions shifting as numerous powerful beings began to ponder. Should we align ourselves with the demon clan? Dijuan perceived the shift in sentiment and nodded slightly, then turned his piercing gaze back to Yuanshi, asserting that the shaman clan feared neither Yuanshi nor the three purities, and neither did his demon clan. Wu Tian gazed in astonishment at Dijuan. Is this truly the demon emperor? At such a critical juncture, he can still step forth to utter such words, while also seeking to win the hearts of the listeners from Zixiao Palace. Indeed, his thoughts are intricate, and his strategies are extraordinary. By a twist of fate, the Witch clan and the Demon clan have surprisingly united for the first time to jointly resist the primordial beginning. Chapter 81. The way of heaven is impartial, yet the Tao ancestor is not. Observing the situation, Wu Tian was suddenly filled with excitement. The battle between the Witch and the Lich? The Lich's army surrounding Kunlun Mountain? Various potential scenarios flashed through Wu Tian's mind, heightening his exhilaration. His gaze shifted, intensely fixed on Emperor Jun. Sensing Wu Tian's stare, Emperor Jun turned back, somewhat puzzled, and their eyes locked in mutual understanding. Without uttering a word, the exhilaration in Wu Tian's eyes was instantly deciphered by Emperor Jun. Shall we join forces to take him down? The mere thought of an alliance between the Witch and the Lich, an uncharted path for Wu Tian, who was already aware of the grand design of the heavenly way, filled him with an inexplicable thrill. Simultaneously, Wu Tian felt a flicker of curiosity. Di Jun has chosen to step forward at this moment. While it may win him the favor of the other listeners in the Purple Cloud Palace, does he not fear the ire of Hong Jun? Has he truly given up on the primordial purple energy? In truth, Di Jun was acutely aware. Initially, everyone believed that the 7 seats before the Purple Cloud Palace were destined for the primordial purple energy. However, the reality proved otherwise. The Witch clan had been deprived of their opportunity, and Kunping had also been denied his chance. It was evident that such outcomes would not delight the Dao ancestor Hong Jun. Could Di Jun, the demon emperor, hope to be treated differently from Kunping and the Witch clan? Di Jun chuckled bitterly to himself. If I were to shift my focus to the path of immortality, perhaps I could enter the mystical gate and obtain the primordial purple energy. Yet, since I established the demon race with the intent to pave the way for the myriad beings of the Hong Wang, such a possibility is utterly out of reach. He pondered. But why was Taoist Nuwa able to enter the mystical gate? Could it be that she possesses some extraordinary fortune? Di Jun fell into contemplation. Despite Wu Tian's eager gaze, Di Jun offered no response. His emergence served not only to rally the hearts of those in the Purple Cloud Palace, but also stemmed from his profound displeasure at the words of Yuan Shi, which seemed almost targeted at the demon race. If he did not stand up, what would become of the dignity of the myriad demon races? What of the honor of the demon emperor? However, confronting the 3 pure ones, who were almost certain to become the saints of the heavenly Tao, was not his primary objective. Of course, should Yuan Shi persist, what could the demon race possibly fear? Di Jun mused this to himself. At that moment, Yuan Shi, having been relentlessly pressured by Kunping, Xinming, and Di Jun, appeared increasingly agitated. His initial satisfaction from entering the mystical gate and obtaining the primordial purple energy felt like a devastating blow in light of these events. They clearly held no fear of him. Di Jun, do you wish to oppose me as well? Yuan Shi's countenance darkened as he spat this out through clenched teeth. Di Jun's expression shifted dramatically, and his aura sharpened abruptly, his gaze glinting sharply at Yuan Shi. Just as Wu Tian felt a surge of delight watching the intensifying conflict, the Dao ancestor Hong Jun, who had been observing the unfolding situation, suddenly spoke. Enough. Let this matter come to a close. A tremendous aura swept through the Purple Cloud Palace, instantly dissipating the tension that had built around Di Jun, Yuan Shi, and the others. The charged atmosphere was rendered tranquil. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian sighed inwardly, lamenting the circumstances. Alas, what a pity. Yet, in an instant, joy surged within him. A conflict within the Zixiao Palace was implausible, but the mere existence of this seed, this initial spark, sufficed. He could hardly believe that Yuan Shi could entirely dismiss this matter. Though the contradictions had been forcibly subdued by the Dao ancestor Hong Jun, the individuals involved harbored lingering resentment. Yet none dared to disrespect the Dao ancestor at that moment. After a brief pause, Dao ancestor Hong Jun turned his gaze towards Kunpeng, softly stating, Kunpeng, you are indeed fated to be apart from my Xianmen. Kunpeng silently nodded, refraining from his previous desperate pleas, even exhibiting signs of indifference. Having endured such humiliation from Yuan Shi, he knew that further entreaties would utterly strip him of dignity. After nodding in silence, his gaze deepened. With thoughts swirling within him that belied his calm exterior, still waters run deep, and the undercurrents were tumultuous. Following Hong Jun's outright rejection, the Zixiao Palace fell into an abrupt silence. With expressions of varying emotions etched upon the faces of those present, each lost in their own contemplations, Yuan Shi's earlier words hung heavily in the air. Even those who yearned for the primordial purple chi could not beseech or prostrate themselves before Dao ancestor Hong Jun at this moment. Some, however, wore expressions of sheer delight. Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu fixed their fervent gazes on Dao ancestor Hong Jun, their hearts racing with thoughts. Could it truly be bestowed upon us? Within the Xinmen, 2 strands of primordial purple chi remained. As the foremost figures among the celestial beings, they had made significant contributions to the teachings of the Dao ancestor. Surely, they could be considered allies, could they not? Many shared this sentiment, casting envious glances towards Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu, whose faces glowed with increasing vigor. Yet, others refused to concede. At this juncture, Jian and Juani exchanged glances before once more bowing towards Dao ancestor Hong Jun, tears streaming down their faces as they implored. We beseech the Dao ancestor's mercy. We, brothers born in the Western realm, are beset by thick malevolence, with shattered earth veins and scant life, living in utter desolation. Having finally encountered this grand opportunity to listen to the teachings within the Zixiao Palace, we implore you to have pity on us and the beings of the Western world, and admit us into your fold. After fervently expressing their plight, Zhuanti suddenly changed his expression and solemnly declared, if we could attain enlightenment and become saints, we would undoubtedly strive to nurture the beings of the Western realm and mend its deficiencies. Initially, Wu Tian regarded this display with skepticism. After all, they were formidable figures at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. How could they truly weep so profusely? Their acting skills seemed overly dramatic. However, upon hearing Zhuanti's statement, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his assessment of Zhuanti rose a few notches. This individual had a keen insight. Whether or not they could acquire the primordial purple chi hinged upon the profound karmic ties between Hongjun and the Western realm. By making such a declaration, it was as if they assured Hongjun, "Grant us the primordial purple chi, and we shall bear the karmic burden of the Western realm." Dao Ancestor Hongjun fell into a contemplative silence. The others in Zixiao Palace were equally astonished. Could it be? Is a mere display of emotion truly effective? The expressions of Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wangmu shifted dramatically. Dong Wang Gong was engulfed in panic, repeatedly pondering, "Surely not? Dao Ancestor, I have propagated the teachings of the Dao in the Eastern Sea. I am one of your own." Meanwhile, Shi Wangmu could only manage a bitter smile, inwardly lamenting. "I knew it." After a moment of silence, Dao Ancestor Hongjun nodded slightly, and amidst the overwhelming joy of Jian and Juanti, he spoke in a measured tone. "Very well. Your intentions are commendable. However, the path you pursue does not align with my Xianmen. Thus, I shall accept you as registered disciples." Jian and Juanti erupted in joy. "Thank you, Master." With a gentle wave of his hand, Dao Ancestor Hongjun bestowed upon them the 2 strands of primordial purple chi. The Zixiao Palace remained solemn. Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wangmu wore grim expressions. Those like Di Jun, endowed with exceptional wisdom, discerned the underlying significance of the scene before them and understood that Hongjun's intentions were to resolve the karmic ties associated with the Western realm, their gazes deepening with contemplation. Kuanpeng, in his heart, lamented, "Alas, the Dao is impartial. Yet the Dao Ancestor is not without bias." Even so, understanding Hongjun's intentions regarding the primordial purple chi to settle their karmic ties, what could they do in response? Could they rise and protest? Aside from Kuanpeng, who had a rightful place yet failed to receive the primordial purple chi, Dong Wang Gong felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, nearly unbearable. "Dao Ancestor, I was the first to transition to the path of immortality. My aspirations were to establish a celestial court, propagate the teachings of the Dao, and enhance its fortunes. How could it be that I am not even regarded as a member of the Xianmen? What then am I? A mere jester?" The expression on Dong Wang Gong's face was profoundly complex. Throughout the proceedings, Dao Ancestor Hongjun had not cast him a single glance, as if he were utterly forgotten. Jian and Juanti, overjoyed, secured the primordial purple chi, and Juanti, sensing an opportunity, once again turned towards Dao Ancestor Hongjun, lamenting about the desolation of the West and the scarcity of spiritual treasures. To attain enlightenment and become saints, one must first possess innate spiritual treasures, a realm in which the West was indeed lacking. Otherwise, Juanti would not have forged the Bodhi tree into the 7 treasures tree, a sheer waste of resources. Once more, tears proved effective. Dao Ancestor Hongjun waved his hand, bestowing magical treasures, the most notable being the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, awarded to Jian, and the Eastern blue lotus treasure flag from the 5-element flags, conferred upon Juanti. The rest were rather mundane. Registered disciples, after all, held a different status than direct disciples. Most gazes were fixed upon the 12-petal golden lotus, eyes glimmering with envy. However, Wu Tian, along with Xianming and Hutu, directed their attention squarely at Juanti. At that moment, Juanti felt their scrutiny and turned his gaze towards Wu Tian, a smile in his eyes laced with subtle disdain. As if to convey, regardless of the Wuju's interference that cost my brother and me our positions, in the end, the primordial purple chi still found its way into our hands. What does this signify? It signifies the fulfillment of destiny. Juanti's expression grew increasingly smug. Wu Tian merely smiled faintly, letting out a soft sigh, entirely unfazed by Juanti's display. What was there to be upset about? After all, he was to offer the primordial 5 directions banner as an apology. The disciples of the Dao Ancestor Hongjun had already been determined, and the 6 strands of primordial purple chi had been allocated. At that moment, only the final strand of primordial purple chi remained. Following the bestowal of treasures upon Jiejing and Juanti, Dao Ancestor Hongjun paused slightly, gently turning his palm to cradle the last strand of primordial purple chi, and addressed the assembly with a calm demeanor. "The final strand of primordial purple chi is not predetermined. It shall be awarded to the fated one." With that, he gave his hand a slight shake. Whoosh! The purple light surged intensely, instantly shooting forth as the primordial purple chi soared towards the grand hall of the Purple Cloud Palace. As previously mentioned, the interior of the Purple Cloud Palace harbored a mystical realm, and the space where everyone stood was indeed an enigmatic world. The primordial purple chi hung in the sky, resembling a violet star, illuminating the entire Purple Cloud Palace in a resplendent purple glow, captivating all gazes. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding echoes of unleashed magical power reverberated as countless arcane lights shot into the air. After a moment of astonishment, the crowd acted without hesitation. Though it was said that it would be granted to the fated one, none among them were naive. They understood well that in the primordial chaos, fate was determined by strength. It relied on one's own prowess. Even the 3 pure ones joined the fray, despite having acquired the primordial purple chi, who would not desire an additional boon. After all, if they succeeded, they could pass it on to their disciples. Countless arcane lights blazed forth, and powerful magical forces, laden with profound laws, collided in the void of the purple cloud palace, creating continuous shockwaves. Under this tumult, the primordial purple chi swayed erratically. Dao ancestor Hongjun observed the fierce contest with an air of indifference, harboring no intention to intervene. Yet, at that moment, a sudden change swept across his countenance. Boom! His aura surged forth in an instant, astonishing those engaged in the fierce struggle within the purple cloud palace, causing them to pause in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment as they turned to Hongjun. What was amiss with the Dao ancestor? However, the next moment, they sensed a shift. They felt the once harmonious force of the heavenly Dao within the purple cloud palace growing increasingly chaotic, and the myriad of extraordinary phenomena behind Hongjun began to tremble and blur. With profound depth in his gaze, Dao ancestor Hongjun peered into the heart of the concentrated heavenly Dao power, a glimmer of incredulity illuminating his eyes. As Wu Tian was engulfed in curiosity, he suddenly sensed within his being 2 drops of intensely scorching ancestral shaman blood, pulsating incessantly and emanating enigmatic markings towards an inexplicable void. Have my 2 elder brothers commenced their actions? Wu Tian was suddenly taken aback. After achieving the status of Hunyuan Golden Immortals, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin sought to glimpse the future of the Witch clan, even timing their actions to coincide with the teachings of the Dao ancestor Hongjun. It was evident that they had initiated their plan at this very moment. The heavenly mechanisms were thrown into disarray. Noticing the signs that Hongjun was about to intervene, Wu Tian swiftly turned his thoughts and urgently addressed Xianming and Ho Tu, saying, "Let us take action as well. We must seize the primordial purple energy." Although the Witch clan did not particularly anticipate the primordial purple energy, upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Xianming and Ho Tu acted without hesitation. Others soon came to their senses. Regardless of the celestial upheaval, it bore little consequence to them. What mattered most at that moment was the acquisition of the last vestige of primordial purple energy. They all sprang into action once more. Wu Tian, fearing that his actions would create minimal noise, swiftly drew the primordial measuring ruler and forcefully swept it towards the direction of the primordial purple chi. With a whoosh, unparalleled power rent the very fabric of space. The small realm within the purple sky palace was on the verge of being torn apart by this strike of the primordial measuring ruler. And as it collided with the primordial purple chi, the latter was instantaneously propelled towards a certain direction. The Dao ancestor Hongjun turned his head slightly, a frown creasing his brow. With a flicker of his consciousness, the space within the purple sky palace was once again reinforced, and the previously gaping fissures in the fabric of reality were swiftly mended. However, this brief delay had disrupted the faint sensation he had felt, scattering the reasons behind the chaos of the heavenly Dao. Meanwhile, on another front, Hongyan and Zenyuanzi joined forces to harness the power of the 4 symbols, endeavoring to draw the primordial purple chi into their grasp and return it through this elemental force. Yet, amidst the barrage of countless ethereal lights, their task proved to be quite arduous. Hongyan exclaimed in surprise. Under the impact of the primordial measuring ruler, the last vestige of the primordial purple chi was sent flying, piercing through numerous dimensions before inexplicably descending towards Hongyun. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly collected it. Once he had fully absorbed the primordial purple chi into his being, eliminating any risk of loss, Hongyun burst into hearty laughter. Thank you, Brother Wu Tian. The actions of the others abruptly halted, leaving them speechless as they gazed at Hongyun, then turned their eyes towards Wu Tian, unable to suppress their inner ridicule. Wu Tian was taken aback, having never anticipated that a casual strike would inadvertently facilitate Hongyun's fortuitous encounter. However, in an instant, his focus shifted to the ancestral witch's blood coursing within him. Beneath the suppression of the profound golden light of the Hongmeng Lian Tian, the extraordinary pulsation was concealed, alleviating any concerns of being discerned. Wu Tian pondered silently. I wonder how they perceive the future of the Witch clan and the unfolding of the Lich calamity. Chapter 83. Hongyun returns the primordial purple chi. At this moment, the heavenly Dao grew increasingly chaotic. However, Hongjun Daozu had already lost his opportunity. The earlier fluctuation had vanished in an instant. Hongjun Daozu could only suppress his astonishment and turned his gaze towards Hongyun, who had obtained the primordial purple chi. Hongyun was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, after the initial thrill, a hint of hesitation crept onto his face, and his expression began to shift dramatically, his mindset fluctuating greatly. Initially, upon witnessing the 3 purities and Nuwa obtaining the primordial purple chi, Hongyun felt an immense regret, constantly lamenting. Why couldn't I have held on a little longer? If I had resolutely prevented it, would I not have also been able to acquire the primordial purple chi? But upon observing the plight of Kunping and seeing him being ridiculed by Yuan Shi, a flicker of relief ignited within Hongyun's heart. Like others, he came to understand that the distribution of the primordial purple chi was not necessarily based on one's status. After all, the primordial purple chi was in the hands of Hongjun Daozu, who would naturally act according to his own inclinations. The heavenly Dao is impartial. Yet the saints of the heavenly Dao may not be, for the sake of his own fortune and the aspiration to break through to higher realms. Hongjun Daozu would undoubtedly choose the candidates most beneficial to him. What merit did he possess that could attract the attention of Hongjun Daozu? Hongyun contemplated this and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Everyone says that I and Jinyuan Laogong are among the most benevolent in the wilderness. Perhaps the title of benevolent carries a hint of mockery as well? Hongyun thought to himself, increasingly convinced that if it weren't for Wu Tian's intervention, he would never have secured this final trace of the primordial purple qi. Moments later, with a somewhat bashful expression, Hongyun turned to Wu Tian and, with a mix of reluctance and unwavering determination, declared, Wu Tian, my dear brother, this primordial purple qi should be returned to you. As he spoke, he prepared to hand over the primordial purple qi. Wu Tian, lost in contemplation, was interrupted by Hongyun's gesture, and he chuckled as he looked at Hongyun, saying, Brother Hongyun, this is the primordial purple qi, a chance to attain sanctity. Are you truly willing to part with it so easily? Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the conflict on Hongyun's face dissipated, and he resolutely responded, that is a fallacy. Were it not for your earlier strike with the primordial measuring ruler, how could this primordial purple qi have come my way? Now it is only right for it to return to its rightful owner. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was increasingly astonished. His eyes widened as he gazed at Hongyun, his face reflecting growing admiration. To make such a decision in the face of the allure of the primordial purple energy speaks volumes of Hongyun's character. Alas, such a disposition is ill-suited for the chaotic realm of Honghuang. In the grand scheme of things, Hongyun first relinquished his seat, thereby exhausting one opportunity to gain the primordial purple energy, only to subsequently acquire the last remnant of unclaimed primordial purple energy, consuming yet another chance. It is said that Hongyun is the foremost cloud of Honghuang, born at the dawn of creation, and infused with a trace of the heart's blood of the great Pangu, thus becoming the red cloud. His fortune is profound. Yet, what kind of fortune can withstand the depletion of two opportunities for primordial purple energy? Consequently, in the unfolding narrative, after obtaining the primordial purple energy, Hongyun was ambushed by Kuanpeng, Mingyi, and others on his journey back to the Fire Cloud Cave from the Five Zhuang Temple of Xinyuanzi, ultimately leading to his demise in the extinguishing of his path. A thought arose in Wu Tian's mind, given the current circumstances. The front row seats have been altered by Hongjun, which no longer accurately reflects the ownership of the primordial purple qi. Does this imply that Hongyun's fortune still persists? If this is indeed the case, does it not suggest that Hongyun's destiny has been irrevocably altered, no longer requiring the demise of his essence and the shattering of his true spirit as originally foretold by the grand design? Upon reaching this thought, Wu Tian's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance. Yet, he hesitated to fully commit to the idea of accepting the primordial purple energy offered by Hongyun. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from outright rejecting it, and instead smiled as he spoke. Let us do this. You shall take possession of the primordial purple energy for the time being, as a shared treasure acquired through our collective efforts. Regardless of whether it is the esteemed Jun Yuan or my two elder sisters, we can all strive to comprehend its essence. Whoever fully grasps this primordial purple energy shall rightfully claim it as their own. Since we have become friends with Hongyun, it is only natural that we seek to alter his tragic fate. This arrangement, though the significance of the front row seats remains unchanged, allows for a greater number of individuals to share the burden of the primordial purple energy. It will also alleviate some of Hongyun's predicaments, sparing him from the fate of being reborn as mere fragments of true spirit, as might have been dictated by the prevailing circumstances. Thus, this plan has been devised. After articulating his thoughts, Wu Tian continued with an affable demeanor. How do you find this proposal, brother Hongyun? Without any grounds for dissent, Hongyun eagerly nodded, his smile broadening. However, Jin Yuan, feeling a touch of modesty, interjected, I truly did not contribute much earlier. How can I possibly have the qualification to comprehend the primordial purple energy? Wu Tian shifted his gaze toward Jin Yuanzi, observing his somewhat bashful yet expectant expression, and chuckled lightly. Brother Jin Yuan, your words lack sincerity. You and Hongyun are two halves of a whole. How could he possess the primordial purple energy without you sharing in the enlightenment? Is it conceivable that he would exclude you, even in the grand scheme of things? After acquiring the primordial purple energy, Hongyun initially secluded himself in Wuzhuang Temple for contemplation. Surely, no one would believe that he hoarded the primordial purple energy without allowing Jin Yuanzi to partake in its understanding, would they? Although these two do not share the same origin, their bond is even closer than that of typical siblings born of a common source. They are indeed akin to two peas in a pod. As for Wu Tian, Xianming, and Ho Tu, while they may not require the primordial purple energy, all three have cultivated their primordial spirits. Who knows what insights they might glean from it? Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi ceased his refusals. Gazing at Wu Tian with gratitude and nodding emphatically, he expressed with deep emotion, many say Hongyun possesses profound fortune. Yet it is only today that I truly comprehend what a fortunate individual he is. He lacks even a few worthy innate treasures. In contrast, my dear brother Wu Tian, within this brief acquaintance, we have already reaped immense benefits. Hongyun nodded in agreement, and even Xianming and Ho Tu wore expressions of profound understanding, affirming that Jin Yuanzi's words struck a chord. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the four of them engaged in this seemingly unconcerned display of humility, astonishing the many listeners. Even Hongjun Daozu regarded them with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. This was the primordial purple energy, the opportunity to become a sage of the heavenly Tao. How could they still be so modest in the face of it? This left those who longed for it, even pleading earnestly before Hongjun Daozu, in a state of dismay. In an instant, countless gazes turned hostile. Chapter 84. A familiar figure. Hongjun Daozu's expression also shifted slightly, his gaze lingering on Hongyun with profound implications. Beyond his astonishment at Hongyun's actions, he keenly sensed a significant upheaval in Hongyun's fortune at that moment, an obscure turmoil leading toward the unknown. However, Hongjun Daozu did not dwell on it too much. It was quite natural for one's fate to shift upon receiving the primordial purple energy, was it not? He then turned his attention, casting a somber look toward Wu Tian. Wu Tian was not at all concerned that Hongjun Daozu would take any action, especially in the presence of so many listeners within the Zishu Palace. As a celestial saint, he was granted the power of the heavenly Tao. Yet he was also bound by its rules. It was not a matter of simply acting upon one's desires. Nevertheless, an intense urgency surged within him. The formal teachings had concluded, and the primordial purple energy had been fully distributed. Wu Tian had no desire to linger in the Zishu Palace. He longed to return to the Pango Hall immediately, to discover the fate of Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. The 2 drops of ancestral witch blood hidden deep within his heart grew increasingly fervent, pulsating as if they were guiding lights, flickering incessantly. Would his 2 brothers be lost? Wu Tian's heart was filled with concern. At that moment, deep within the Pango Hall, the overwhelming aura of Pangu emanating from the hall shielded the heavenly Tao. A fleeting disturbance was sensed by Hongjun Daozu in the Zishu Palace, yet it was also obstructed by the final contest of the primordial purple energy. Coupled with Wu Tian's sudden intervention, the chaotic currents of time and space, concealed within the great Tao, were drawn forth. In the intersection of the laws of time and space, a fragile balance was maintained, transforming into a void-like river, shattering the realms of heaven and earth. The powers of Dijuan and Zhu Jiuyin intertwined, coalescing into a sphere of profound light, laboriously navigating through the torrents of time and space. Their formidable physical forms were marred with numerous wounds, grotesque and gory. Yet, the 2 seemed oblivious to the pain afflicting their bodies. Their gazes intensely fixed on the void ahead. Forward, they must see. The 2 ancestral witches cried out in their hearts. They knew not how long they had traversed, perhaps a mere instant, or perhaps countless eons. A hazy image materialized before their eyes. The 12 capital heavenly gods slaughtering formation appeared over the primal lands, violently colliding with a colossal pillar formed from the starlight. The primordial realms trembled. The vision shattered instantly. In a moment of shared astonishment, their eyes met, filled with disbelief. The power of the myriad stars, could it be from the demon clan? Dijuan. In the next instant, another image emerged before them, revealing Gong Gong. Filled with sorrow and fury, crashing into Mount Buzhou. The towering pillar, a remnant of their father god's spine, collapsed with a thunderous roar, unleashing boundless karma upon the witch clan. Impossible. How could this be? The 2 ancestral witches, their souls already shaken, were now engulfed in disbelief. Mount Buzhou was the celestial pillar forged from their father god's spine. Moreover, upon establishing their clan, they had vowed to protect the primordial lands and guard Mount Buzhou. As members of the witch clan, how could they collide with Mount Buzhou? To damage the legacy left by their father and to violate their oath of clanhood? Just as their shock reached its zenith, an immense figure suddenly rose from the shattered formation of the 12 capitals, emanating an overwhelmingly potent Pangu aura. Reaching out towards Mount Buzhou. Simultaneously, it turned to gaze at Dijuan and Zhu Jiuyin. Boom. All images shattered. The 2 were struck as if by lightning, tumbling out of the torrents of time and space, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. They had no time to tend to the myriad wounds crisscrossing their bodies or to quell their internal injuries. They exchanged horrified glances, questioning each other. Was that the true form of Pangu or Wu Tian? That final glance instilled immense shock in Dijuan and Zhu Jiuyin, as if that embodiment of Pangu possessed self-awareness, recognizing their arrival. Yet, precisely because of this, the exchange of gazes that transcended time and causality triggered chaos within the river of time, subjecting the 2 to tremendous backlash. They were cast into the void, lost amidst the tumultuous currents of time. Boom. Initially, they resided within the deeper layers of Pango Hall, where the hall's aura suppressed their forms. Though they ventured into the river of time, they remained suspended between reality and illusion. Now, with the upheaval of time and space, despite the protection of Pango Hall, this realm was utterly shattered, dissolving into nothingness. Dijuan and Zhu Jiuyin plummeted into the void, unaware of where the chaotic currents of time would carry them. This is bad. Paying no heed to further thoughts, the 2 summoned all their strength, causing the laws of space and time to converge, forming a luminous barrier around their bodies. Once a semblance of stability was regained, they could finally survey their surroundings, their eyes widening in horror. Where are we? Dijuan exclaimed. They found themselves enveloped in absolute nothingness, in silence, even within the chaos. There existed a multitude of swirling chaotic energies, yet here, there was nothing. Only a faint glow flickered around their forms. Ah, the Chaos Demon God, Dijuan shouted again, as he beheld a colossal corpse radiating a faint chaotic aura, resisting the encroachment of the void. 4 legs, 8 arms, its entire body forged of purple gold. A colossal wound marred its chest, a cleaving mark from an axe, almost severing it in two, still exuding a chilling aura. The remnants of the Chaos Demon God's unwillingness and resentment were vividly apparent on its face. Could this be the Chaos Demon God slain by the Father God? How did it end up here? Dijuan and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged glances. Soon, they noticed that apart from the massive corpse of the Chaos Demon God, there were many clusters of luminous matter scattered about, appearing to be treasures and spirit roots. However, they were too distant to discern clearly. Yet, they shared a common characteristic. These remnants of life had seemingly been frozen in time, like amber crafted from the forces of time and space, displayed in this peculiar realm. Where exactly have we arrived? Dijuan asked, astonished. At that moment, they also realized that despite the protection of 2 immensely powerful laws, their own vitality was steadily waning. Even their innate spiritual light was dimming. After a brief struggle, Dijuan felt a sense of discouragement. In this void, nothing they attempted yielded results. The emptiness provided no feedback, only exacerbating the depletion of their life force. What should we do now? As Dijuan inquired once more, Zhu Jiuyin, who had remained contemplative for a considerable time, finally spoke with a bitter smile. Brother, it seems we may have been swept into the fissures of time due to the recent chaos and turbulence. As the master of the laws of time, Zhu Jiuyin understood that time is not continuous. They had fallen into this discontinuity, existing beyond the past, present, and future. Dijuan gasped. What do we do? If we cannot return, the 12 capital heavenly god slaughtering formation will remain incomplete, and before the prophesied future appears, the witch clan may suffer grievously. The 2 ancestral witches shared a sense of regret. This was a significant predicament. The 2 indeed made a mess of things. However, we had deliberately left a contingency plan by embedding the blood of our ancestral shaman within Wu Tian, did we not? Numerous arrangements were made specifically to prevent this very scenario from occurring. After a bitter smile, Dijiang suddenly spoke, preparing to activate his own essence to sense the invisible currents, using the blood he had left behind as a beacon to guide himself out of this void. Yet, Zhu Jiuyin interjected, Elder brother, have we made a grave mistake this time? Those who manipulate time are inevitably subject to its whims. By peering into the future, have we interfered with Wu Tian's potential emergence at the time of the Witch Clan's downfall? The fate of the Witch Clan. Zhu Jiuyin coughed up blood, his worry palpable. Di Jiang, uncertain, displayed a myriad of expressions before suddenly raising his head, resolutely stating, it shall not be. What of celestial destinies or the fate of the Witch Clan? As descendants of the Father Deity, we do not believe in such things. Even if it is the deity of fate, what of it? Before the Father Deity, it can be shattered with a mere punch. He gestured dismissively towards the distant corpse of the chaotic demon god. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled wryly, acknowledging the truth in Di Jiang's words. Yet, they were not the Father Deity. In that final moment, as their gazes intersected in the present, all visions of the future shattered into chaos and uncertainty. Zhu Jiuyin could not help but feel anxious. Nevertheless, alongside Di Jiang, he had glimpsed the grand battle between the witches and the demons, witnessing countless witch warriors fall and the ancestral shamans return to the earth. At that moment, he refused to succumb to despair. Di Jiang, as if recovering from a tremendous shock, focused on fortifying his resolve, disregarding his physical injuries. His gaze burned with intensity as he proclaimed, the future of the Witch Clan shall be forged step by us. If anyone wishes to annihilate the Witch Clan, let them come forth. At worst, we shall return to the embrace of the Father Deity. So what? Besides, we still have Wu Tian. He is the ancestral shaman who embodies the power of the 12 laws, the true heir of the Father Deity. As long as he remains, our Witch Clan shall endure. With each word, Di Jiang's eyes grew brighter. Even Zhu Jiuyin found himself inspired, his earlier trepidation fading as he began to ponder deeply. Moments later, he murmured, if we consider the last piece of information we saw, Wu Tian is indeed our final trump card, our ultimate support. Yet, Zhu Jiuyin expressed his concerns once more. He wondered if their probing would have any adverse effects on him, and if so, how they could amend it. Zhu Jiuyin remained unsettled. The more he grasped the power of time, the more he understood its formidable nature. It belonged to the path of the Great Tao, with just a modicum of control. He could rank second among the ancestral shamans in terms of combat prowess. If their forceful intrusion into the future led to a backlash from the path of time, altering the fate that might impact Wu Tian and, consequently, the Witch Clan, regret would come too late. After a moment's contemplation, Di Jiang's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness, and his expression radiated confidence as he laughed heartily. Do not worry. It will not happen. Have you forgotten? Before we undertook this action, we consulted our younger brother. Would he have consented to this endeavor if it would affect him adversely? Zhu Jiuyin was taken aback. What do you mean? Di Zhang asserted. According to what we witnessed, once Wu Tian manifested his Panga true form, he could gaze at us across the river of time and space. In the future, he will undoubtedly achieve the great Tao. He bears the power of the 12 laws and is the true heir of the Father Deity. Logically, he should attain the great Tao. The notion is that once he achieves it, it will be eternal. If we were to interfere with Wu Tian, would he not prevent us from acting this way if he had already attained the great Tao? He would have long since used his past self to stop us. Even though Zhu Jiuyin wielded control over the laws of time and was no less clever than Di Jiang, he found himself bewildered by his brother's words. Elder brother, do you truly place such trust in Wu Tian? Are you so certain he can attain the great Tao? Zhu Jiuyin questioned incredulously. Is the great Tao so easily attained? Even Pangu, the father deity, born as a child of the great Tao, who vanquished 3,000 chaotic demon gods and opened the primordial realm, still faltered at a critical moment. Wu Tian is destined to succeed. In the primordial realm, one can attain the title of a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, achieving a state where one's own path merges seamlessly with the essence of the universe, rendering the true spirit immortal. Even amidst the primordial chaos, in a realm devoid of myriad paths, one can forge their own world, establish a cycle, and even dissipate the chaotic energy to nourish oneself without the fear of depletion. Yet, to truly attain an eternal proof, transcending the constraints of time and space, and to consolidate countless causes and effects within oneself, one must ascend to an even loftier realm. Such a feat is not easily accomplished. However, at this moment, the logic of Emperor Jiang reached a harmonious understanding. The more he pondered, the more he felt that this was indeed the truth. Otherwise, how could Wu Tian possess such wisdom and knowledge of the celestial principles? Every word spoken by Wu Tian finds its validation. Were it not for the enigmatic means employed by the future Wu Tian to impart such knowledge, how could he possess such clarity and precision? Indeed, it is as such. Di Jiang felt an unwavering certainty in his heart. Observing Di Jiang's optimism, Zhu Jiuyin ceased to refute, merely whispering inwardly, "Let us hope so." If this is indeed the case, the fate of the Wu clan would naturally warrant no concern. Without further hesitation, he turned directly to Di Jiang and said, "Brother, if we delay any longer, our injuries may prove insurmountable. We must not tarry. Let us promptly sense the coordinates within the essence of our blood." Di Jiang nodded slightly in agreement. The two ancestral witches immediately joined forces, their magical energies and vital essence surging forth, operating in a rhythm that was profoundly mysterious, bordering on the Tao and the very essence of order. With their eyes half closed, they sat cross-legged opposite each other, continuously attuning themselves to the coordinates they had previously inscribed within the 2 drops of essence. Chapter 86. The Dilemma of Hongjun Dao Zhu within the Purple Cloud Palace. Just as Wu Tian felt a surge of urgency within, the 2 drops of essence within his body began to stir even more violently. The powerful blood energy contained within surging forth, emanating an almost scalding sensation. Wu Tianxin's thoughts stirred, and he swiftly utilized the Hongming measurement ruler to suppress the commotion. After all, this was the Zixiao Palace. He could not allow the Hongjun Daozu to discover anything amiss. Just as his worries mounted, Hongjun Daozu finally withdrew his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. The path to enlightenment and sanctification is thus. The 7 strands of Hongming purple qi have been fully released. The teachings at Zixiao Palace have now concluded. The 3 purities and others, having grasped the method of attaining the Tao and seizing the opportunity for enlightenment, were elated, even acquiring numerous innate spiritual treasures for slaying the corpses. They exclaimed in gratitude, "Thank you, Master." Though others felt a lingering dissatisfaction, they too followed the lead of the Xianmen, expressing their thanks to Hongjun Daozu, proclaiming, "Thank you, Daozu." Once the expressions of gratitude subsided, the celestial power enveloping Zixiao Palace underwent a transformation. Countless shades of profound yellow swiftly coalesced, and the radiance of merit shone brightly, captivating the eye. Moments later, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of celestial music, an immense weight of merit descended. As the initiator of the teachings at Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu naturally received the largest share, while all the listeners also partook in the bounty. Hongjun Daozu nonchalantly gathered the celestial merits, as if this vast fortune were mere clouds. In reality, his greatest gain was not the celestial merits he acquired but the immense and enduring fortune that unfolded before him. Through this lecture, Hongjun firmly established his name as Daozu, and he integrated the fated children of the primordial world, the 3 purities, into the Xianmen while resolving the karmic ties of the Western world with the Hongming purple qi. For him, this was the most significant and splendid reward. Reflecting on these matters, a subtle smile graced Hongjun Daozu's lips. As the attendees collected their celestial merits, without needing instruction from Hongjun Daozu, the 2 young attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, struggled to push open the grand gates of Zixiao Palace, revealing the vast expanse of chaos beyond. However, unlike before, Hongjun Daozu did not simply vanish. He remained seated, as if to bid farewell to the departing crowd. Yet, the assembly remained motionless. After a moment, Hongjun Daozu, puzzled, inquired, "The teachings have concluded. Why do you linger?" Instantly, many exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating how to voice their thoughts. Now that the teachings at Zhixiao Palace had come to an end and the 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi had dissipated, the 3 purities and others had acquired numerous innate treasures, while those who had listened thus far had received nothing. How could they return empty-handed? The 3 purities had returned laden with rewards. Surely, they could not depart without any spoils. According to Hongjun Daozu's teachings, the path to becoming a mixed Yuan de Luo Jingxian through strength was unattainable. This method was far too arduous, even for Hongjun Daozu himself. Meanwhile, achieving enlightenment through merit relied heavily on chance. Thus, they resolved to pursue the path of slaying the 3 corpses, which had tangible precedents for success. However, this method required innate spiritual treasures. To eliminate the 3 corpses, at least 3 innate treasures were necessary, and not everyone present was affluent. Jane and Zhuanti lamented daily about the desolation of the West, yet these 2 possessed the Jane treasure banner and the 7 treasures mysterious tree, categorizing them as wealthy individuals. Immediately, someone took the lead, mimicking Jane and Zhuanti, and began lamenting to Hongjun Daozu. Instantly, the Zhixiao Palace echoed with cries of despair. Wu Tian blinked his eyes, observing the scene before him. As he felt the pulsation of the ancestral witch blood within his body, a sense of anticipation blossomed in his heart. At last, the time for distribution of treasures has arrived. I hope my brothers are adequately prepared and do not let me down. Nevertheless, as long as I can bring back the treasure cliff, I shall be thoroughly satisfied.